Chapter 791. After purifying his spirit, Thor found himself more sensitive to other people's magic and spiritual fluctuations. For example, he could already tell that the Ophelia standing in front of him was not her real body. Now, he was standing on the tallest tower of the white glazed castle. This was also the tallest building in the entire Sky City. The huge tower had huge floor-to-ceiling windows on all four sides, and a huge instrument similar to an astronomical telescope, which should also be used to observe the sky. But it is more likely a magical instrument used to observe the Stargate. Why come here? Thor hid his hands under the Black Wizard's cloak, and stood in front of the French window. Outside the window is a winding mountain road, with multi-story buildings of different styles on both sides of the mountain road. The pink and white whispering flowers do not wither even in autumn, and they are always lush under the nourishment of the wizard's flesh and blood. The petals fluttered with the wind and floated to the edge of the Sky City. The once busy airport has not had many airships in and out for several months, and it seems a little lonely. Further away, there is a beautiful full moon. It seems to be hanging in the sky, but it also seems to be close at hand. You can pick the moon like a jade plate and put it in your arms. Thor turned around with an ambiguous smile on his face. Sir Ophelia, do you like the open air? Ophelia behind Thor rarely wore the dark blue dress. Instead, she changed into a white close-fitting fishtail dress, which looked a bit like a white vase at first glance. This time, when entering the white glazed castle, there was no Wizard Ona to lead the way, but Ophelia in front of him personally greeted and led the way. Ophelia crossed her arms, her skin glowing white under the moonlight. We can receive starlight here, which is good for our next experiment. If you are not used to it. Ophelia raised her arm, and knocked on the glass beside her. The glass on all four sides seemed to be automatically controlled, suddenly changing from transparent to frosted, and then from frosted to completely opaque white. In the whole room, only a little moonlight was shining overhead, and under the reflection of the white glass, the figure of the person became hazy. There was a sense of unreality, like falling into a dream. If the person in front of him was not Ophelia, but another woman, perhaps Sol could really enjoy this night. As for now, he slowly walked to Ophelia in a white dress, looked her up and down. Sir Ophelia, the environment you chose is good, but is there something wrong with the person you chose? Sol leaned forward, his chin almost resting on the other's snow-white shoulder. I remember, I want you in person, right? Hee hee. Hee hee. Ophelia was not angry at Sol's provocative behavior, and her body trembled slightly. I'm right here. After she said that, without waiting for Sol to refute, her soft body suddenly began to deform. It was as if a spoonful of boiling water was suddenly poured on an ice sculpture. The straight nose, soft jaw, and slender neck all shrank and deformed under the pouring of boiling water. A living person, a beautiful woman, actually melted and deformed little by little in front of Sol's eyes. This woman in a white dress turned into a white porcelain bottle with a round bottom, and a thin neck in just a few breaths. Thor's eyes trembled, but he could feel the magic power in the other person was still surging at a high speed. The changes had not stopped. Gradually, the white porcelain bottle evolved in the reverse direction of the glass color change just now, gradually changing from completely opaque white to completely transparent glass. Thor's face changed. He saw the scene inside the white porcelain bottle for the first time. Like the stumps of a limb that had been chopped by a meat grinder, the blood plasma mixed with white fat slowly turned in the vase. In this bottle, Ophelia's head and those necks like large intestines could not be seen at all, but some relatively complete organs could be seen occasionally in the blurred meat pulp. The body mixture in the vase was still rotating, slowly revealing the side that was originally facing away from Thor. And what was presented on that side made Thor's eyes widen and he gasped. Among the flesh and blood tissues in front of him, there was actually half a human body. Although this person only had half of his face and half of his body, Thor still recognized him at a glance. It turned out to be the Wizard Ona, who had not appeared for a long time. The other party slowly rotated with the tissues in the vase, and his white face lost its elasticity. When rubbing against the wall of the vase, it was severely deformed, revealing the dark red muscles on the other side. Even though Thor was used to seeing corpses and mutated monsters, he couldn't help but feel cold in his heart when he saw the woman who was alive and wanted to seduce him a few days ago become like this. You killed her? Thor couldn't figure it out. Did Ona also betray Ophelia? But looking at the way Ona treated Ophelia, she didn't seem like someone who would betray her. Don't you dislike her? Ophelia's voice came from the pile of flesh and blood. It just so happens that Ona hasn't been very honest recently and has done some small actions. Naturally, I have to teach her a lesson. Is there such a destructive and irreversible way of education? What did she do? She just tried to attract my attention with some small toys. Noticing that Saul's expression changed slightly, Ophelia said jokingly, "Do you care about her? Or did you reject her because you were shy? Haha. I should have punished her in a different way if I had known. But it's not too late now." Saul knew in his heart that the small toys Ophelia was referring to were probably the cat's reward that he asked Nathan to spread in secret. Ona used the cat's gratitude to pray for good luck, but it may have affected Ophelia. The other party is a 4th level wizard, so she can naturally sense something wrong. But I didn't expect that Ophelia would kill Ona directly with just such a small move. Thor recovered from the shock, and the relaxed smile disappeared. "No, I'm just a little surprised. Since Ms. Ophelia is already here, I will make some preparations first." "Oh, did you also make preparations before you were with Pearl?" Ophelia didn't care about Soul's mood at all, and said teasingly, "You and Pearl are different," Soul said casually. He found that Ophelia's face didn't change in the pulp state, but the speed of rotation was slightly faster, and it seemed that it was also affected by the ups and downs of her mood. "Pearl and I have been together for more than half a year. If you want to achieve the effect in one go, you naturally need to make more preparations." Soul's tone was steady, and he didn't feel coerced by Ophelia at all, as if he was just going to conduct a complicated experiment. After saying that, he started to draw a magic circle on the ground without waiting for Ophelia to question him. Ophelia did not speak either, but quietly watched Thor use magic to draw complex runes on the white porcelain floor tiles. When the magic circle gradually took shape, she asked softly, "Isn't this the circle you used to connect to the colorful world?" "No, there are some changes there." Before Thor could explain, Ophelia saw the difference between the two circles. Thor stood up and looked at the small circle that Ophelia pointed out, which was embedded in the entire large circle. His eyes flashed, and then quickly returned to normal. "We don't need to connect to the colorful world this time, so I replaced the original circle with an auxiliary circle." Chapter 792. Auxiliary magic circle? Ophelia's tone was not completely convinced. But after she carefully observed for a while, she could not find anything unusual from the auxiliary magic circle. It seemed to be a very ordinary magic circle that provided energy. Thor did not explain anything else. Excessive explanation would only alert the other party. In the end, Ophelia could not find any abnormality from the changed auxiliary magic circle. In addition, she was a 4th level wizard, and she had natural confidence in facing Thor, a 3rd level wizard. Even though she knew that Thor was unwilling, she was not worried that he would resist her. It was not his life anyway. He would not fight to the death. Thinking of this, Ophelia even had some bad taste. She wanted to see how special the man chosen by the diary of the dead wizard was. "Then let's start," Ophelia said softly, without any shyness at all. Thor tilted his head and looked at the vase in front of him. "But Sir Ophelia, didn't you say that you can simulate any form? If it is the appearance in front of me, I'm sorry to say that it doesn't interest me very much. It seems that you are ready. So what appearance do you like?" Soul was not in the mood to model here. Just use your own appearance. The transparent vase began to expand and surge, and squeezed out from the mouth of the bottle little by little. But when the disgusting flesh and blood appeared from the mouth of the bottle, it turned into a beautiful and familiar face. Ophelia. Her head drilled out of the mouth of the bottle, followed by a normal-length neck, and then in a burst of squeak. Amid the friction sound, her snow-white shoulders and curvy figure also squeezed out of the bottle mouth. Finally, she sat on the edge of the bottle mouth, pulled out her slender legs, and naturally placed her left leg on her right leg, with her round toes still trembling. If he hadn't seen the process of this piece of flesh and blood turning into a beauty, Soul might have enjoyed appreciating the naked beauty in front of him more. Yes, Ophelia, who had a clear purpose, simply didn't wear clothes this time. "Come here." Her slender fingers gently hooked at Soul, and her face also had a just right soft smile. She was really very dedicated in seducing Soul. Soul took a deep breath and walked forward. "If you don't take it off." Ophelia had just said half of her words, when Soul suddenly reached out and grabbed her by the back of her neck and pulled her into his arms. Ophelia, who was originally sitting at the mouth of the vase and slightly higher than Soul, obeyed and was pressed down by the waist. Then, her slightly purple lips were fiercely held by Soul. Perhaps no one had ever treated her so boldly before. Ophelia's eyes widened slightly, and soon a cold smile appeared on them. "So you like to be more aggressive, no problem." Soul paused slightly. He was clearly occupying Ophelia's lips, but a familiar voice came from her chest and abdomen. This voice was not transmitted to his spiritual body through secret language. What is this? Ventriloquism. Soul lowered his eyes distractedly. Ophelia seemed to know what he was thinking. Don't you feel sorry for Ona? It's okay, I can let her accompany you with me. Sol paused for a moment, and then suppressed more violently. At the same time, he used the secret language to express to Ophelia, I prefer beauties lying side by side, not nested inside and outside. Ophelia laughed again, and this time, the other party's voice came from her throat. Sol took the witch, whose fat was shaking with laughter, off the vase, and then pressed her directly to the ground. The whole process, their lips did not separate. After the two of them lay overlapping in the center of the witchcraft circle, the whole circle lit up with a gray-black light, and Sol's face seemed to have turned into a translucent gray. Ophelia put her hands into Thor's collar, and continued to tease him with secret language. Little guy, do you only know how to kiss? Was it always Pearl who took the initiative before? It's no wonder Ophelia teased him. Thor kissed for a long time, with both hands supporting the ground honestly, and he didn't even free one hand to touch Ophelia's uncovered body. Seeing that Thor didn't say anything, Ophelia thought she had guessed it right. The little guy in front of her was really immature. She stopped her hands from exploring downwards, and prepared to turn over to be on top, but at this moment, a strong red light suddenly appeared in the magic circle that was originally running peacefully. Instantly, the whole room changed from gray to dark red, as if it was stained with blood. Ophelia's eyes changed from blurry to cold, and she was about to get up, but she found that she was bound by a strange force. Looking around, Thor, who was pressing on her, only had his head to maintain the appearance of a human, and the other limbs had turned into gray tentacles, tightly wrapped around her, and still twisting. Ophelia sneered in her heart, and just when she wanted to let this restless little wizard in front of her understand what the power of a fourth-level wizard is, she suddenly felt a strong magic wave burst out from the other party's mouth. In an instant, the little wizard in front of her, the magic circle activated under her, and the red glass around her all disappeared. Ophelia slowly sat up, and found herself on a huge circular platform. There was endless darkness all around, and only in the farthest distance, some guys flickering like stars dotted the deep space. She slowly supported her body and sat up. Her posture was still elegant and charming. Is this his world of consciousness? Ophelia covered her lips and laughed softly. What a bold child. He dared to pull me into his world of consciousness, and he was not afraid that I would destroy it. As soon as she finished speaking, Ophelia heard the sound of pages turning above her head. She looked up and saw a huge dark red hardcover book floating quietly more than 10 meters above her head. The smile on her face slowly faded. Diary of a Dead Wizard. Is he trying to use this to delay time? On the other side, Thor stumbled and instantly came to another room from the highest tower of the white glazed castle. There were intricate pipes above the room, and a huge stove burning quietly on the side. There were charred wizard corpses in the furnace. Even after burning for so long, the corpses were still not completely burned. This is the core of the Sky City. The fuel furnace. Thor's body swayed, and he couldn't stand up in the end. He half knelt on the ground, supporting himself with one hand. Hey, are you alive? The white doll jumped out from the corner of the room. Thor looked up, and his lips had turned dark purple. He coughed twice, and spit out a section of his tongue that had turned purple to black. The moment the auxiliary magic circle was activated, Ophelia reacted. In order to hold down the opponent, and by time to pull her into the consciousness platform, Thor immediately transformed into Octopus Thor, and entangled her tightly. Although the delay allowed him to successfully pull Ophelia into the consciousness platform, the opponent's counterattack in that short moment still directly injured Thor's spiritual body, and his mouth felt like it was burning, as if he had drunk a can of sulfuric acid. However, even though he was a little embarrassed, Thor still smiled when he looked up. Ha, I knew you were here. The newly grown tongue was a little insensitive, and the injuries caused by Ophelia continued to spread. But Thor was still very satisfied now. He teleported to the combined body of Pearl and Nerala, just to bet that Ophelia would place them here at the fuel furnace, because according to the plan, after the two of them combined, they would immediately start a new round of connection experiments. The experiment required Pearl to be present, and also required a fuel furnace. Ophelia was likely to put the two together in advance, just like last time. And now, Thor won the bet. Chapter 793. I can't trap her for long. Open the connection now. Sol pointed to the magic circle that had been prepared long ago, and asked Peyer to stand at the designated position. Only the two of us? Can it work? Peyer had been staying with Ophelia these days, and didn't know the situation on Sol's side. But she still obeyed Sol's command, and ran to her position, with the short legs of the puppet. However, just as Peyer was about to move into the magic circle, the body of the white puppet suddenly turned to Sol uncontrollably, and the left arm instantly turned into a long whip and swung at Sol. Although Thor was injured, he was still alert and immediately grabbed the end of the whip. However, he found that his fingers were smoking. The whip was extremely corrosive. Ah! Narila's panicked voice came, "Master, my body and Pearl's body are out of control." Before the voice fell, the other arm of the white puppet swung again. It was also a white whip. Thor did not use his hands to resist this time, but instantly activated the electric light protection. However, when the powerful electric grid protection caught the whip, it also began to emit black smoke, and a gap was broken in a short time. Such a strong corrosive force, it can even corrode the witchcraft constructed by magic. Sol was shocked and realized that this was also Ophelia's method, but he could only bear it now. "Master, what should we do? We can't get through now, and we can't get out of this body." Narila was very anxious, and she didn't know how long Sol could trap Ophelia. Knowing that time was running out, Sol raised his hand without saying a word. The diary of the dead wizard instantly appeared in his palm. At the same time, the white puppet trembled all over, and shrank back to its original shape, collapsing on the ground. The diary in Thor's hand opened automatically, and a black page gradually formed inside. Thor smiled. Even though Ophelia trapped Pearl and Narila with the white puppet, he pulled the black page back into the diary with a slight pull. What surprised him even more was that the white puppet without a soul seemed to have lost its power and stopped attacking. Thor did not waste time and tore off the black page again. This time he threw the torn black page directly to the position designated by the magic circle. The moment the page landed, it immediately turned into a consciousness with two heads. Without a word of nonsense, Pei immediately closed her eyes and activated the magic circle. Thor wiped the purple blood from the corner of his mouth, and at the same time, opened the connection. The diary of the dead wizard above his head suddenly disappeared, and Ophelia knew that Thor must be doing something. Without the suppression of the diary, she could easily leave Thor's consciousness platform. However, just as she was about to destroy this place, the sky above her head suddenly changed from a deep sky to a sky full of stars. And those stars flashed a few times, and actually opened their eyes. Ophelia stood there for a moment then. She stabbed her own eyes out with her backhand. Thor, who used the power of the fantasy world to delay Ophelia again, shook for a while, and almost fainted. He used himself as a medium to transmit the power of the fantasy world's deaf demon. Although the other party treated him kindly, and he had been to the fantasy world twice, when transmitting the power, he still almost exhausted all his mental power, and his mental body was also traumatized, and he almost lost consciousness. Thor forced himself to instruct Peyer, "You stay here and transform this part into an auxiliary magic circle as quickly as possible." Peyer also opened her eyes, feeling uneasy, but she could only nod quickly, and immediately followed Thor's instructions to slightly modify the small magic circle embedded in one corner of the magic circle, turning it into an auxiliary magic circle for the Symphony of Fate. Thor didn't have time to stay here, and teleported again, with a headache that made his skull split. This time, he went directly to Mina, who was playing alone in the room. Mina was startled when she saw Thor suddenly appear, but she quickly smiled sweetly. "Brother Thor." The two wing-like hands on her head were also waving quickly. However, Thor had no time to pay attention to Mina. He went directly to the wooden box that Mina was leaning on, and smashed it to pieces with one palm. The fragments exploded, revealing a beautiful white porcelain kitten in the box. The kitten's eyes were as crystal clear as rubies. Thor put one hand on the kitten's head, and said in a weak but firm voice, "Be careful, the tsunami is coming." Mina propped up her small body and sat up, and saw a sudden explosion from inside the kitten in Thor's hand. The explosion blew a crack on the top of the white porcelain cat's head. Thor's hand was still pressing on the white porcelain cat, and he didn't let go even at the moment of the explosion. When the explosion occurred, a ball of red light burst out from his palm at the same time, and it flashed away. At the same time, in the lecture hall, the Institute of Knowledge, the Institute of Practice, the room where Thor rented, and the tallest tower of the white glazed castle, all shot a red beam of light into the sky. The beam of light shot up into the sky, turned urgently in the sky, and all turned to the center of the 5 light points, and then disappeared in midair, as if something swallowed the light. Mina sat on the bed, quietly looking at the white cat in Thor's hand. In her black pupils, the red beams of light shot into the room from 5 directions were reflected. The beams of light gathered on the exploding white porcelain cat, and disappeared again. Only Thor knew that the red light did not disappear, but entered the deep sea. Thor slowly closed his eyes. In his sight, several translucent lifelines stretched out from his fingertips, passed through the cracks of the white porcelain cat, and also entered the deep sea. Under the extreme pull of the lifeline, Floco, who was originally trapped on the bottom of the sea and unable to move, suddenly jumped and rushed towards the direction of light along the huge undercurrent raised by the seabed. Floco did not hold back at all, releasing all his strength and attacking freedom. He knew that this opportunity was very rare. If Thor had not promoted the cat's gratitude during this period and used the power of the fate line to help him accumulate a lot of deep-sea curses, he would not have been able to wait for this undercurrent. Floco tried his best to break through the deep-sea water pressure that suppressed him. Although the undercurrent this time caused a powerful tsunami, it still took 9 points of effort and 1 point of luck to bring him up from the bottom of the sea. But luck seemed unwilling to favor this water god who provided luck. As he gradually approached the sea surface, the curse of the deep sea seemed to react, and it actually raised a huge wave from the top of his head and hit him hard. The pressure brought by it prevented Floco from escaping from the predicament from top to bottom. Even if he mobilized the accumulated strength of his body to fight against the suppression of the deep sea, it seemed that it was always a little short. Looking at the sunlight that seemed to be within reach but could not be touched, Floco shouted, "What a joke! What a joke! Just a little bit! Just a little bit! I want to get out! Let me get out!" Ah! However, this roar did not bring him strength, but made the resistance on his body heavier and heavier, just like the water current in the deep sea turned into heavy chains, binding him and vowing to take him back to the bottom of the sea. Finally, Floco exhausted all his strength, but stopped floating only a line away from the sea surface. The momentum was gone. Just like a lead ball thrown to the highest point, the huge gravity was about to make it fall back to the ground at a terrifying speed. Freedom, like flying, seemed to be just an unattainable dream. Just as the light in Floco's eyes was about to fade, suddenly several translucent threads penetrated the sea surface and entangled Floco's white-cat body. These thin threads looked fragile, but when they gave Floco a slight pulling force, they injected him with new strength. The next second, Floco's eyes flashed. Wah! The heavy water pressure could no longer restrain him, the sea surface was broken, and the white cat's body broke out of the water. Voila! At the same time, the white porcelain cat under Thor's palm completely turned into a ball of transparent water flew into the air, and turned from a condensed ball of water droplets into a palm-sized, slender water elf with a human body and a fish tail. Chapter 794. Thor looked up at the water spirit in front of him. The other party's whole body was made of water, without a trace of impurities. Therefore, Thor could not see the other party's facial features, but only the overall outline. It was like a simple sculpture made of water. But when Thor squinted his eyes and looked over, he could see the shadow of the pentagram inside the body of the water god. Symphony of Destiny, the second goal, achieved. Thor smiled at first, then he could no longer hold on, and sat directly on the ground, leaning on Mina's small bed. Although he was exhausted, Thor was in a very happy mood. Before the water god broke free from the seal, he connected his fate line to the other party, forming a pentagram, and first transmitted his own power of fate to Floco. When Floco successfully broke free from the deep sea seal because of his power, the other party's fate also changed dramatically. The fate of a 5th level wizard was changed by Thor. This released a huge and immeasurable power of fate. Now, this power is feeding back to Thor along the fate line connecting Thor and Floco. Although this force of destiny cannot be directly reflected in the increase of mental power and magic power, Thor believes that he will soon be able to figure out the benefits of the increase of the force of destiny. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the distance. The sound came from the direction of the white glazed castle. At the same time, Thor also found that the auxiliary magic circle arranged on the white glazed castle was also destroyed. As expected of a 4th level wizard, you came out so quickly. If Thor hadn't used the consciousness platform to hold her back first, and then connected to the fantasy world, and used the power of the fantasy world to temporarily strengthen the stars in the consciousness platform, the other party would probably have broken through the confinement long ago. And now, Thor was one step faster after all, and released the water god. He looked at the water god who had turned into a mermaid, and whispered, "According to the agreement, I rescued you. Now, it's your turn to help me solve the problem." Floco swung his tail in the air, and some water droplets broke away from his body, and were sucked back. "Don't worry, since I have reached an agreement with you, I will naturally help you stop Ophelia." As soon as the voice fell, Floco's figure disappeared on the spot. As expected of a former 5th level, the ability to teleport is standard. Thor sighed and looked back at Mina, who was stunned and didn't know what happened. He rubbed Mina's head. "Go to sleep. Everything you saw today is a dream that will be quickly forgotten. You will remember the content of this dream when you become a formal wizard." Mina was looking at Thor strangely, as if she wanted to ask why this dream was so clear, but before she could open her mouth, her eyes closed first, and then her body softened and fell back on the bed, making a long breath. She really fell asleep. At this time, Pear, who had been holding back for a long time, started to yell in her diary. "Hurry, hurry! I want to see that guy beat Ophelia." Thor's mental strength recovered a little, and he teleported immediately. However, he did not go to the White Glazed Castle, but returned to his temporary residence in Sky City. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Thor explained while running towards the fish tank. Although the water god Foresaw has broken the seal, his strength has not yet fully recovered. Even if he can stop Ophelia now, he can't hold on for too long. It is better not to go and watch the fun, and take the opportunity to escape. "What? So useless? Then why did you go to so much trouble to save him?" Pear didn't understand. "Because the agreement between him and me was not for him to save me, but to save myself." "Save myself?" Pear still didn't understand. Soul smiled slightly, but didn't explain. Now Floco is the second target chosen by Soul's Symphony of Destiny, and his fate line is connected to Soul. As long as he is alive, he can provide Soul with the power of destiny. And if his fate has a lot of twists and turns in the future, it can provide more power of destiny for Thor. In order to save Thor, the other party will definitely fight against Ophelia, which also means that his future fate will definitely not be smooth sailing. From the magic world of death, Thor understood a truth that only a more tortuous fate can give birth to a more powerful power of destiny. He wants to save Floco, but he can't let the other party rest easy from now on. This is Thor's conspiracy. If you want freedom, you have to accept the pressure that comes with freedom. Floco also knew this, but after being sealed for hundreds of years, he still happily reached a deal with Thor. Thor suddenly understood Kismet's style of doing things. The power of destiny is very similar to the power of death involved in the diary of the dead wizard. So Kismet didn't want Thor to die, nor did he want him to live too smoothly. The Dragon Slayer finally becomes a dragon. Thor shook his head and stopped thinking about it, but began to look for Kate, who had never appeared. The coordinates that Thor teleported to were exactly the orange cat Kate, but when he arrived at the laboratory, he did not see Kate's figure at the first time. Strange, Kate should be here? Thor turned around the room, but still did not see the fat cat. Only in the large water tank next to it, that had become clean again, the ugly mermaid was swimming up and down, as if frightened by the explosion just now. Where did Kate go? Thor was still in a hurry to leave, and did not have much time to look for Kate. Forget it, call the others back first. The diary of the dead wizard appeared in his palm, and Thor moved his mind, and several black pages instantly appeared in front of the black pages where Pearl and Nyrila were. This is the power of the diary now. Several consciousnesses were obviously scattered to other places by Thor to set up auxiliary magic circles, but Thor only needed a thought to pull them all back to the diary. It can also be regarded as passive teleportation. Everything went well. Thor asked Egu and others. No problem, as you ordered, the hidden line has been laid. Several consciousnesses gave similar answers. Soul was very satisfied. Then he walked towards the large water tank. Soul put all other important items into the storage device before going to find Ophelia. But the mermaid in the water tank could not be put in. So he chose to come back before leaving, just to take the orange cat Kate and the mermaid away. But he didn't know where Kate ran to. However, when Soul was ready to give up Kate and knock the mermaid out, he found that the mermaid in front of him seemed a little bit wrong. Wait, you are Kate. Soul finally found something unusual in the mental fluctuations emitted by the mermaid. This mermaid, who had no intelligence, actually had the same mental fluctuations as Kate. It was just so weak that he didn't notice the changes in the mermaid's inner self without a careful inspection. Kate, how did your soul get into the mermaid's body? First it was a cat, and now it's a fish. Kate's soul really has special preferences, and can live anywhere. The ugly mermaid lay on the glass wall, unable to speak, but showing a very sad expression. When she found that she couldn't even speak, she began to slap the glass violently, and then, crying loudly, "Forget it, I don't have time to study you now, just stay still." Thor stepped forward, pulled the mermaid out of the water, held her under his armpit and ran away. Originally, he wanted to knock the mermaid out and take her away, but now the mermaid is Kate, who is more honest, so there is no need to beat her. Thor took out a tube of reagent and poured it into his mouth, then completely opened the door in his body, and magic power continued to flow into his body. The next second, Thor broke through the roof and flew directly above the Sky City. In the distance, two blurry shadows were fighting over the white glazed castle. The powerful magic fluctuations almost shattered all the glass and ceramic products of the white-glazed castle. Even several sharp towers collapsed to the ground. There were several third-level wizards flying in the air, but no one dared to approach the warring parties. Thor took a last look at Floco, whose breath had begun to weaken, and turned around and rushed out of the Sky City. Chapter 795. Don't you need to worry about Floco. Although he is broken free from the seal, his strength has not fully recovered. I'm afraid he can't hold out for too long. Beth reminded Thor in her diary. If he loses, Ophelia will definitely come after you. In your current state, you may not be able to outrun her. Thor was flying fast in the sky, and the mermaid in his hand had been covered from head to tail with a black cloak. It's not that I don't care about him. I have arranged a retreat for him. If he still can't escape from Ophelia, then there is no need for me to train him as the second target. It is autumn now, but the location of Sky City is at a lower latitude, and the sun is still hot. The sky is cloudless, which is not conducive to Thor's escape. However, in front of the fourth-level wizard, who can teleport over long distances, the distance of Thor's escape is not important. Sky City is very close to the Iskepper continent, separated by only a strait. What Thor has to do is to find the wizard branch of the Stargate Council on the coastline before Ophelia breaks free from the water god Floco. Although the attitude of the Stargate Council towards him is unclear, the glowing family, one of the largest forces in the Stargate Council, is his backer's backer. When he arrives at the Stargate Council, even Ophelia will not dare to arrest him forcefully. As for the future, when Floco slowly recovers his strength, he will definitely have some conflicts with Ophelia, who is also studying water attributes. At that time, Ophelia probably won't have time to communicate with Thor in depth. And according to Ophelia's previous meaning, after she tries to advance to the 5th level, this body may undergo unexpected changes, and it will be impossible to verify the mystery of Thor's body. In short, Thor only needs to hide during this period, and he won't have to worry about the chastity problem later. However, offending Ophelia is already a fait accompli. Thor's current plan is to go to the sphere of influence of the glow first, and then go to the farther Nephrite continent. But the premise of all this is that he cannot be caught by Ophelia halfway. Fortunately, even a 4th-level wizard cannot teleport at will. They are also limited by distance and environment. Especially after Thor learned short-distance teleportation, he guessed that other wizards also need a coordinate to teleport. But it's not like his fate line coordinates are more limited. There should be other ways to help them locate and teleport. At this time, Thor felt that the magic conflict behind him seemed to have become smaller. He looked back while flying. The Sky City has become a small dot, but Thor can still faintly feel Ophelia's power. She is worthy of being a 4th-level wizard. I wonder if I can suppress her after I become a 4th-level wizard through the Symphony of Destiny. Huh? Why is he here? Thor was still enjoying his advancement to the 4th level, and was giving back to Ophelia, but his flying speed did not slow down at all. However, as he was flying, he suddenly discovered a familiar magical fluctuation. It was also the fluctuation of a powerful 4th-level wizard. He narrowed his eyes, and a long-lost fate line suddenly appeared in his sight. Kismet? Thor raised his hand, and lightly touched the fate line. He disappeared instantly, and appeared on a huge sea fish on the sea surface in the next second. This fish is shaped like a ray, flat and huge, with a long and thin tail. The body area just above the sea is nearly 100 square meters. And there is a person standing on this giant fish. The person is holding a small harp in his hand, playing a sad tune while being in a daze. When Thor appeared on the back of the giant ray, he also turned his head. The silver curly hair mixed with water vapor, shining in the scorching sun. Kismet showed a bright smile. Long time no see, master brother. Thor also smiled and said, long time no see. But Kismet, I have returned your soul fragment to you. Now you are no longer a servant of the diary. There is no need to call me master. Of course, don't call me brother. Kismet immediately refused. That won't work. I have already recognized you as my master. How can I abandon you when I become stronger halfway? Kismet said, while observing Thor carefully, then raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, You don't have the power of death. You didn't use the promotion method I gave you? Of course I did, but I made some changes. But I still want to thank you. The promotion method you gave me is really amazing. Kismet sighed, and he rarely had such a serious expression on his face. That was the promotion method of the previous owner of the Dead Wizard Diary. It is a method that has been proven to be successful. For you who also want the diary to officially recognize the owner, it is a plan that can be replicated 100%. You are willing to change it? He looked at Thor again, with a complicated expression, and the change was very successful. How come it looks like a power higher than the power of death? Although he was very curious about Thor's current state, Kismet did not delve into Thor's current promotion plan. The plan for upgrading from level 3 to level 4 is like the choice of a locator for a level 2 apprentice. It is crucial and easy to be targeted, so you can't easily explore other people's promotion methods. And the promotion from level 4 to level 5 is not so cautious. The water god Foresaw has hidden the method in his biography, and Ophelia has generously given the biography to Thor. Although the method is not a secret, the difficulty is there, and still not many people can succeed. Thor did not mean to explain, even though his promotion plan could not be copied by others. At least, there is no second death-telling demon in this world. While the two were talking, a strong mental force spread along the sea surface to the two people. Thor frowned slightly. Ophelia. After meeting Kismet, Thor did not rush to escape, but landed on the big fish and talked to it. The big fish even swam towards the Sky City. That is to say, during this period, Thor even approached the Sky City. But he was not nervous. The 5th level water god breaking the seal brought him a lot of destiny power. This power will not only become his reliance for promotion to the 4th level, but also give Thor positive feedback in other aspects of life. For example, now. Thor immediately confessed to Kismet, Ophelia may be here to catch me. Kismet did not look surprised, but still asked, oh, how did you offend her? It's not that I offended her, it's that she suddenly became interested in my body. But you also know that I am at a critical moment of promotion now, and I don't want to become her experimental subject. Kismet heard this and looked at Thor deeply, with an expression on his face that was about to laugh. It seems that because of the Wind Demon, the Sky City Lord is also interested in the Master's body. Soul said seriously, this kind of thing can't be joked about. Ha! Kismet smiled and shook his head, shaking the harp in his hand at his fingertips. Brother Master, please rest assured that your most loyal servant is here. As long as you don't agree, no one can take away your innocent body. Soul's forehead twitched, thinking that Kismet was deliberately mocking him. Chapter 796. The encounter with Kismet was very brief. After Ophelia's spiritual power floated over the sea, Kismet asked Thor to leave first, and he faced the wrath of the Sky City Lord for him. Although he felt a little sorry, Thor still agreed to leave the trouble to Kismet. Then he continued to take off, and headed for the predetermined destination. And long after he took off, there was no battle between the two 4th level wizards behind him. Thor looked back several times, but did not see anything unusual. No fight? He was a little confused. Kismet had pretended to be a 2nd level wizard and pretended to recognize Ophelia as his master, which was somewhat teasing. The conflict between these two people must be quite big. I didn't expect that they hadn't fought until now. It seems that Kismet is good at speaking and persuaded Ophelia to go back. It would be best if there was no direct conflict. Ophelia is a 4th level wizard after all, and the Lord of the Sky City. Although her power is relatively small among the 4th level wizards, it should not be underestimated. It's good to avoid escalating the conflict. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, there was no pursuer behind him, and Thor finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that we have escaped. The other consciousnesses were congratulating Thor. Only the residual spirit of Pearl was not satisfied. Look at you, you are so proud. You are lucky to have met Kismet, otherwise according to your previous plan, I am afraid that old witch would have caught up with you. Thank your luck, otherwise you would have been eaten up by the old witch, and then really eaten up. Thor shook his head. The power that cannot be controlled by people, and is ethereal and unpredictable is called luck. I will not call it luck this time. What is that? It is called the echo of the symphony of fate, the feedback of the power of fate, and of course, it is mixed with a little bit of the cat's gratitude. Pearl didn't seem to understand, but seemed to understand a little, and fell silent in a daze. Soul stopped talking. At the end of the sight, a winding coastline appeared in the shadows. Soul thought Kismet persuaded Ophelia not to chase him, but he didn't know that when Ophelia saw Kismet, she was not angry at all, and even without the other party speaking, she took the initiative to give up catching Soul and landed on the back of the big fish that Kismet was riding. Didn't I tell you to come back in half a year? Ophelia sat on the fin and put her feet into the sea. The huge manta ray that was shaking its fins and paddling suddenly became quiet and didn't dare to move. It floated on the sea like a corpse and drifted with the current. I think you imprisoned my master and don't want me to come earlier? Kismet sneered, and it was hard to tell whether he was angry or not. Ophelia said openly, how can it be imprisonment? It's just an experiment. Aren't you concentrating on using the ancient water god's method to advance to the 5th level? How do you have the energy to experiment with my master? At this point, Ophelia's expression finally changed, looking a little unwilling and determined. I originally just wanted to leave a clone as a backup plan. But after fighting with a water elemental life just now, I realized that I can never use the ancient water god's method to advance to the 5th level. Water elemental life? Kismet was a little confused. Why didn't he know that there were pure elemental life in this world? But this is not the most important thing at the moment. Are you sure that the ancient water god's method cannot be used to advance? You are the only 4th level wizard in the world who specializes in water elements. If even you can't use this method to advance, then others have no hope. Ophelia's face darkened. No. I have always overlooked one point. The ancient water god is not a human. He should be the legendary Qinglin tribe, which is a kind of mermaid tribe. And the Qinglin tribe can completely transform themselves into water life. And no matter how close I get to the water system, I can't completely become a single element life. Kismet didn't sympathize with Ophelia, and even smiled and suggested, or you can transform yourself into a mermaid under the Red Sea tree? Ophelia glanced at Kismet. Don't call the monsters created by the tribunal mermaids. Yes, I heard that the tribunal gave them a new race name, whale people. Ophelia didn't care. It's just a group of low-level life forms living in mud and garbage. It's hard for them to come up with a name. Kismet said nothing more, lowered his head, and began to fiddle with his harp again. Ophelia lost her temper first. Since you don't let me go and capture Thor, let's start our original plan. Kismet suddenly raised his eyes, and stared at Ophelia. Ophelia chuckled. Why are you staring at me like that? Didn't we agree to work together to contact the former owner of the dead wizard diary, Mr. Douglas? Kismet had a blank expression. Are you sure you want to contact him? He is not a kind messenger. Aren't you afraid that if you contact him, he will eat you as a snack? The smile on Ophelia's face also disappeared. Obviously, she was also instinctively afraid when the previous owner of the diary was mentioned. But Ophelia was a person with clear goals and quite stubborn. She quickly overcame her fear. I dared to contact him, so I naturally have the confidence not to be eaten. Now it depends on you, whether you are willing to be the introducer for me. Kismet lowered his head and gently plucked the harp. The sound of the harp was drowned out by the sound of the surrounding waves. It's useless even if I want to. The only Stargate is now firmly controlled by the Stargate Council, and no one is allowed to get close. How can I contact Douglas? Ophelia's eyes lit up. Her head suddenly flew up from her shoulders, stretching her neck to a very long length, and her face came directly in front of Kismet. Her face was full of excitement, so excited that her facial features were a little hideous. Who said there is only one Stargate in this world? She confessed without waiting for Kismet to ask. This time, I helped Thor to communicate and connect to another world, and on the way to that world, I found a tiny gap in the wall of the world. Thor can only try to connect to other worlds through the gap. Now, we have our own Stargate, and we don't have to look at the faces of those cowards anymore. Kismet was completely shocked and didn't speak for a long time. After a long time, he lowered his head, his shoulders shaking, and he laughed non-stop. Thor can also communicate with another world? He always brings me surprises. Ophelia narrowed her eyes and waited quietly for Kismet's answer. The laughter stopped abruptly, and Kismet raised his head again, his eyes ferocious and twisted. Since you have even prepared a gap in the world wall, I will help you contact my former master. It just so happens that I have something stored with him. Chapter 797. Though Thor didn't see how Kismet stopped Ophelia, he believed that Guy must have a way. While thinking, Thor had landed on the westernmost coast of the Iskepper continent. In order to find the people of the glowing family as soon as possible and get rid of Ophelia's control, Thor deliberately chose the harbor with the largest population. However, before Thor landed, a black shadow suddenly appeared on a hill close to the harbor, and then the black shadow flew towards Thor at a very fast speed. As he got closer, Thor realized that the flying shadow was actually a huge coffin, nearly 3 meters long, surrounded by black wood, and it was the kind of coffin that was wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. Thor stopped immediately. The coffin opposite also stopped less than 30 meters away from Thor, floating in the air. Thor narrowed his eyes, and the person opposite was also a third-level wizard. Although there must be a lot of third-level wizards in the Stargate Council headquarters on the Iskepper continent, he didn't expect that there would be one near a city he randomly found. Because wizard resources are limited, especially near ordinary people's cities, there are few high-level wizard materials, so most high-level wizards will be concentrated in a few areas. After the black coffin on the opposite side stopped, the lid on it slowly opened, revealing the black soil filled inside. The soil was mixed with dead leaves and gray-white stones, and it looked like soil turned over from a random field. Then a pale arm came out from it, followed by a naked shoulder, an equally pale body, and a slender neck with purple-red blood vessels clearly visible. But there is no head. The neck suddenly tightened, and a purple-red root emerged from the tip as thick as a thumb. After growing 5 centimeters in height, it suddenly separated and became 2 huge leaves with serrated edges. Somewhat like a Venus flytrap. Emerald green on the outside and bright red on the inside. A voice came from the other party's neck. Wizard Thor, you should stay in the no man's land. That is your territory and your duty. The other party should be a member of the Stargate Council, but Thor did not expect him to speak so domineeringly. Since it's a territory, it's not a cage. Sol said with a smile, I haven't asked you yet, have I? Oler. But it doesn't matter, you should go back. Sol lowered his eyes, and looked at the port and the waves below. What if I don't go back? Oler, who had a grass head and a human body, lay in the mud and pulled his other arm out of the mud. The arm began to shrink from the forearm, and turned into a purple-red vine. The tip of the vine was also a pair of leaves with serrated edges. Then I take you back. The other party's voice was cold, and didn't sound like he was joking. Sol smiled, then it depends on whether you have the ability to do it. Seeing that the two were about to clash, the humanoid package carried by Sol trembled. Although Kate couldn't see outside, her mental power could roughly sense what was happening. He didn't want to stay between 2 third-level wizards, who were about to fight. It was not easy to get out of the cat's body, but I didn't expect the price to be entering the body of a mermaid, and it was so ugly. If I had known, I wouldn't have made a wish to the white porcelain cat so early. The wish was fulfilled, but the way it was fulfilled was too tricky. Just as Kate was worried about her own safety, and the atmosphere between Thor and Ole was getting more and more tense, another powerful magic wave erupted from the mountain where Ole had just come from, bringing a wave of air and flying over with great momentum. Thor and Ole looked at the person at the same time, and neither chose to take action at this time. When the person approached, Thor found that it was someone he knew. Thor didn't know many people in the Stargate Council. In addition to Mentor Gorza, who could barely be considered an insider, the other person was Corey, who was once his opponent and later became his companion because of the outbreak of the Black Tide in the Borderlands. He was good at emotional control. I haven't seen him for nearly a year, and he is still a senior second-level wizard. It seems that it is really not easy to enter the 3rd level. Corey still had a blank expression on her face, wearing a gorgeous Rococo-style dress, looking more like a doll than a living person. She saw the tense atmosphere between Thor and Oler, and she exuded a fragrance different from seawater before she got close. The tense nerves of Thor and Ole relaxed a little. The most obvious thing was that Ole retracted his arm that had turned into a purple vine into the soil. Seeing this, Corey had no expression on her face, but she felt relieved. As a second-level wizard, she had limited influence on 2 third-level wizards. The atmosphere was eased because both sides did not really want to fight. It was more of an arrogant test and a direct test of confidence. When she came between Thor and Ole, Corey nodded slightly to Thor. Long time no see, Mr. Thor. The two of them had worked well together, and Thor nodded in return. Hello, Wizard Corey. After greeting, Corey turned to face Oler. Sir Oler, Sir Sol has come to Iskepper, and is a guest of the Stargate Council. Please allow me to entertain him. Guest? The Stargate Council didn't invite him, did it? Oler, the plant head, chuckled. Corey withstood the pressure from the 3rd-level Oler. He is not a guest of the Stargate Council, but a guest of Radiance. When the word Radiance was mentioned, Oler finally let go. Since he is a guest of your Huiguang, you should entertain him. After saying that, Ole prepared to lie back in the coffin. But halfway through, he suddenly stopped, stretched out his human arm, picked up something on the edge of the coffin, threw it down, and then continued to lie down. The heavy upper cover closed automatically with a dull bang sound. Then it bounced back into the mountains like a cannonball. Corey then turned around and smiled at Thor. Her smile only moved the muscles around her lips, and her eyes did not change at all. Thor felt a little uncomfortable and pinched his nose. If you can't laugh, don't laugh. No, Corey's voice was flat, and the smile was still fixed on his face. The chief told me to practice dealing with people more, and not be like an emotionless doll all the time. The key is that your smile has no emotion. Thor complained in his heart and changed the subject. Just now, the wizard Oler and the glowing family are not on good terms? Corey glanced at Thor strangely. He is not on good terms with you. His student Luke died in the no man's land. Luke was the last person who competed with Thor and Corey for the 3rd-level wizard position. His death has nothing to do with me. But you are the final winner. Corey said bluntly. A 3rd-level wizard is a very important bargaining chip. Do you think of yourself as a bargaining chip? Sol asked with a smile. Corey did not answer. Since you are here, do you want to pay a visit to Lord Norton, the leader of the glowing clan? Thor touched his chin, wondering if Corey's appearance here and interrupting the conflict between him and Ol was also related to the power of destiny given to him by the water god Froko. Are you waiting for me here on purpose? Corey turned back in surprise and pursed her lips. The chief said that if you meet a guest, you can bring the person back to see him. At this time, the two were close to the harbor, and people on the coast could see them as long as they looked up. But Thor stopped. I'm afraid we can't meet today. Corey had no choice but to stop. She followed Thor's gaze. A two-passenger carriage had stopped at the coast at some point. The moment her eyes touched it, the two horses pulling the carriage suddenly displayed a pair of huge black wings. The two horses took off suddenly with the Loki carriage behind them, scaring the ordinary people around to avoid it. Looking at the dark carriage approaching quickly, Corey's eyes suddenly widened. The Pegasus of the Eternal Night Empire. She suddenly realized something, and immediately looked at Thor beside her, muttering, the highest class carriage for the court of arbitration to receive guests. Thor smiled bitterly. Maybe they are afraid that I will be late. Chapter 798. Corey could stop the temptation of the third-level wizard, who was also a member of the Stargate Council, but she could never stop the Pegasus of the Judgment Court alone. Even the driver was only a second-level wizard. Unless the wizard Oler, who had just left, came back again and united with her to keep Thor. But Corey knew that this was impossible. Although she told Thor that the wizard Oler was dissatisfied with Thor because his students died in the no man's land. But the root of the conflict between the two sides was actually the conflict of ideas between the glowing family and the speaker of the Stargate. They would definitely not try to retain Thor, who was destined to belong to the glorious faction. Moreover, the tribunal was looking to invite people instead of arresting them, so it was even less likely that they would clash with the Pegasus carriage for Thor. Seeing the worry in Corey's eyes, Thor comforted her instead. Don't worry, I promised to go to the tribunal to meet the big boss anyway. I just didn't expect them to wait here. Thor calculated the time. There is still half a month before the agreed time. It's a bit late to leave now. Maybe the court of arbitration saw that Thor had not shown up for a long time, so they decided to come and pick him up. As for how they knew Thor would appear here, maybe they had their own way of knowing, just like the leader of the glowing clan. As they were talking, the Pegasus carriage, which was very low-key except for the horses, had stopped in front of Thor and Corey. Even if the wings did not flap greatly, the carriage could still float steadily in the air. The wizard driving the carriage was covered in a black cloak, and did not reveal his face even when he came to Thor. The wizard driver said in a hoarse voice, Sir Thor, please get in the car. I will take you to the Palace of Eternal Night. Thor did not expect that the destination was the Eternal Night Empire. Are we going to the Judgment Court? The Lord will be waiting for you there. Thor turned his head to Corey and said, I promised to go to the Judgment Court before, and now I have kept my appointment. Please apologize to Patriarch Norton for me. I will visit him again if I have the chance. Corey said nothing, and could only watch Thor get on the carriage of the Judgment Court quietly. The interior of the tribunal's carriage was as low-key as its exterior, and could even be described as shabby. In the carriage, there were no cushions, except for the most basic wooden seats. The entire carriage did not even have a window, but a lantern was placed on the rearmost seat. The entire lantern stand was made of brass, and a thin layer of dust had fallen on the glass wall inside. The handle above the lantern was also polished to a shine. It looked like a lamp that had been used for a long time. The light inside was stable, and even in the bumpy carriage, the wick inside did not shake violently, but always emitted a soft light, making this dark-colored carriage look warm. Thor chose to sit on the right seat, and his eyes fell on the lantern behind him. He thought, there are no wizard props in the highest standard carriage of the tribunal, no witchcraft or fluoride lighting, but they chose such an ordinary lantern. Is there something on it that I can't see? Thor had already used his mental power to scan the entire carriage. Except for the Pegasus in front, and the second-level wizard coachman, there was no magic feedback anywhere else, including the lantern in front of him. But Thor couldn't believe that this Pegasus carriage was really so ordinary. At this time, Kate, who was casually placed on the ground by Thor, struggled out of her cloak. I need water. Kate breathed hard. My skin has begun to dry and crack. Fortunately, the carriage was large enough, and Thor took out a large wooden barrel from the storage device, which was just enough to stuff Kate's whole fish into it. He cast a zero-level water magic, and filled the barrel with water directly. Only then did he see Kate's head come out, leaning against the edge of the wooden barrel, and taking a breath. How are you adapting to the new body? Thor sealed the space inside the carriage, and the wizards outside could not hear them talking. Not at all. Kate said frustratedly. Lord Thor, you'd better make a new container for me as soon as possible. This body has no legs, and the internal organs are also very strange. I think I might go crazy if I stay here any longer. Thor raised his hand and pressed it on Kate's head. He didn't want to touch her head, but to inject magic into Kate's new body. There is indeed a lot of pollution in this body. I originally thought of going to the glowing station to help you clean up the pollution, but I didn't expect to start running around again now. He withdrew his hand, and there were some impurities in his palm that looked like a mixture of soil and algae. Sol poured the impurities in his hand into a test tube, sealed it, and put it back into the storage container. I will simply clean it for you now, and try to adapt to this body. Kate looked up in surprise. Aren't you going to change the container for me? Thor smiled and leaned back in his seat. I've been testing your soul's reaction when you were in a cat's body. Now I have a chance to see your state in a mermaid's body. Mermaid, what a rare experimental material. Kate's face twitched. However, he also knew how rare mermaids were. If he put himself in their shoes, he would definitely want to study the mermaid's body. In the end, he could only sigh. Well, okay, then you have to take care of my soul, and don't let me really go crazy. Kate stopped talking after that, and quietly took a bath, repairing her skin that was cracked by the high-altitude flight. In the closed carriage, Thor could not see outside, nor did he know where the carriage had flown to. After about an hour, the bumpy body of the carriage began to fall, followed by a slight vibration, and then stopped completely. The carriage door was open from the outside, and the sunlight immediately shone into the carriage, turning the originally warm yellow interior of the carriage into bright white. But the coachman at the door did not let Thor get off. Sir Thor, we are going to enter the ultra-long-distance teleportation array from Iskepper to Skate. You don't have to worry about safety, but you can't use your magic and mental power during this period. Thor has heard of ultra-long-distance teleportation arrays. But why go to Skate? The Skate continent is in the northwest of the existing continents in the world, with Iskepper in the middle and Neflit in the east, closer to the southern hemisphere. Shor normally has to pass through Iskepper to go to Neflit, but he finally came here. But he was taken back to Skate by the people of the Judgment Court. Aren't we going to the Palace of Eternal Night? Yes. It's just faster this way. Before Thor asked, the driver lowered his voice and continued, there is no direct long-distance teleportation array between Iskepper and Neflit. Has the conflict between the Stargate Council and the Court of Arbitration become so deep? The driver did not give Thor time to think and closed the door directly. Originally, his mission was to take Thor to Neflit, as long as Thor followed him obediently. Anyway, even if he wanted to run, he couldn't. Sol sat in the carriage, and suddenly felt that he had lost his perception of space. Because he had experienced going to the chaotic area several times, this cross-continental space teleportation array did not make him lose his composure. At the same time, Sol also firmly controlled his magic power not to show up. But at this moment, he suddenly turned to the lantern in the carriage with his extremely sharp mental power. The lantern still emitted a stable light when it moved in space. It was as if it was not in the carriage, but in an independent space, completely unaffected by ultra-long-distance teleportation. Sol's pupils suddenly contracted, and in the chaotic perception of space, in a slight dizziness, a name suddenly popped up in his mind. Flim. Chapter 799. Thor kept staring at the lantern during the rest of the trip. The lantern was more stable than Thor during the transmission. With Thor's mental power, the only person who could be stronger than him in mental power was probably a 4th-level wizard. And the 4th-level wizard, who was related to Light, was a member of the Judgment Court. Thor could not think of anyone else except Flim, the president of the Judgment Court. The spatial transformation finally stabilized, and the carriage stopped in place. The driver outside might be adjusting his body's discomfort. The ultra-long-distance teleportation array has a great impact on the human body and mind. Even though there are protective facilities in the teleportation array, Thor felt that his spirit body was somewhat shaken during the long teleportation. However, the lantern opposite him was still stable. If Thor had not vaguely felt a slight fluctuation of mental power on the lantern when the magic array was activated, he would probably have regarded it as an ordinary item like a carriage. The Lord of the Court came to pick me up personally, Thor asked tentatively. Recognized by Thor, the light of the lantern was still warm and stable. Flim did not pretend to be absent. A spiritual force was transmitted into Thor's mind, and a majestic and somewhat ethereal voice automatically sounded. Mermaids in Nephrite cannot be sold privately. Those found will be punished. Sol immediately replied, I stole it from someone else. Now I am returning it to the original owner in Nephrite. Seeing that the lantern did not speak, Thor just let the matter pass. The court master is not here just to find me, right? Sol continued to test the other party's attitude. The spiritual thought came from the lantern again. You suppressed and sealed the eye of the storm that was about to explode by yourself. Hearing this, Thor raised his eyebrows in his heart. It has been a year since this happened. Is it an excuse for the other party to bring it up now? If the other party puts the purpose on the surface, Thor can still think of a targeted way, just like he deliberately dealt with Ophelia. I need to confirm whether there is any potential contamination in you. Thor immediately thought of the white bone on the tip of his right finger. The pollution on it directly detonated. A third-level wizard. Thor did not move, thinking that he had been with this lantern for almost a day, and slowly pretended to be suddenly aware of it and asked, "Do you think I have any hidden pollution?" "You have almost no pollution unique to the black tide, so it is more suspicious. But I will personally check the specific inspection after the eternal night." Personally, the one in front of him is not actually the real person, but more like a thought attached to it. No matter whether he will go to the judgment court again in the future, Thor is relieved that he is not in front of a real fourth-level boss. Having just escaped from Ophelia, he didn't want to confront another fourth rank right away. And the judgment court is different from Sky City. Because of the strength of the judgment court and the Stargate Council, Ophelia's influence is mostly limited to Sky City, so she can't hunt down Thor all over the world. But if the judgment court is really angered, and no other fourth rank comes out to protect Thor, then he will have to accept a wanted order or even a judgment order all over the world. Thinking of the judgment order, Thor is actually very curious. The wizards of the judgment court were once ordered to kill people with a judgment order, and most of the people killed had no clear reason. So why did they issue the judgment order? It can't be just to exclude dissidents. But Thor couldn't ask directly. He turned to mention, the driver outside said that the destination this time is not the judgment court, but the Palace of Eternal Night. Thor suddenly thought that to go to the judgment court, he must pass through the Palace of Eternal Night. Just like he returned to state to go to the Nephilim continent. However, Flim's answer was completely different from what Thor had expected. "I went to the Palace of Eternal Night because I need your help. The Court of Arbitration actually wants my help." Sol was surprised, but he still asked calmly, "What do you need me to do?" "Please ask Dr. Thor to treat the mermaids polluted by the black tide." Flim emphasized the word doctor. Sol smiled. "So my reputation as a doctor has spread to Nefert? Then I won't be modest. I do have some experience with the pollution caused by the black tide. If you can solve the mermaid problem, the Court of Arbitration will not let you work in vain." After delivering this message, the warm yellow light in the lantern suddenly disappeared, and the entire carriage was dark. Thor could not feel Flim's presence. He pushed the door of the carriage open a crack and looked at the back of the coachman. "How are you recovering?" "You can leave at any time, Lord Thor." The coachman immediately turned half sideways to respond. Neither of them mentioned Flim, who had just left. "Then let's go." Thor snapped his fingers and used the lighting technique to make the carriage bright again. Anyway, he didn't want to stay in the dark carriage until he entered the next ultra-long distance teleportation array. The Pegasus carriage did not take off, but moved steadily on the land. It was obvious that the teleportation array leading to the Nephilim continent was not close to here. Thor looked out through the door that was not completely closed, and suddenly felt that the scenery in the distance was a little familiar. "Which area of the state continent is this? You should be very familiar with this place." The driver whispered, "This is one of the entrances to the Borderlands, Dwarf Valley." Thor was not very familiar with Dwarf Valley. However, he knew that unlike the Elf Seasons forest on the world side, Dwarf Valley was located in the main world. The valley was deliberately transformed by the dwarves, and became an almost magic-free environment. Later, no one knew what happened. The number of dwarves became fewer and fewer, and the surviving dwarves left Dwarf Valley, and it became a dead land. However, I heard that someone saw a dwarf here, but the other party's state was very abnormal, like a walking corpse. The witnesses at that time did not dare to chase him, because they were not strong enough and not well prepared, for fear of encountering something strange and suffering misfortune, because they could not use witchcraft. Thor was very curious, but he had no time to go to the Dwarf Valley to find out. At this moment, Kate, the mermaid who had been lying quietly opposite, suddenly turned his face. His expression was very complicated, sometimes tangled, sometimes indifferent, as if he suddenly had schizophrenia. Thor watched Kate's expression change, silently closed the half-open car door, and put up a soundproof protective barrier. "Kate, what's wrong with you?" Thor's hand had turned into a translucent gray tentacle, ready to subdue Kate, who seemed to have a problem. Before Thor could make a move, Kate's expression suddenly became completely indifferent, and she silently glanced at Thor's arm. Thor changed his hand back to its original state, and felt that the other person's eyes were strangely familiar. At this time, a voice that did not belong to Kate sounded. When the dwarves were at their most glorious, they almost turned the human race in this world into their slaves and workers. Who would have thought that the current ending would be on the verge of extinction? Thor exclaimed, leaning forward and approaching the mermaid. You are? Floco? The mermaid nodded calmly and said, although my strength has not recovered, I was at least at the 5th level, so it is still possible to split a thought outside. The soul body that Thor separated can only serve as experimental materials. He has long been interested in Ophelia's method of splitting consciousness, and Pearl's method of leaving soul fragments with her own consciousness. He asked curiously, how did you manage to separate the consciousness body? Is it the same way Ophelia made the split body? Floco shook his head gently. Obviously, he was much more skilled in controlling this body than Kate. It's different. I can split my consciousness into this body because this monster-like mermaid really has a trace of my blood in her body. Chapter 800. Ever since Floco said that he was from the Blue Scale tribe, which was the mermaid tribe in Thor's knowledge, Thor had always suspected whether the ugly mermaid in front of him was related to Floco. Although Floco said that the Blue Scale tribe had basically moved out of this wizard world, the mermaid tribe currently cultivated by Nephrite was somewhat similar to the Blue Scale tribe. Floco sneered, what a shame. Thor was silent for a moment, and could only say, the wizard world has always been like this. The strong prey on the weak. When individual power can exceed collective power, the law of the dark forest will become more obvious. Floco sat up and imitated Thor, relaxing and leaning back. You are right. In fact, I have no right to say anything about others. You see, I call myself the god of water in my own world, but when I met a 5th level stronger than me outside, I was sealed in the sea. The god of water was drowned, haha, that person was humiliating me. But the most ridiculous thing is that I didn't know who killed me until I died. The world outside is really scary, but even so, 4th level wizards like Ophelia are still working tirelessly to advance to the 5th level and cross the Star Gate. Floco was silent. Before crossing the Star Gate, he was always proud. After crossing the Star Gate, he suddenly understood the insignificance of life more deeply. After the carriage was quiet, Thor opened the door and looked out. The carriage had been running on the ground for a while, and had not taken off again. Thor felt a little strange. If he wanted to hurry, wouldn't it be faster to fly in the air? He pushed open the door, and asked the driver outside, have we not left Dwarf Valley yet? Although it was bumpy in the air, Thor wanted to take Floco to see the mermaids of the Evernight Empire. The driver was silent for a second and replied to Thor, Lord Thor, another super long-distance teleportation array leading to the Nephlit continent is opposite Dwarf Valley, so we are now crossing Dwarf Valley. It will take about 3 days. It is too boring to stay in this closed carriage with nothing for 3 days. And Thor didn't want to study his subject here, lest Flim, the president of the Court of Arbitration, suddenly appear again. He thought, this place should not be far from the land of no man. Can I teleport back and come back when the carriage arrives? Since Flim has already been dispatched, we should not be afraid that he will escape halfway. I am very sincere. Thinking so, Thor narrowed his eyes, and the bright carriage in front of him suddenly became dark and translucent. Slightly glowing silk threads appeared in front of Thor. Sure enough, I can touch the fate of Kelly and the others here. Sol did not leave immediately. He greeted the driver outside very politely. This place is not far from the no man's land. I will go back first. I will get back to the car in 3 days. After Sol finished speaking, he felt that the driver in front of him, whose face he could not see, seemed to chuckle, but because the sound was particularly vague, it also sounded like a sigh. As long as you can come back in 3 days, I will not restrict your actions during this period. Thor touched his chin and raised his hand to summon Herman from his body. At this time, Herman was in spirit form, hiding in a dark corner. Thor said to Herman in his heart, You stay here as a coordinate for me? Okay, master. Herman responded immediately. But at this time, Beth made another suggestion. Thor, you can actually learn from Flim's behavior just now, and leave a short-term coordinate. Thor understood that Beth was referring to the lantern that Flim placed in the car. But I have never split my consciousness. You have never stored a consciousness in us. Sol suddenly understood. He turned a part of his fingertip into a gray tentacle, and cut it off automatically. Then he carefully observed the broken finger with the soul fragment, and there was no fate line on it. Because it was not soul, nor was it soul split. Sol did not give up. After thinking for a moment, a white translucent thread slowly grew out of his fingertip. He wrapped the thread around the broken finger, and then tried to cut it off. But the thread inside his consciousness did not break as he imagined, but was wrapped around the broken finger more firmly. No! Thor maintained his original action. Sure enough, the fate line is not something I can cut off casually now. If I can't cut it off, can't I leave a trace? Thor did not give up, mobilized his spirit body, and began to let his spirit power sweep over the entire broken finger again and again. Over and over again, it seemed that he wanted to embed his spirit power on the broken finger. After the high-frequency mental shock, Thor finally let go of the fate line he had stretched out and retracted it to his fingertips. Now looking at the broken finger again, he actually felt that it was vaguely connected to his body. Thor placed the broken finger in the corner of the carriage and squinted his eyes. There were indeed 2 more touchable teleportation points inside the entire carriage. The difference was that one was Herman's fate line, and the other was a vague point. Thor said to Herman, who was shrinking in the corner of the carriage, "You still stay here during this period. If the temporary coordinates are invalid before I come back, I will directly use you as the coordinates to come back." Herman nodded repeatedly, and held the broken finger left by Thor in his palm. "Master, rest assured, I will protect this temporary coordinate." Thor laughed. "It's just a little soul fragment. I can make it up in a few minutes. You should put your own safety first." "Master." Herman's eyes were filled with tears. Thor couldn't stand Herman's look. He pouted, snapped his fingers, and disappeared. The mermaid sitting opposite him also disappeared with him. The driver who was driving the carriage suddenly froze. Then he immediately turned around and opened half of the door rudely. In the carriage, Herman clasped his hands tightly together, and when he saw the door open, he turned around and smiled at the driver. "Don't worry, I am the hostage left by the master, and the master will definitely come back in 3 days." But the driver seemed not to hear Herman's words, still braked suddenly, then bent down and walked into the carriage, turning around twice in the carriage, which was originally not very spacious. Herman sat on the seat, and looked at the driver blankly. Is there any problem? Didn't the driver just say that he would not restrict Thor's actions? After the 3rd round, the driver, who still had nothing, finally stopped and looked at Herman. Since Herman was sitting, and the other person was standing with his back bent, Herman could clearly see the other person's expression. How to describe it? The other person seemed to be more confused than Herman, who was left alone. There was 3 parts of doubt, 3 parts of disbelief, and 1 part of fear in the confusion. Herman saw the driver's mouth twitch violently. Then he suddenly went back outside and sat down, swinging the reins, letting the 2 flying horses run quickly. From beginning to end, Herman didn't understand what the driver was thinking. He didn't care about the driver's reaction, and carefully protected the severed finger left by Thor in his arms, as if someone would come to rob him. On the other side, after a moment of distorted vision, Thor's figure suddenly appeared in a spacious room. At the same time, the mermaid who teleported with him also. Bang! A sound fell to the ground. Such a huge noise directly startled the people who were writing in the room and raised their heads. "Thor, you are finally back?" In front of him was Senior Byron, whom he had not seen for half a year. Although Senior Byron at this time was still the same, he always looked shocking and stunning. Chapter 801. Seeing the surprise in Thor's eyes, Byron thought of something and shook his mind. The shocking aura just now suddenly disappeared. He turned back into the senior, with ordinary appearance and strange personality. Because Floco, who landed at Thor's feet after teleportation, sat up. Although he was wearing a cloak, the mermaid tail was too long and showed through the gap of the cloak. "Thor, you can teleport without the help of magic element particles. You should know that the environment in the Dwarf Valley is such that even a 4th-level person cannot teleport in it. In the future, the Court of Arbitration will definitely pay more attention to you." Thor was stunned for a moment. It turns out that Dwarven Valley cannot teleport. It seems that the coachman of the Court of Arbitration wanted to laugh at his fantasy, but finally held back. "It accidentally exposed my teleportation method. But it doesn't matter, even if they find that I don't rely on magic to teleport, they don't know what I use as the coordinates. As for whether to pay attention or not, I will definitely not be low-key in the future to arrange a new symphony of destiny." Thinking of this, Thor said to Flock, "It's okay." Then Thor walked to Byron. "Senior, the spirit aura on you is even stronger. Didn't the spirit spring water you used last time work?" There was no need to hide it. The spirit aura on Byron was so strong just now. Flock, who was once a 5th level, would definitely recognize it. And Flock was a 5th level hundreds of years ago, and he should know more about elves than them. Flock had been thinking about Thor's teleportation just now. When Thor ran to Byron, he remembered that there was indeed a shadow of an elf on Byron just now. He jumped up from the ground and sat directly on Byron's experimental table. If it weren't for the ugly face of the mermaid, the big silver blue tail would have looked very eye-catching. Mermaid? Byron had never seen a mermaid before. When he saw the tail, he immediately approached it. It seemed that if it wasn't because the other party was a mermaid brought by Thor, he would probably want to pluck off a layer of scales to study it in the next second. But when he approached, Floco slapped Byron on the forehead and pushed him back. Byron was startled, and then he realized that the mermaid in front of him was emitting second-level magic fluctuations. Second-level wizard? Whatever you think. Floco answered casually. The mermaid's body was barely at the first level. The soul Kate inside was a real second-level wizard. Floco, who temporarily used the mermaid's blood to seize control of the body, was once a fifth-level existence. Even now, in the form of a water elf, he can be regarded as a powerful individual close to the fourth level. Instead of studying my strength, you might as well worry more about yourself. Floco turned around and flicked his tail, saying to Thor across the table, he has begun to show elf characteristics. If it were my time, this would be a good thing, but now, it's very dangerous to be targeted by an elf. Thor listened, conjured a chair and sat opposite Byron, and took out the large water tank that moistened the merman's body from the storage tank. Please tell me more. Floco had long felt that this body lacked water, so he turned around and jumped directly into the water tank. The splash was very small, as if just a small stone was thrown into the water. After barely turning twice in the small water tank, Floco finally stuck his head out from under the water. Let me tell you about the origin of the elves first, of course, the part one no. Hearing that the mermaid in front of him actually knew the origin of the elves, Byron no longer dared to treat him as an experimental material and hurriedly sat up straight, as if he was in class. Elves are a genderless race. Unlike us, the Qinglan people, they are not born through the union of two sexes, but are souls born from the well of life. The spring water in the well of life mixed with different fruits or seeds and evolved into the body of the elves. There are no such life forms in the wizard world now. Thor and Byron looked at each other and did not interrupt. The elves at that time were almost immortal when they were born. They grew very quickly, and then stabilized when their bodies were in the best condition. If they really died one day, they would return to the well of life. But since the emergence of the abyss, the black tide has had a great impact on the well of life with water attributes. The well of life has been polluted, and the elf springs that were once spread all over the world have disappeared bit by bit. The elves who were extremely dependent on the elven spring water also began to die in large numbers, for various unknown reasons. The pollution of the black tide had the greatest impact on the spiritual power, so it was normal for the elves to be the first victims after the abyss appeared. Seeing that the elves were about to perish, the world was also sealed, and could not be promoted to the fifth level. After the high-level elves were killed or injured, the new king of the elves made a decision that no one expected. This Thor knew, abandon the physical body and exist as a pure spiritual body? Floco nodded, his tail paddling slowly in the water tank. Apparently, he had much better control over this body than Kate. They wanted to detach their spiritual bodies and leave this world, but they didn't know that it was very dangerous to abandon the physical body before reaching the fifth level. It's like a shellfish in the sea. After the shell is removed, only a piece of tender meat is left, and everyone wants to eat it. At this time, Byron interrupted, but as far as I know, the elves' souls seem to be trapped in one place now. The place you are talking about should be the world wall. Floco said, the elves wanted to leave this world, but they didn't know that the hungry world consciousness would not let go of such a big piece of meat. In the end, the elves were trapped in the world wall, and became the nutrients of this world. Thor, what is world consciousness? Is it also an individual with independent consciousness like us? This may require a sixth-level existence to truly explain it clearly. Floco joked, but even if there is a sixth-level existence to explain it to us, I guess we won't understand it. You can first think of it as the desire to survive in this world. At this point, Floco waved to Byron. Byron did not hesitate, and immediately stepped forward to the water tank. Floco immediately held Byron's face, and looked at it closely for a while. If you ignore the face that does not conform to Thor's aesthetics, and the upper body that does not conform to human aesthetics, the picture of the tail alone is still very beautiful. Finally, Floco let go of Byron and sighed softly, you have begun to transform into an elf now, but because you are not an elf, there is still elf spring water in your body to help you stabilize your spiritual body, so you can survive intact until now. Byron's expression remained unchanged, and he had obviously guessed his physical condition. Thor stood up from his chair. Do you mean there will be danger later? Do we have a way to protect ourselves? Thor gave Byron the head of the Elf King. If it was someone else, Thor would definitely not care whether the head would cause any trouble later. Anyway, without the head, the beneficiary would not be alive today. But the other party was Byron, the person who gave Thor the most fair help when he was in the most difficult time. Now this fairness has turned into the strongest friendship between the two, so Thor is very concerned about Byron's physical and spiritual condition. Floco touched his sharp chin. This is the first time I've encountered this situation, and I can't give you a clear solution. Everything needs to be explored slowly. However, his situation is both a danger and an opportunity. If he is not careful, he may be pulled into the world wall by the elves' consciousness, and trapped there forever until he becomes a ball of chaotic energy. But if he can connect with the elves' spiritual body, and not be pulled away by the other party, then he will have the almost inexhaustible spiritual power of all elves in the future. Chapter 802. If we ignore the dangers brought by the elves, and only look at the benefits, Thor will drool. Although his own mental power is abnormally strong among the same level, it is still the same level. If he can really obtain the mental power of all the elves, he may be able to increase the number of people bound to the Symphony of Destiny from the original 5 to hundreds. In that case, as a fourth-level existence, Thor's fate is almost bound to all high-level wizards in this world. Unless the world is destroyed at the same time, his immortal body will not be broken. By then, Thor will also become the one who gathers the power of destiny of the whole world. Unfortunately, although imagination is beautiful, reality is very cruel. Even if Thor himself is the elf, he is not sure that he can resist the pull of the elf. Sir Floco, how can we prevent Byron from being pulled into the world wall by the elves? Sir, how can I use the spiritual power of the elves? Thor and Byron spoke at the same time, but they asked two completely opposite questions. Floco is more familiar with Thor, and the other party is the one who helped him to unlock the seal, so he naturally answered Thor's question first. Stable. The stability of the spirit body cannot exceed the limit of its own endurance, and the spirit body cannot enter an extremely exhausted and dry state. A sapling will be blown away by the strong wind, but a stable and healthy century-old tree will not. As for borrowing the spirit power of the elves, Floco shook his head. Let's wait until you become a second-level wizard. In your current state, don't even think about using the power of the elves. Byron could only sit back in boredom. It was only after he got the elf spring water that he had the possibility of continuing to advance, but until today, he had just begun to try to advance. Thor asked Floco for some tips, and then talked to Byron about business. I went out this time, and had an accident. I just came back. How are you guys progressing in the Chaos Domain? The Chaos Domain compass was given to Byron and Kelly mainly to facilitate their research on the energization formula. Now that he knew Byron's condition, Thor could only say that the Chaos Domain and the energization formula were too suitable for him. We went there 3 times, brought back a lot of experimental materials, and also contacted your apprentice. Byron looked strange. Anyway, what Noah does is quite interesting. Sol also thought of the title of Death Judge that Noah gave him, and his mouth twitched, feeling awkward. Oh, by the way, Noah said that after they stabilized, they were collecting the remains of other white bone monsters, and he also said that he wanted to invite you to go there, and it seems that there have been some gains. Sol now only has 3 days to come back to do things, and since he mentioned the Chaos Domain, he might as well go there. Anyway, it would take at least a whole day to go back and forth. By the way, where's Kelly? Because he had told them not to go to the Chaos Realm separately, Thor knew that Kelly should not be in the Chaos Realm now. But he had been there for such a long time. Why hadn't she come yet? Kelly was promoted to the 2nd level not long ago, and has been stabilizing her mental power in the room until now. This is also the fundamental reason why they have only been to the Chaos Realm 3 times in the past 6 months. When the mental power is extremely unstable, it is not suitable for space teleportation. In that case, let's go first. Byron put away the things in his hands, and took out the Chaos Domain compass that he kept close to him. Let's go! In the blink of an eye, Thor and Byron landed on the Black Desert. On the side was Noah's former base. But now that Noah has been away from the Black Desert for a long time, this place has become a temporary laboratory for Kelly and Byron. Next to the laboratory still stands the magnificent gate that Noah built for show. There are also some real witchcraft arrays on it, which are probably engraved by Byron or Kelly. Thor first followed Byron to visit their laboratory, and then took Floco underground to visit the white bone lizard monster he captured. Thor's original intention was to ask Floco if he knew about this white bone monster that appeared at the end of the Black Tide. Unexpectedly, Floco was shocked the moment he saw the white bone monster. There is almost no magic here. How could a monster from the undead race appear? Thor frowned. This monster is completely different from the undead race recorded in the book, and he can't understand the whispers of the undead. Undead Whisper is one of the commonly used magical languages in the wizard world, which evolved from the language of the undead. Thor used several languages he knew when trying to communicate with the bone monster, but the other party could not understand any of them, so he had to force it. Floco observed the bone monster in front of him again. The other party had been in a sleeping state since being sealed by Thor. But Floco was also very careful when approaching, as if he didn't want to touch the other party. This is indeed different from the previous undead. Looking at its characteristics, I think it has undergone an original mutation after being contaminated by the Black Tide. However, according to the previous definition of the undead race, it is also a new type of undead and can still be classified as an undead race. Soul nodded in understanding. So they are not the original undead race, and they can't understand my undead whisper. Floco shook his head. If you really use the current undead whisper to communicate with the undead race in history, they won't understand it either. He smiled. In addition to the evolution of writing caused by the times, it is also because the undead race, especially the lower undead, do not communicate through language. Their bodies come from the rotten earth and cannot carry overly complex and delicate movements, so communication relies more on direct transmission of the spirit. Directly transmitting information through mental power is a delicate job. Soul did not distrust Floco, but directly communicating with mental power requires a very high level of control over the wizard's mental power. To do this, you must be at least a second-level wizard. The undead clan can't have even the lowest skeletons of the second level, right? That's too scary. Even more exaggerated than the elves. Higher undead need precise communication. The lower ones don't have enough intelligence. They are only responsible for receiving some simple instructions. Thor thought about it and said, then do you think this white bone lizard can receive the signal transmitted by mental power? Flo was not very optimistic. Although he is big, he doesn't have many fine structures. He looks like a strong fighter. I think I can understand some of it, but I may have to make some compromises in execution. Although Floco was not optimistic about the communication situation, Thor was still somewhat tempted. This white bone monster can be regarded as a top combat force in this world with extremely scarce magic power. If he had not accidentally entered this world, the white bone lizard would not have been sealed here. But then again, without him, this huge skeleton might still be sleeping underground. Thor sent Floco back to the ground directly, and then returned to the underground seal alone. Standing in front of the huge white bone lizard, Thor's skin disappeared instantly like water drops into the desert. A black skeleton appeared. The white bone lizard that was originally sleeping on the opposite side shook its head, and slowly raised its head. Chapter 803. Floco knew that Thor had sent him here to do some experiments in private. He did not say anything, but turned around and talked to Byron, who was sitting in the simple laboratory, still studying his notes, seriously. Is this chaotic area the continent swallowed by the eye of the abyss? Byron shook his head and answered honestly, I don't know. Floco sighed. He just felt that the almost magic-free environment here, coupled with the inert pollution sources overflowing in the earth, made him think of a continent that had disappeared in the wizard world. If he had not been sealed in the deep sea and forced to stay here, he probably wouldn't have known that the world would become like this. But think about it carefully. In the vast universe, how many worlds have completely disappeared without a sound? Seeing Floco's emotional expression, Byron suddenly felt that this strange mermaid had a bit more realism. He walked over and asked Floco, Sir Floco, I still want to ask you, how can I use the spiritual power of the elves? Speaking of elves, Floco was not in the mood to continue sighing, and smiled and said, I can teach you, but you also need to give something in return. Byron nodded, of course. What do you need? When you can actively extract the spiritual power of the elves, I also want a part. Byron said seriously, I have no problem, but are you not afraid of pollution? Floco chuckled, I can even get through the Stargate, so why should I be afraid of the elves trapped in the world wall? This statement actually has some bragging elements. If it was when he was at the peak of his power, he would not be afraid, but now? He only dared to take a small part. After all, the current state of the water god is not much better than that of the elves. However, in order to recover his strength as soon as possible, he still needs to take some risks to leave this world before it is swallowed by the eye of the abyss. Thor may not know that the former 5th level player he rescued with the Symphony of Destiny is not optimistic about the future of this world. But even if Thor knew, he would not regret rescuing this former 5th level player. In addition to being able to help Thor escape from Ophelia, he is also a good candidate who can provide a lot of Destiny power. Byron didn't know that Floco in front of him was a top 5 level, but from the information he received from Thor, he knew that the person in front of him was at least a 3rd level wizard. Otherwise, ordinary wizards don't even know the concept of Stargates. Then, deal? Although he guessed that the other party was at least a 3rd level, Byron spoke in the same way as before. When Floco was teaching Byron about stabilizing the spirit body and using the spiritual power, the ground suddenly shook. The two immediately stopped communicating and left the simple laboratory. The chaotic domain lacked elemental particles. If it was not necessary, Byron would not waste his magic power. And Floco would not waste his magic power either. He was now using the body of an ordinary mermaid, and he could not use it even if he wanted to. The two ran out of the laboratory to see what happened, and they were also afraid that the laboratory would collapse, and they would be buried in it. Fortunately, they ran out. As soon as they stepped onto the black desert, a huge depression appeared not far from the laboratory. Black sand and gravel fell along the depression, and then a mound of earth suddenly rose in the center. The mound of earth became larger and larger, and the sand on the mound fell like a waterfall. As time went by, the witch's body under the mound gradually revealed its true appearance. It was a huge lizard skeleton, with a pair of white bone wings attached to it. Black sand and gravel fell from the white skeleton, and gray-black smoke rose again. For a moment, black and white intertwined, and the momentum was magnificent. It felt like a big boss was coming on stage, and all it needed was a background music. When the white bone monster completely broke free from the black desert, Byron and Floco, who were looking up, saw a black figure in front of the monster's bone wings. The other party was wrapped in a black cloak, and even his face was wearing a black mask with a metallic luster. He rode a huge white bone lizard, with a steady posture, and didn't care about the hideous monster under him at all. Although he couldn't see his appearance clearly, the magic fluctuations emanating from him were very familiar. Byron raised his hand to cover his eyes. Why did Thor run away? Floco stared at the skeleton monster that suddenly took off and disappeared into the sunlight. This guy, his mental power is a bit abnormal. Byron nodded in agreement, yes. Floco looked at Byron speechlessly, doubting that this guy didn't understand why he said abnormal. But who can blame this straightforward person for having a world of spirits behind him? Floco flicked Byron with his tail. Let's go back and continue. Oh, give me a jar of water. Thor transformed into a black skeleton, rode on a huge white bone lizard, and flew high in the sky. Although he could fly, and even flew faster than the white bone monster under him, it felt different. Riding this white bone monster didn't require Thor to consume magic power. And the white bone lizard, with a pair of bone wings, looked like a bone dragon. Dragon Rider. Thor patted the white bone monster on his body, and the other party could only execute some simple commands. Maybe Thor could convey some complex information through his mental power. The white bone lizard directly regarded Thor as a high-level undead and began to obey Thor's command without resistance. It was just that it really had no brains. Thor asked it to come out from the underground through the passage, but the white bone lizard took off directly from the spot and almost overturned the simple laboratory above. Fortunately, the general direction was correct. Thor glanced at the two people on the ground, released magic fluctuations to reassure them, and then rode the white bone lizard to the Blackwater tribe where Noah was. The cold wind was howling during the flight. Thor looked at the white bone monster under him, and thought it was much more handsome than riding the giant bird Diudiu. The giant bird Diudiu was the mount given to Thor by Peyer, and its image was still more cute. But this white bone lizard was different. Whether it was its huge size, or its flying posture, it was extremely cool. From now on, I will call you White Bone Flying Lizard. Thor gave it a random name. The white bone flying lizard didn't react much. I don't know if it accepted the name, or simply didn't understand it. After flying for more than an hour, Thor saw the Blackwater tribe stationed on the edge of the Black Desert. In just half a year, under the strong leadership of Noah and the resource supply of Byron Kelly, the Blackwater tribe has evolved from a small semi-underground tribe to a town of initial size. The stone walls built outside the city have bows and arrows and giant slingshots on top. In the center of the city are small houses. Although they are arranged in a messy manner, and without any planning, there are at least hundreds of them, which looks quite spectacular. In the center of the city stood a simple tower nearly 10 meters high. It looked like a wizard tower. No doubt Noah was here, so Thor let the flying lizard land on the flat ground outside the city. He didn't dare to let the flying lizard land in the city. If the brakes failed, the simple town that Noah had worked so hard to build for more than half a year would really be back to the days before liberation. Chapter 804. Although the white bone flying lizard did not enter the Blackwater city, it also frightened the soldiers guarding the city. Most of them had never seen a white bone flying lizard, but the shocking legend that the white bone flying lizard destroyed the entire force of 2 tribes with a single ground impact had already spread throughout the desert. The ignorant people of the Chaos Realm were more afraid of it than the death judge mentioned by Noah. It was because they could not understand the strength of the Death Judge, but many people had witnessed the strength of the white-bone flying lizard. It became a nightmare for countless people at night. So when the white-bone flying lizard landed on the wasteland 500 meters away from the city gate, soldiers immediately ran to report the news to the city lord and the high priest who lived in the Black Stone Tower. However, they didn't know that a figure had already appeared in front of their city lord and the high priest before the soldiers jumped off the city wall, or teleported directly behind Noah. At this time, Noah was lying on a bench covered with beast fur to take a nap. Behind the long table on the other side of the room, where he was, the once ordinary boy Scorpion was looking at the words on the sand table in distress. Why should I learn it again word by word? Scorpion lay on the table. The clothes he wore were much more exquisite than before, and he also wore a brown cloak made of huge feathers on his back. Because he is now the leader of the entire Blackwater tribe and the lord of Blackwater City, after seeing the power of Thor and the bone monster, the original leader did not hesitate and announced the transfer of the position of leader to Scorpion the next day. Noah was not given because he clearly stated that he would serve the Judge of Death for life, and would not serve as the leader of any tribe. The old patriarch was relieved, and he was unwilling to pass the position of patriarch to an outsider. Scorpion, who had the best relationship with Noah, was hit on the head by the overwhelming wealth and was knocked unconscious. He had always been a marginal figure in the tribe because his body was not strong enough, but because he brought Noah back and had a good relationship with him, he became the new patriarch. When Blackwater City was established, Noah directly supported Scorpion to become the lord of Blackwater City, but being the lord of the city was not as fun as Scorpion imagined. Not only did he have to worry about the affairs of Blackwater City every day, he also had to squeeze out time to study. He had to learn writing, mathematics, martial arts, and management. Scorpion, who had just recovered, was once again overwhelmed by the heavy tasks. He even wanted to give up his position as the city lord. But Noah told Scorpion that once he was no longer the city lord, he would probably die in a short time. This scared Scorpion so much that he never dared to say he would resign again. Although he didn't say he would resign, his daily complaints did not decrease. Noah, can't you just let me learn all the characters with a wave of your hand like the Lord Judge of Death? Scorpion is currently learning the common language, which has more characters and more complex grammar than the hieroglyphics used in the Chaos domain. Don't think about being lazy every day. Learning is also a process of improvement. Otherwise, when the scale of Blackwater City continues to expand, you will not be able to take on the position of City Lord, and you will be eliminated sooner or later. Scorpion's eyes turned. He has been with Noah for quite a while, and he is no longer as afraid of him as before. Moreover, he had seen Noah's miserable side, and he was not as envious of Noah as other tribesmen were. He asked tentatively, if I really can't be the city lord, can I be an elder? His former clan leader is now the elder of Blackwater City. He has nothing to do every day, but he is also very respected and receives a lot of offerings. Scorpion now looked at him with envy. Who knew that after hearing Scorpion's question, Noah stood up from the recliner, raised his mouth, and looked at him coldly. You are a person blessed by the Judge of Death. You can't resign because you are not competent for the position of City Lord. You can only die in the war or sacrifice for Blackwater City. After hearing Noah's explanation, Scorpion was stunned. After a full minute, he suddenly lowered his head to look at the complicated characters. Looking at the scene in front of him, Thor sighed silently. Although Noah was only a teenager, his temperament was different from that of ordinary people because of his early experiences. On the contrary, Scorpion, who was taller and older than Noah, still acted like a salted fish. Thor raised his hand and directly sealed Scorpion's consciousness, then showed his figure and walked in front of Noah. Noah saw Scorpion, who had just shown a little panic, suddenly freeze, and his heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to be on guard, he saw Thor appear in front of him. Teacher. Noah stood up happily, and in an instant he regained his childlike innocence. It's not easy for you to stay here alone for such a long time. Noah came close to Thor. It's not hard. In fact, I think it's really good for you to come here. Ever since you told me that my body can no longer adapt to the elemental particles in the ordinary environment due to several failed witchcraft experiments, I felt that I would not live long. But you brought me here, not only giving me the possibility of survival, but also teaching me witchcraft and giving me so many resources. It is no exaggeration to say that you gave me a second life. Thor was not fooled by the boy's flattery. He smiled and said directly, now that you have established such a force, you don't have to work as hard as before. Noah immediately expressed his loyalty to Thor. Teacher, don't worry, whether it is building a force or a faith, I am doing it for the task you entrusted. His eyes lit up. By the way, teacher, this year, the team I sent out finally found a complete skeleton, which is very similar to the skeleton monster you rode last time. Thor had heard Byron mention what Noah had found, so he was not surprised. Bone monsters are not common, and once awakened, they may be very dangerous. Thor could not confirm that what Noah found was definitely the mutated skeleton of the undead. That's why he came to Blackwater City in such a hurry to confirm. Where is it? Take me to see it. Okay, teacher, please follow me. Noah immediately led Thor outside. The skeleton we found this time is relatively small, not comparable to the one you were riding, but it is also 1 meter in size. I was afraid that there might be dangers we could handle, and I was also afraid that someone might mess around with it, so I stored it alone on the top floor of the Blackwater Tower, and no one else could access it. Soul nodded, and felt that Noah's caution was to his liking. Just as Noah walked in front and opened the door, a tall and strong man, with a pair of horns on his head suddenly rushed up from the corridor. This strong man from the Chaos Domain was full of panic at this time. When he saw Noah coming out of the room, he immediately reported loudly, "High Priest, it's not good. The white bone monster that appeared half a year ago has appeared again. It landed not far outside the city." Noah immediately turned back to look at Thor, but saw that he had no expression on his face. At the same time, Noah also keenly discovered that the soldier who came to report was only staring at him, and his eyes did not move to Thor next to him at all. He immediately realized that Thor was deliberately hiding his figure. So he did not expose Thor's existence, but just shouted, "What's there to panic? That is the mount of the Death Judge. It is normal to appear in Blackwater City occasionally. You should immediately salute respectfully. Pass the order down. In the future, when you see the mount of the Death Judge, everyone must immediately stop what they are doing and perform the highest etiquette." Chapter 805. Noah easily dismissed the panicked soldiers, turned around and respectfully led Thor upstairs. Thor looked at the boy in front of him whose expression and momentum changed freely, and felt that this apprentice had changed more and more. But how many people in the world can still keep their original intentions after going through so many things? He was not qualified to judge Noah. Thor followed Noah to the top floor of the Blackwater Tower. Due to the backward construction technology, the top floor was less than 2 meters high, with slopes on all sides, making the space even smaller. There was only one box in the room, with a wooden lid on top and a witchcraft prop in the middle of the lid. This prop was also given to Noah by Thor before. It was a witchcraft prop with automatic defense and resistance. It was not very powerful, but it consumed little energy, and was not complicated to make. It was very popular among wizard apprentices. Now Thor knew without Noah's introduction that the box contained what they had found. He stepped forward and took down the defensive witchcraft prop. The witchcraft prop was as quiet and honest as a rabbit. It was just baked. Thor raised his hand to open the lid, and looked down to see what was in the box. It was a white bone fish. The fish body was 1 meter long, and the head occupied almost 1/3 of the body. The teeth in the fish's mouth were extremely sharp and very long. Even if the fish's mouth was closed, these ferocious teeth would stick out of the fish's mouth. But no matter how terrifying the opponent's appearance was, this fish probably couldn't fight like the white bone flying lizard. Forget it, although it's a little smaller, at least there is one more complete experimental subject. It's better than pulling teeth from a white bone flying lizard. Thor raised his hand, and put the white bone fish in front of him into his storage device. Noah complained in the back, "Teacher, you don't know that in order to find the white bone monster, the Blackwater tribe went deep into the underground and the desert. Dozens of people died in the past 6 months, and there are still dozens of people outside continuing to explore." Thor turned around with a smile. "Just tell me, what do you want?" Noah smiled and stared at Thor with his big eyes. "Teacher, I want some branches of small algae, okay?" Xiao Zhao. Soul was startled. He hadn't visited Xiao Zhao since he came back, and he didn't know if he had woken up yet. After returning, he must go and see Xiao Zhao's condition. Although there are people from the Wizard Tower to help take care of Xiao Zhao, he still has to see it in person to feel at ease. But Xiao Zhao's current condition is definitely not something Noah can control. If he is not careful, he may swallow up all the people in Blackwater City. Xiao Zhao can't do it. Xiao Zhao is also a demonic creature. The environment here is not suitable for it. Noah opened his mouth. Thor knew he wanted to explain that he only wanted one branch. A branch is not suitable either. Xiao is not stable now. In this environment, it is possible to be alienated. Noah immediately shut his mouth. He wanted to use the powerful Xiao as the guardian beast of Blackwater City, but he didn't want to be killed by his own people by mistake. But now Blackwater City is becoming more and more powerful, and it is hard to guarantee that it will not attract the covetousness of other forces. Although he has a lot of witchcraft props in his hands, they are basically at the apprentice level. The wizard apprentice is not yet extraordinary, and if he faces a powerful individual, he may be traded 1 for 1. So Noah now urgently needs a powerful and obedient trump card. At first, he targeted his mentor Foresaw because Foresaw was cute and obedient. But now it seems that it won't work. Noah looked at Thor eagerly, obviously wanting Thor to help him find a solution. Okay, since you found a complete white bone monster, I find you a bodyguard and thug. No matter how much Noah did in this world, he was trying to complete the task assigned by Thor. Thor opened the diary in his spirit body. And are you willing to stay in the chaos domain to help Noah expand his territory? And did not hesitate at all. My master, you don't need to ask me if I am willing. As long as I can help you, I will do anything. Thor knew that Anne's words were not discounted at all, just like she had taken the initiative to ask to stay in the diary before, so that she could learn from Senior Morton and be ready to sacrifice herself to help Thor at any time. After Anne found her enemy at the upside-down tree and devoured his soul, she showed a negative attitude. She was not negative towards Thor, but she was not as eager for strength and new knowledge as others. In addition, Thor's strength has surpassed most of the souls in the diary, so they can only help Thor, and it is difficult for them to play a key role. Therefore, when Thor chose to let Anne stay to help Noah, she felt a sinking feeling in her heart at first, but then she felt a little happy. In any case, with her strength close to the 2nd level, she is definitely the ceiling level combat power in the chaotic domain. Here, she is more valuable. After getting Anne's answer, Thor directly pulled Anne's soul out of the diary in front of Noah. The translucent body appeared between Thor and Noah, and gradually squirmed and changed into a tall figure with 8 spider legs in the lower body, and a beautiful woman in the upper body. And pinched her waist with one hand, and looked down at Noah opposite her. Little guy, sister will stay and protect you, okay? Noah swallowed his saliva. He really still wanted Foresaw, who was strong and, most importantly, cute and obedient. Noah finally, happily, accepted Anne's protection. Soul directly extracted a large number of soul fragments from his body and gave them to Anne. The pure soul fragments filtered by him were more important to Anne than the magic crystal. It was an important way for her to replenish energy. After solving Noah's problem, Soul returned to the white bone flying lizard silently, and then flew away from Blackwater City. Except for Noah and Anne, no one knew he had been here. This was also to cooperate with Noah's god-making plan. Since he was a god, how could he often appear in front of ordinary people? After Thor returned to the temporary laboratory from Blackwater City, he saw the water god Floco instructing Byron. He jumped down from the white bone flying lizard and landed near the two of them. Sir Floco, do you want to stay in the Pure Spirit Wizard Tower next? Floco knows the most about elves and can help Byron. However, Floco shook his head and refused. My consciousness can't stay in this body for long. My condition is still unstable. If I stay here for a long time, Mina will have problems and expose her relationship with me. After helping Soul stop Ophelia, Floco has been hiding beside Mina and continuing to recover his strength. After the seal is released, he can transform himself into a water spirit and hide in Mina's water cup or even in Mina's blood without being discovered. It can be said that when he was promoted to the 5th level, Floco had completely transformed himself into a water elemental life. This is something that Ophelia could never do. The latter could only place her consciousness in different liquids at best, but her body was still a wizard with flesh and blood. Speaking of Mina, Thor also remembered the lonely and cute little girl. He couldn't help asking, how is Mina now? Floco smiled, not bad, better than her father, and now she has started to get in touch with witchcraft runes and meditation. Chapter 806. Mina has already started to learn witchcraft. Normally, the best age for ordinary people to learn witchcraft is between 10 and 18 years old. If you learn too early, your mental power and magic potential will be unstable and may be contaminated. If you learn too late, you will not have enough time to learn. If you cannot be promoted to a 3rd level apprentice before the age of 30, you will also face the risk of being contaminated. But in order to survive, Mina has accepted Thor's transformation. Thor is also very good to this little girl. He consumed a 2nd level wizard to help her survive and improve Mina's qualifications. As long as Mina works hard, it will only be a matter of time before she becomes a 1st level wizard. Thor asked about the situation of several other acquaintances in Sky City. It is not known whether Thor was more discreet when interacting with those apprentices and did not attract the attention of others, or whether Ophelia was too lazy to bother with wizard apprentices. Anyway, Nathan, and the others were not affected. They were just shocked by the aerial battle between the 4th level and 5th level wizards. After that battle, Sky City became strangely quiet. Even the airport that had been sealed for nearly half a year was completely unsealed, and people could enter and exit normally as before. Although there was no evidence, Thor always felt that all this was related to Kismet. The next time was to wait for the Chaos Domain compass to cool down. During this time, Floco was mainly explaining to Byron how to better use mental power. Sometimes, he would use himself as an example. Thinking of Floco's water spirit state, Thor suddenly asked a question. Sir Floco, in your era, many people claim to be gods. Is there any difference between gods and the current 4th and 5th order? Is there really such energy as the power of faith? Byron's eyes widened when he heard Thor's question, and he finally realized that the Floco in front of him might be more than the 3rd order. Floco did not answer Thor immediately, but thought for a moment before saying, I don't know if there is the power of faith in other worlds outside the Stargate, but the current wizard world should not have it. In the New Moon era before the Dark Moon era, many 4th and 5th order beings had called themselves gods. But they are actually more like the lords of a force, similar to the current kings and powerful wizards. The faith they need is actually more of a means to control believers in turn. This kind of faith can give them momentum, but it cannot be transformed into real power. But if the scope of the definition is relaxed, isn't the power brought by this kind of faith a kind of power? In addition, I have also heard that some gods can gain a vague power by expanding their bloodline and power. It can be transformed into a potential energy to a certain extent, affecting future fortunes. This potential energy is invisible and intangible, and is more difficult to define than luck. However, several 5th level people personally admitted that this potential energy exists, which makes me believe in its existence. Floco's description reminds Thor of a word, luck. It's just that there is no way to verify it now. But don't worry, Thor has a good experimental opportunity in front of him. Now the Blackwater city established by Noah is completely a force that believes in Thor. This world is of a lower level, and it is easy to be called a god. Thor decided to let him cooperate with Noah's god-making plan in the future, and personally experience whether faith can bring luck. Anyway, Noah called himself the High Priest, and it must be to prepare for the future to be called a god. Thor didn't mind helping him speed up the progress. Time passed little by little, and the Chaos Domain compass started again, taking Thor and the other two back to the Pure Spirit Wizard Tower. As soon as he came back, Floco fell to the ground, and then Kate woke up with a groan. He was still unfamiliar with the control of the mermaid's body, and he lay on the ground for a long time without getting up. He was not surprised by his current situation, probably because Floco had explained it to him. Help, help! Water! Kate was on the ground, jumping like a fish caught on the shore. Thor conjured up a large water tank and threw the mermaid directly into it. Kate spit a few bubbles in the water, and then sank to the bottom of the water with a peaceful look on her face. Looking at Kate's appearance, Thor knew that he was no longer in a hurry to get out of the mermaid's body. Thor thought about going to see Xiao Zhao, and turned around to say goodbye to Byron. Unexpectedly, when he turned around, he saw a double image on Byron's face. It was as if he was dazzled, and saw two people almost overlapping each other. But the other face was not similar to Byron, and the expression was different. But Thor had seen this face before. He had only seen the half-elf once. But at this moment, Thor was not happy to see this face again. He did not dislike the half-elf, and even admired the other party's heroic death, and thanked the other party for giving him a lot of magic power in the end. But this does not mean that Thor is willing to see a half-elf in Byron. The scene rehearsed in the Golden Pages is still vivid. After Byron used his mental power to save Thor, he was pulled into their world by those chaotic elves. Now Thor knows that the bizarre world is the inside of the world wall. Although Thor has never been there, he knows that the inside of the world wall must be 10,000 times more terrifying and dangerous than the mezzanine of the Gorza Wizard Tower. Thinking of all this, Thor suppressed his anger and said to the shadow on Byron, "If you dare to take Senior Byron away, I will grind you into powder even if I break through the wall of the world in the future." The shadow on Byron disappeared. Originally, Byron was staring at the mermaid in the water tank. Hearing Thor's words, he was very surprised. He turned around and patted Thor's shoulder, smiling and saying two words. "Calm down." Thor didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he had to leave first. As soon as he went out, he saw a ball of fire in front of him. Thor! Carrie came out of the lab at some point and ran headfirst into Thor's arms. It was like a bull hitting a matador. Thor could only pat Carrie's head. "What are you doing?" Carrie then jumped back. "Look, I'm already at level 2. Thor nodded. "You see?" "No, you don't see it. I show you. Carrie grabbed Thor and took him to her lab without saying anything. On the way, they met the butler Hope, who seemed to have something to ask Thor. But he looked at Kelly holding Soul's hand, standing silently against the wall, leaving the staircase, and only saluted and greeted the two when they passed by. Good afternoon, Master of the Tower. Good afternoon, Master Kelly. Soul only had time to nod to the housekeeper before Kelly pulled him away again. When he arrived at Kelly's laboratory, he found that Kelly had renovated the laboratory from top to bottom. The walls of the previous laboratory were all bricks and stones, while Kelly's laboratory was all dark gray metal. Did you make this wall yourself? Soul touched it, and it felt a little rough. Yes, it's specially used to isolate radiation. Kelly closed the door, locked it, and activated the witchcraft circle on it. Now it's time for me to perform. Kelly laughed and ran to a sealed cabinet to take out a test tube. Soul looked closely, and saw that it was a part of the soul fragments contaminated by the black tide that he had stored. What was Kelly going to perform? Chapter 807. Mysterious. Soul muttered, looking around. You are not going to do an experiment related to radiation, are you? Kelly's eyes widened. Who told you? Soul spread his hands. No one told me, but what else can you perform? Kelly nodded. Then you can't imagine what I can do. She stopped talking nonsense, afraid that Soul would guess it immediately. Afterwards, Kelly opened the test tube in her hand and turned the bottle upside down. The soul fragments inside slid down the glass wall little by little. It looked like a piece of jelly. When the jelly completely slid out of the test tube, it suddenly accelerated and fell to the ground with a pop. The gray shell cracked like fruit pulp, revealing the black pollution source inside. As soon as the small pollution source came into contact with the outside world, it began to expand and spread like smoke and fog. A black stain soon appeared on the ground. It looked like a human hand. But there are only 4 fingers. The pollution on the ground spread relatively slowly, but the smoke in the air expanded rapidly, and was about to touch Kelly, who was not far away. At this moment, Thor suddenly felt a strange wave release from Kelly. This wave was different from magic power and mental power. Its frequency was denser, and its amplitude was higher. It was like a densely packed sharp knife, with a chilling cold air. At the same time, Kelly controlled this wave, radiating it evenly and surrounding her body, forming a thorny shell. When the spreading smoke approached the shell, it was immediately pierced by the sharp points on the surface. The originally formed smoke was immediately defeated, turned into tiny particles, and fell to the ground. Kelly took a step forward, and the special radiation emitted from her body approached the black handprint, with only 4 fingers on the ground. The strange thing was that the handprint seemed to come alive, moving its 4 fingers and crawling away from Kelly. It felt like a desperate escape. Kelly did not let go of the handprint, but strode forward and stepped on the fleeing black 4-fingered handprint. Crack! The black handprint, that was clearly on the plane, actually spread out, as if it had been stepped on. Not only that, there were many dense cracks on it. Because Kelly kept stepping on it, the cracks on the handprint became more and more numerous and dense. Finally, the entire black handprint shattered into a large number of fragments. After doing all this, Kelly turned her head to look over, raised her chin slightly, and her face was full of pride. How is it? I'm awesome, right? Soul walked forward with a serious face, leaned over, picked up a handful of powder, and rubbed it into even finer black particles on his fingertips. Yes, this is the black powder that will be formed after the black tide is inert. Unless it is activated in a special way, it will remain so and lose its polluting properties. Thor stood up and sighed. Your radiation attack can actually automatically inert the black tide, and only your magic power is consumed, which is much more economical than the inertization formula that Byron and I studied. Kelly rolled her eyes habitually. What do you mean it only consumes my magic power? My magic power is also very valuable. Thor collected the soul fragments of the lone cricket pupa on the ground. This soul fragment had been away from Thor for an unknown period of time. When it was collected again, it was not rejected at all, and happily merged into Thor's finger. Kelly watched enviously from the side. Although her radiation attack could remove the black tide pollution, Thor's transformed body was even stronger, and it could actually preserve the pollution for so long while keeping it active. Looking at Kelly's puffed cheeks, Thor smiled and surrendered. Very powerful. I don't have your ability. Kelly patted her chest and said half-jokingly, Admit it, so in the future, I can also protect you. The room was quiet for a few seconds. Looking at Kelly, Thor hesitated for a moment, and finally said, Thank you, but you should be promoted to level 3 first. Kelly puffed up her cheeks again, but she rolled her eyes and smiled again, with a hint of flattery. Anyway, I am now very capable of fighting pollution. Can you? Thor saw her hesitant, and didn't understand what she was embarrassed to say. Can you? Give me a little bit of that white stuff, just a little bit. Kelly raised her hand. Her thumb and index finger almost pinched together, but there was still a small gap. This emphasized that she really only needed a little bit. Sol was confused for half a second, and then suddenly realized. But his face was serious, and he immediately shook his head. No! He understood that Kelly wanted the fragments of the white bone monster he brought back from the Chaos Domain. But that thing had no lethality in the Chaos Domain, but after it was brought back, it had a very strong pollution characteristic. And this characteristic is very similar to the anchor point that Sol obtained from the black tide pollution. But from the current experimental results, the pollution without the anchor point is overbearing. After Thor and Byron conducted preliminary research, he immediately sealed the fragment sample of the bone monster in his body. He did not allow anyone to study and use it alone. At present, only his body, which can withstand the eye of the black tide, can safely preserve the fragment sample. After arriving at the Wizard Tower, Kelly must have learned from Byron about the horror of the bone fragment. But she was not afraid at all, and even wanted to take the fragment sample for experiment. If Kelly wanted something else, Thor would definitely not be stingy, but this bone fragment was too dangerous. If she was not careful, she might follow the old path of the Firefly Master Herbert, and immediately undergo irreversible alienation until death. Seeing that Kelly was still not giving up, Thor refused again seriously. Even I have to be careful with that thing. You have just been promoted to the 2nd level, and even your spiritual body is not stable enough. How can you touch it? If you touch it carelessly, you will die. If it were someone else, seeing Thor's current expression, they would definitely not dare to say anything more, but Kelly is different. In experimental research, her stubbornness is no less than Thor. I am very careful. You see, I often use alpha and beta, which are 2 highly radioactive alloy materials developed by Kelly, and there has never been a problem. Thor also knew Kelly's personality. She was usually carefree, but when it came to her research field, she became particularly stubborn. So Thor turned around and walked away, not giving Kelly a chance to argue. Kelly just wanted to catch up, but found that her body could not move. How could she not know that it was Thor who was playing tricks? Thor casually opened the door sealed by witchcraft, leaned out halfway and turned back. By the way, you should quickly advance to the 3rd level. I am still waiting for you to protect me. TSK. Kelly bared her teeth at Thor, like an angry teddy bear. After leaving the laboratory, Thor untied Kelly, but she did not chase after him. Perhaps she knew that if she chased after him, she would be frozen again. The consciousnesses in the diary of the dead wizard watched the whole process. Beth sighed first. Thor, you are so kind. Someone offered to help him cross the river, but he refused. Pearl snorted coldly, and then complained bluntly. Some people look kind on the surface, but once they do bad things, they have no bottom line. In the extreme north of the state continent, outside the Wall of Size, the figure of Murphy, the strongest 4th level wizard here, flashed and appeared in a wizard tower built on the storm sea. The outer wall of the wizard tower was engraved with magic arrays for attack or defense. But these could not stop a 4th level wizard. The reason why Murphy did not break in directly was because the current owner of this wizard tower was Gorza, a man who had just been promoted to the 3rd level for a few years, and said he would be promoted to the 4th level. But no one questioned his words. Chapter 808. As a 4th level wizard and the creator of the Wall of Size, the white-haired Murphy stepped forward and knocked on the door of the top floor of the wizard tower. The apprentice Haywood and his sister Heidi in the wizard tower looked up at the same time. Strange. It's not the time for the touring wizards to visit now. Why would someone come to the door? If it was other wizard towers, there might be people visiting, but the wizard tower of Gorza, generally no one comes. I go and take a look. Just as Heidi, who was like a black shadow, was about to drill through the wall, she heard a low and slightly hoarse voice. You stay here. It was Gorza's voice. Suddenly, Haywood and Heidi all stood still and responded in a low voice. Gorza walked slowly on the spiral staircase. He could have teleported directly outside the wizard tower, but he just walked slowly. Even though the person waiting for him outside was the only 4th level wizard in the far north. Gorza walked step by step to the top floor of the wizard tower and stood inside the door for a moment. The people outside the door already knew he was coming, but still did not make a sound and waited quietly. It was as if the status of the 2 people had been reversed at this moment. Finally, Gorza opened the door, facing the old man respected by many wizards outside, and smiled. Mr. Murphy, why are you here? Murphy did not answer immediately, but slowly scanned Gorza's body from top to bottom, and from bottom to top. The heir of the glowing family has the unique handsome appearance of their family. His uncut long hair was messy but still chic, and his skin was so white that it seemed to be glowing. But when Murphy examined Gorza, he didn't care about his appearance at all. Even when he met Gorza's golden eyes again, he sighed. "It seems you are ready." Murphy's expression was complicated and compassionate. "Have you ever thought about what would happen if you failed?" Gorza tilted his head, as if he heard a question so simple that it made him laugh. "Ha ha, then die." Murphy shook his head, admiring the courage of the young man in front of him, but also regretting his recklessness. There are many kinds of death. Some deaths are only in a moment. You can't even feel the pain, but for you, the world has ended. But some deaths are long, and you may be in the dark night with no end in sight, begging for an end to it all, but you are powerless. Murphy's voice was full of sighs, as if he was experiencing it all. Gorza shook his head slowly. "I'm not afraid of death, nor am I afraid of life." "Then what are you afraid of?" Murphy was not angry because of Gorza's several rebuttals, but was in the mood to joke. "Tell me, let me use it to scare you." Gorza blinked his curved eyes. "I'm afraid there will be no way out at the end. I'm afraid I lose the courage to move forward." Murphy's lips trembled suddenly, and his smile became a little forced. You blocked both directions for me." He sighed. "You're braver than me." "Then I won't persuade you." "But how long will it take you to take the last step?" Gorza raised his hand and tapped his chin. "I'm waiting for an opportunity. I think it should be soon." Murphy smiled and asked, "The next time the black tide breaks out, can you still help?" Gorza only gave a vague answer, "Maybe." After the conversation, Murphy left alone. During the time they talked through the door, Murphy did not ask to go in, and Gorza did not invite anyone in. A tacit understanding. As if they were from different worlds. After escaping from Kelly's laboratory, Thor saw Hope waiting for him in the corridor again. After a glance at the time, Thor, the incompetent tower master, finally had time to listen to Hope's report on the situation of the Pure Spirit Wizard Tower in Rhine City. Although Hope's previous master Gorza was not very competent, he at least stayed in the Wizard Tower all year round, so Hope could find him whenever he had any urgent matters. And Thor simply disappeared, only coming back for a few days each time, as if the Pure Spirit Wizard Tower was a place to rest like a hotel. Hope saw that Thor had something urgent to deal with, so he reported the situation in a fast and clear voice. "The current lord of Rhine City is Luke, who was once one of your patients. I observed him for a while, and found that he was very loyal to you, and had a quick mind, so I let him take charge of the affairs of Rhine City temporarily. If you have other candidates, you can replace him at any time." "No, let's go with him, and we talk about it when there's a problem." Thor waved his pen and agreed directly. Luke was extremely loyal to him, and even the fate line had appeared beside Thor. Hope nodded and said yes, and talked about the Wizard Tower again. "I have recruited some wizards, mainly first-level wizards, to cooperate with the various experimental projects of the current Pure Spirit Wizard Tower. Now the Wizard Tower is not like when Gorza was there, where mentors teach a large number of apprentices. It is more like a combination of the Knowledge Institute and the Practice Institute in Sky City. One or several formal wizards lead senior apprentices to conduct research on an experimental research topic. They are not responsible for training new apprentices. Anyway, there are no weak formal wizards surviving in the Borderlands, and wizard apprentices are even more tenacious." Thor still nodded. "Just ask Byron and Kelly." Thor is now a third-level wizard, and the method of promotion to the fourth level is unique. No one can participate in his experiment. After reporting everything, Hope saluted respectfully, and then immediately withdrew. Thor went down the stairs, and came to the second underground floor, where Xiao Zhao was sealed. As soon as he opened the door to the second underground floor, Thor saw a dark shadow rushing towards his face. Thor was quick and grabbed it. Woo woo woo. Xiao Zhao's shark-like mouth was pinched by Thor skillfully, and he didn't dare to struggle hard, so he could only pretend to be pitiful. Thor smiled with relief. "Xiao Zhao, you're awake. How do you feel? Is the Black Sea tree source useful?" When Thor let go, Xiao came forward again, and wrapped it around Thor's shoulders twice, like a scarf. Why does it look a little aggrieved? Thor thought to himself, and continued to walk down, and then he saw the trunk connected to Xiao's tentacles. Xiao's original thick trunk disappeared, and it became dense, slender, curved, and entangled slender branches. It looked more like a seaweed ball than before. And it wasn't too big. Thor could hold it up with both hands. It trembled even with a slight movement. Thor poked it with his finger, and the tangled seaweed ball moved twice, then shrank even smaller. Thor observed it carefully for a while, then frowned and looked up at the only small tentacle still sticking out. Xiao Zhao, tell me the truth, have you tangled yourself into a knot that you can't untie? Chapter 809. Yes, after Xiao woke up from his deep sleep, he found that his body had become smaller. The tentacles that were once as thick as a thigh were now as thin as a baby's arm, and they were still shrinking. Before Thor found it, it had already shrunk to the size of an ordinary person's finger. And I don't know if it has the habit of sleepwalking after falling asleep. Anyway, after waking up, it was already tangled up, and it couldn't be straightened no matter what. Xiao tried very hard to untie himself, but he kept getting tangled up, and in the end, the tangles became tighter and tighter. The whole body, except for the part exposed outside, was tangled up into a ball. Thor moved Xiao's balls and shook his head. Forget it, just stay here. When your body is completely stable, you should be able to untie it yourself. If it doesn't work in the end, Thor will just cut Xiao off. There is no construction without destruction. After cutting it off, connect it again. Thinking jokingly, Thor touched Xiao's head. I came to see you. You have recovered well. You should have a good rest next. I think you can continue it a year or two. Thor didn't finish his words, because Xiao had already jumped onto Thor's face with the balls behind it, and covered his face directly. Thor pulled the algae off his face. The algae's new body was still quite sticky, and a tearing sound was made when it was torn. A closer look revealed that it was not stickiness, but that the algae was covered with dense hooks all over its body. Thor hurriedly touched his face. Fortunately, he did not tear off a layer of skin. The algae that Thor pulled off wrapped around his neck again, and then climbed to the top of his head. Looking at the algae that was climbing onto him so persistently, Thor also understood its intention. You want to go with me? Oh. Xiao Zhao nodded happily. Indeed, since the first time they met Xiao Zhao, the two of them have hardly ever been apart. Even in the chaotic area, Xiao Zhao was the first one to accompany Thor. Thor stroked Xiao Zhao's balls again. This time, Xiao Zhao retracted all its barbs, and it felt quite smooth. While Thor stroked Xiao Zhao, he was thinking about whether to take Xiao Zhao with him, and Xiao Zhao just quietly clung to him, not acting like a spoiled child again. If Thor finally decided not to take Xiao away, it would probably still be obedient. Seeing such a well-behaved Xiao, Thor could not say no. Forget it, then just follow me. It doesn't matter where you sleep. Upon hearing Thor's agreement, Xiao immediately rubbed Thor's neck with its tentacles, looking very happy. After rubbing for a while, it burrowed into the back of Thor's neck, and disappeared under Thor's skin along with the ball behind it. Thor raised his hand and touched the back of his neck, where there was a small bump. There was no such thing before. It seems to be a dead end. The algae seemed to have completely merged with the Black Sea tree source and the inverted tree seed, and it was no longer the same kind of demonic creature as the original soul-devouring swamp. As for what it is now, Thor didn't know. It might be a new species. It didn't exist before, and it shouldn't appear again in the future. Thor smiled and looked around the second underground floor. There was only one Black Sea tree source that had not yet fully developed. If Xiao leaves here, no one will compete with it for nutrients, so it may grow faster. Taking Xiao out of the second underground floor and reclosing the door, Thor returned to Byron. Byron had already started a new study. Although the water god Floco only taught him for a short time, it also brought him a considerable impact. He was busy consolidating his knowledge at this time. Kate was soaking in the water tank like a corpse. When she saw Thor coming in, she climbed out. Thor, do I have to stay in this body for a long time? Kate felt a little aggrieved. Thor felt a little uncomfortable watching Kate using her mermaid face to make an aggrieved expression. You will have to work hard for a while. The next journey will be much easier if the water god helps. Next, are you going to take me to Nephrite? Kate's eyes widened. I said I would send you, the smuggled mermaid back. And I'm also curious about what the mermaids over there look like. By the way, were you conscious when the water god possessed you? Kate recalled her previous feelings. I was conscious but not very clear, vague, like I was dreaming. When Floco's consciousness descended into the mermaid's body, his 5th level energy would definitely suppress Kate, who was at the 2nd level. The reason why Kate was not injured was probably because Floco was careful to protect his consciousness. At this time, the door was opened and Kelly rushed in. She did not continue to ask for the bone fragments, because Thor's performance just now clearly did not agree to let her use the bone fragments for experiments. Maybe she can only touch the bone fragments when her strength improves. Seeing Kelly coming, Thor did not continue to run away, but said to the two of them seriously, Kelly Sr. Kelly came closer and looked at Thor quietly like a lady. Byron also looked up. Next I will go to Nephrt This time it will probably take half a year. During this period of time, the Wizard Tower still needs you. Byron asked with a little concern. Will you be targeted when you go there? Will they not let you come back? Thor smiled. I am not afraid of being targeted. And they can't keep me trapped and prevent me from coming back. I am the only third-level wizard in the Borderlands. If the Eye of the Storm is found again, I will need to come back to solve the hidden dangers of the Black Tide. Even if they want to trap me, they dare only trap me for about half a year. If it takes too long, the Stargate Council and Sky City will not agree. This is Thor's special identity now. The forces represented by the 3 4th-level wizards check and balance each other, so that Thor is in a relatively safe position. The Tribunal invited Thor this time, ostensibly to ask him to help solve some problems of the mermaids, but in essence, they probably wanted to explore Thor's ability and background. After all, Thor and Gorza are now in the same camp, and other forces know too little about Thor. Seeing that Kelly and Byron were finally relieved, Thor changed the subject. Of course, I also have to be on guard against them wanting to hold me back for other purposes. So I have something to ask of you. Kelly put a hand on Thor's shoulder. Say. The ladle-like temperament collapsed instantly. If something happens that you think I must come back, or if the Tribunal has some conspiracy, you must find a way to create an opportunity for me to come back. Create a fake Eye of the Storm. Byron pursed his lips. Kelly's eyes widened. The Eye of the Storm, that is the precursor of the Black Tide eruption. Kelly and Byron are 1 second level, and the other is about to be 2nd level. How can they create such a terrible thing? Byron thought for a moment and reacted first. Are you going to use the inverse invertization formula? Thor smiled and nodded. The inverse invertization formula, as the name implies, is the reverse reaction formula of the invertization formula. That is, the completely inert black powder is turned into a black tide with strong pollution. Although the inverse invertization formula cannot be applied on a large scale, it is still possible to forge an Eye of the Storm that is about to be born. Chapter 810. Kelly asked, but the birth of the Eye of the Storm is not only pollution, but also a very critical spatial reaction. Before Thor could answer her question, Kelly suddenly realized it herself. Oh, the Chaos Domain Compass? Soul nodded with relief. Both of them understood their intentions very well, and had a high degree of tacit understanding with each other. When the time comes, Senior Byron will be responsible for the inverse invertization formula, and Kelly, you will open the Chaos Domain Compass, but be careful not to go through it completely. Turn it on and off again, so that people can't find the specific location of the Eye of the Storm, which is more realistic. When the Eye of the Storm appeared in the borderless land 2 years ago, the Tribunal, the Stargate Council, and the Sky City all received the news in advance. They must have discovered some clues. After Thor personally sealed an Eye of the Storm, he also knew what precursors and signs indicated that the Eye of the Storm had appeared. Naturally, he was confident in making a fake Eye of the Storm. Once the Eye of the Storm appeared, he must return to the borderless land immediately. Even if the Tribunal did not intend to let him back, the people of the Stargate Council would personally come to pick him up. It takes 3 days for the Tribunal to take Thor's carriage across the Dwarf Valley. During these 3 days, Thor was just taking a vacation at the Wizard Tower. Of course, he was not really taking a vacation to relax, but was discussing with Kelly and Byron how to make the fake Eye of the Storm more real, and how to let the people of the Stargate Council and the Tribunal discover the existence of the fake Eye of the Storm in time. 3 days passed in a flash, and before noon on the 3rd day, Thor's figure flashed and returned to the Pegasus carriage of the Tribunal. It was still the same dark and simple little carriage. Master? Herman asked tentatively. Snap! Thor snapped his fingers, lighting up the entire carriage. The experiment was successful, and the temporary coordinates can be used. He was very satisfied. This time when he came back, he did not use Herman's fate line to locate the teleportation, but used the temporary coordinates he made. The temporary coordinates were not the fate line, but a relatively large point. When Thor touched this point, he could also complete the teleportation. But this temporary coordinate can't last too long. The temporary coordinates that Thor made for the first time can only last for 10 days at most. It can only be used for emergency purposes, not for long-term positioning. But after he studies it further, maybe he can extend the duration of the temporary coordinates to a few months. That way it can be used in more scenarios. The carriage of the Tribunal is still moving steadily on the ground. Thor took back his soul fragment with satisfaction, then pushed the door of the carriage open a little, indicating that the driver was back. Outside the carriage, the driver, who was covered in a cloak, suddenly stiffened his back, then slowly relaxed. Sir Thor, welcome back. The driver's voice had always been low and hoarse, But today, it was particularly exhausted, as if he had exhausted all his physical strength. Thor now knew that other people could not teleport in the Dwarf Valley, but he was not in a position to discuss this with the driver, so he continued to pretend that he didn't know, notified the driver that he was back, and closed the carriage door, sitting in the carriage to meditate, recovering his spirit body that was slightly fluctuating due to teleportation. He didn't know that the driver of the tribunal was really nervous for 3 days. Because his body was too tense, he almost lost his strength after Thor came back because of a moment of relaxation. Thor didn't know that there was actually something hidden in this simple carriage he was in. Even if Flem's consciousness left the lantern, he couldn't escape from the carriage. In fact, once Thor wanted to escape from the carriage or was ready to destroy the carriage violently, the carriage would immediately activate its defense function, depriving Thor of his ability to move mentally. In simple terms, it is to make him dizzy or fall asleep. Even if Thor does not really faint due to his abnormal mental power, he will not be able to escape due to the large-scale vibration of his mental body. Because the entire carriage was made by Flem himself, in order to escort those disobedient high-level wizards. Also because this carriage only picks up powerful wizards, outsiders still think that this is the highest standard of the Judgment Court to welcome guests. Who would have thought that it is actually a cage? And those wizards who tried to escape but failed can vaguely guess the real purpose of this carriage. But for the sake of face and money, they would not leak this matter. However, Flem, who built the carriage, probably did not expect that Thor did not need to leave the carriage at all, nor did he need to violently destroy the carriage. He only needed to teleport to leave this hidden cage. Therefore, after Thor left, although the coachman still drove to the teleportation array leading to the Nephilim continent as planned, he was actually worried in his heart, fearing that Thor would not come back, and he would be angered by the court master for failing to complete the task assigned by him. Fortunately, Thor came back, and he could complete his mission on time. Thor's timing was very accurate. After he came back, an hour later, the carriage slowly stopped. Thor opened the door again, and found that they had come to a new witchcraft array. Last time he landed on the teleportation array of the Iskepper continent, Thor did not have time to observe it carefully. This time he looked out through the door, and found that there was a row of walls around the array, which tightly wrapped this huge array. Every 10 or so meters on the wall, there is a pillar, with a flame suspended 1 meter above the pillar. There are also dense witchcraft arrays engraved on the wall. Thor casually scanned a few and found isolation arrays, protection arrays, attack arrays, etc. It seems that the Judgment Court has also put a lot of effort to protect this ultra-long distance teleportation array. Thor believes that once someone wants to destroy the array or trespass without permission, the flame suspended on the pillars will teach them to start a new life in the next life. Perhaps the driver was in a hurry to hand Thor over. Before Thor had time to observe more, he heard the driver remind him, "It's about to start. Please close the door." Having guessed the driver's nervousness, Thor did not make trouble, and cooperated very well to close the door, and took the initiative to stop all fluctuations of magic and mental power. The next second, the sense of spatial confusion came again. And this time, the confusion brought to Thor was even worse than the last time. Last time, it should be because Flem's consciousness was beside him, so the space in the carriage was more stable than it is now. Thor was in a mood to think despite the discomfort of teleporting over a long distance. Because of the rapid change of space, Thor's perception of time was also confused. A few times he even suspected that time had been stagnant, but the next moment everything returned to normal. After an unknown amount of time, Thor finally heard the driver outside say in a hoarse voice, "Sir Thor, we are here, you can come out." Thor closed his eyes, and recovered for a few seconds. When he felt that he had stabilized again, he pushed open the door and walked out. The scene outside the carriage surprised him. The Pegasus carriage stopped in the center of the magic circle, but there was a circle of people outside the magic circle. There was a long golden carpet in the direction that Thor was facing. It was like a red carpet for welcoming guests. The driver got off the carriage and made way for him. "Sir Thor, these people are important ministers and nobles of the Eternal Night Empire who are here to welcome you." After a pause, he said, "The Emperor of Eternal Night is waiting for your arrival in the palace." Chapter 811. In fact, as a third-level wizard, even the Emperor of the Eternal Night Empire should personally welcome Thor. But Thor would not care about these things, and he would not necessarily respect the other party anyway. Several ministers and nobles of the Eternal Night surrounded him respectfully, but they did not dare to step forward without Thor's signal. There were also several carefully selected beautiful women in the team, of all ages. Although most wizards did not care about appearance, there were also a few who were addicted to beauty. If someone takes a fancy to him, he would have a great backer, Unfortunately, this time, Thor didn't even look at them. He stepped directly on the golden carpet and boarded the carriage to the Palace of Eternal Night. Thor thought he would take a carriage to meet the Emperor of Eternal Night. However, after the carriage took him to the Palace of Eternal Night, he was directly arranged to live in a gorgeous and spacious palace. All the daily necessities were complete, exquisite, and expensive, as if all the most high-end utensils of Eternal Night were sent to Thor for use. However, unlike the generous material treatment, no one paid attention to Thor after he entered the palace. It's not that no one paid attention to him. There were countless guards and maids standing outside the door. As long as Thor gave an order, hundreds of people would serve him. But the people who should really come to see Thor never showed up. For example, the Emperor of Eternal Night, or the people of the Judgment Court. But Thor was not in a hurry. After all, they invited him to solve the problem of mermaids being polluted by the black tide, and he was ready to live in the Nephlit continent for half a year. At worst, we can turn this palace into a second laboratory. Anyway, Thor carries a lot of witchcraft materials and experimental equipment in his storage device. And if there is any emergency, and he needs to go back, he believes that Byron and Kelly can make a decision and create a fake Eye of the Storm. With these preparations, Thor settled down in this gorgeous and empty palace with peace of mind. Until the evening of the third day, someone finally knocked on the door of the palace. Thor did not get up immediately. He was thinking about who he could choose from Yelnya as the third target of his Symphony of Destiny. Therefore, when the knock on the door sounded, Thor did not answer it immediately. The person outside the door was also very patient. After another 5 minutes, he knocked on the door for the second time. "Please come in." Thor put down the paper and pen. He had not yet determined his target. He knew too little about Nephrt. Except for Flim, the head of the Judgment Court, he had not had much contact with others. And through contact with the lions in the fantasy world, who called themselves the Death Demon, he knew that the target he chose should be a brave man who could face the ups and downs of fate, rather than a strong man who had already stood at the top of the world. So Flim is not a good choice. "Don't worry, I still have a long time to observe anyway." Thor raised his head, and at this moment, the palace door was pushed open from the outside. Outside the door stood a third-level wizard. This third-level wizard had a pair of inverted triangle eyes, and the corners of his mouth were slightly downturned, and he looked very bad-tempered. But when facing Thor, he still tried to show a polite smile. But this smile only pulled his downturned mouth corners straight. "Hello, Master Soul." Seeing a wizard of the same level, Soul stood up without putting on airs. "Hello, who are you?" The wizard with inverted triangle eyes came in. "I am Alfonso, the court wizard of Eternal Night. Major in Dark Element." "What a coincidence, me too." Soul was joking. But the serious Alfonso obviously didn't think it was a joke. "It's not a coincidence, we both major in Dark Element, that's why we are together today to study the solution to the black tide pollution." Seeing that the other person's personality was as serious as his appearance, Soul shrugged indifferently. "Okay, then can we get down to business now? I've been here for a few days." "I thought you invited me here to put me under house arrest." "The Lord of the Court did say that you can't run around." Alfonso actually directly said the true intention of his immediate superior. After listening to this, Soul threw the quill in his hand on the table. "Why, are you afraid that I will explore the secrets of the tribunal?" This time, Alfonso did not speak, which seemed to indicate his consent. The other party was so direct that Soul did not bother to talk nonsense. "You came here today, so you can start studying mermaids? I brought a mermaid here, and I don't know if it is different from your local mermaids." Alfonso waited quietly for Soul to finish speaking, then nodded and said, "You have a mermaid, which means you have some understanding of this race, which is good." Then he said, "But today we are not going to the mermaids. We are going to see the Emperor of Eternal Night first." Thor was startled. He had not seen the Emperor of the Eternal Night Empire in the days since he came here, and thought that the Emperor had no intention of showing up. Although it did not match the grand ceremony of the noble's welcome, Thor had no interest in meeting the Emperor. He did not expect that after waiting for a few days, he would have to meet him again. Is the identity of this Emperor not simple? Is he a wizard like Senior Morton? Please do not resist, I will take you there directly. Alfonso stretched out his left hand to Thor, and powerful magic surged in his palm. Thor narrowed his eyes, and he actually felt the vibration of space. Wow! Alfonso's left hand suddenly burned with black flames, and the flames suddenly exploded. At this moment, Thor's eyes blurred, and he found that the room in front of him had become another one. This room was also exquisite and gorgeous, and the wallpaper patterns on the wall were woven with rare plant-based witchcraft materials. The tiles under his feet were densely patterned, and there were also witchcraft arrays hidden inside that were not yet known. Not to mention the other decorations, which seemed to be specially designed by wizards. Thor glanced at the decoration in front of him and thought, this emperor is either a high-level wizard or has a special identity. However, compared with the identity of the emperor, Thor is now more interested in Alfonso the wizard. After all, the other party just demonstrated a teleportation magic. Wizards who can master teleportation before the 4th level, even if it is a defective teleportation, will have a promising future that cannot be underestimated. Thor was tempted. Is this Alfonso suitable to be my 3rd target? Seeing Thor thinking, Alfonso waited for a moment before saying, Sir Thor, the Emperor of Eternal Night is behind you. Thor came back to his senses and nodded to Alfonso. Although he had just come here, he had already discovered that there was a person behind him, but there was no magic fluctuation on the other person, so he only thought he was a guard or something like that. It seems that this Emperor is not a wizard, and he doesn't even have any witchcraft props on him. It doesn't match the room they are in at all. Thor turned around with a little curiosity, and then froze for a moment. The Emperor of Eternal Night opposite opened his mouth in surprise after seeing Thor's front face. Sir Thor? Sander? Why are you here? Chapter 812. The last time I saw Sander was when he rescued his sister Mitter's soul from the soul tide of Blue Water Bay. After that, in order to thank Thor, the other party gave him the ancestral Chaos Domain Compass. Of course, at that time, Sander only knew that the Chaos Domain Compass might be a witchcraft prop, and he didn't know how rare it was. Of course, as an ordinary person, even if he knew, he couldn't activate it. And to activate the Chaos Domain Compass, you need the ancient witchcraft gold coins in Thor's hand, which are things that have been passed down since before the New Moon era. At that time, Thor thought that Sander lived in such a difficult situation, but he was proud from the bottom of his heart, and he had such an ancient and powerful witchcraft prop in his hand. Maybe he had some background. But he didn't expect that after not seeing each other for a few years, he had transformed from a poor businessman on the street to the emperor of the strongest empire in the Nephlit continent. Alfonso didn't expect that Thor and the emperor knew each other. He looked left and right, but still didn't ask about their relationship. As a court wizard, he certainly knew that the current emperor was a royal bloodline that was brought back from the state continent not long ago and was lost. The other party was on the same continent as Sol before, so they must have known each other at that time. It seems that the two of you know each other, so that's easy. Your Majesty, Mr. Sol, let's go over there and sit down to talk. Alfonso raised his hand and invited the two to sit down on the sofa at the end of the room. Sol watched Sander walk over slowly. Judging from his complexion and walking posture, his body seemed very weak. Sander's skin was not only much whiter than the last time they met, but also had a pale feeling of blood loss. It seems that Sander, the Emperor, is not living a good life. He remembered that Sander was not among the people who came to greet him, probably because his physical condition did not allow it. The last time I saw him, his physical and mental state was quite good. After Sander sat down, Thor put his hand on the back of his neck. Sander's body stiffened, but he did not dodge. Alfonso sat there leisurely, also without guard. There is no problem with the spirit, the body has been modified, and the physique is stronger. Well, have you become less restrained after becoming the Emperor? Faced with such a straightforward question from Thor, Sander smiled bitterly and said, Lord Thor, I can't make the decision on this matter. Sol looked at Alfonso with a strange expression. Unlike the court wizards of the Kerma Empire, Alfonso was obviously not so respectful to Sander. He even felt like he was controlling him. Seeing Thor looking over at him, Alfonso nodded. Her Majesty Alexandra is the only remaining royal bloodline of Yongya, and more heirs must be left as soon as possible. Sol's mouth twitched. It seems that Sander is not indulgent because of the sudden change of his status. How many children do you have now? He asked the somewhat embarrassed Sander. Sander pursed his lips. His face became even uglier. No. His voice was as thin as a mosquito. Thor was silent for a moment, and his palm covered Sander's neck again. Sander lowered his head, knowing that Thor was going to help him check his body. Unlike the last time, this time he felt something sharp piercing directly from the back of his neck. A sharp pain immediately spread along the spine to the brain. But just as he tried to dodge reflexively, he found that his body was as cold as frozen, and he couldn't even raise his head. Beads of sweat immediately appeared on his forehead and nose, gathered together, and then dripped down his cheeks to his front. Alfonso watched from the side, and was a little curious about the relationship between Sol and Sander. Sol made Alexandra so miserable, but the latter didn't even look at him for help. This is a sign of complete trust in Sol. General friendships would not be expressed in this way. However, Alfonso was just curious, and he did not really care about the mood and social life of the Emperor of Eternal Night. Anyway, this Emperor was just in name only, and could not even touch the political affairs of Eternal Night. He was just a person used to continue his descendants, and, while Alfonso was thinking, Sol finally raised his hand. And Sander, who was tortured by him, suddenly lowered his head and fainted in the next second. Sol raised his hand and let Sander half-lie against the back of the sofa, while casting a spell to recover the injuries just caused by exploring the body. At the same time, because Sander had fainted, Sol didn't have to consider Sander's feelings when communicating with Alfonso. The reason why Lord Flim invited me here is to treat the black tide pollution on the mermaid. But you brought me to see Sander first. Is the mermaid just a cover, and the real purpose is to let me treat the Emperor? Alfonso still looked serious. It should be said that treating the Emperor of Eternal Night is part of treating the mermaid pollution. Sol held his chin and guessed, is it related to the mermaid that you forced Sander to give birth to an heir as soon as possible? Alfonso nodded. Wouldn't the royal family of Eternal Night have the blood of mermaids? Almost. Sol stretched out his hand to Alfonso. Please speak. Alfonso brought Sol to see the Emperor of Eternal Night, this time to make things clear. He paused for a moment, sorted out his thoughts, and then began to talk about the relationship between the royal family of Eternal Night and the mermaids. You know that the southeast coastline of the Nephrite continent is full of Red Sea trees, right? Sol is relatively familiar with things related to Kuroshio pollution. Yes. It is used to absorb the black tide gushing out of the eye of the abyss. The Red Sea tree can absorb the pollution of the black tide, but it cannot eliminate it. When the absorbed pollution reaches a certain level, the Red Sea tree will absorb the accumulated pollution and attack it. Even if you find a way to collect and isolate the pollution, it will cause great harm. In order to solve the pollution attack of the Red Sea tree, the Judgment Court spent 10 years separating the blood of the mermaids from the blood handed down from ancient times and created a large number of mermaids. At the same time, through transformation, the spiritual body of the mermaids was weakened, and the physical tolerance was simply enhanced, making them more suitable for Kuroshio pollution than other races. They can even survive in it for a period of time. The transformed mermaids feed on the rhizomes produced at the bottom of the Red Sea tree. And the rhizomes are the parts of the Red Sea tree that store Kuroshio pollution. Sol's eyes trembled slightly, and he suddenly thought of the mermaids left in his palace. At that time, he found that the mermaids had low intelligence and seemed to have only the most basic survival instincts, but they could still survive when there was a lot of pollution in their bodies. But even if they can adapt to pollution, there is a limit. The Red Sea tree will eat back the pollution that it cannot store. So what about the mermaids? When they eat the polluted rhizomes produced by the Red Sea tree and the pollution in their bodies reaches the upper limit, there is only one ending, right? At the critical moment of recovering his strength, the water god Foresaw still paid attention to the mermaid carried by Thor. Was it to see what the living conditions of his descendants, the mermaids, were like now? Now it seems quite miserable. Chapter 8:13. The mermaids are in a miserable situation, and Sander in front of him seems to have his own difficulties. Alfonso told Thor about the value of the existence of the Emperor of the Eternal Night. After extracting the blood of the mermaids, in order to better control the mermaids, the predecessors of the Judgment Court extracted the blood of the royal family among the mermaids and integrated it into the descendants of the Eternal Night royal family. Alfonso looked at Sander, who was sleeping peacefully. Control the mermaids by controlling the royal family. Of course, in return, the Judgment Court will also ensure that the status of the Eternal Night royal family remains unchanged. But didn't you say that now only Sander is left in the royal bloodline? Sol found it funny. The status of the Eternal Night royal family has not changed, but there are only a few people left. Yes. Alfonso frowned, obviously troubled by this matter. Maybe it's a curse, maybe it's fate. The number of the Eternal Night royal family, which was originally prosperous and had many relatives, began to decrease sharply after accepting the mermaid bloodline. Even if the court master took action personally, he still couldn't stop the trend of the royal family's decline. Now, except for Alexandra, no one else in the entire royal family has the blood of the mermaid royal family. So you asked me to come here mainly for... Saltz paused, feeling something was strange. Let Sander have a child? Alfonso actually nodded. There is no problem with this explanation. The next experiment will be mainly carried out by the two of us. We initially believed that Alexandra had not given birth to a child because the mermaid royal blood in his body was too thin. Although he can still calm the mermaids, he cannot pass on his bloodline to his offspring. So we plan to take out the remaining mermaid royal bloodline and merge it into someone else's body again to see if we can create a new royal family. Notice the change in reference in Alfonso's words. Merge into someone else's body? Are you planning to give up Sander? Yes. The current Eternal Night royal family has no way to carry out a second bloodline fusion. Of course, if Sander can have offspring with a sufficient bloodline concentration before the birth of the new royal family, then we will let him continue to be the emperor. Oh, poor Sander. He was brought back by Yonya only to be used as a reproductive tool. Not only that, he is also a backup reproductive tool. You just said that you still need the Yonya royal family to appease the mermaids. How can we appease them? Sol asked. This time Alfonso was silent for a moment. His blood can appease the mermaids. Sol couldn't help but look at Sander, who was still sleeping. Looking at his pale and weak appearance, it is definitely impossible for him to participate in politics. And in order to better pass on the family line, it is definitely not okay to enjoy too much luxury. Really, poor emperor. Anyway, Thor had a good impression of Sander. He stood up and asked, if the tribunal creates a new royal family, what will happen to Sander? Alfonso pursed his lips. Since Alexandra knows you, it's okay to let her change her noble identity and live in seclusion in the countryside. This means that if Thor didn't intend to save Sander's life, the tribunal would most likely not keep him alive. It is very likely that they don't want two royal families to exist in the world at the same time, which will affect the tribunal's control over the mermaids. Even if they agreed to let Sander go to live in seclusion in the countryside, they would definitely send someone to watch over him, so that he would have to spend the rest of his life in the same place. Knowing that Thor had understood what he meant, Alfonso stood up from the sofa. I've almost finished talking about the situation here. I take you to the blood research room. The mermaids are on the coast, and we need to take a teleportation array. We go there tomorrow. Thor nodded happily, but before leaving, he walked to the sleeping Sander. Do you mind if I take some of his blood and go back to study it? Of course, you can start the experiment now. Alfonso raised his hand and motioned for Thor to do as he pleased. Thor took a little blood and flesh from the vein and artery, and then followed Alfonso out of the palace of the Emperor of Eternal Night. Long after the two left, Sander slowly opened his eyes. He looked clear, not like someone who had just woken up. Suddenly, a blue butterfly appeared in the pupil of his right eye, fluttering lightly in his eyeball. Mid. Sander whispered, do you think we can still ask him for help? The blue butterfly flew to the edge of the right eye and disappeared, then quickly reappeared in the left eyeball. I understand. In silence, the two completed their communication. Sander closed his eyes again, without even changing his movements. He knew that after a certain time, someone would wake him up and go to the palace to rest. After all, the servants here were very concerned about his physical condition. At this time, Sol, who had left the palace, followed Alfonso to another place. This place was completely different from the deserted palace. You can see busy wizards of the Court of Arbitration everywhere. Some are conducting experiments with various instruments, some are observing and taking notes, and some are concentrating on engraving different micromagic arrays. After Sol followed Alfonso in, no one took the initiative to greet them. They seemed to be very busy. Alfonso did not intend to introduce Sol, and took him straight to the innermost. Sol walked and looked along the way. With his current knowledge reserve, he could easily distinguish what experiments these wizards were doing. In his opinion, the experiment of integrating the blood of the mermaids is probably still in its early stages. He has not yet integrated a general design idea. However, without understanding the whole picture, Thor would not casually make suggestions. The two entered a separate laboratory. There were special wizards guarding here, but no one was conducting research experiments. Obviously, this was Alfonso's special laboratory. Sit down first. Alfonso pointed casually, and walked to the wall at the end of the room. An alien magic circle was engraved on the wall, which looked like a combination of a parallelogram and a moon shape. It was the first time that Thor had seen this kind of magic circle, and he immediately observed it with great interest. Alfonso felt Thor's gaze, and without avoiding him, he stretched out his hand and drew two compound runes on the magic circle. After drawing the pictures and texts, the entire magic circle lit up. Alfonso stretched his arm directly into the wall. When he pulled his arm out again, there were two more test tubes in his palm. One of the test tubes was filled with clear liquid, with a small dark blue ball suspended in the center of the liquid. The other test tube contained a small amount of dark red liquid, which only covered the bottom of the test tube. Alfonso pointed to the test tube with the blue ball and said, "This is the blood fusion agent, which can be used about 3 times. The other one is the mermaid royal blood that the court master gave me, which can only be used 3 times. So before we officially start the experiment, we must prepare the preparatory work in full and avoid waste as much as possible." Thor looked at the dark red liquid, and his heart moved, and he blurted out, Can you give me a portion of the mermaid royal blood and take it back for research? Chapter 814. Not yet. Alfonso said with a straight face, I will give you the relevant research materials. When you are familiar with the knowledge above, I will apply to the court master. Sol sighed in disappointment. If you don't give it to me, will you show it to me to make me jealous? Alfonso still had a blank expression on his face, with the corners of his mouth slightly down. Using real objects to explain knowledge will be more specific. After saying that, he walked to the laboratory table and casually placed 2 precious test tubes on the test tube rack. The blood of the mermaids is inherited from the ancient Qinglin tribe. However, before the Eye of the Abyss appeared, most of the Qinglin tribe had already left this world. Most of those left behind are low-level Qinglin tribe, also known as the mermaid tribe. Here are the relevant materials and books. You can take them back and have a look today. Alfonso waved his hand, and 3 piles of books 1 meter high appeared on the ground. The pages on the side of each book looked very old, and the edges were not neat, as if they were often flipped through. Alfonso explained, when I was researching, I was used to recording the knowledge I gained on paper, not in witchcraft props. Nowadays, many high-level wizards like to record their knowledge in knowledge arrays, which can be directly read with mental power. It is easy to carry, and can extract knowledge quickly. But Alfonso is still used to using books to record and read like low-level wizards. Thor had no objection. I have just been promoted to level 3, actually, I have just been promoted to level 1 and level 2, so I like reading books very much. Thor put his hand on the top book, and with a thought, all the books were collected in the space prop storage device on his wrist. Then he raised his head and said to Alfonso, who was frowning, Don't worry, I will treat your knowledge well. Alfonso's frown relaxed slightly. That's good. Giving the research book to Thor, he began to tell Thor about the characteristics of the mermaid royal bloodline and fusion agent. This fusion agent was personally researched and manufactured by the court master. It is very rare, and its state is very unstable. When using it, it can only be extracted with glass tweezers. When it is exposed to the air, it will spontaneously combust within 3 seconds, so after taking out the fusion agent, it needs to be added to the bloodline within 3 seconds, preferably within 1 second. Alfonso spoke seriously, and Sol listened attentively. The 2 guard wizards in the room stood beside them, seemingly not caring about the content of their conversation. Time passed by little as the 2 sides discussed. In Sol's perception, the sun should be setting soon. Alfonso and Sol's first academic discussion also came to an end. Now the blood of the mermaid royal family is not as active as before. If the new Eternal Night royal family is to be created this time, the Lord of the Court may consume most of the remaining blood. After all, these bloodlines may not last until the next time the royal bloodline is exhausted. Alfonso closed the book and stood up to put the 2 test tubes back into the witchcraft circle inside the wall. Just then, someone suddenly knocked on the door of this independent laboratory outside. Dang 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 dang. A very rapid knock on the door. Sol noticed that Alfonso's expression did not change, and he did not even intend to open the door. He looked back, and as soon as he turned around, the door was suddenly pushed open. It was as if the previous hurried knock on the door was a warning, foreshadowing. I'm coming in, not. Please open the door for me. The door was pushed open with great force, hitting the wall, and rebounded back into the intruder's hands again. Someone who doesn't get along with Alfonso. As soon as Sol thought of this, he overturned his idea. Because the person who just came in had a bright smile on his face, not arrogant, nor sarcastic, but a very happy smile. Alfonso, I'm back. Did you miss me? The intruder had fiery red hair, probably as red as the sunset outside. His hair was not long, but very thick, and it swayed when he walked, very rhythmically. After he came in, he pushed the door hard behind him, and the door slammed shut, and the wall seemed to tremble slightly. Hey, are there guests? The red-haired man looked at Thor. Oh, I see, it's the guest invited back by the Lord of the Court. Thor the wizard, right? Hello, my name is Roy. I'm Alfonso's friend, the best friend. Roy was very enthusiastic when he saw Thor, and he was like a ball of fire, which was out of tune with the other wizards in this laboratory. Thor's first reaction was not to greet Roy, but to look back at Alfonso's expression. The other party's eyes were drooping, but the corners of his mouth were slightly straightened. Well, he should be a real friend. Thor looked back again, looked at the enthusiastic Roy, stood up and said friendly, Hello, Wizard Roy. Roy did not hide the fluctuations of magic power on his body at all. The fire element particles, which were as active as his personality, were the most dense, and the strong amplitude showed the powerful strength of the other party's third-level wizard. Roy walked to the side of the experimental table. What are you doing? Oh, The blood of the mermaid royal family. If you ask me, who cares about whether it is royal or not? Just blend the blood first. Whoever can survive will be the emperor, and those who die will be fed to the fish directly. Alfonso waved his hand. This is not your experimental project, and I don't need your opinion. This was quite impolite, but Roy didn't care at all, and still had a smile on his face. I'm just worried that you're wasting your energy. A genius dark attribute wizard like Thor should go directly to research the source of the Red Sea tree. If we can improve the pollution absorption capacity of the Red Sea tree, or improve the way we deal with pollution, wouldn't that be more useful than studying mermaids? Wizard Roy's research project is the source of the Red Sea tree? Sol asked. Roy nodded vigorously, not like a third-level wizard at all. Yeah, do you think it's easy for me? I majored in fire elements, but now I have to study how to plant trees in the sea. Life is really unpredictable. As he said this, Roy even wanted to pull Sol's arm. You should have finished talking. I take you to see the Red Sea trees by the sea. The Red Sea trees are the most beautiful at dusk. If you like, I can also bring 2 beautiful witches. Do you have any special hobbies? Do you like people who look like humans, or people who don't look like humans? Alfonso's originally straightened mouth corners turned down again. Sol touched his chin and asked tentatively, are there any mermaids that meet human aesthetics? There are a lot of mermaids in the Nephrite continent, and mermaids, who are regarded as scavengers and vacuum cleaners, obviously don't have a high social status, and they have to be humble in front of wizards. Thor thought that he might be able to get a mermaid from Roy or Alfonso. Bring it back to compare with Kate. Unexpectedly, Roy on the opposite side suddenly stopped smiling, and even looked disgusted and nauseous. No, 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 Thor, my friend, you don't like mermaids. They are the lowest species. To me, what you said is as uncomfortable as going to bed with a mouse in the ground. Roy smiled again and shrugged, but I won't blame you. After all, you are not from Nephrite, so it's normal that you don't know mermaids. I will pick a beautiful girl for you, and you can tear off her wings. It will be very exciting. Sol crossed his fingers, put them on the table, and smiled. Forget it. I just got dozens of witchcraft notes from Alfonso the wizard, and I don't have time to tear off other people's wings in the short term. Chapter 8:15. Roy obviously wanted to persuade him, but Alfonso beside him could no longer listen. He suddenly stood up and raised his voice. Roy. Roy still had a smile on his face, and looked at his friend. Snap. Alfonso suddenly snapped his fingers, and then Roy suddenly disappeared. He then said to Sol, I moved Roy out of the laboratory. Regarding the experimental project you are participating in, you cannot change it without the consent of the court master. Thor nodded. I know. Don't worry, I'm still more interested in mermaids. Alfonso on the other side was silent for 3 seconds. Well, Mr. Thor, it is not recommended to have physical relations with mermaids. Ahem. Thor couldn't help but cough twice to defend himself. Mr. Alfonso, I was just joking with Wizard Roy just now. Alfonso pursed his pale lips and nodded. That's good. I can't really tell the difference between real intentions and jokes. Sol put his hands together. I understand. I will try not to joke in the future. Alfonso nodded with satisfaction, then stood up. Then let's go to the next place. Didn't we just say that we would stop here today? Sol stood up in confusion. Where are we going? To see the mermaids you are interested in. Alfonso made a gesture to snap his fingers. Relax, don't resist. Sol blinked. Snap. The two left the closed and busy laboratory at the same time, and appeared on a wooden boat. At this time, they were in a dark underground waterway. However, with Thor's eyesight and mental power, he could still see the mosses and dripping water on the rocks on both sides. This narrow underground waterway has only one road for a long distance, and it looks like a man-made tunnel, not a natural one. This is under the palace. In the dark, Alfonso took up the iron chain tied to the stone pier next to the boat. The iron chain made a clattering sound, and one end fell into the water. Gulp. A sound. I can only teleport within a certain range of the palace. This is also the ability given to me by the Lord of the Court. I don't know why Alfonso told Thor about the range of his power. Thor rolled his eyes, held the edge of the boat with one hand, and sat in the boat honestly. Now I believe that you and Wizard Roy are good friends. Huh? Every time you teleport me, you will remind me, but you don't need to remind Roy. Obviously you often throw him out, and he won't resist. Alfonso remained silent, and did not refute. Although he did not understand how these two people became friends, Sol was not very curious. He sat on the boat and watched Alfonso put down a round instrument. Then there was a vibration sound like a motor under the boat, and the whole boat rushed forward like an arrow. Alfonso pointed his finger at the boat, and a layer of black mist appeared on the outside of the hull. Whenever the boat hit the two rocks at an extremely fast speed, the black mist would cushion the impact like a protective film and correct the direction. The narrow waterway suddenly opened up after a sudden drop. It seemed like entering the original river of nature from the artificial waterway. The water here was more turbulent, and the undercurrent was surging, causing the boat to bump from time to time. The stone pillars that occasionally emerged from the water made navigation challenging. Fortunately, the two people on the boat had reached the point where they did not take this challenge seriously, and they could still communicate with interest under the background music of the clattering sound resounding through the cave. With the help of the black fog, the boat bypassed the stone pillars that blocked the way, but they had to be careful of the stalagmites above their heads. After driving for another half an hour, light finally shone in from the front. Thor could finally see with his normal eyes. Outside the cave was an endless sea. The waves sparkled, breaking the reflection of the starry sky. It's a good day for a night tour. Thor looked around. Didn't they say that the southeast coast is full of Red Sea trees? Why can't I see any? Since Yongye wanted to cultivate and control mermaids, it was impossible for him to build a palace on the northwest coastline. The tide is rising. Now the Red Sea trees are all under the seawater. Mermaids live at the roots of the Red Sea trees. But we are not going there today. Then where are we going? Some individuals have appeared in the mermaid population. Their resistance to the Kuroshio pollution has weakened for unknown reasons. They have shown serious pollution symptoms and are contagious. In order to control the pollution situation, I have isolated all mermaids with pollution symptoms on the shore. The boat turned around and began to sail along the shore. The speed was still very fast, as if it wanted to throw the two people on the boat off without caring. Bang! A few minutes later, the boat stopped after hitting a large sunken rock. Because of the protection of the black fog, the hull was not damaged. Sol jumped off the boat and stepped on the soft sand. Your driving skills need to be improved, I'm serious. Alfonso did not answer, but directed the iron chain on the boat to automatically tie to a thick iron nail nailed in the gap of the stone. Then he jumped out. It's just in front. Sol followed Alfonso and continued to walk around a huge reef that looked like a small house, and finally saw a pool of water. The pool was very clear and very deep. It felt like it was going to suck people in. Thor was not afraid of being sucked in, as he had been to deeper seabeds. He also got a special ocean rune at that time. But it had no other use except for research. Is the mermaid down there? Thor stood at the edge of the pool, letting the waves soak the soles of his shoes. He felt a dozen weak mental fluctuations. They were not the powerful fluctuations of wizards, but normal mental fluctuations that were weaker than those of ordinary people. He looked at the side of the pool that was swaying in the water. Are they all hiding in there? A handful of brown pieces suddenly appeared in Alfonso's hand, and he threw them into the pool. The originally clear pool was immediately muddied. In the depths of the pool, even deeper, where even the moonlight could not reach, mermaids emerged. The waves blocked their faces, and their slender bodies and fish tails kept swaying, turning and swimming upwards. The picture was beautiful and refreshing. When they got closer, faces with cones on top and bottom were revealed, and reality broke the fantasy. After careful observation, Thor found that although these mermaids looked strange and their faces were closer to fish than humans, they were at least more normal than the mermaid Kate was possessed by. They had long dark green hair like algae, but they didn't have 6 breasts. They looked a little more pleasing to the eye. Maybe the wizard in Sky City made some private modifications when raising mermaids. They modified the mammary organs. Could it be that they wanted to breed privately? Just as Thor was comparing the appearance of Kate and the mermaid in front of him, a fiery red suddenly appeared and caught his eyes. It was a unique female mermaid with long red hair. When she swam, her fine red hair bloomed in the water, like a rose on the earth. Coral is coming, Alfonso said softly, as if he was afraid that his voice would scare the timid mermaids in the pool. She is a regressive mermaid, and her appearance is more similar to the ancient Qinglin tribe. Chapter 8:16. After Alfonso's soft introduction, Coral under the water seemed to have heard the voice, and timidly raised her head and looked towards the water surface. This also allowed Sol to see her face hidden by her red hair. He actually had a sense of seeing the little mermaid in the fairy tale. Although the mermaid named Coral's skull and jaw are narrower than those of ordinary people, she can already be called an oval face. She has red eyes like her hair, shining like rubies. However, before Thor could continue to admire the mermaid's appearance, the latter flipped over in the pool, revealing the tail of the lower body. Thor frowned immediately. Half of the coral fish's tail was rotten. Her tail was blue, like the clear sky after rain, but most of it was missing, revealing the tailbone and a lot of rotten meat that had turned white in the water. There were also scattered pieces of meat connected to the tail by tiny meat threads, which seemed to be able to be torn off with a strong effort. The translucent tail fin clearly reflected a colorful halo like a mother of pearl, but there were many gaps, and it was in tatters. In short, it looks painful. Is this the Kuroshio pollution you mentioned? Its surface characteristics are different from the Kuroshio pollution I have seen before. Alfonso said seriously. The possibility of other items causing pollution has been preliminarily ruled out. As long as they stay in the sea water with Kuroshio, the pollution will intensify. If Alfonso is not lying, then it is really possible that the rot is caused by Kuroshio pollution. Well, the manifestations of Kuroshio pollution are diverse. Maybe this is a new feature. Thor didn't say anything definitive. I named this pollution disease rotten tail. Thor nodded, very descriptive. The first case of rotten tail disease was Coral. Because she is a reverted mermaid, we pay more attention to her. It may also be because of the reversion that her tolerance to Kuroshio pollution is not as good as that of the current mermaids. Fortunately, we discovered the disease in time and found that it is contagious, so we can isolate all the sick mermaids before the disease breaks out on a large scale. Sol observed the other mermaids and found that their tails were also rotten, but the most rotten part was the coral. I want to take some of her lesion tissue. Alfonso did not object. Okay, but you have to be careful. These mermaids are very wary of wizards. If you scare her, she may struggle violently. She is the first patient, and we can't let her die now. Don't worry, I have been a doctor for several years. Sol took off his wizard robe and threw it on the sand behind him. Then, he jumped into the water, entering the water smoothly, with only shallow ripples on the surface. Alfonso stood on the shore, folding his arms and watching Sol's movements, not knowing what he was thinking, a little stunned. When Sol entered the water, the mermaids in the water, who were fighting for food, immediately panicked and hid in the cracks of the rocks. But strangely, the corals, which should have been afraid of humans, remained where they were, and there was a hint of curiosity in their eyes when they looked at Sol. When Sol approached, the corals actually swam towards him. At this distance, Thor keenly discovered that Coral's spirit was slightly stronger than other mermaids. Perhaps due to atavism, her intelligence was closer to that of a human child. After Coral approached Thor, she stretched out her hands and held one of Thor's arms. Is it because of Floco? I have Floco's spirit left in me, which makes her feel closer to me. Thor made a bold guess. Floco, the water god, was from the Green Scale clan, and Coral had atavism, so she might be more familiar with Floco's spirit. Thor stretched out his hand and turned it into a translucent tentacle, covering the half-rotten fish tail of the coral. It didn't hurt. Thor took a few samples from the coral, wrapped them with the tentacles, and took them back into his body. Because he didn't know the pollution on the coral, Thor carefully isolated the samples from the body. After taking the samples, Thor scanned the coral's mental power again, looked at the other's big ruby eyes, raised his hand, and gently stroked the other's cheek. There were small scales on both sides of the coral's cheeks, which felt rough and smooth. Coral closed her eyes, like a kitten, just short of making a slurp sound of enjoyment. Thor carefully checked Coral's body structure and turned to float up. Coral opened her eyes in confusion and even swam a few meters after Thor. At this moment, she suddenly saw a small black tentacle emerging from the back of Thor's neck. The tip of the tentacle opened, revealing the tip of the black tongue. Palodilu. The algae stuck out its tongue and a string of bubbles came out of its mouth. Coral widened her eyes and reached out to pull the black tentacle, but in her peripheral vision, she saw the gloomy man on the water not far from her. Coral paused, shrank his shoulders, seemed very scared, then flicked his tail and fled back to the depths of the pool. Sol didn't pay attention to the movement below. He could only feel that Coral gave up after chasing for a while. He climbed out of the clear and cold pool, used magic to clean the excess water and stains on his clothes, and put on the wizard robe thrown aside. How can Coral be so close to you? Alfonso had been stunned for a long time, and as soon as Sol came out of the water, he couldn't wait to ask. Maybe I have a mermaid next to me, and she feels the breath is more familiar. Sol said casually, and as a doctor, I naturally know how to comfort patients. Alfonso thought, can you teach me how to comfort a mermaid? Do you also need to comfort a mermaid? I thought you and the tribunal are used to solving problems with violence. That's not violence, it's just a necessary measure. Alfonso retorted, but thinking of Sol's method of comforting the mermaid, he softened his tone for once. I can use my unique dark attribute witchcraft to exchange with you. Sol stroked his chin. I think about it. After seeing the mermaid, Alfonso's introduction work for today ended here. The next time he contacts him, He will have to wait until Sol understands the information and samples he got from Alfonso. Otherwise, he can't carry out further research without even knowing the basic theory. Returning the original route, Sol didn't need Alfonso to send him back. He directly located Kate and teleported back to his own palace. After returning to the palace, Sol didn't wander around. The attitude of the arbitration court towards him was still unclear, so Sol naturally wouldn't run around and cause trouble for himself. After Sol and Alfonso left, the cold moonlight shone on the beach as usual. In the deep pool by the sea, a coral with red hair was swimming to the deepest part of the pool. When she reached a depth that could not be seen by the naked eye, she suddenly turned around and hit a rock. Then her whole body sank into it. There was a mechanism under this rock, which did not rely on witchcraft, but only used dyed seaweed to disguise as part of the rock. Unless the patrolling wizard came down in person, his mental power could not detect that there was a problem here. Behind the mechanism was a gap that only allowed one mermaid to pass through. She swam up through the gap and came to a dim cave. She jumped out of the water, dragging her broken tail, and crawled to another pool opposite the cave. "Sister, don't move, I go over." A voice suddenly sounded in the cave, with intermittent echoes. There was a sudden anger on Coral's face. "Be quiet." Her voice was not loud, but her expression was enough to convey the message. Another mermaid suddenly emerged from the pool opposite. It was a male mermaid. He looked almost exactly like Coral, but his hair and eyes were blue, as deep and beautiful as aquamarine. His name was also Hylon. Chapter 817. Hylon and Sean, who were mermaid siblings. But Hylon mastered the means of concealing his spiritual power when he was born, so he was hidden when he was born. Hylon knew that the wound on her sister's tail made it difficult for her to move, so she climbed out of the pool and easily came to Sean, who with the help of slippery stones. He looked at his sister's tail and bit his lips in pain. "How long will you take the medicine?" Sean, who pressed her brother's mouth again, "Don't say it, don't ask, it has nothing to do with you." This is not the first time that Sean who has rejected Hylon's concern. Hylon felt distressed and guilty, but she also knew that it was better for the two of them not to tell each other what they were doing. Their meeting here was actually a very risky act. If they were discovered by the great evil wizard Alfonso, they might not survive. It doesn't matter if they can't survive, but it concerns the future of the mermaids, so they must be cautious. And this time, it was because Sean who sent a signal after a long time that he dared to swim up from the deep sea and come to this secret base to meet his sister. Restraining her eagerness to care about each other's situation, Coral began to share her important discovery today. Today a wizard and a big devil came together, and I found a very familiar aura on him. Coral lowered her voice and said mysteriously to Hylon, "Familiar aura? What is familiar about us and wizards? They are all our enemies." Hylon was not interested in wizards. Although he and his sister's intelligence and spiritual body were much stronger than other mermaids due to atavism, it did not mean that he had the same wisdom. Mermaids who have been hidden in the sea since birth, no matter how smart they are, lack life experience. Coral covered her brother's mouth again, not letting him speak, and said solemnly, I suspect that the newcomer is also a mermaid, and has the blood of the mermaid royal family." Hylon's eyes widened. He wanted to laugh, but he felt it was not good to laugh at his sister. Wizard, how could it be a mermaid? He looked at his sister's broken tail, and the mood to laugh disappeared again. "No matter what you guess, don't do anything unnecessary. The more you do, the more mistakes you make. I will ask Mr. Blackfish to confirm the new wizard. When the time comes, we will rescue the princess." Hylon stopped talking halfway. He knew that although he didn't say all the words, Shanhu could understand what he meant. Although Shanhu was not smart, the two of them had an unusual tacit understanding. Shanhu really understood, and she also told her brother, "When the time comes, you should do what you should do, without telling me, and don't worry about me." Hylon didn't respond. Every time they met, Shanhu told him not to worry about her, but Hylon had made up his mind. As long as there was a slight possibility, he would take his sister with him. He would not leave her alone and use her life as a garbage collector with a modified mermaid. After a brief exchange, Hylon jumped back to the pool, passed through the narrow waterway, and entered the deep sea. This is the offshore area, and no matter how deep the seawater is, it cannot escape the entanglement of the roots of the Red Sea tree. But the roots of the deep sea are always sparser than those near the sea surface. There are some invisible black particles in the sea water, which will disappear like smoke when touched. These are the black tide pollution mixed in the sea water, which is feared by wizards all over the world. Hylon doesn't know the eye of the abyss, but he thinks that since the mermaids can survive in the polluted sea water, It means that they are actually more suitable for this world than humans and wizards. As long as they can seize the opportunity and escape the control of wizards, and their lives are no longer wasted meaninglessly cleaning up pollution for others, the mermaids will surely rise in the future. Just like the Qinglin tribe in ancient times. All this knowledge was taught to him by Mr. Blackfish. In Halen's heart, Mr. Blackfish has a mysterious origin, but he is the best person to them. He helped them survive in a difficult environment, and helped them find a way to escape the control of the wizard. Mr. Blackfish also has a strong royal aura. Could it be that the new wizard is really Mr. Blackfish? Hylon was more and more shaken as he thought about it. If it is Mr. Blackfish, maybe there is a way to pretend to be a wizard. Do you want to ask him next time you see him? Hylon swayed her tail gracefully in the water, and 1/3 of her silver tail was green scales. This was the biggest feature of their ancestral green scale tribe. Hylan's sister Shan, who actually had more green scales on her tail, but she didn't have Hylan's talent to hide her spiritual power, so she stood in front in the end. She blocked all the covetousness and scrutiny for Hylan. She even didn't hesitate to be infected with that terrible pollution just to hide his existence. Hylan narrowed her eyes. Mermaids don't have tears, but that doesn't mean they don't have hearts. Passing through the shelter woven with tree roots, and through the complex underground gaps, Hylan came to a quiet area of water. In this sea area, there are more than 20 mermaids swimming freely. Regardless of gender or appearance, they all have a common feature, that is, there are more or less green scales on their tails. Like a clear sky after rain. That is also the hope of their mermaids. Nearly 10 days have passed since I got the mermaid research data from Alfonso. These days, Sol has been staying in his room reading books and doing simple verification on the mermaid Kate. Very efficient. Today, he finally read almost all the basic information, so he took out the pollution sample obtained from the mermaid coral and prepared to compare it with the Kuroshio pollution sample he had collected before. At this time, the large water tank next to him suddenly made a splash, and the mermaid's tail swung out, splashing water all over the floor. Sol turned his head and saw Kate change her expression and lay leisurely on the fish tank. He quickly looked around and used magic to create a barrier. Don't worry, I will also pay attention to whether the situation on your side is suitable when I come out, Flom said with a smile. He was enjoying shaking his tail in the water. In the Sky City, he couldn't even take a good bath, and there was only a wooden barrel that was difficult to turn over. The most important thing is that he is no longer a mermaid. Although this mermaid body is terrible, it makes him miss it for some reason. Sol relaxed a little. Since the water god thought it was okay, and he didn't find anyone peeping, it should be safe. I thought you wouldn't come again for a long time. After all, the situation over there is more difficult than here. At the beginning, From transformed into a water elf, and had a fierce fight with Ophelia. Although he retreated in time when he was in a bad state, it also triggered Ophelia's carpet search. So he is actually hiding very aggrieved now, but he must not show it in front of Thor. I feel that you have touched the breath of my descendants' blood, so I found a chance to come and see. Have you seen the mermaids here? We have only seen a small number of them now. Thor paused. Their current state is much worse than I expected. Thor described in detail what he had witnessed these days, and what he had learned from books. In general, the mermaids now are like livestock, and their value of existence depends entirely on the needs of wizards. Chapter 8:18. After listening to Thor's story, Floco closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was still relaxed. The other party's reaction was different from what Thor expected. I thought you would be angry after hearing this, or at least express your feelings. Floco waved his hand. When the Qinglin tribe left this world, the remaining mermaids were all side branches with mixed bloodlines. Their original status was very low. Even if I were still in this world, they would not necessarily live better than they do now. Of course, on the surface, they might have a better reputation than they do now. Floco is the equivalent of the god of the green scale tribe. Gods may love their followers, but they don't care whether a group of people live happily. Didn't you say that this mermaid has your blood? Floco said bluntly, reproduction is a basic need, and racial expansion is a guarantee of survival. Sol did not comment on the other party's living habits, and took out the contaminated sample obtained from the coral tail of the mermaid. A ball of meat and a little blood. This is the flesh and blood taken from the mermaid who showed signs of atavism. Can you tell whether it has your blood? In fact, there is a more concentrated mermaid royal bloodline, but I can't get it for the time being. The meat ball is white, but the blood is darker. Floco's mental power swept over and shook his head. It has nothing to do with me. It should be the bloodline of other green scales. He said to Thor, it's not important. As I said, The mermaids who stayed behind back then were all mixed bloodlines, and they were not the royal family of our time at all. It should be that the mermaids who stayed behind raised their own status. When there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey will be the king. Thor expressed his understanding. Since they are not your descendants and you don't care, I won't be polite. Floco raised his hand. Whatever you want. Sol raised the question he had been thinking about these days. The spirit of the atavistic mermaid is stronger than that of the transformed mermaid. But their adaptability to the black tide pollution is reduced. Perhaps we can understand what kind of transformation the tribunal has made on the mermaids through comparison. The tribunal has been fighting against the black tide pollution for hundreds of years, and some knowledge is beyond Thor's reach even with his natural talent. That's normal. The more powerful the spirit, the more unstable it is. Just like the taller the building, the easier it is to collapse. Thor nodded. So we have to reinforce our building materials. A high-rise building without cutting corners is definitely more durable than a thatched house. He looked at Floco, who was clear-headed, and then thought of Kate, and finally thought of the ugly mermaid who only had the instinct to survive, and a light came on in his mind. For the tribunal, the most difficult thing is actually to control the mermaids. Maybe they just tampered with the mermaid's spirit, and then threw all the mermaids into the Kuroshio pollution, and selected the ones that survive for mass breeding? Using natural mutation instead of artificial modification, if the sample size is large enough, it can indeed save a lot of time. Floco was calm when talking about this. Sol was a little worried again, but in this case, there is no technical content to learn from. Coral may have been polluted only because her spirit was strong but unstable. But to solve the pollution, do we have to destroy her spirit? Thinking of the ruby-like mermaid, Thor felt a little reluctant. He thought to himself, we should go to the Red Sea tree and the large number of mermaids to compare the differences between the two. If Alfonso doesn't take me there, I can ask Wizard Roy for help. Wizard Alfonso, who was electrocuted by Thor, was in the living room of the Emperor in the Palace of Eternal Night, watching Sander draw blood. Two young female wizard apprentices were squatting in front of Sander's knees, one holding one of his arms. The mouths of these two wizard apprentices have been specially modified, with protruding lips that gradually converge into a thin needle tube. Their stomachs have also been modified into two, one for eating liquid food and one for storing Sander's blood. This large amount of blood extraction will be done once a month. In addition to this, Sander has another task that must be completed. That is weekly breeding. Although the people in the court gave this behavior a nice name, called inheritance, Sander only regarded it as breeding in his heart. The shame brought by this word prevented Sander from sinking into depravity and numbness as quickly as the previous emperors. After completing the blood draw, the two female wizard apprentices withdrew. Before their stomach bags storing blood were taken away, they could not eat again. Some people were lucky and completed the laparotomy quickly, but some people starved to death. After the blood draw, Sander's face turned 3 points paler. He leaned back on the soft leather cushion of the recliner, but the dizziness in his head did not ease. He closed his eyes, but felt even more uncomfortable, so he forced himself to open his eyes and look across. Opposite Sander, there was a huge glass that went all the way to the bottom. That was the room next to him, a room surrounded by crystal glass. Inside the glass was clear seawater, clean stones and algae. This was a room made of water, and a royal family was also imprisoned inside. An heir to the bloodline of the mermaid royal family. Pearl. She was also a reverted mermaid, and the one with the strongest bloodline among the reverted mermaids. She was born with a complete green fish tail. She was called Pearl because she had pearly white hair. When the sun shines on her, she reflects soft colorful light, just like a real pearl. Alfonso spotted her among the mermaids at a glance, and used witchcraft to take her out of the sea. He found that this strange-looking little mermaid actually had a face that looked like a human girl. From her head to her belly, she looked like a 17 to 18-year-old human girl, with almost no appearance characteristics of the mermaid clan. Alfonso checked her body several times, always suspecting that she had some kind of hallucination. But after several years of checking, he still did not find any trace of human manipulation. Pearl was really born like this. However, what does not match Pearl's appearance that is extremely in line with human aesthetics is that her spirit is incomplete. This has been verified by the Lord of the Court of Judgment, Flim. Pearl has the intelligence of a 3 or 4-year-old child, and she still can't speak. Alfonso has not yet figured out why Pearl, who has the strongest mermaid royal blood, has a broken spirit. For her blood and special identity, Alfonso has been keeping her in solitary confinement. For Sander, who is also under house arrest, Pearl is a fellow sufferer. In the glass water room opposite, Pearl also lies on the wall and looks at Sander. Every time the Emperor of Eternal Night has his blood drawn, Pearl opens her rosy little mouth and lies on the transparent wall in shock to watch the excitement. Every time she feels novel, even if she has seen this scene hundreds of times. Sander smiled at Pearl with difficulty. Pearl on the other side immediately responded with a bigger, brighter smile. This made Sander feel better. But soon his mood turned bad again, because Alfonso had appeared with a bottle of black potion. He pushed the black potion directly in front of Sander's face, blocking Sander's view of the mermaid, and said in a low voice, "Drink it and go back to sleep." Chapter 819. Facing Alfonso, Sander had no ability to resist. He had to do whatever Alfonso told him to do. If he protested, he would be forced to move by witchcraft. It would be better to just obey. Sander had just had his blood drawn, and had no strength left. He struggled to reach out, and take the potion handed over by Alfonso. The black liquid swayed in the bottle, forming some strange shapes from time to time, as if the liquid itself was alive. Sander was already used to taking this kind of medicine, and he was not as scared as he was at the beginning. He tilted his head back, and poured the black liquid down his throat. After that, he closed his mouth tightly, with a painful expression. Although he was used to this kind of medicine, it didn't mean he liked it. Especially after drinking the medicine, the black liquid seemed like a little man about to fall off a cliff, desperately scratching his tongue and throat, not wanting him to swallow it. Sander was so sick that he wanted to vomit, but he couldn't drink water, so he could only use physical methods to prevent himself from vomiting. Alfonso in front of him would definitely make him swallow whatever he vomited out. Finally, the struggle from his throat came to an end. Sander exhaled and leaned back, sweating profusely, as if he had just been fished out of the water. He tried to prop himself up and stand up, but his arm slipped down as soon as it pressed on the armrest. Sander fainted. Alfonso frowned, and just as he was about to step forward, he felt a familiar wave of magic. "Alfonso, I'm back again." Roy still greeted Alfonso enthusiastically, as if he had forgotten who threw him into the fountain outside the palace a few days ago. "Why are you here?" As long as Roy doesn't make trouble, Alfonso won't continue to embarrass himself outside. The new blood fusion experiment has begun. "I'm here to take away our noble emperor." "Hey, are you asleep?" Roy pulled Sander's arm and dragged him to the ground. Alfonso warned Roy, "I'm responsible for the mermaids, and you're responsible for the Red Sea trees. We all need this emperor, so you still have to protect him." "Emperor? I'm afraid he won't be one soon." Before he wasn't, he was. Roy knew that the serious Alfonso was sometimes extremely stubborn. He was too lazy to argue with his friend. He used a levitation spell to let Sander float in the air in a comfortable posture and follow him. Before leaving, he caught a glimpse of the mermaid in the glass room opposite, and his eyes flashed with disgust and contempt. "You have been studying this mermaid princess for a while, right? If there is no progress, why not give it to me to play with?" Alfonso lowered his eyes, and cleaned the liquid medicine in his hands. "I am still trying to extract the royal blood in her body. If it can be extracted, the blood stock will not be in danger." Roy curled his lips. "In fact, I think there is no need to use any blood control method. As long as the food in the water is cleared, they can only eat tree roots. In that case, the lifespan of mermaids will be shortened. It's okay to shorten it. As long as a few million are cultivated, the total amount of pollution cleaned up can be increased. Transform them into hermaphrodites, haha, self-production and self-sales. Add a few more reproductive organs to improve efficiency." Alfonso was not tempted at all. "Your suggestion will only drain their vitality. It's not feasible." "Really?" Roy touched his chin, not wanting to give up. In fact, someone recently proposed to the Lord of the Court to transform the mermaids into shrimps, so that they can give birth to hundreds of shrimps in a lifetime. The Lord of the Court will not agree. "How do you know the Lord of the Court will not agree?" Roy patted Alfonso's shoulder. "In fact, the Lord of the Court has promised that after a while, he will give me this most special mermaid princess to draw blood." Alfonso suddenly raised his head, his eyes sharp. "You want to steal my experimental project?" Roy laughed and quickly gave Alfonso a thumbs up. "A mermaid is not worth getting angry about. With our friendship of hundreds of years, it's not too much for you to give me a mermaid, right?" After saying that, Roy stared at Alfonso. Alfonso then retracted his sharp gaze and raised his hand to knock Roy's arm away. "Anyway, without the order of the Lord of the Court, I will not give you this only mermaid royal family. If you really want it, go and ask for the Lord of the Court's order." Roy was bored and shrugged. Okay, then I leave first and send this noble emperor back to you in the evening." Alfonso didn't even bother to say goodbye, and just waved his hand to close the door of the living room. After that, he packed up the remaining experimental equipment by himself, without asking the wizard apprentice to come in to help. The mermaid Pearl next door was still lying on the glass looking at him, and seemed to be very curious about everything. After packing up his things, Alfonso stood there for a while, as if the power was off, and he didn't move. After a few minutes, he came back to his senses, walked to the glass wall, and looked up at the mermaid who was looking at him. "You have the highest blood concentration, but you can't speak. Do you not like to speak?" Pearl blinked her eyes, her long milky white hair floating slowly in the water. Colorful halos kept changing in Alfonso's eyes. He suddenly raised his foot, and stepped into the glass wall. The hard wall made of crystal was like a cheesecake in front of Alfonso, and it could not stop his steps at all. Alfonso entered the water-filled room, still looking up at Pearl. Pearl swung her fish tail, and approached Alfonso. She lowered her head, and he raised his head. The two of them separated their lips as soon as they touched. Pearl's eyes were bright, like a child who had eaten candy. Alfonso's eyes were sad, like a beast trapped in a cage. So, the blood of the mermaid royal family is actually not conducive to improving the mermaid's adaptability to the black tide pollution. But this blood is an important force to control a large group of mermaids to be obedient. Thor closed the book. A large number of mermaids live in the area under the Red Sea trees, and it is indeed efficient to control them in this way. If we follow Alfonso's method and concentrate the mermaids with royal blood in clean waters close to the sea, we can also control the mermaids. In this case, I can complete the task by simply treating the mermaids. But things may not be as simple as I see. Sol was thinking, and suddenly someone knocked on the palace door. "Wizard Sol, I'm Roy. Can I come in?" Sol immediately thought of the cheerful red-haired wizard. "Come in." Thor stood up, welcoming the wizard Roy, who was at the same level as him. The door was not locked, so knocking on the door was polite. Roy pushed the door open and poked his head in, still smiling as he had the last time they met. "Thor, can I call you that?" Thor did not refuse. Roy continued, "I heard that you have been stuck in this palace for almost 10 days. I will take you out for a walk to see the splendor of Nephrite. The splendor of Nephrite must be the Red Sea forest." Thor's eyes lit up. He just wanted to see the Red Sea tree. Not only to see the Red Sea tree, Thor also wanted to see the mermaids in the sea. Chapter 820. Roy can't teleport, and Sol doesn't have coordinates outside the palace, so the two of them flew over from the sky obediently. Fortunately, the flying speed of the third-level wizard is not slow, and the Eternal Night Palace is also very close to the coast, so they soon saw the sea. The last time he went to the beach with Alfonso, Sol didn't see the Red Sea tree. This time, the weather was clear, and it happened to be low tide. Looking around, the beach was a dazzling red. The red leaves were shaped like palms, densely overlapping each other. Scattered black-brown trunks were exposed, and the surface was shiny, as if it was coated with oil. The dense Red Sea forest almost covered the entire offshore sea surface, and the fallen leaves dyed the nearby sea water red. Luo Yi flew in front and rushed headfirst into the sea water under the tree. Thor followed closely behind and entered the water with a beautiful posture. It was very difficult to swim under the Red Sea tree. The name of this sea area, the Red Sea. The bottom was not as spacious as other sea waters. It was full of tangled roots of Red Sea trees, and they could not destroy them. Fortunately, even when the two were moving in the sea, their movements were very agile and fast, as if they were wandering in the sky before. Roy introduced the Red Sea tree to Thor along the way. This was the child he carefully nurtured. Although this child was not born by him, he definitely raised him. The leaves of the Red Sea tree absorb nutrients from the air, and the trunk is an important part of fighting pollution. The two dived all the way, and the light was getting darker and darker. Although he knew that Thor's vision would not be greatly affected in this environment, in order to show off, Roy enthusiastically lit up the nearby sea area. This is where the Red Sea tree stores pollution. Roy took Sol to a tree root as thick as a thigh, where there were 4 or 5 tubers as big as a human head. It looked a bit like the sweet potato underground, but the surface was relatively smooth. Roy crushed a tuber carelessly, revealing the dark brown flesh inside. Sol thought that Alfonso seemed to have thrown this thing into the deep pool by the sea a few days ago, which led to the sick mermaid hiding in it. Sol went over and took one, crushed half of it, and carefully examined the composition of the tuber with his hands. He discovered that the less active Kuroshio pollution was hidden in the fibers of the tuber. But after he crushed the tuber, the Kuroshio pollution inside quickly became active again. Sure enough, the Red Sea tree can only absorb and store pollution, and is completely unable to deal with it. But even so, they use their roots to temporarily store pollution in the seawater, which finally allows coastal residents to live normally. Roy. Sol asked Roy, who was staring at him, Do you know the Black Sea Tree? Roy was not surprised at all that Sol also knew about the existence of the Black Sea Tree. Although the tribunal will not openly enter the borderless land, it does not mean that they know nothing about the news there. In fact, the third-level wizards in the borderless land are their biggest source of information. Of course I know. I led the team to judge the wizard family that advocated the preservation of the Black Sea Tree. Roy had a proud smile on his face, as if he was not showing off killing a whole family, but saving a whole family. Thor couldn't help but glance at Roy. Third-level wizards live a long time, and many things that sound like historical biographies actually happen to the people in front of them. The Black Sea Tree is more efficient in absorbing pollution, and can also process it to a certain extent. Have you not tried to combine the advantages of the Red Sea Tree and the Black Sea Tree? Species hybridization, each taking advantage of its own strengths. Although it is difficult, it is worth a try for the future of Nephrite. The smile on Roy's face faded a little. Do you think we haven't thought about it? The key is that the Black Sea Tree and the Red Sea Tree are completely incompatible in several core characteristics, and there is no way to combine the two species. Even as soon as the Black Sea Tree appears, the Red Sea Tree will be robbed of nutrients and die in large numbers. Although Roy is arrogant and flamboyant, he is still very serious about his experiments. In order to ensure the efficiency of the Red Sea Tree in absorbing pollution, we dare not let the Black Sea Tree appear in Nephrite. If it is not for the preservation of species diversity for the future, we will not even allow the Black Sea Tree source to remain in the ownerless land. Roy suddenly stared at Thor. Justin, the original preserver of the Black Sea Tree source, is dead. Herbert, who killed him, also died in your hands. The only existing source of the Black Sea Tree should be in your hands, right? Sol agreed. Roy shrugged. This action was not particularly obvious in the sea. If it's in your hands, then it's in your hands. As long as you don't bring it to Nefert, I won't lead the hunt for you. Sol said calmly, I still know the story of the Red Sea Tree and the Black Sea Tree. Roy was very happy to see Sol's sincere face. It was rare for him to mention mermaids. Aren't you interested in mermaids? I take you to sea. They usually don't float to shallow waters except for eating. He turned and swam deeper into the sea, where the roots of the Red Sea Tree gradually became sparse, but never cut off. Sol hurriedly followed Roy, but his face was a little stiff. Because he suddenly remembered that the algae living behind his neck had just swallowed part of the essence of the Black Sea Tree and the inverted tree. Because of the rush of time, Sol had not yet tested the ability of the algae that could tie him into a dead knot. What if Xiuzhou, who had merged with the Black Sea Tree, also had the ability to make the Red Sea Tree kill itself? Will he also be hunted down by the Judgment Court? Sol felt a chill on his back, and couldn't help but touch the back of his head, and then press the back of his neck. Fortunately, although Xiuzhou had no brain, he was obedient, and would not come out unless he was allowed to. After instructing Xiuzhou, Thor felt relieved, regained his composure, and continued to sink with Roy. Soon, Thor saw the mermaids living in the deep sea. Or we can't say we are living, we should say we are barely surviving. Where the seabed and the tree roots intersect, there are a lot of mermaids lying. They are skinny, the scales on their tails are mottled and falling off, and their bodies are covered with wounds. Some of these wounds are still bleeding, and some have already rotted. If it weren't for the Red Sea Tree and the wizard's means to block the predators on the seabed, the bloody smell would have attracted a lot of carnivorous beasts. The mermaids are struggling to survive in the comfortable environment deliberately created by the wizard. Thor saw that the mermaids on the seabed overlapped each other, just like fallen leaves that fell to the ground in autumn and then piled up together. No one would care about the feelings of a leaf. It's winter now, and the sea temperature is low. When spring comes, you can come and see it. Roy smiled maliciously, a large breeding site. Thor did not comment. It was not certain whether he would still be in Nephrite in the spring. Even if he was not interested in these things. Roy stopped and did not continue to approach the seabed, but Thor was still descending, and Roy did not stop him. Because there were many mermaids lying below, Thor found a place to land on a stone with algae growing on the surface. But as soon as he landed, he found something wrong. The feedback from his mental power told him that the stone covered with algae was not a stone, but a mermaid corpse that had been dead for who knows how long. Thor was silent for a moment, and the magic power spread out around him, sweeping away all the mermaids lying nearby. The densely packed bones below were exposed. The bones of mermaids, who had been dead for who knows how long. Chapter 821. Sol did not stay at the bottom of the sea for too long. When he returned to Roy, he had calmed down. You see, mermaids are actually not interesting at all. Roy smiled, thinking that Sol's expressionless face was because he was disappointed to see the mermaids. You should have seen the mermaid named Coral, right? But that kind of atavistic mermaid is actually just an exception among exceptions. Alfonso also did an anatomical experiment, and the atavistic mermaids are not as adaptable to pollution as the mutant mermaids we created. It's just trash that looks good but is useless. Of course, if you really like it, I can also ask Alfonso to give you a mermaid that is not sick. Sol did not answer, but pointed down and asked, "Can I take one back to study it?" Roy didn't care. Who cares if there are fewer fish in the sea? This is an agreement. Sol prepared to pick one to take away before leaving. While observing the lazy mermaid below, he continued to communicate with Roy about the issue of the Red Sea tree. After all, Roy was only interested in the mangrove trees. If there were no mangrove trees, how much would the Kuroshio pollution affect the residents on the shore? How wide would the range be? Sol had seen the no man's land swallowed by the Kuroshio in the preview of the Golden Pages. It can be said that no one survived. So how much would the power of the pollution diluted by the sea decrease? Roy did not answer Sol immediately. Well, there are too many influencing factors. I need to calculate it. But I can lend you the previous historical data. The tribunal was also established around that time. Of course, many things are not exactly the same as they are now, so they can only be used as a reference. Thor nodded. He naturally understood these principles. In fact, the fundamental reason why the tribunal transformed the Red Sea tree was not to protect the residents along the coast. Roy suddenly said seriously, "Can you imagine that the real purpose of us spending manpower and material resources, a large amount of witchcraft resources, to turn the southeast coast of Neflit into a Red Sea is to protect whom?" Thor originally wanted to say that it was to protect the wizards of the tribunal, but suddenly a light bulb flashed, and he blurted out, "To protect the Neflit continent." Smart. Roy clapped his hands. After the Eye of the Abyss appeared, it devoured an entire continent. At that time, the remaining 5th level wizards on Nefert and Iskepper drove the two continents away from the Eye of the Abyss in order to survive, just to prolong their survival time. It's just that the wizards on Iskepper are better at escaping, so Iskepper is now well protected between the State Continent and Nefert Continent. Roy sneered. Now all the 5th level wizards are dead, and the mutation is gone. A 4th level wizard couldn't move the continent, so he could only stay here and wait for death. Is the tribunal also waiting to die? Sol didn't believe it. People waiting to die wouldn't do so many tricks. Roy looked up at Thor, and there was obviously something else going on, but he didn't plan to tell Thor. If you join the tribunal, you might become one of the few people who know the truth. Roy tempted Thor, for wizards, knowledge is sometimes more important than magic. Thor smiled but said nothing. His identity and status were special. If he declared to join the tribunal, the Stargate Council would be the first to turn around and hunt him down. Even Minter Gorza couldn't save him. Roy obviously wouldn't consider Thor so much. Seeing that Thor didn't express his opinion, his interest in talking just now faded a lot. Think about it carefully. It's not comfortable to stay in the sea for a long time. Let's go back. After saying this, Roy floated to the surface of the water. Thor followed immediately. Although Roy did not emphasize that Thor could not stay alone in the sea, Thor was still very self-aware. His current state, to put it nicely, is a guest of honor, and to put it bluntly, is a prisoner. It seems freer than in the Sky City, but in fact, every step must be taken with caution. As he got closer and closer to the sea, Thor thought in his heart, I still have to advance to the 4th level. As long as there is someone above you, there will always be times when you can't help yourself. Thinking of the people he met these days, Thor couldn't think of who could be his third target. Life in the tribunal is too stable, and a stable fate line can't provide much destiny power. The only interesting ones now are the mermaid Coral and the puppet Emperor Sander. But the actual strength of these two is too weak, and it is easy to die. Although Thor can change his target after death, it is still troublesome. And he doesn't really want to stay in Neflit. Back to the surface of the sea, the two cleaned up the excess seawater and stains. To be honest, if it wasn't the order of the court master to treat the mermaid, I would want to drag you to my laboratory now. Looking at the mermaids in Thor's hand, Roy frowned in disgust. When you cure their diseases, I will suggest to the court master to carry out a new round of transformation on the mermaids to maximize their reproduction rate. This way, no matter how many die, you don't have to feel sad. You and Alfonso can free up your energy to do some truly useful experimental research. Roy didn't like mermaids in his heart and thought that experiments on mermaids were a waste of time. But he couldn't change Flim's decision, so he could only complain. In the past, he complained mainly to Alfonso. Now, he has another target to complain to, Thor. Thor did not refuse. I will definitely visit your laboratory after I finish the task at hand. After visiting the Red Sea tree today, he also had some preliminary ideas for the transformation plan in his mind. However, he did not have time to complete the subsequent deduction of these ideas, so he could only bury the inspiration in his heart. After leaving the Red Sea, Thor and Roy parted ways. He took the mermaid he picked up from the seabed back to the temporary palace, while Roy was summoned away halfway. They left in a hurry, and no one knew what happened. For the next 3 days, Thor conducted research on pollution treatment in the room, and Kate also had a mermaid playmate. But this playmate had a low IQ, and all he did every day was eat and sleep. The mermaids ate the tubers of the Red Sea tree that stored pollution. The tubers also contained a special substance made from the blood extracted from Sander. This special substance was as fatal to mermaids as catnip is to cats. Even though they would feel uncomfortable after eating the tubers of the Red Sea tree, mermaids could not resist its temptation. Kate wanted to taste the tuber, but was stopped by Thor. "You don't have to worry about my body." After spending a long time with Thor, Kate also found that this guy would always be soft-hearted towards people he approved of. Instead of testing the treatment plan on these mermaids, who can't express themselves, it's better to test it on me. I can give you more accurate feedback on the test results. Kate said it calmly with an ugly face, not caring at all that she might end up lying on the experimental table. In fact, we could also enter the body of a mermaid. Herman was inspired, and also made suggestions for Thor's treatment research. Thor thought for a moment, and knew that their proposal made sense. Experiments with feedback can always be more accurate. But just as he was about to import the consciousness in the diary, someone knocked on the palace door where he lived. "Lord Thor, Her Majesty Alexandra invites you to come over and talk." Chapter 822. Sander could actually send someone to invite him. Sol thought, it seems that Sander is not just a puppet here. Kate, who was swinging her tail in the water tank, suddenly emerged from the water. "Take me with you." Floco occupied Kate's body again. Sol nodded, but in his heart he thought that after this matter was over, he must get Kate out of the mermaid's body. Floco came over a little too frequently, which would cause damage to Kate's body and mind. Thor didn't want this soul that could easily adapt to the bodies of various species to break down so quickly. Bring the mermaid, put a cloak on him, and then use the floating technique to lead him away. This time, Thor took a carriage to the palace where Sander lived, and finally got to know the surrounding environment. The palace of Yonga was not famous for its magnificence, but the palace was very tall, and the roads were very wide. It seemed that only such a magnificent building could reflect the respected status of the royal family. The palace where Thor temporarily lived was in the northwest corner of this palace building, and the palace of Emperor Yonga was in the southwest corner. It was obvious that neither Thor nor Sander was the political center of Eternal Night. After getting off the carriage, Thor walked into the middle arched gate under the guidance of the servant. When he looked up, he saw only a long arched corridor. "Go through the porch, and you will see the palace where His Majesty is. Please go on your own for the rest of the journey, Lord Thor." The servant bowed respectfully, and then retreated to the carriage. "I wait for you here." Thor led the mermaid like a balloon and walked into the porch. There were no servants around, and Thor's footsteps echoed in the spacious porch. Perhaps the footsteps alarmed the people inside, and before Thor raised his hand to push the door, the palace door opened a little inward. The one who opened the door was the Emperor of Eternal Night himself. It was very dark inside the door, with only a beam of yellow candlelight. Alexandra, the Emperor of Eternal Night, the largest empire in Nephrite, was wearing a white lotus-colored untied robe, holding a brass candlestick, and stood in the door smiling at Thor. "Lord Thor, long time no see." Sander opened the door a little to make it easier for Thor to come in. Thor followed Sander in, and found that the palace inside was exactly where Alfonso had brought him last time. However, the palace was very dark today, with only candles lit in the four corners, barely enough to prevent people from falling when walking in it. Sander walked in front, knowing that Thor did not need his candle to illuminate. "Let's go to the room inside, we don't usually need it outside." Thor followed Sander. "Aren't you the Emperor of the Eternal Night? Don't you even have a pretty little maid by your side?" Sander turned around and smiled. Under the dim candlelight, his face was sallow, like a dried corpse. "Lord Thor, you don't know that I only have the title of Emperor. I have been childless for several years. Both the Court of Arbitration and the nobles of Eternal Night can't wait to change the Emperor." He glanced at the mermaid that Thor was holding. As long as the mermaid royal blood in their hands can be integrated with another person, they will immediately cut off my head and use it as a wine glass for the new Emperor. As they were talking, the two came to a small door. Sander pushed it open, and a soft yellow light suddenly shone out from inside. Perhaps because of the increased brightness, Sander's complexion looked much better. They walked into this small room. Compared with the large palace next to it, this place was like a servant's room. But there were many more furniture here, and it looked more cozy. There was also a bed with a pedestal with curtains on all four sides. Sander put the candlestick on a small table, turned around and said to Thor, "Lord Thor, I want to make a deal with you." Thor knew that Sander couldn't have come to him to reminisce about the past. "Tell me, can you help me have offspring?" Sander asked seriously. Ahem. Thor couldn't help but cough twice. "Although I call myself a doctor, your problem is beyond my ability. It's easy to have offspring, but the people of the Tribunal and Eternal Night want children who inherit the blood of mermaids. But I checked, and the mermaid blood in you can't be separated. And the mermaid blood in you must also be compatible with a specific spiritual body. This makes blood inheritance more difficult. If it is a simple blood implantation, the Tribunal can do it easily. But if the blood of the mermaid royal family wants to control the mermaids living under the Red Sea tree, it still needs a specific spiritual body. The spiritual body cannot be transformed and can only be found in the vast sea of people. This is why even a powerful tribunal has not been able to find a replacement for Sander. In the end, it can only activate the new blood of the mermaid royal family and try to find a spiritual body that matches the new blood. Sander said with a resolute look, "I know. If there is no real offspring, a fake one can be created." Thor immediately reminded him, "Even I am not sure I can deceive the people of the tribunal, especially the lord of the tribunal, Flim." Sander suddenly took a step forward, approached Thor, and raised his head so that Thor could see his eyes more clearly. Although it is a fake offspring, it is also the real bloodline owner. A blue butterfly flew out from the corner of Sander's eye and fluttered in his eyeball. "What is this?" Sol actually found an independent spirit in Sander's eyes. "This is my sister Mitter. You rescued her from the cold seabed." Sander said, "This is the spirit of my future offspring." He stepped back, the butterfly disappeared, and then turned to the back of the bed and pulled out a huge rattan box. He didn't open the box, but Sol already knew what was inside. "Here is Mitter's body, and also the second blood of the mermaid royal family." Sander stroked the box, his face heavy. "In fact, in terms of blood concentration, Mitter is higher than me, and that's why she can protect me on the sea." Sol touched his chin. Sander's blood can no longer be divided, and the probability of his offspring inheriting the blood of the mermaid king is also very low. But if the blood in Mitter's spirit and bones is used, there is indeed a high probability of creating another Eternal Night Emperor, even with a higher blood concentration than Sander. But there is a very big hidden danger in doing this. You know that the tribunal is not allowed to resurrect wizards below the second level, right? Besides, when Mitter died, she was just an ordinary person. Sander was a little nervous. In his opinion, the only person who could do this without telling the tribunal was Thor. "I know, but Mitter's current state is very special. And I can use a witchcraft prop handed down from ancient times as a reward for your adventure." Thor's demand for witchcraft props is not as much as before. His own abilities, and the abilities of the Fate line are enough to kill many powerful witchcraft props in seconds. However, if there is a witchcraft prop as rare and special as the Chaos Domain Compass, Thor is not incapable of considering Sander's request. "What is it?" "It's a soul-fixing needle. Its function is very simple. It can make you recover immediately after being completely alienated." Chapter 823. After listening to Sander's description of the soul-fixing needle, Thor's first reaction before he was surprised was disbelief. "You can have such a powerful witchcraft item?" Thor had never heard of the soul-fixing needle. But this did not prevent him from knowing how powerful this witchcraft item was. In the wizarding world, the highest cause of death is war, and the second highest is pollution. Pollution from various reasons affects the body and spirit of wizards. Some wizards may suffer from pollution and die in pain. Some wizards did not react at all, but suddenly became alienated, turned into monsters, killed others, or were killed by others. And sometimes pollution and alienation are more dangerous than death. Because for high-level wizards, death can be resurrected, and alienation is really alienation. If a wizard can have the soul-fixing needle mentioned by Sander, it is equivalent to having a second life. But how could such a thing fall into the hands of an ordinary person like Sander? It is different from the Chaos Domain Compass. When there is no key prop, the Chaos Domain Compass has almost no abnormality, and will only be regarded as an ancient pocket watch with collection value. But Sander knew exactly what the soul-fixing needle did. Looking at Thor's suspicious eyes, Sander swallowed his saliva under pressure. "Actually, this prop is not in my hand now." "Oh, it's just a lie." Thor believed that Sander would not dare to play tricks on him, and crossed his arms, waiting for Sander's next explanation. Actually, I knew about the soul-fixing needle when I was a child. But at that time, I didn't know its ability and name. My father just told me that if the family could not continue at a critical moment, I could use this soul-fixing needle to fight for a glimmer of hope. This secret can only be known by the eldest son of the royal family. Now, the only person who knows is me. But the soul-fixing needle is not in your hand now, right? Soul asked. Yes. Many powerful witchcraft props in ancient times have one thing in common, that is, before you know how to use it correctly, even if the witchcraft prop is in front of you, you may only treat it as an ordinary item. Don't say that, just tell me where the thing is. I have to make sure I have the soul-fixing needle before I can consider the deal. Sander was stunned, clenching his hands together, his knuckles white. Seeing Sander like this, Thor knew he was struggling, fearing that Thor would give up the deal with him, or even betray him after getting the soul-fixing needle. But at the same time, Sander also understood that he had no one else to turn to. He didn't trust any wizards in the Judgment Court. And he couldn't see any wizards outside the Judgment Court. Thor was the first outsider Sander had seen after he was taken back to the Palace of Eternal Night. A butterfly flew from Sander's left eye to his right eye, and then disappeared behind his eye socket. Sander looked up suddenly. Okay, I tell you where the soul-fixing needle is, and at the same time, I give you my life and Mitter's life. Sander stepped forward, leaned close to Thor's ear, and whispered a few words in a very low voice. Thor was startled, looking at Sander. Why is it there? Sander smiled bitterly. Who made him the only person in the Nefert continent who could compete with the Lord of the Judgment Court? And he didn't know the thing was the soul-fixing needle. He just thought it was the money and treasure we prepared for a way out. People of his level naturally look down on our treasure, and we are not afraid that he will embezzle it. Soul thought for a moment and laughed softly. It is indeed safe to put it there, but I still need to confirm that the thing you put with him is the soul-fixing needle. No problem. Sander nodded. I have a way to let him come over recently and take back the soul-fixing needle. You can help Mitter revive after getting the soul-fixing needle. Sander's sincerity is already very sufficient, and he is simply telling Soul that he can get the reward first and then do the work. Of course, he had no choice but to choose to trust Thor. Thor was satisfied. But in order to ensure that there were no subjective problems in the transaction, he still had to add a layer of protection. Okay, I will help your sister Mitter to revive. As a deal, you have to do your best to help me get the soul-fixing needle. If you agree, our deal is done. Sander finally relaxed a little and showed a sincere smile. Thank you, Lord Thor. I take the box first. Mitter's soul can still be helpful to you, so it will continue to stay in your body. I will take her away when I need her. Sander nodded readily. Since he chose to trust Thor and had reached a deal, he did not want to appear hesitant, so as not to upset the other party. Also, I need your blood. No problem. And the blood of the mermaid royal family, can you get it? The stock of the mermaid royal family blood is very small, and Alfonso may not give it to Thor for experimentation. And Thor did not want the people of the Judgment Court to know about the experiment he did to revive Mitter. Sander frowned and smiled bitterly. I can't get that either. It's an important material for creating a new royal family, and they're afraid I sabotage it. If he can't get the blood of the mermaid royal family, some of Thor's ideas can't be tested. Soul held his chin and thought, should I steal it? Stealing is easy, but how can I get rid of my suspicion after stealing? I still have to conduct experiments later. Sander didn't know what Thor wanted the blood of the mermaid royal family for, and thought it would be useful for resurrecting Mitter, and was racking his brains to think about it. Finally, he thought of a plan that he didn't know if it was feasible. Lord Thor, have you seen a mermaid with a throwback ancestor? I've seen one. A throwback mermaids are mermaids, with a weak royal bloodline awakened. Although their bloodline is weak, if we can find a few more, we may be able to extract enough royal bloodline from them. Sander gritted his teeth and said, I know there is a mermaid with the strongest bloodline in this palace, in the deepest room. Sander needs a nominal offspring to ensure that he will not become the next emperor's celebratory wine. For this, he would not hesitate to sacrifice the mermaid princess who he likes. He does not want to die, and he cannot die. As long as Mitter becomes his heir and someone inherits the royal bloodline, he can take off the shackles on his body and get rid of the status of puppet emperor. If it is done properly, he can even return to the political center of Eternal Night. Thor saw a pair of eyes with hidden ambitions on Sander's respectful face. But he said nothing. It is human nature to want to live and live well. Thor put away the box containing Mitter's bones with a storage device, and then said, You stay here and have a good rest. I go see the atavistic mermaid you mentioned. After he said that, he turned around and left this small, but living room. Back to the dim palace outside, through 3 gorgeous doors, through 2 spacious palaces, Thor finally came to the last room. He pushed open the last door, and saw the wall opposite at first sight. It was not a wall, but a huge glass house filled with water. A mermaid with a green tail was lying on the glass and looking at Thor. The pearly hair and pearly eyes were like the most beautiful pearls in a shell. She looks better than the mermaid named Coral, Thor thought to himself. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. Sir Thor, why are you here? Thor turned around and saw Alfonso, who had just teleported over. Chapter 824. Interesting. Looking at Alfonso, who suddenly appeared, Sol thought, I talked to Sander for so long, but he didn't come over. He just showed up when I saw this mermaid. Could it be that this mermaid is not only beautiful, but also has other special features? Sol was already getting excited, but on the surface he turned around calmly. I heard that there is a real mermaid princess here. Come and see how she is different from other mermaids. Alfonso walked around Sol and walked in first. Pearl is the mermaid with the strongest royal blood. But that's it. In other aspects, she is not special. Even in terms of intelligence and spiritual body, she is not as good as Coral. He walked to the glass wall and put his hand on the glass. Pearl immediately sank curiously, staring at Alfonso's palm against the wall with wide eyes, and wanted to get closer. At this moment, Alfonso's hand suddenly turned over, and his knuckles hit the glass hard, making a very loud dong. Pearl, who was about to approach, was startled. The whole fish panicked and turned over several times in the water, shaking its tail all the way to the corner of the room, and then looked at Alfonso in horror. Alfonso, expressionless and with a slanted mouth, turned around and said to Sol, I have done this trick more than a dozen times, and she will be scared every time. Sol thought it was funny, but it was not convenient to laugh, so he knocked his hands. I heard that fish only have a memory of 7 seconds. He also walked to the glass, waited for 7 seconds, and then imitated Alfonso, and put his hands on the glass. Alfonso frowned. Not just 7 seconds, usually she will forget it by the next day. Before he finished speaking, Alfonso's eyes widened, because the pearl in the corner really came back. She stared with her milky white eyes shining with pearls, and approached Sol's palm curiously as before. When the pearl came very close, Sol also, dong, knocked on the wall, and then as expected, he saw that the pearl was scared and swam back to the corner. After that, Sol counted to 7 seconds, and continued to repeat the previous action. Pearl was led out of the corner again. Alfonso's brows were getting more and more furrowed. Sol didn't scare Pearl this time, and let her observe his palm through the glass. He looked at the ignorant Pearl, and said what Alfonso didn't say, is the intelligence of this mermaid princess continuously decreasing? Alfonso's brows were furrowed so much that they were about to be knotted. Sol pulled the mermaid he had brought over. I want to see the difference between the mermaid royal family and ordinary mermaids. Can I take some samples from Pearl? Alfonso's lips turned pale, and he spoke after a few seconds. What samples do you want to take? Sol counted them one by one, at least a bottle of blood, a palm-sized piece of skin, and if possible, I want to cut off a bone, preferably the spine. Enough. Alfonso suddenly shouted. Sol looked up blankly, looking at him innocently. What's wrong? Is Pearl as rare and precious as the blood of the mermaid royal family? Alfonso said with some difficulty. Pearl is the mermaid with the most atavistic performance among the atavistic mermaids. Look at her tail, all of it is blue scales. Although her intelligence is a little low, she is also an important experimental subject. I am also studying how to extract a sufficient concentration of mermaid royal blood from her, so you can't move for the time being. Seeing that Thor seemed to want to fight for it, Alfonso quickly said, you can think of Pearl as the current Alexandra. Maybe she is not that precious, but she is still irreplaceable at present. You see that her tail scales are all blue, very much like the blue scale tribe mentioned in ancient books. I won't easily turn pearls into experimental materials before I'm sure of it. At this point, regardless of whether Sol agrees or not, Alfonso is ready to send him away. He raised his palm to Sol, which was a preparatory action for teleportation. If you really want to study atavistic mermaids, go to the Red Sea, and you can find ones with higher blood concentration. When you can determine the direction of the experiment through other atavistic mermaids, I will take you to study pearls. Sol asked back, are there atavistic mermaids in the Red Sea? Not much, but there is some. Okay, don't resist. Sol didn't intend to argue any more at this time. Anyway, he could still visit the mermaid in the name of visiting Sander in the future. However, Alfonso raised his hand for a long time, but he didn't teleport. What's wrong? Sol didn't feel the ripples in the space. Alfonso looked tangled and slowly retracted his hand. Lord Flim has something to do. Please summon all third-level wizards to go there immediately. Normally, Alfonso should go there immediately, but he was still a little worried. He reminded Sol again, Pearl is the only sample at the moment. No matter what, don't touch her before I agree. Okay, I won't. Sol nodded, showing a look of unwillingness, but having to agree. Alfonso couldn't wait any longer. He glanced at Pearl, and then disappeared. I guess she went to the court of adjudication. Sol's face immediately relaxed. Sol returned to the glass. Pearl in the glass was still lying opposite Sol, but now her eyes were looking at the place where Alfonso disappeared, as if she didn't understand why he suddenly disappeared. At this time, Penny, who likes to watch the fun, said in her diary, Hee, brother Thor, you can't persuade her, right? Thor held the mermaid. Yes, I won't move. He gently pushed the mermaid that was floating. Thor's mermaid flew towards the glass, and actually went through it directly, falling into the water-filled room opposite. In the water, the mermaid smiled and seemed very comfortable. Thor knew that the one who controlled the mermaid's body at this time was the quasi-fifth level wizard Floco, so he didn't deliberately remind her. Penny was chirping. Quick, 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 draw her blood, peel her skin, break a piece of her bone. Sol ignored Penny and pointed at the water. Sir Floco, don't do irreparable damage. Although Floco was in the water, he could hear Sol's voice clearly. He nodded and approached Pearl. Pearl saw Floco flying towards the glass, and was scared at first, but soon approached Flom with curiosity. Flom did not draw blood, but just stepped forward and held Pearl's hand. Pearl was held by Floco in a daze, and she even subconsciously looked at Thor outside the glass. When Thor found that Pearl was looking at him, he waved his hand, and then he found that Pearl's expression was even more confused. Why does she look like this? Before Thor could figure it out, Floco ran out of the water with that ugly fish face. The whole process took less than a minute. Not even a drop of water was brought out. This so-called mermaid princess does not have my blood flowing in her body. Isn't Pearl a member of the Qinglin clan? She should be a branch with mixed blood. Floco looked a little disappointed. Perhaps he still wanted to find his own descendants deep down. Not long after the loss, Floco raised his hand, and a drop of dark red liquid floated from his palm to Thor. This is the blood I extracted from her, only a small part, which will not affect her body. As long as outsiders don't drain her blood for examination, they won't find that some is missing. It will be able to self-repair in 2 months. This really helped Thor, and he quickly put away the mermaid blood. Thank you. By the way, there is one more thing. Floco hesitated and said, I don't know if you care, her spiritual body has been destroyed by humans. The means are very clever. I'm afraid you will all think that she is born this way. Chapter 825. Who would destroy the spirit of a mermaid? Or why would you make a species that is not smart to begin with even more stupid? It must be someone who does not want Pearl to have independent abilities. Will it be Alfonso? Sol guessed. But he quickly overturned his previous guess. No, Alfonso's spirit is not as strong as mine. Sol still has this bit of confidence. And Floco said that the other party's method of destroying Pearl's spirit almost fooled him. This is the faith in the water god. Flim? Sol and Floco looked at each other and thought of this person at the same time. Flim destroyed Pearl's spirit body, probably because Pearl itself has some special features. But this special feature will hinder Flim, so he directly cut off any trend that is unfavorable to him. Sol took a last look at Pearl, who forgot to be afraid again, and lay on the glass staring at Sol and Floco. Looking left and right, they were too busy to handle it. Let's go, we have what we want. Sol did not go to find Sander again, but returned to the palace gate, found the servants, who had been waiting for him, and returned to the palace where he temporarily lived. When there was no one around, Floco sighed, it seems that my bloodline has almost been cut off in this world. No bloodline passed down by Floco was found in several atavistic mermaids. Sol said, it's also a coincidence. Only this smuggled mermaid has your bloodline. Floco returned to the fish tank. He had just used his power. The mermaid's body was affected by the overload of power. The skin began to crack and needed to be replenished with water. He heard Thor's words in the water and popped his head out again. It's not a coincidence. His face showed a natural confidence. The mermaid with my blood is destined to be stronger than other mermaids. This mermaid must have been far away from the Red Sea Tree and the surveillance of the Court of Arbitration, so that it could be captured by wizards from other places and sold to the Sky City. He sighed again. Because of excellence, he knew the danger of the Red Sea Tree and took the initiative to escape, but he was not strong enough, and fell into the hands of others after escaping. Except for the court of arbitration, others who got mermaids probably used them as witchcraft materials. Excellence is the key to success and failure. The ignorant and mediocre person has lived in the bottom of the Red Sea until now. By analogy, the mermaid princess Pearl was probably taken out and imprisoned alone because of her excellence, and her spirit was destroyed in the end. Thor lowered his eyes and couldn't help thinking, before I advance to the fourth level, the essence of the Symphony of Destiny cannot be told to anyone. He also made a decision that before he advances to the fourth level, the consciousness in the diary of the dead wizard cannot leave the diary. Even if this may violate the agreement with Beth, she cannot be set free before the fourth level. Not everyone is willing to let geniuses grow. Sol does not think he is a top genius, but the talent he has gained from his own experience has definitely exceeded the upper limit of this wizard world. Floco is the second target of the Symphony of Destiny. Although he doesn't know what Thor has done, with his fifth level strength, he can vaguely feel that Thor and himself have a certain connection. After seeing Thor's style of doing things, Floco does not object to this connection. He even comes to help Thor with advice from time to time at the critical moment of recovering strength. In fact, he also wants to take the initiative to deepen his connection with Thor. Although Thor is only a third-level wizard now. But don't forget that he has a deep connection with that group of chaotic guys. Floco's thoughts stopped here. He didn't want to think deeply, fearing that he would attract the attention of those guys. Now that he had helped Thor once, he didn't need to stay with Thor for a long time. After all, Floco's most important task now was to restore his fifth-level strength. This might take hundreds of years. Floco didn't want to wait that long. Who knew how long this world could last under the influence of the Eye of the Abyss? He needed to prepare some tonic potions for himself. For example, a powerful being who specialized in water elements, and was still a fourth-level being. Okay, I'm going back next. This body probably can't bear my next possession. Thor, you can extract the blood of the Blue Scale clan from this mermaid's body. It is definitely stronger than the royal blood kept by the court of arbitration. Floco told Thor the best way to extract blood, and then went back to Sky City to prepare to restore his strength. After Floco left, Kate slowly woke up. Yawn, I'm back. He looked a little confused. Floco's possession also put a lot of pressure on Kate, who was living in the mermaid's body. Kate lost consciousness due to her body's self-protection mechanism. When Kate woke up, she saw Thor approaching very close to her, looking her body up and down. He subconsciously covered his chest, and found that there were still 4 exposed, so he had to lie down and let his arms be ravaged. Boss Thor, are you going to use me for experiments? Can you be gentler? Seeing Kate like this, Thor suddenly had the urge to roast him. Your body may not be saved. Kate shuddered and looked at Thor in horror. But before that, I'm going to take you to the sea first. Although Floco said there should be no descendants of his bloodline here, Thor still planned to take Kate to the sea to look for them. What if they were found? Who would dislike the bloodline of the Qinglin tribe? There are too many powerful witchcraft materials? But it is better to get the consent of the judgment court before going to the Red Sea. Thor was very conscious, and did not run around before Alfonso or Roy came to find him. Instead, he continued to do research and a bold idea in the temporary palace. 3 days later, Alfonso was still the first to come to Sol. Long time no see, Mr. Alfonso. Sol raised his head from the thick steam. The crucible in his hand was about to burn, but he was still increasing the fire. Why did you leave in such a hurry that day? Did something happen? Alfonso still had a stern face and looked gloomy. Today, his face was even more tired. It's the court master who wants to see us. Almost all the third-level wizards have gone there. Alfonso mentioned it briefly, but didn't explain the details. Sol didn't ask any more questions, but continued to do the experiment. Oh! Alfonso didn't expect Sol to just say hello perfunctorily and ignore him. Now he wanted to say something, but it was hard to say it. He tried to hold it in, but couldn't, and took a step forward. You didn't do anything to Pearl that day? Sol stood up and pointed at the hem of Alfonso's clothes. You came here in a hurry, and you didn't even completely remove the moisture on the corners of your clothes. You were just checking the body of the mermaid princess, right? Didn't you see if I did anything? Chapter 826. Sol's answer seemed to say something, but it also seemed to say nothing. Alfonso opened his mouth, but finally did not continue to ask. He knew that Sol would not say anything if he asked again. If he found out that Sol had done something, Sol would admit it, but if he did not find out, Sol would not explain it. The current situation is that he really did not see whether Sol had done anything to Pearl. Alfonso was silent for a moment, and whispered, I just want to remind you that Pearl is a rare mermaid and cannot be consumed casually. This time, even Sol, who didn't care much, couldn't help but look up at Alfonso. He thought, this Alfonso really cares about the mermaid princess. Is there any value in the pearl that I haven't discovered yet? Alfonso stood there, not knowing what to do for a moment, and simply asked Sol, how are you ready? Can we start the treatment? Sol didn't answer immediately. The crucible in his hand was already burnt, emitting a pungent smell, and a mass of black substance stuck in the center of the bottom of the pot. Sol used a spatula to carefully scoop the black material from the bottom of the pot into a clean petri dish. After sealing the petri dish and cleaning the crucible, Sol straightened up and said, we can start the first experiment. In fact, I was just waiting for you to show up. Alfonso understood why Sol was waiting for them. This was an unspoken rule between the two parties. Let's go! Let's go to the coral. Alfonso said to Sol, you bring the materials you need and signal me. Sol collected his research results in the storage device, and then took Kate with him in mermaid form. Alfonso looked at the mermaid who was being led by Sol like a balloon and wearing a black cloak, and couldn't understand why Sol valued this ordinary mermaid so much. Alfonso also valued Pearl, but Pearl was the princess of the mermaids, and had the strongest blood. And Pearl was also very beautiful. But Sol was definitely not for the same reason. The mermaid that Sol brought was uglier than most of the mermaids in the Red Sea, and there were obvious signs of deep transformation on her body. Does Sol want to create a new mermaid tribe? Alfonso's eyes flashed, and he thought that this matter could be reported to the lord of the court. But for now, he did not ask more questions, but took Sol to the underground waterway again, took the witchcraft boat, and soon came to the seaside pool where the polluted mermaids were imprisoned. Seeing Alfonso use some brown crumbs to lure the mermaids hiding under the deep pool, are these brown crumbs the rhizomes of the Red Sea tree? Alfonso nodded, yes, but they are rhizomes that have not stored the pollution of the black tide. What these polluted mermaids fear most now is the Kuroshio, so they naturally cannot be fed with roots that store Kuroshio pollution. Do these mermaids usually eat other things? Sol asked. Well, the roots of the Red Sea tree are a necessity, but these roots cannot meet the minimum energy for the mermaids to survive, so they usually eat fish and shrimp. Thinking of the mermaids lying lazily on the seabed of the Red Sea last time, Sol guessed, but you usually only give them a small amount of food, so that they don't have extra energy to move, right? Alfonso's mouth sank slightly. Roy believes that mermaids do not need other activities, just absorb pollution, and then give birth and die honestly. At this time, a brilliant red appeared in Sol's eyes, and the coral floated to the surface of the water again. Her red eyes stared at Sol closely, looking at him curiously. Sol threw out a tentacle from his arm, like lightning piercing into the water, and directly rolled the mermaid coral from the sea water to the shore. However, he was gentle. Although he was fast, he handled it with care. When Coral came to his senses, he was already sitting on a smooth reef, with his half-rotten tail hanging to the side. Thor raised his hand and conjured up a huge laboratory table, with various instruments and medicines on the shelves. Thor carried Coral from the reef to the laboratory table like a princess. The cold laboratory table made Coral shudder, and then he reached out to touch it curiously. This gray-black thing seemed to be colder than the deep-sea water. Thor did not indulge Coral's curiosity, and stepped forward to fix Coral's arms, neck, and tail with a belt buckle. Then he used witchcraft to reinforce it again. Alfonso walked forward and watched from the side. Do you need my help? Of course, you can help me record the experimental data. Thor first used his mental power to thoroughly check Coral's body, and found that the pollution in her body was mainly concentrated in the tail, so the tail was the most seriously rotten. After the inspection, Thor's hands turned into translucent gray tentacles, and stuck to the rotten wound of the coral. Soon, some black substances emerged from under the white wound, and were sucked into Thor's tentacles. After entering Sol's tentacles, the terrifying black tide pollution did not begin to spread and produce adverse effects like entering other people's bodies, but was honestly wrapped in translucent skin, like turning into some black gravel. Seeing Sol's move, Alfonso narrowed his eyes slightly. Asking Sol to come and treat the mermaid pollution was the decision of the court master, but the court master also specifically instructed Alfonso that it was more important than treating the mermaid to find out how Sol fought against the black tide pollution and treated the patient. Thor, who could seal the eye of the black tide independently, had long surpassed the value of ordinary third-level wizards. It took Thor an hour to remove all the pollution from the coral's tail. Then he began to absorb the pollution from other parts of the coral's body. The tightly bound coral gradually blushed. She felt that the suction cups on the tentacles seemed to have become the mouths of small fish, biting every inch of her skin, and seemed to suck away something, but without leaving any wounds. It didn't hurt, but it was itchy. The itching made her want to roll on the sand. However, the rotten wound on the tail was not as painful as before. Half an hour later, Sol put away his tentacles. Alfonso stared at Sol's tentacles, and saw that the black substance inside was forced to the tips of the two tentacles little by little. When all the black substance was concentrated at the tip of the tentacles, the limb automatically fell off, and fell into the sealed bottle that Sol had prepared long ago. Sol's tentacles turned into hands again, and put away the sealed bottle, without any intention of sharing it with Alfonso. Afterwards, two third-level wizards turned on the test equipment, and retested the pollution in the coral. The instrument showed that the pollution value had been greatly reduced, even below the safety warning line of ordinary people. The first step, the pollution has been cleaned up. Alfonso recorded it truthfully, but his hands trembled slightly because of excitement. Cleaning up the pollution was originally the first difficult level to fight against the black tide, and it could be said to be the most difficult one. But in front of Thor, it became a sentence recorded on paper. Although it is not so efficient, it is extremely safe. If such a method can be used on high-level wizards, Thor will become the most popular doctor in the entire wizard world. Chapter 827. After cleaning up the pollution, Thor started the next step. The biggest problem with sick mermaids is that they can't survive in the Kuroshio waters like other mermaids. Such mermaids are of no use to the tribunal. Alfonso pointed at the corals. If the mermaids can't absorb the pollution in the Red Sea trees efficiently and cost-effectively, the tribunal will use more extreme methods to deal with the pollution. After a pause, Alfonso said, "The Red Sea trees protect the Nephrite continent, not the residents on it." Thor understood that if the entire continent was destroyed by the Eye of the Abyss, even if most wizards could flee to other continents, it would mean that at least one-third of the resources of the entire wizarding world would disappear. And if the remaining continents had no effective means of resistance, they would have to wait for death bit by bit. And the fourth-level wizards would also be the last survivors of this world, and would perish together with the remaining remnants of this world. There was no way to escape from the closed wizarding world. Therefore, if the transformed mermaid could not become the trash can of the Red Sea tree, then the court of arbitration could only change a trash can. No matter what it is, it will bring disaster to the entire Nephilit continent. Sol removed the rotten flesh from the coral's tail, and sealed the wound temporarily with medicine. Then, he led the seawater mixed with black tide pollution to pour into the glass water tank where Kate was. The mermaid Kate stood on the beach, and saw the water tank, and wanted to get in very much. Unfortunately, in order to eliminate other interference factors, he could not go in to soak in the water for the time being. While Sol was filling the water, Alfonso went over to untie the belt on the coral, and then lifted the coral with floating technique. He didn't touch the coral during the whole process. When the coral floated in the air, it was a little panicked. Originally, leaving the water meant leaving the place that made her feel most at ease, but her curiosity about Sol and the instrument made her forget her vigilance temporarily. As a result, she suddenly flew up, her body was suspended, weak, her tail was swinging, and there was no familiar resistance. The coral suddenly opened its mouth and screamed, looking very scared. Alfonso had a blank expression on his face, and quickly threw the coral into the water tank. The water splashed everywhere, but the coral calmed down again. She saw the seawater around her whirling around happily, and then bumping against the wall of the water tank. Mermaids seemed to have low intelligence. Sol stood beside the water tank, observing silently, but the spirit of the coral looks a little different. Alfonso also stood beside. Although Sol just simply sucked out the pollution in the coral, his method was completely different from Alfonso's. He didn't know if this method could avoid subsequent pollution. If it can be done, it would be incredible. Alfonso glanced at Sol quickly, then fixed his eyes on coral again. A few minutes later, the pollution in coral has reached the warning line for ordinary people. Alfonso continued to record. Then, they saw that coral's tail, which had just been treated, began to have new rotten wounds. No. Alfonso's face sank, but he felt that it should be so. If the patients treated by Sol would not relapse, then his personal value would be too terrible in this world that might be destroyed by the pollution of the black tide. Thor also saw the wound on coral. The mermaid with red hair seemed not to feel the wound on her tail, or maybe she was used to it. She just glanced at the new wound on her tail, and continued to move carefully in the water to avoid another collision. Thor possessed her and transformed his tentacles again to cover Coral's new wound. Coral thought of her previous experience and wanted to hide, but because the water tank was too small, she couldn't hide at all. This time, Thor did not remove the pollution in her body. He just checked for a while, and then took the tentacles away. Something has happened to her body. When the pollution exceeds the standard, her skin will ulcerate. But there is no sign of infection. Why is this disease similar to genetic mutation contagious? Sol had previously extracted the rotten flesh from the coral and conducted a culture experiment, but no signs of infection were found. Is it not the contact channel that is transmitted? Sol stood up and took the coral out of the sea. One more time. Alfonso, Coral, ah. After cleaning the pollution on coral again, Thor had another sealed bottle with Kuroshio pollution in his hand. After cleaning, Thor carried coral to the water tank again. However, this time, before throwing coral in, Thor suddenly made a move, and a black blade flashed past, directly cutting a huge wound from Coral's collarbone to his lower abdomen. The black blade did not deliberately avoid the vital parts, and the skin, muscles, internal organs, and bones along the way were all cut with smooth incisions. Blood spurted out immediately. But before the blood splashed on him, Sol threw him into the water tank. The water tank, which was not clear to begin with, was immediately muddied by the blood. Ah! Coral seemed to finally understand the threat of death, struggling in the water tank, and more blood flowed out of the wound faster. But such turbid water conditions could not block Sol and Alfonso's sight. The two stood beside the water tank and watched the changes in Coral's wound carefully. Time passed by little, and Coral's tail had a rotten wound again. Thor glanced at the wound on the tail, and then continued to focus on the huge wound on Coral's chest and abdomen. After a few minutes, Coral's struggle gradually became weaker. Alfonso spoke up. If you don't want to kill her now, can you stop? If you wait any longer, even if the mermaid is strong, she will die. Thor nodded, leaned over and took Coral out of the bloody water. This time, his movements were gentler. He carried Coral back to the lab table, immediately began to clean the wound and used healing magic to close the wound. Although he was treated, Coral's eyes rolled back, and he passed out because of the large wound and excessive blood loss. Thor turned around and picked up the data recorded by Alfonso. Coral's physical data is not much different from other mermaids. The main reason for the contamination is that the mental body has changed in activity. Coral's tail. Paw. After shaking for a while, it looked like it was about to wake up. But mental contamination still cannot explain why the rot disease is contagious. Thor frowned. He hadn't encountered such a clueless situation for a long time. Alfonso walked to Thor's side, noticed his embarrassed look, and said, "You don't have to be too anxious, we still have time. Even if there is really no way in the end, we can make up for the loss through quantity according to Roy's idea. No matter how many there are, if the number of pathogens reaches a certain level, the disease will spread uncontrollably, and then there will be no more mermaids to die." Thor turned around and looked at the sea. The sea near here was a dazzling red. It was as if it was stained with blood. Alfonso. What? Are there still atavistic mermaids in the sea? Although most of the atavistic mermaids have been collected by me. But this sea area is so large, there must be some left outside. I go to the sea to take a look. After Thor finished speaking, he picked up the mermaid Kate from the ground. Let's go together. Chapter 828. Although Alfonso was not responsible for taking care of the Red Sea tree, it was still no problem for him to take Sol into the Red Sea. The time of entering the Red Sea this time was quite coincidental. When Sol and Alfonso came down, the groups of mermaids did not lie on the seabed to be lazy, but gathered around the roots of the Red Sea tree, gnawing something with their sharp teeth. If you look closely, you can see brown rhizomes hanging on the roots, like tree tumors. The expressions of these mermaids were very strange, and they were enjoying it very much, as if they were enjoying a feast. When Thor and his companions passed by, no mermaid paid any attention to them. Thor let go of Kate and whispered to him, "Let's search separately. If we find someone with a similar smell, call me." Kate nodded. He was not as sensitive to the blood of the Blue Scale clan as Thor. If Floco was not inconvenient to possess him at this time, it would actually be the fastest to let him come and search together. At present, Thor and Kate can only try to find other mermaids with the blood of the Blue Scale clan based on the clues left by Floco. Alfonso did not look for them. He stopped at the place where the tree roots were densest, watching the every move of Thor and Kate. The Red Sea tree is a very important strategic resource, which is related to the future of the entire Nephrite continent. Naturally, he would not let Thor stay alone under the sea. Of course, he would not be too worried. The special nature of the Red Sea and the Red Sea tree made the entire arbitration court focus on this. If something out of control occurs, even the Lord of the Arbitration Court, Flim, will rush here at the first time. Alfonso watched Sol, and didn't let him make trouble, but he was actually protecting Sol. Sol knew that Alfonso was watching him. Although he was nominally looking for the atavistic mermaid, he was actually searching for his own target. Thousands of mermaids gathered under the Red Sea tree. Sol only scanned for a few days before sinking to the seabed to see if there were any fish that had escaped. Kate searched for the target by smell near the roots of the tree. Sol swam deeper and deeper, and was already close to some distant canyons and caves. Alfonso's eyes were fixed on Sol, and his hands were clasped together unconsciously. Sol didn't know that Alfonso above him was inexplicably nervous, and was just searching in some places where fish rarely go. He was looking for a mermaid with Floco's blood. Such a mermaid might have been trying to escape the Red Sea like the mermaid possessed by Kate, and might appear in a hidden area on the edge of the Red Sea. Even if they couldn't escape because the entire Red Sea tree was strictly controlled by the arbitration court, they would probably try their best to get rid of the influence of the roots of the Red Sea tree on them. Suddenly, when passing a place covered with heavy roots, Thor vaguely felt a strange spiritual power. But the spiritual power was fleeting, as if the abnormality Thor just felt was just his illusion. But Thor knew that he was definitely not wrong. He stood on the tree root where the spiritual power fluctuation just appeared and stomped the ground lightly with his feet. The result of the spiritual power exploration was that there was indeed a gap below, which was very narrow, but enough for a thin person to pass through. Just when Sol wanted to lift up the tree roots to take a look, Alfonso came down from above. "Did you find anything? There may be a mermaid underneath." Alfonso took the initiative to step forward and directly lifted up a large piece of tree roots, bringing up the mud and sand on the seabed. The movement was quite loud. Sol raised his eyebrows slightly, but did not stop him. "There is a mermaid underneath." Alfonso looked down, then said to Sol, "Do you want to go down and catch the mermaid?" Sol smiled, "I go take a look and come back." Alfonso did not make any other movement this time, just waiting there. Thor went down and swam around, and saw a mermaid lying on the stone. There were a few green scales on the tail of this mermaid, and it was obviously related to the atavistic mermaid. But when Thor scanned the other party's spiritual body, he found that the other party's spiritual power fluctuations were not the same as the hidden spiritual power he just discovered. The mermaid just now should have run away. Thor did not search further. Even if he went down, he would probably find at most one or two ordinary mermaids. The extremely hidden mental power just now must have disappeared. Now that we can't track the target just now, we have basically lost it. Thor pulled the mermaid he found out of the crack in the ground. The mermaid didn't resist, and looked as stupid as other mermaids, without any initiative. "There's one hidden here." Thor showed the mermaid he pulled out to Alfonso. "There are too many mermaids here. Maybe they were squeezed down, and they don't know how to run out." The mermaid that Thor brought out was very thin, even thinner than the other mermaids. If Thor had not already figured out that the mermaid in front of him was not the one he had just found, he would probably agree with Alfonso's view that it was a mermaid that was squeezed down, and could not find a way out, and was starved to death. Alfonso looked down, and saw a palm-sized green scale on the tail of this extremely thin mermaid. "Congratulations, you actually found your target among so many mermaids." Could Thor say that his real target was not the atavistic mermaid? No, so he took the mermaid back with him. When he left the Red Sea, Thor also took some roots and tubers of the Red Sea tree back with him. After all, how can we study mermaids without the cooperation of the Red Sea tree? Unfortunately, if we want to take a complete Red Sea tree away, we must apply to the Red Sea tree maintenance team of the arbitration court, and then temporarily withdraw part of the seal maintenance of the Red Sea tree, so that we can transplant it without damage. The leader of the maintenance team is naturally the third-level wizard Roy, who loves the Red Sea tree very much. But Roy was not there. Sol had to settle for the next best thing, and chose a branch with more vitality, ready to go back and stick it in the water. Sitting on the return boat, the mermaid Kate huddled in a corner with the newly captured atavistic mermaid. Although the two mermaids were of different bloodlines, they belonged to the same species after all. With Kate's comfort, the new captive could be more at ease. Giving Kate a look, Sol turned around and asked Alfonso, who was driving the boat, "Does this mermaid have a name?" Alfonso was concentrating on driving the boat, not even looking at the new mermaid. "You found him first." Sol looked back. The newly caught mermaid was a male. According to Alfonso's usual naming method, let's call him Quartz first. The mermaid with a new name moved, and was hugged tightly by Kate again. The way back was still dim, just like the difficulties Sol was facing now. If you can't find or solve the cause of the mermaid's illness, you may have to accept Roy's plan to create a new royal family and transform mermaids. Alfonso said, "I don't have much hope for Roy's plan. A new royal family. If blood fusion is so simple, the tribunal would not have allowed the current Eternal Night royal family to exist for so long." A sigh sounded in the dark water. Blood fusion cannot be calculated and formulated. Sometimes, it is as unpredictable as fate. And fate cannot be created. Chapter 829. Hearing Alfonso's sigh, Sol wanted to agree at first, but the image of the pentagram suddenly flashed in his mind, and the words that were about to come out of his mouth suddenly changed. Challenging fate is interesting. I suddenly have an inspiration. I will go back and think about it carefully later. Alfonso looked at Sol in surprise. In the darkness, Sol's gray eyes seemed to be glowing. Alfonso seemed to be dazzled by the light, and turned his head away, and didn't want to look at Sol again. Ever since he became a third-level wizard with the help of the arbitration court. Or rather, ever since he took over the project of transforming mermaids, his life seemed to be doomed. He would always have to live with the polluted garbage created by the Red Sea tree. He would always think about how to increase the number of mermaids, how to extend the lifespan of mermaids, how to enhance the mermaids' tolerance to pollution, and how to better control the mermaids to sacrifice for the Nephrite continent generation after generation. In his eyes, these things were no longer challenges, but endless torture and pressure. He thought more than once that maybe one day, when the huge black tide turned into a tsunami that covered the sky and completely engulfed the entire Nephrite continent, the nightmare would end. But Alfonso's mental state had not yet had such serious problems, so everything was just his imagination. Just like some people say destroy the world every day, but it doesn't mean they really want the world to be destroyed. So Alfonso is now trying another way to relieve stress. After returning to the Palace of Eternal Night, Sol was sent back to the temporary palace by Alfonso. Then Sol closed the door tightly, and set up multiple protection and isolation arrays, not caring at all about being discovered that he was going to do something secret. But people outside might not be able to guess that what Sol was going to do had almost nothing to do with the treatment of mermaids. Sol took out his usual laboratory table and various equipment, and then found various rare materials from the storage device and other places on his body, and placed them on the table. Kate held her water tank and placed it next to Thor's lab table, so that he could watch. But when he looked at the materials on the table, he asked in confusion, "Master Thor, are you going to treat mermaids? Isn't it too expensive?" The items on the table from left to right were the source of Kuroshio pollution, the roots of the Red Sea tree that had not been inactivated, the branches of the Black Sea tree, the branches of the inverted tree, the blood of the mermaid royal family obtained from Pearl, and finally, Xiuzhou, Thor, who was thinking about the materials on the table, heard Kate's voice, and picked up Kate, who was about to climb into the water tank, and put her on the laboratory table. Kate was startled, and was about to jump up from the laboratory table, when Thor tapped her forehead with a finger, and she couldn't move. He said in a crying voice, "Lord Thor, there is really no need to sacrifice your entire fortune to help the tribunal. Even if I am not valuable, Xiuzhou is valuable. Although he and Xiuzhou are not that familiar, how can a demonic creature that can parasitize on Thor be ordinary?" Even Penny, who played well with Xiaozhou, couldn't help but fly out of the diary. "Brother Thor, are you really going to use Xiaozhou? Do you want me to hand you a knife?" Thor waved his hand to make the two guys quiet down. "The mermaid thing is not as simple as you think," said Thor, taking out another table, covering it with blank paper, and then writing and drawing. "Some people don't intend to cure, some people don't really want to cure, and some people don't want to get better. I'm involved, so don't worry too much." Kate was confused, but Penny, who had been following Thor in the diary these days, was very smart to match everyone. But after matching, she was a little worried about Thor's situation. "Brother Thor, if it's really as you said, then wouldn't it be safest for us to do nothing?" "No, the problem must be dealt with. The tribunal will not really let the Red Sea tree have problems. Don't think that things seem urgent now, but I believe that these people have prepared backup plans privately." "So, Brother Thor, what are you doing now?" Penny could no longer understand the formula Thor wrote. Although she could understand the individual witchcraft symbols, they were like a heavenly book when connected together, which was completely inconsistent with her cognitive logic. Thor did not hide it from the nightmare butterfly, and explained it to it in a low voice, while also helping herself to sort out her thoughts. "Since I came here, the few people I met were not suitable to be the third target of the Symphony of Destiny. But Alfonso's words today reminded me how difficult it is to fuse bloodlines. It is as unpredictable as fate." "But Penny, isn't my Symphony of Fate creating a new fate? Since I can create a new fate, why can't I create a goal?" "Wow!" After listening to Thor's idea, Penny flew to the experimental table, and finally landed on the tip of the tentacles of the lying Xiuzhou. "So, Brother Thor, are you going to fuse Xiuz and Kate into a new individual?" Thor chuckled and touched the tentacles of Xiuzhou. "The purpose of making it is to stay in Nephrite. I can't bear to let Shioza stay here. I plan to cut off a part of the tentacles, and use Shioza's powerful swallowing and fusion characteristics to fuse the valuable parts of these materials together. Kate finally understood. He lay next to Shioza and interrupted carefully, Lord Thor, even if Shioza, and I have no objection, the Red Sea Tree and the Black Sea Branch cannot coexist, right? Thor picked up the Red Sea Tree branch. When the Red Sea Tree branch approaches the Black Sea Tree branch, it starts to deactivate, and once it moves away, it stops deactivating. But when Thor held the Red Sea Tree branch close to the little algae, the Red Sea Tree branch showed no signs of deactivation. Penny remembered, oh, little algae has also swallowed up the Black Sea Tree source, although only a part of it, but theoretically the Red Sea Tree should also be afraid of little algae. But now it has no reaction, so little algae can avoid the Red Sea Tree's deactivation due to the Black Sea Tree. Master Thor, do you want to merge the Red Sea Tree and the Black Sea Tree to create a new tree? Thor shook his head. My goal cannot be a plant that cannot move and can only be manipulated by others. I need a capable, ambitious, and resourceful guy. Penny looked at the other materials on the table and guessed, but couldn't say it. Okay, now I'm going to start designing the experiment. You all lie down so that I can collect materials. Hearing this, even though Kate was full of uneasiness, she had to lie down on the experimental table like Shioza. After lying flat, he couldn't help but say, Lord Thor, please be gentle. Xiao Zhao, Half a month later, Thor, who had been in seclusion, received an invitation from the Emperor of Eternal Night again. During this half-month, many nobles of Eternal Night also sent messages and rare witchcraft resources to Thor, but Thor refused to accept them and return them all. It doesn't matter who he cooperates with now, so why not find someone he knows? Taking a familiar carriage, Thor came to the lonely and empty Emperor's palace. It was still the noble Emperor himself who opened the door and led Thor into his small but warm little house. Putting down the candlestick in his hand, Sander closed the door and said to Thor impatiently, I have invited that person over. When he arrives, I will be sure to get the soul-fixing needle back. Oh! Soul didn't expect it to be so fast, he asked. Isn't the Emperor of the Black Flame Empire a fourth-level wizard like the Lord of the Judgment Court? How could he be invited so easily? Sander lowered his voice because a new round of black tide is coming. Chapter 830. The black tide is coming. Thor immediately thought of the Eye of the Storm that appeared in the Borderlands. There had been a large amount of black tide there before, and Thor had personally experienced the horror of it. This made him frown. Does the tribunal have a way to deal with it? Sandy asked Thor to sit down, and then sat on the edge of the bed opposite him. Don't worry about this. The tribunal has been fighting the black tide for so many years, and has already had very complete countermeasures, Sander said quickly. He was afraid of scaring Thor away. Although every time the black tide strikes, it will cause great damage to the Red Sea trees and mermaids, the Court of Arbitration will also take action. Before the number of Red Sea trees drops to the warning line, the wizards will unite to resist the black tide and the monsters in it. Over the years, although the black tide has posed varying degrees of threat to Nephrite, it has never really broken through the continent's defenses. Seeing Sander trying to explain, Thor raised his hand to stop him from continuing. No need to do this. I am not afraid of the black tide myself. If possible, I would like to see what the black tide on the Nephrite continent looks like with my own eyes. After all, Sander was imprisoned in the Palace of Eternal Night, becoming a human blood bag. He only knew a rough idea of what was happening outside, and he didn't know how Thor saved half of the unowned land by himself. Seeing Thor say this, he agreed with him. Okay, if Lord Thor wants to see the black tide, I think the people of the Judgment Court will definitely not refuse. Sander hurriedly changed the topic of the black tide. When the Emperor Alo of the Black Flame Empire arrives, he will definitely meet with me for political reasons, and then I will ask him to return the soul-fixing needle. Will the Emperor of Black Flame return the token according to the agreement with your ancestors? Soul conjured up a black branch in his hand, and kept spinning it like a pen. He will definitely do it. Because of the Black Flame Emperor's locator, he will not easily promise, but if he promises, he will definitely do it. Locator? Soul knows two directions of the locator related to promises. One is like him, related to fate and cause and effect, and the other is related to the contract. But no matter which one it is, the Emperor of Black Flame will not easily break his promise. Just like when Thor used the theory of causality, unless he was willing to bear the huge backlash of causality, he would never break his promise and destroy the result after the result caused the cause. If the result was destroyed by other factors, it would not backfire on Thor. Senior Yongya made a wise choice. The black branch in Thor's hand stopped turning. Sander breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Thor with expectation. Then, Lord Thor, regarding my offspring, I have arranged for a reliable candidate to enter the Yngja Palace, and later, she will become the mother of my child. Since Sander mentioned this, Thor also told Sander about his plans. However, the development of the matter was not the same as Sander had imagined before. I will give you some mermaid blood, so that you can have a special offspring. Yeah. Sander listened carefully, and nodded as he listened. But this offspring cannot be born. Ah? Sander was stunned. If his child cannot be born, what is the difference between that and having no offspring? But Sander was halfway through his words when Thor raised his hand to interrupt him. Having the blood of the mermaid royal family only means that you can stay in the position of puppet for 2 more years. When your health deteriorates, a large amount of bloodletting will threaten your life. The people of the Judgment Court will definitely drain your last useful value, and then support your descendants to the throne of the Emperor, and then continue your fate. Sander also knew that Thor was telling the truth. Even if he planned to use his sister's specialness and his last time to build a new force, he was just seeking a stable home under the shadow of the wizards of the Judgment Court. An ordinary person cannot really solve the problem. So, instead of giving you an offspring, it is better to give you a backer. Backer? Sander's eyes wandered. He wanted a guarantee to regain the secular power, but he didn't want to follow Thor to cause trouble. If he followed Thor to cause trouble, those great wizards would kill him with just a glance. Even if he was not killed for the sake of raising the mermaid, he would probably erase his consciousness and make him a mere blood bank. Same as the mermaid princess in the next room. Live as a sample. Thunder was helpless when he saw that Sander was so shocked and frightened that he lost control of his expression before he said anything. He understood Sander's fear of wizards, but if he was only satisfied with surviving for a few years, why would Thor risk helping him? Thor did not explain or comfort Sander. Although what he was going to do next would not put him on the opposite side of the tribunal, it would also be considered a provocation to the interests of some people. If Sander doesn't have enough courage, then he'd better find a partner. He watched Sander quietly, and the black branch in his hand began to fly and turn at his fingertips again. Sander's forehead began to sweat, and his attention was unconsciously attracted by the branch flying at Thor's fingertips. What is that? He suddenly looked at Thor. Black. He said the first word, but didn't dare to read its name completely. If Sander guessed correctly, this thing is a taboo in Nephrite. How dare Thor bring it here? Sander felt his brain was about to stop working. What to do? A blue butterfly flew past Sander's eyes. It was like throwing an ice cube into boiling water, which calmed Sander's confused heart. He took a deep breath, and the look in his eyes gradually became firm. Anyway, if I lose the bet, it's just a death. I have no one else to ask for help. The Emperor of Black Flame will keep his promise to return the soul-fixing needle, but it is also because he does not know that the thing he is keeping is the soul-fixing needle. So he is only responsible for keeping it, and will not do anything that will affect the court of arbitration. Although what Thor said now contains a dangerous signal, it also shows that Thor has more plans than me. After being reminded by his sister Midor, Sander finally realized the opportunity hidden behind the danger. He stood up. Lord Thor, no matter what you want to do, I will do my best to cooperate. Sol clearly saw the blue butterfly in Sander's eyes, and smiled with satisfaction in his heart. This time, Sol's real partner is actually Midor. Only if Midor survives in Blue Water Bay with an ordinary soul, and becomes a special spirit, and survives in Sander's body, can she hope to control the third target created by Sol. If you agree, there will be no chance to regret it. Sol stood up and pressed the black branch in his hand against Sander's forehead. With a little force, he could pierce his skull. Midor, I take her away first. As for her body, don't worry. I will give her a body that can affect the entire Red Sea. You just need to be responsible for attracting other people's attention for your sister during this time. Chapter 831. There is a space hidden under the seabed under the Red Sea tree. There are waterways here that are enough to make people get lost for a lifetime, as well as tangled seaweeds, and a lot of shelter set up by the mermaids hiding in them. The mermaid Hylon crossed a narrow waterway and came to the most hidden area of this seabed space. There are already 5 mermaids hiding here. When Hylon appeared, they were crawling out from the gaps between rocks and sand. These 5 mermaids have one thing in common, that is, some of the scales on their tails are blue, and the area is relatively large. The least one has at least 1/3 of its tail scales in cyan. And the eyes of these mermaids with cyan scales are much more lively than those of other mermaids. One of the mermaids swam to the front of Lon Hai. Xiao Lon was taken away. Hai Lon gritted his teeth. Although he was not at the scene, when Xiao Lon replaced him and stayed there, It meant that Xiaolan was likely to be killed or taken away by the wizard who was chasing him. It's my fault. Hai Lan did not shirk responsibility. I risked my life to observe the new wizard. He had heard Shanhu mention a new wizard a few days ago, and the smell on his body was very familiar, so he couldn't help but get closer to observe him. But who would have thought that the other party's mental power was so strong? Helen's spiritual body is very special, and has a strong concealment ability. Many second-level wizards walked over his head, and could not detect his existence. And those third-level wizards, especially the male wizard with short red hair, would not be discovered by him as long as the distance was enough. But before that, Hailan was discovered by the new wizard just as he approached the seabed. At that time, he realized that something was wrong and immediately escaped from the hidden waterway, as he usually practiced, while Xiaolan immediately stepped forward and replaced him to stay in the original position to confuse the audience. After that, Hailan fled to the edge of the Red Sea, and hid for a few days, before returning to the place where everyone gathered at the reminder of other mermaids. When he returned here, he was not surprised to hear the news that Xiaolan was taken away, but not being surprised did not mean not being sad. So far, there are only more than 20 mermaids who have reverted to their roots, and they have to be very careful every time they act. But even so, some people were discovered by the wizards of the Court of Arbitration and taken away. Those who were taken away never came back. Except for Coral, but Coral is different. She is very special, and the wizards may not be willing to kill her. Moreover, Coral was actually exposed and taken away on purpose. Other mermaids saw Helen's guilt and came forward to comfort him. Anyway, for mermaids, being taken away for research and being killed are already common things. As long as Hai Lan is fine, their plan will not be affected. But the fact that these mermaids do not blame Hai Lan does not mean that no one will blame him. If you know how to blame yourself, you are not hopeless. A black mermaid appeared from the intersection where Hai Lan came from. Only half of the black mermaid's tail was exposed, and the rest was covered by black mist. Such a mysterious mermaid did not gain the trust of Hai Lan and other atavistic mermaids at first. But this mermaid has the breath of their ancestral mermaid royal family. And it is very strong. They have never seen anyone with such strong royal blood. The other party called himself Blackfish, and after gaining the trust of Hai Lan and others, he helped them a lot. He helped them repair their spiritual bodies, so that they no longer had to continue their muddle-headed lives and had the ability to think independently. He taught them how to hunt instead of waiting for humans to feed them. He led them to open up a living space under the sea, and they could find a suitable hiding place under the cover of other ordinary mermaids. The most important thing is to tell them the harm of the Red Sea tree to the mermaids. Let them know how to resist the rhizomes of the Red Sea tree, and resist the attraction, and call from the depths of their blood. Now the atavistic mermaids hiding in the seabed have understood that if they continue to use the rhizomes of the Red Sea tree, their spiritual bodies that have been repaired with great difficulty will continue to be polluted by the black tide, and then they will become waste that can only eat, drink, defecate and urinate. There is no future for life, and there is no future for race. Facing Mr. Blackfish, Hai Lan couldn't say a word of rebuttal. I was wrong. He could only admit his mistake again. Blackfish swam to the crowd. The black tide is coming. Don't do anything unnecessary now. Hai Lan asked cautiously, Mr. Blackfish, but we only have more than 20 members now. Isn't the number too small? Even if we can escape from the Red Sea, can we settle down there? Blackfish said confidently, I have found a suitable place outside. As long as you can escape this time, you can settle down there first. Afterwards, Mr. Blackfish told all the mermaids a few things to note, and took Hai Lan away as a mermaid. The two of them walked away from the caves where the other mermaids gathered, and came to the middle of a long and narrow waterway. Blackfish stopped, turned his back to Hai Lan and asked, You are not a reckless mermaid. Why did you test the new wizard? Hai Lan had wanted to talk to Mr. Blackfish about this for a long time. Mr. Blackfish, I'm just too curious about that wizard. Is he your identity in human disguise? Blackfish turned around immediately, and his tail almost touched Helen's face. Why do you think so? Hai Lan was a little afraid of Blackfish, and said with a stiff face, You know the situation of the wizards very well, so my sister and I have been wondering if you have a disguised identity inside the tribunal. A few days ago, my sister saw a new wizard, and he had a very similar aura to you. Like me? Not the same, but that feeling. I have never found it in anyone else except you. Blackfish's face was wrapped in black mist, and it was completely unclear. But Hai Lan felt that the other party was very scary in an instant. The black mist wrapped around the other party seemed to be turning into sharp mouths, trying to bite his flesh and blood. Hai Lan shrank her neck. But the terrifying aura of Mr. Blackfish soon disappeared. He regained his original peaceful aura. That's not me. Don't take the initiative to contact him in the future. Especially you, stay away, and don't appear in front of him. Hylon heard from Mr. Blackfish that the other party seemed to know the new wizard, but in order not to anger him again, he just nodded and did not say his guess. After the two finished talking about Thor, the topic turned to the most important thing. I will warn you again for the last time. After the black tide recedes this time, no matter what happens, you guys leave according to the established plan and route. I will meet you halfway. Remember, no matter what happens. Hylon already knew the escape route by heart, but he was still a little uneasy. Mr. Blackfish, can I ask what will happen first? I don't want to spy on your plan, but I just want to be mentally prepared. Blackfish looked at Hylon, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Mermaids, even atavistic mermaids, are too weak mentally at present. But it doesn't matter, after experiencing that incident, they should be able to get some improvement. It's not good not to improve. Don't waste such an excellent body. Chapter 832. Thor closed the door. This was the third nobleman he had rejected. If you are still like this, don't bring him to me, he said to the servant beside him. But the servant looked embarrassed. Lord Kogel represents a Duke of Eternal Night, and I can't afford to offend him. Thor tapped his chin, then tell them that the next person who bothers me will become fish feed. Looking at the servant's stunned expression, Thor smiled and did not emphasize again that he was not joking. Anyway, if someone really comes, people in the future will know whether he is joking or not. Thor returned to the palace, and there was still a guest in the palace at this time. Roy leaned against the pillar in the middle of the palace and laughed happily. These nobles are annoying, right? But don't worry, they are also very smart. They will desperately test your tolerance limit, but as long as you show a little impatience, they will honestly retreat. Roy curled his lips. Those who didn't know to retreat have been cleared out long ago. I hope so. Sol whispered, I don't like raising fish. Roy nodded, I don't like it either, but there's nothing I can do. Mermen are like nutrients for the Red Sea tree. Without them, the Red Sea tree can't continue to grow. He followed Sol into the laboratory. Roy was very thick-skinned. As long as Sol didn't stop him directly, he would dare to follow him in and look through other people's notes. And Sol glanced sideways and didn't stop Roy from coming in. Anyway, from the materials on the surface, Roy couldn't tell what raw materials he had fused. For example, who knows what the algae has eaten? The most conspicuous thing on the experimental table at this time is a ball of soft, red meat. The meat was trembling, and it seemed to want to escape when Roy approached, as if it had its own consciousness. What is this? Roy leaned over and carefully observed the red meat. The mermaid I brought. Ha, you brought it with you and raised it, and you thought it was so special, but you killed it now? Sol poked the meatball in front of him with a glass rod. Raising it is because it is useful, and killing it is also because it is useful. The red flesh was like a drop of blood that had just fallen on a glass container. It seemed that it would break at any time, but it remained stable due to surface tension. Luo, he was indeed a third-level wizard. He only observed it for a few times, and found the problem. Is consciousness injected into this flesh? A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. How did you do it? Can the consciousness stay awake in a situation that is completely inconsistent with human physiological structure? Let the consciousness adapt first, and it will be fine once it gets used to it. Sol said, Did you come here this time for anything else besides checking the progress of my experiment? Royer straightened up. Haha, how can you call it an inspection? It's just a discussion for everyone. But then again, Alfonso looks dumbfounded, but he has been studying mermaids for decades. I didn't expect you to solve the problem he couldn't solve right away. Even if you say you can't do anything in the end, I won't blame you. He moved closer to Sol. To be honest, I came here to cooperate with you. Thor put down the glass rod, and pushed the meatball that he had deliberately shown to Roy back into the isolation chamber. Cooperation on what? Creating a new royal family. Roy put his arm on Thor's shoulder carelessly. He was shorter than Thor, and it was a bit awkward to do this. I know Alexandra has been looking for you recently, but no matter what he promised you, I can give you something of equal value. Sol remained calm. He and I are old friends. You can find out if you want to. His actions in Blue Water Bay were not very covert. If a high-level wizard wants to investigate, it is easy to find the truth from the clues. Of course, some details are difficult to define. Especially what happened under the sea. Old friend? Roy sneered. What kind of friendship can wizards have with ordinary humans? Alexandra must have some treasures passed down from their family, right? I can also guess some of the resources he has, which are nothing more than some special witchcraft props passed down from ancient times. His guess was correct, But he didn't consider that Thor was also seeking cooperation. And he couldn't imagine that Alexandra's ancestors had reached a custody agreement with the Emperor of the Black Flame Empire, handing over a witchcraft prop that ordinary people couldn't use, but wizards were eager to get to someone else for safekeeping. Thor naturally didn't mention the content of his deal with Sander. Then what conditions can you offer me? Why would I make the conditions? I'm not the one who wants to be the Emperor. Luo Yi smiled. Who wants to be the puppet Emperor? Alexandra's stepmother. She had a child with the previous Emperor. But she was unlucky, and didn't inherit the mermaid royal bloodline like Alexandra. So after the old Emperor died, we took Alexandra back and sent her and her child to a small mountain village inland. So, when they heard that you were going to use the new mermaid royal bloodline for fusion, they immediately came to sign up. Sign up? You used the right word. They really shouted their names out loud. But I also took into consideration that their family had experience in successfully fusing bloodlines, and the success rate of fusing new bloodlines would be higher, so I brought them here. Sol was not interested in Roy's experiment at first. After all, he was too busy with his own affairs. On the one hand, he had to treat the contaminated infectious disease of the mermaids, and on the other hand, he had to create the third goal of the Symphony of Destiny. But just as Sol was about to refuse, he suddenly thought of a question. If I help you with the blood fusion experiment, can I have access to the mermaid royal blood stored in the tribunal? Roy touched his chin. You are still interested in mermaids. Well, if you can help me with the fusion experiment, I can promise you now that I will at least give you 1/10 of the original royal blood for initial research. Roy blinked at Thor. What do you think? I am very generous, right? I heard that you haven't touched the one in Alfonso's hand yet. Haha, don't be fooled by his official appearance. He is a very stingy person. Sol clicked his tongue. Then give it a try. I am not interested in blood fusion, but I have been coveting the blood of the original royal family for a long time. Roy's eyes seemed to inadvertently sweep across the entire laboratory, and finally stopped on a small water tank. Are you going to raise other fish? The small glass water tank has not yet been filled with water. It is clean. Not fish. Sol changed the subject. When will the blood fusion experiment begin? You are so impatient. Roy has achieved his goal and walked out. In 2 days, tomorrow, Lord Alo of the Black Flame Empire will arrive, and all projects will be suspended during this period. After entertaining him, we will conduct the experiment again. Chapter 833. It is very troublesome to receive the Emperor of a neighboring country. Even if the Wizard Emperor does not care about red tape, some procedures must be followed. It is rare for Sander to wear the full set of clothes of the Emperor of the Eternal Night Empire, wearing various jewelry, and most importantly, a golden crown inlaid with rubies. He holds a golden scepter, with a ruby inlaid on the top of the fist. Gold represents the majesty of the Eternal Night royal family, and the ruby represents the Red Sea tree. It is the responsibility of Yongya, and also the pride of Yongya. Sander looked at himself in the mirror. Even though he knew clearly that he was just a temporary puppet, he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of pride at this moment. One day, I can also give this scepter real power. Now think about it. Although Thor's plan is very risky, it is a real way to solve his embarrassing situation. Otherwise, even if he regains power with the help of his offspring, he is still essentially just a mobile blood bank. Eternal Night, and the Court of Arbitration would never really take him seriously. Your Majesty, His Majesty the Black Flame Emperor has gone to the Eternal Night Star Palace. The tall and mighty guards bowed beside him. Having been an emperor for several years, Sander naturally knew what the guards meant. Let's go! Sander took a last look in the mirror, then took the scepter and walked out of the lounge with his head held high. Crossing a long corridor, Sander came to the reception room, where he met with the Black Flame Emperor. The entire hall was magnificent, with extreme luxury from the roof to the carpet. But Sander knew that once the Emperor of the Black Flame Empire left, this place would return to its original spacious but empty state. Sander had just sat down on the throne in the middle according to the instructions of the attendant, when he saw the double doors on the side being pushed open. However, to Sander's surprise, the person who pushed the door was actually the Black Flame Emperor himself, Wizard Alo. Unlike Sander's luxurious outfit, the Emperor Alo opposite him only wore a simple black dress with dark patterns. Even the crown on his head was strange, like a wreath made of thorns. But this wreath is much more ferocious than the one made of fresh flowers. It seems that there is no consideration for comfort at all. If an ordinary person wears it, the thorns on the crown will probably pierce into the flesh. However, compared with the simple attire of the Black Flame Emperor, the other party's demeanor has a sense of condescending scrutiny. He looked up at Sander. His eyes were emotionless, but his gaze pierced Sander's skin like a sharp arrow. Sander was sitting on a high throne. But at this moment, he felt like he was being looked down upon by the other party. The Black Flame Emperor was followed by only one attendant. The attendant was also dressed in black, without any ornaments, and looked thin and small, not even as tall as Sander. He kept his head down, very inconspicuous. But Sander had been specially reminded by someone. This inconspicuous, insignificant attendant was actually a third-level wizard. Seeing the Black Flame Emperor approaching, Sander stood up from his seat. At the attendant's prompt, the two emperors greeted each other. The attendants on both sides also saluted each other's emperors. The third-level servant brought by the Black Flame Emperor saluted Sander without any temper. This made Sander feel a little satisfied. However, before the balloon of pride in his heart took off, it was punctured by the next sentence of the Black Flame Emperor. "Okay, now I have met your emperor. Take me to see Flim. Don't tell me he doesn't have time now. Then I will go to the lost corridor to find him myself." The servant behind Sander immediately smiled and responded, "Master Flim is also waiting for you. We have prepared a passage for you." The Black Flame Emperor nodded slightly, and looked back at the attendants behind him. "Let's go." After the simplest greeting, Sander was completely ignored. "Please wait a moment," Sander suddenly said loudly. The proud balloon in his heart was punctured and fell into pieces, blowing on his throat, making it difficult for him to breathe. Before the Black Flame Emperor left, Sander finally shouted. The Black Flame Emperor Alo finally looked at Sander for the second time. "What's the matter?" Facing a fourth-level wizard, Sander mustered up his courage and said, "The two countries have not exchanged gifts yet." Alo waved his hand and said, "No need to bother, just show your intention." "But what intention do you have?" Sander resisted the urge to complain and continued to say quickly, "I request an exchange of gifts, and I also ask the Black Flame Emperor to abide by the agreement between the two countries, especially the agreement with Eternal Night 3. Ilua didn't want to pay attention to Sander at all, but when he heard him mention Eternal Night 3, he finally remembered that he had a promise. "Okay. Since you want it so badly." Ilua raised his hand and broke off a golden thorn from the crown of thorns. It was only the length of his little finger, so it looked like it could be exchanged for a little money. He threw the golden thorn in his hand casually, and it landed squarely in Sander's palm. "Okay, just put your gift on my airship. I take it away when we leave." After saying that, the Emperor of Black Flame left the Palace of Eternal Night without looking back. As the Emperor of Black Flame left, other people in the Palace of Eternal Night gradually followed him, and left, or went to deal with other things. Finally, Sander was left alone, sitting alone on the high throne. He looked at the empty palace in front of him, tightly grasping the golden thorn in his hand until his palm bled. After a while, he walked back to the small living room in the corner of the palace alone. He took off his gorgeous decorations, wiped off the lead powder on his face, threw away the crown and scepter, and only held the golden thorn thrown to him by the Black Flame Emperor as a gift. When his anger subsided a little, Sander shook the golden bell beside the bed. After a while, a servant knocked on the door. "Your Majesty, what do you want?" "Please invite Wizard Thor." "Your Majesty, Wizard Thor may be welcoming the Black Flame Emperor with Wizard Alfonso. I'm afraid there is no time to come now." Swish. In the room, Sander swept all the ornaments on the table to the ground. But in contrast to this rude behavior, his expression was unusually calm. No one spoke outside the door. After another moment, Sander said, "Then wait until Wizard Thor is not busy, and then invite him over." "Yes, Your Majesty." "Go away," Sander said weakly. "Yes, Your Majesty." The footsteps gradually faded away. Sander sat on his soft big bed, imitating Thor's way, playing with the golden thorn given to him by the Black Flame Emperor on his fingertips. Although his previous anger was more or less a show, when he saw everyone leave, and only an empty palace was left for him, even though he had been mentally prepared, Sander still felt uncontrollably angry, as well as an extreme desire for power and authority. While Sander was tasting humiliation alone, Thor was somewhat reluctantly taken by Alfonso to meet the Black Flame Emperor. "What do you want me to do?" Sol whispered to Alfonso, "My experiment has entered a critical moment." Chapter 834. Alfonso saw that Sol really didn't want to join in the fun here, but today's meeting was ordered by Lord Flim himself, and Sol must attend. Today's meeting is related to the upcoming Black Tide, and the Lord has specifically asked you to attend. Sol was unmoved. It would be impossible to give him an important task if he came to attend. At most he would be a raider. As for whether he would be used as cannon fodder, it depends on whether his own strength can impress the people of the Judgment Court. Although he was reluctant, Thor had no choice but to put down the experiment in his hand and follow Alfonso through the Palace of Eternal Night. Finally, the two of them appeared outside the palace. Huh? Isn't the meeting held in the Palace of Eternal Night? Thor saw the soldiers and wizards outside, and found that the scale of this meeting was probably much larger than he imagined. Outside the Palace of Eternal Night, a huge sunken parliament hall appeared at some point. Like a lecture hall, the center of the conference hall is the lowest, and the surrounding seats are raised in rows. Because it was already dark, there were burning torches lighting up each row of passages. As for why torches were used instead of more energy-saving and convenient fluorite, Thor had no idea. He found that people on the Nephrite continent were very accustomed to using flames for lighting. Even high-level wizards would use fireproof lamps instead of witchcraft for lighting. Following Alfonso, he sat in the first row. Thor waited quietly. Not long after, Thor saw a man in a simple black suit and a golden crown of thorns striding into the Parliament Hall. Behind this man with a strong aura, there was a short man, who was timid and looked inconspicuous. But when Thor looked over, this man pretended to look at Thor casually. While thinking about the data he had obtained in the laboratory before, Thor looked up and happened to look at the other person. When he looked at each other, he suddenly saw that the scene in front of him seemed to have been added with a special filter, and the sky began to rain petals. Before the surprise was fully revealed, the petals that had already covered the ground suddenly disappeared, as if it was a dream. Thor looked around, and it seemed that no one saw the rain of petals except him. Even Alfonso, who was sitting next to him, looked indifferent. Thor turned his head and asked Alfonso, "Alfonso, did you see?" "What? Petals?" Alfonso was stunned for a moment, and then seemed to think of something. "Did you just look at Stuart from Black Flame?" Soul nodded. "If the Stuart you were talking about is the little guy just now." "Yes, he happened to look over here." Alfonso looked at Thor again, looking at him as if he was back to the first day Thor came to the Eternal Night. Stuart is a third-level wizard, majoring in poison witchcraft. But the poisons he developed are very special, and are generally not used in direct combat. It is said that one of them can test the spiritual body of others through hallucinations and impose marks. All those who have been marked by him will be discovered by him once they appear near him. "Aren't you afraid of angering others by marking so strongly?" Thor said with a little dissatisfaction. He had already started to scan his whole body with his mental power, trying to see where the other party had marked him. Alfonso shook his head slowly. "It's useless. Stuart won't attack a fourth-level wizard." But none of the other marked people found where they were marked. The marking process is very short. I heard that when being marked, if the spirit is stronger than Stuart, it is possible to see the marking process, just like a rain of petals. And those whose spirits are not strong enough will not even realize that they are hallucinating for a moment. But whether they can see it or not, the marked people cannot find the mark on their bodies. Soul raised his eyebrows and glanced at Alfonso. "You have been marked too?" "Yes." "Will no one come to settle accounts with him for doing this?" "Stuart is the confidant of the Black Flame Emperor. It is said that he has been his guard since the Black Flame Emperor was a child. If anyone makes trouble for him, the Black Flame Emperor will protect him unconditionally. Moreover, the opponent's mark did not have any ability to harm, but only allowed Stuart to detect the approach of the marked person, which was said to be to protect the Black Flame Emperor. Does a fourth-level wizard really need the protection of a third-level wizard?" Soul sneered, holding his chin, and stopped asking. He could see that the Court of Arbitration probably couldn't do anything to Stuart. Soon, more than 2/3 of the people in the Parliament Hall were present, and a wizard whose soul didn't know walked to the bottom of the podium and began to preside over the meeting. Although it was a wizard conference, since they represented two empires, it was inevitable that there were some complicated and tedious formalities to say. Although Thor sat in the first row, he did not need to speak or be introduced. He just leaned back on the comfortable chair filled with cotton, closed his eyes, and began to take a nap. It looked like he was taking a nap, but in fact, he had entered his own consciousness platform. In the deep starry sky, the gray-white round platform looked more simple and thick. The patterns on the ground became more complex and clear. The diary of the dead wizard above his head floated quietly in the air. Thor walked along the circular platform, and when he reached the edge, he stepped directly under the circular platform. He was looking for the mark that Stuart Wizard had placed on him. Since it was a mark placed by illusion, it was probably also placed on his spiritual body. Thor's spiritual body had completely merged with his consciousness space. Nothing could escape the fate of being watched by the stars, unless its level was higher than that of a 6th-level wizard. The Eye of the Storm was hidden on the back of the circular platform last time, so Thor also came to the back to check this time. But he didn't find anything unusual. After going around and returning to the front, Thor looked up at the diary. "It's not on the round platform. It can't be in the starry sky. Is it in the diary?" Thor raised his hand, and the huge diary above his head automatically shrank and fell into his palm. The pages of the diary automatically rolled according to Thor's consciousness. But when the back cover of the last page closed, Thor didn't find anything unusual. There's something about this steward. No wonder no one has ever found his mark. Although Thor failed to find the mark in 2 attempts, he was not in a hurry. So far, he still has at least 3 methods to try. The most brutal one is to become the thread of fate. Let the eyes help him find the mark. But doing so is too dependent on the colorful world. And the more Thor contacts the guy who calls himself the Death Teller, the more he fears them. Compared with the Death Teller, the diary is more convenient. Thor's mental power shook slightly, and the diary was opened again, and many black lines were constructed on the white pages. These lines extended in all directions, and soon the entire consciousness space was outlined into a world composed of pure black lines. It was as if it had turned into a 3-dimensional sketch. Thor's mental fluctuations carefully scanned every inch of the world line. There was no feedback at first. Huh? Can't even the diary detect it? Shouldn't it be? Thor scanned the entire consciousness space again. Suddenly, he discovered something and couldn't help laughing. Sure enough, the most familiar stranger is myself. Chapter 835. Soul found a small bump behind his ear, like a mole behind his ear. You may know its existence, but it is more likely that you are completely unfamiliar with it. When Soul observed the consciousness space from the perspective of the diary, he found that there was a place on his body that was completely different from his death fate. The factors that may cause Soul's death are insignificant in front of it, and the factors that can eliminate the mark may be beneficial to Soul. After finding the mark, Soul did not destroy it immediately. He thought for a moment, and let it stay on his spiritual body. Keeping this spiritual power mark, maybe it can be used at some point in the future. Things like trump cards should not be known to others before they are used. Closing the diary, the world changed from black and white to color again. Thor opened his eyes, left the consciousness platform, and returned to the Parliament Hall. At this time, the Parliament Hall was bustling and lively like a vegetable market. Although the wizard Alfonso beside him remained silent, he seemed to be thinking seriously about something with his frown on his face. The originally serious meeting between the 2 countries turned into a free discussion, which aroused Soul's interest. What are you discussing? Before Alfonso answered, Roy, who was sitting on the other side of Alfonso, turned his head and looked over, with a look of confusion on his face. I'm really impressed. In such an occasion, Soul, you actually started to meditate. Soul didn't refute, but just looked around. It's so noisy here now. If there's nothing else, I leave first. How can you leave? Roy smiled. The current discussion has a lot to do with you. He leaned forward. Thor, I'm asking you seriously, are you sure you can cure the contamination on the mermaids? At the very least, we can't let the disease spread among mermaids. It was rare to see Roy without a smile on his face, and Thor also frowned and answered seriously. Treatment is no problem, but the difficulty now lies in prevention and transmission. I don't have rigorous experimental data to support it now, so I can't answer how sure you are or whether you are sure. I can only tell you that I have some ideas now, but whether I can do it or not still needs to verify my theoretical assumptions. As wizards, Alfonso and Roy both understood what Soul meant. Roy nudged Alfonso, who was sitting in the middle, with his elbow. Look, you have been studying mermaids for so many years, but you can't even solve a pollution disease. Alfonso answered seriously, my research on mermaids is mainly about blood fusion and mermaid transformation, not about curing diseases. He even blamed Roy in return. Every time a mermaid got sick or had a problem with his body, you would kill the mermaid and throw it away, leaving me no chance to exercise my healing ability. Roy was speechless, as if it was because of him that Alfonso could not treat mermaids. But thinking about it carefully, it seems to be true. Roy has always looked down on the mermaid race. He thinks they are just appendages of the Red Sea tree. There are many ways to solve the black tide pollution that the Red Sea tree cannot absorb, and raising mermaids is just a method with low energy consumption. Roy sat back in his seat with a sullen look on his face. Alfonso finally remembered that he had not answered Thor's question yet, and pointed to the people around him, who were talking, and said, the next black tide is heading towards the Nefert continent. It is expected to land on the southeast coast between 2 and 3 months. When the black tide comes, in addition to strong pollution, it is often accompanied by completely alienated monsters. Alfonso asked Thor, you haven't seen the black tide monster yet, right? Alfonso also studied Thor's experience. Soul nodded. I have only read some vague records in books. Yes, before ordinary wizards enter the second level, they have no access to knowledge related to the black tide. Although you have come into contact with some wizards who do not live in the eternal night, or the wall of size basically cannot see the black tide monster. We are discussing the coastal defense now. The entire southeast coastline is very long. Once the black tide comes, wizards will be needed to guard every few thousand meters. Once the black tide monster appears, the nearest third-level wizards will be mobilized to provide support. So how to allocate the guard range, and how to allocate third-level wizards need to be discussed seriously. While Alfonso was explaining, two wizards happened to come together. They looked reserved and held a piece of parchment in their hands. Lord Roy. One of them stepped forward with courage. We want to apply to inspect the area you are responsible for. Roy had just been scolded by Alfonso, and he was not in the mood at this time. You can just submit the application to the palace laboratory. I am busy now. The two wizards did not expect that Roy would not give them the opportunity to introduce themselves. They looked at each other, and finally did not dare to stay when the third-level wizard drove them away, so they had to leave with a look of disappointment on their faces. Thor found it interesting and asked Alfonso, why didn't they ask you? Do they look down on you, a third-level wizard? As expected, Alfonso answered seriously, I am responsible for monitoring the situation of the mermaids and will not fight. When the black tide comes, the pressure on the Red Sea tree to absorb pollution increases sharply. It is necessary to ensure that the mermaids can quickly devour the stems, and when the mermaids are mutated, the bodies are cleaned up in time. It seems that every time the black tide comes, a large number of mermaids will die. Alfonso nodded, yes, I have been studying how to make the mermaids' bodies withstand more pollution. At the same time, we must improve their reproductive capacity. Ensure that there are always mermaids to replenish them. Sure enough, even Alfonso, who does not despise mermaids as much as Roy, mainly sacrifices the mermaid population to protect the Red Sea tree in his experiments. Fortunately, mermaids are not very intelligent, otherwise who would be so willing to be a scavenger of the Red Sea tree? At the most critical moment, they were the first to be abandoned. Sol's curiosity was satisfied, and he looked at other places in the Parliament Hall. Soon he noticed the wizard steward, who was sitting diagonally opposite him, also in the first row. Steward huddled up in a small ball, sitting on the left-hand side of the Black Flame Emperor. Next to the powerful Black Flame Emperor, he was as quiet as a shadow. The second and third level wizards on the opposite side were busy communicating. Only the Black Flame Emperor sat expressionless, and Steward stared back and forth with his small eyes. He was out of tune with the heated discussion on the opposite side. Like Thor, he seemed to have nothing to do with it. While Thor was observing the other person was also watching Thor. This was the only wizard who was not a member of the tribunal, and not even from the Nefer continent. The Black Flame Emperor Alo noticed the unusual movements of the people around him, and asked in a low voice, "What are you looking at?" Steward retracted his gaze and replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, I am looking at the doctor invited by the tribunal, the new owner of the borderless land." Why would the owner of the borderless land not stay in the borderless land and run to the eternal night? Steward recalled the information he had obtained. It should be because he knows the eye of the storm and the black tide pollution very well. The arc of Alo's mouth was fleeting. Really? How about making a bet? Flem definitely didn't call people here for this. Steward lowered his head. You must be right. Chapter 836. Steward refused to bet with Alo, and the powerful fourth-level wizard emperor looked away in boredom. In his eyes, why did Thor come? Can he leave after coming? None of this matters. He just needs to fulfill his duties as the Emperor of Black Flame. There are only two empires in the Nephrite continent now, Evernight and Black Flame. Unlike the puppet-like Evernight royal family, the Emperor of Black Flame is one of the only two fourth-level wizards in Nephrite. He became the Emperor of Black Flame when he entered the third level, and it has been more than 100 years to this day. Although this wizard emperor usually doesn't take care of things, he has enough control over the entire empire. With the wizard's means, it's too easy to figure out what his subordinates are thinking. The entire Black Flame Empire is located in the northwest corner of the Nephrite continent. The land area is smaller than that of Eternal Night, and the coastline will not be directly impacted by the Black Tide. Therefore, in the action against the Black Tide, the Black Flame Empire is mainly responsible for logistics and elite support. In addition, the Emperor of the Black Flame Empire, Alo, is considered an honorary elder of the Judgment Court, so he will personally attend the Black Tide Conference and fight with Flem at the critical moment to fight against the Black Tide that threatens the entire continent. As everyone was busy forming teams, a strong light suddenly fell from the sky. At the same time, all the torches in the entire Parliament Hall were automatically lit, and the warm yellow flames burned steadily. The entire Parliament Hall suddenly became quiet, and everyone stared at the strong light in the middle of the venue. Thor was no exception. He stared at the bright but not dazzling light column. For the first time, the light had the ability to transform, and the light column gradually turned into a light ball. There was a dark shadow in the light ball, which did not look like a human, and the shape was distorted, more like a lightning. When the entire light column completely changed into a sphere, Thor heard a familiar voice. This black tide is coming with great force, and it should be the most powerful one in the past 30 years. From now on, all the judgment courts will be suspended, all the judges outside will return within a month, and everyone will stop private research activities to prepare for the black tide in 3 months. The wizard sitting on the periphery exclaimed a little, and even Alfonso next to Thor frowned again. His 2 eyebrows were almost touching each other. After arriving here, Flim only announced this, and then turned into a beam of light and disappeared. Thor's position made him immediately notice that the Black Flame Emperor across from him also disappeared at the same time. 2 4th-level wizards. It seems that there are other things to discuss separately. Unlike Thor's calm reaction, the other wizards present were obviously shocked by what Flim just announced. Even Alfonso and Roy, who had been sitting next to Thor, were not as calm as before, and stood up to find someone to discuss things. It seemed that Thor was the only one doing nothing in the whole place. But soon, Thor found that Stuart, who was sitting opposite him, was sitting alone in the first row, with no one around him. Thor thought of the mark that the wizard Stuart had just left on him, and decided to test whether the other party could find out that he had found the mark. "Hello, Wizard Stuart." In order not to appear abrupt, Thor walked slowly to the other party and greeted him. The small and small-eyed Stuart had already discovered that the other party's target was him when Thor approached him. But he kept silent, waiting for Thor to greet him before he looked up. "Wizard Thor." Stuart looked like he was not very good at talking. "What's the matter?" "Anyway, neither of us has anything to do here, and Alfonso said you are good at plant-based witchcraft, so I want to discuss the issue of the Red Sea Tree and the Black Sea Tree with you." Sol picked this topic casually, but Stuart was unexpectedly interested. "Are you studying the Red Sea Tree?" Stuart's eyes lit up immediately. "Yes, although I am not mainly responsible for this, I am still very interested in it. Especially its relationship with the Black Sea Tree and the special signs of its inability to coexist." The 2 3rd-level wizards were actually discussing the issue of the Red Sea Tree in the chaotic Parliament Hall. The wizards of the Court of Arbitration are quite afraid of the Black Sea Tree, because where the Black Sea Tree exists, the Red Sea Tree will wither. But Stuart has no such concerns. When talking about the Black Sea Tree, his saliva is about to spray out. He regretted not being able to secretly hide a Black Sea Tree when the tribunal was cleaning it up. Now he could only analyze its characteristics through the information recorded in the book. Thor originally just wanted to find a topic to get close to Stuart and test him, but he didn't expect that they would get along better and better. Just as they were talking and agreed to visit Thor's laboratory later, the ground suddenly shook violently. The sturdy Parliament Hall was not damaged by the earthquake at first. But then, 2 powerful pressures fell from the sky, cracks suddenly appeared on the walls, and the floor of the entire hall. Puff! 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 Most of the wizards present were actually pressed to the ground by the powerful pressure. Except for the 3rd-level wizards, everyone else was in a mess. Even Thor felt suffocated. He wanted to breathe, but his internal organs were not obedient. His whole body ached slightly, as if he had suffered internal injuries. On the contrary, the black flames rose from Stuart's dress, which seemed to help him resist the powerful pressure, and his face did not change. Fortunately, the 2 powerful pressures disappeared quickly, and Thor's magic power boiled in his body, quickly repairing the damage to his internal organs and muscles. But other 2nd-level and 1st-level wizards were not as relaxed as Thor. Several people looked pale, as if they were about to faint in the next second. The entire Parliament Hall became shabby, with fallen walls and flying catkins on damaged seats everywhere. "What's going on?" Thor looked up and muttered to himself. Did 2 4th-level wizards fight? Although Stuart was not affected, his face was not looking good. He did not answer Thor immediately, but waited for a moment, and found that there was no more mental pressure. Then he whispered, "Maybe there was a dispute." "Is it just a dispute at this level?" Thor sighed. Fortunately, it was just a dispute. Although Thor had seen the battle between the 4th-level wizard Ophelia and the 5th-level Floco with low health, he only watched from a distance, and was not affected by the aftermath of the battle between the 2 sides. This time, he truly felt the horror of the 4th-level wizard. The higher you go, the more you will find that the gap between each level of wizard is really huge, and it is getting bigger and bigger. The terrifying pressure of the 4th-level wizard did not scare Thor, but on the contrary stimulated his desire to advance. The Fate Symphony, which I modified and designed, can theoretically continue to advance to the 6th level. But even if I only use the Fate Symphony to advance to the 4th level, my strength should be very close to the 5th level. At that time, can I crush these two terrifying 4th level wizards? Chapter 837. The Black Tide Conference was forced to stop because of the sudden outburst of two 4th level wizards. Alfonso came over and hurriedly took Thor back to the temporary palace. After putting him down, he disappeared in an instant. After Thor returned to the palace, he couldn't help thinking that the Lord of the Judgment Court and the Emperor of Black Flame were allies on the surface. But like the Stargate Council, the Judgment Court also has two 4th level wizards, but these two wizards also have conflicts of interest. At the level of 4th level wizards, ordinary petty gains will not be fought for. Under the threat of the Black Tide, even the division of territory is relatively Buddhist. If two 4th level wizards can ignore being discovered by their subordinates and directly use mental pressure to fight, then the interests involved are probably not small. It is the first time for several consciousnesses in the diary to see two 4th level wizards fight each other, and even Beth sighed softly. It is probably a big interest to let two 4th level wizards fight directly. Soul guessed, maybe it involves the defense deployment and logistics supply of the Black Tide? Even if he has no experience, Thor understands that fighting against the Black Tide is not just about wizards rushing to the front, but also about the subsequent resource supply, personnel transfer, etc. The resources and money involved will not be a small amount. Ordinary people's resources may not be of much concern to wizards, but if it involves witchcraft resources, or even some promotion channels, wizards will fight to the death like ordinary people. Aga sighed about another thing. I thought that only the two 4th level wizards of the Stargate Council disagreed, but I didn't expect that the two 4th level wizards of the Judgment Court also had such a big conflict. Herman had a different opinion. Maybe they were just arguing, but the power was a little stronger, haha. If 4th level wizards quarrel, the influence will naturally be different from that of ordinary people. But then again, at the level of the 4th level, it is rare for them to fight because of language conflicts. So Thor still thinks there must be some kind of conflict between the two. It's just right to discuss the problem with Wizard Steward. Maybe we can find out the reason for their conflict. If it were normal, Thor would not care about the relationship between the two 4th level wizards in the Judgment Court, but now he is in Nephlit, and was invited by the people of the Judgment Court. With the previous experience of Ophelia, Thor would not think that the 4th level wizard would not fight against him, because of his status and relationship with Gorza. Thor sat down, took out the half-finished lab notes, and started reading, but found that he couldn't concentrate. He threw the book on the table helplessly. It seems that every place is full of disputes. Herman and Agu were silent, because they found that it seemed to be true. But Beth didn't think so. The Eye of the Abyss threatens the survival of the entire world. It would be fine if there was no hope of survival, but now there is hope, but the number of hope is limited. Who wouldn't have their own little thoughts at this time? Wizards are mostly very practical egoists. Sol was also fighting, but because of his own special characteristics, his way of fighting was more covert. Just came back, and before I could even sit in my chair, someone knocked on the door. It was neither light nor heavy, and it was very regular. It should be the servant who often led the way for him. Sol went to open the door, and it was no surprise to see the servant standing at the door with an embarrassed look on his face. What's the matter? Lord Thor, do you have time now? Her Majesty Alexandra asks you to come over. The attendant said cautiously. Sander? Thor thought that Sander had something to ask him, and was about to agree, but was interrupted by a clear voice. Wizard Thor doesn't have time now. Go back and tell the dear Emperor to ask him to wait a few more days. Roy walked over with a smile on his face. He stood in front of Thor, not at all embarrassed to make a decision for Thor. Thor, our candidate just arrived today. Do you want to see my blood fusion experiment? Have Sander's stepmother and brother already arrived from the fiefdom? Thor really wanted to see Roy's blood fusion experiment. So he turned his head and asked the servant who was shrinking his neck, "Is Sander anxious?" Roy glanced over. The servant shook his head repeatedly. No hurry, no hurry. His Majesty said you can go there when you are free. Seeing the fear on the servant's face, but not anxious, Thor knew that Sander was indeed not in a hurry. So he did not reject Roy's proposal. Then I go see how magical blood fusion is. After winning over an ordinary person, Roy was not too proud, but hurriedly pulled Thor onto another carriage. Sol was taken out of the palace by Roy and settled in a manor outside. The buildings in Yongya are generally spacious and empty. This place is no exception. Walking through the front yard covered with fallen leaves, Thor saw a woman standing in the hallway looking out. This woman is over 40 years old, but her appearance still shows the charm of the past. She wore a small and simple golden crown on her head and a dark purple tweed dress. When she saw Thor and Roy approaching, she gracefully raised her skirt. "Good afternoon, my lords. Vanessa, where is your son?" Roy had no habit of greeting, so he went straight to the point. "Harry has already started to soak in the medicinal bath, as you instructed." Vanessa had a sweet smile on her face, and it was hard to imagine that she had forced Sander and Midor, who were still children, to not survive the eternal night, and had to flee to the state continent. Very well behaved. Roy continued to walk inside, but when he passed Vanessa, he stretched out his hand to pinch her. Vanessa immediately pursed her lips, but soon relaxed again. She looked at Thor, who was walking behind Roy. Although she didn't know Thor, she had keenly observed that the two of them were getting along on an equal footing. Vanessa in front of him was not the object of blood fusion. Thor only glanced at her, and immediately followed Roy into the house. Roy shuttled around the manor skillfully, but Vanessa seemed to have been reminded and did not follow him in. "Is Vanessa Sander's stepmother?" "Yes. I just found out that her spirit is good. Why didn't she become a wizard? Not everyone can endure the boredom and danger of being a wizard." Royer stopped in front of a door and turned the doorknob. White steam immediately came out from the gatehouse, and the heat that hit people's faces made people imagine the temperature inside. When Thor walked in, he saw a teenage boy standing in a pool with a red face. The liquid in the pool was brown, and the water level reached the boy's chest. The smell of rotten apples came into Thor's nose from the pool. "Are you cleaning the impurities?" Thor observed the layout of the room. Except for the spacious pool, the rest of the room was not much different from an ordinary living room. Roy nodded. "Yes, if we don't clean it up, what if the blood of the mermaid royal family is contaminated?" Chapter 838. The little boy named Harry was obviously enduring, but when he saw Roy and Thor coming in, he still forced a smile. But he clenched his teeth tightly, afraid that he would moan if he opened his mouth. Roy didn't care about the boy's pain at all. He walked around the pool and looked at the boy up and down. "Tsk, your previous life was too decadent. You have to soak in this potion pool for 3 more days." When Harry heard that he had to soak for 3 more days, his mouth twitched and his face turned bitter. But thinking of the hard life in the country and the huge gap from the clouds to the earth, he still endured it. The teenage boy already had his own ideas, and his mother fully supported him, so he showed good endurance. Roy walked back to Thor and raised his eyebrows. "How about it? This candidate is not bad." "Yes." Thor nodded. "He has ambitions and conflicts of interest, and he will actively cooperate with all your experiments." Roy looked very proud. They didn't mention one thing, that even if they were kind-hearted, it didn't mean that the blood fusion experiment would be successful. The two left the steamy room and went back outside, where they saw Vanessa, who had just stood in the lobby to greet them, preparing food in the restaurant. She didn't seem to worry about her son, who was suffering at all, and was looking at Roy lovingly. "Would you like to eat?" Thor didn't stay for dinner, and Vanessa prepared a royal dinner, which was small in portion, had many etiquettes, and complicated procedures. He didn't have time to waste on eating. Now that he was at the 3rd level and basically not a human being, Sol could replenish his body's energy without eating. Roy stayed in the manor. It was estimated that after enjoying the feast, he would enjoy women. He was particularly keen on enjoying women of all races. It was a way for him to relieve stress. But Roy probably wouldn't tear off Vanessa's arm while enjoying her. After all, she was still useful. Sol took a carriage back to the palace alone. When he arrived at the temporary residence, he saw the servant again. Thor was not surprised. It must be that Sander had asked the servant to wait here after he found out that he was taken to Vanessa by Roy. "Let's go!" After seeing Sander and entering his small bedroom, which was the only place with a sense of life, the gloom on Sander's face disappeared quickly. "Lord Thor, Midor's condition has been adjusted as you said before," he said eagerly. Thor had reached an agreement with Sander, and would not go back on his word at this time. "Okay, Midor, continue to rest. I have prepared some medicine for you to temporarily improve your mental strength, so that Midor's condition will not affect you." Sander was about to thank Thor, but suddenly thought of something and said worriedly, "But if I take the medicine, will it expose our plan and let the people of the tribunal notice us?" Thor smiled. "What are you afraid of them noticing? As everyone knows, you and I are old acquaintances. And you have to draw blood every week to provide nutrients to the Red Sea tree, so it is normal for me to help you repair your body." Although he knew that what Thor said made sense, it was the first time that Sander privately planned the huge tribunal. If there was no other way, how could he, an ordinary puppet, dare to make such a decision? but thinking that he was ignored by the Black Flame Emperor today and was treated as a decoration by everyone in the palace, although he could endure it, it also aroused his determination to resist. After saying Mitter, Sanders suddenly spread out his palm, and there was a small golden thorn in his palm. Thor took the small thorn and rubbed it off with his hand to remove the gold paint on it, revealing the original appearance of deep blue and almost black inside. Is this the soul-fixing needle? Thor looked down and found that the surface of the dark blue thorn, which looked like an embroidery needle, seemed to be covered with patterns. But no matter how carefully Thor looked, he could not really see the patterns on it. Could it be a hidden miniature witchcraft array? Witchcraft arrays are divided into normal, giant, and miniature types. The giant witchcraft array is like the super long-distance teleportation array, and the miniature witchcraft array is usually engraved on witchcraft props. But the soul-fixing needle in Thor's hand now has a witchcraft array engraved on it that is even smaller than the smallest witchcraft array Thor has ever seen. Not only that, there are countless witchcraft arrays stacked one on top of another, making it impossible to tell which runes make up the array. This is also the most sophisticated method to prevent others from violently cracking the formula above. A soul-fixing needle can only be used once, but if the witchcraft array formula above can be cracked, can't more soul-fixing needles be made? Of course, Thor believes that the material used to make this soul-fixing needle must also be a rare material. I don't know if it still exists now. Now is not the time to study it carefully. Thor directly pressed the dark blue thorn into the middle finger of his left hand. Now the tip of his left index finger hides an anchor point of the Eye of the Abyss. The tip of his middle finger hides a soul-fixing needle. Although he doesn't know whether the soul-fixing needle can save the soul polluted by the anchor point, Thor can feel more at ease when the two opposing objects are put together. I'm going back. You have to pay attention to your behavior next. Sander nodded seriously. I understand that I am an unwilling emperor, but not a desperate emperor. On the surface, Thor and Sander have a good relationship now, so Sander does not have to worry about being secretly executed after being driven off the throne by others. His normal ending should be like his stepmother and brother before, being confined to an inconspicuous small village for the rest of his life. So Sander will express dissatisfaction and make trouble now, but he will not really overturn the table. After getting the soul-fixing needle promised by Sander, Thor's plan will officially begin. After returning to the temporary residence, Thor closed the door and refused to see anyone. He took out the soul-fixing needle and used the rubbing method to reproduce the witchcraft array pattern on it very carefully on a metal nameplate less than 1 millimeter thick. Then he resealed the soul-fixing needle and planned to study only the metal nameplate. Although ancient witchcraft props have the function of concealing and preventing outsiders from noticing, it is better to take out the soul-fixing needle as little as possible just in case. At present, there is no rush to study the witchcraft array on the soul-fixing needle. Thor just stares at the nameplate for half an hour every day to deepen his impression and understanding of it. The rest of his energy was focused on creating the third target. While calculating the formula, he pulled out a black branch from his sleeve and spun it around on his right fingertips. It was quite similar to the style of spinning a pen in high school in his previous life. The black branch turned into a residual shadow and flew up and down and left and right. After an unknown amount of time, a faint voice that only Thor could hear rang out. Master Thor, stop spinning, I'm going to vomit. Chapter 839. The soul hidden in the black branch in Thor's hand naturally belongs to Kate. Kate's life experience is also rich and colorful. She has been a human, a cat, a mermaid, and now a plant. However, the black branch in Thor's hand is actually the body of a demonic creature. Kate is just staying in it temporarily to help the future real soul host adapt to the soul space in the branch. In simple terms, it is to warm the bed. And this black-looking, plain-looking branch with a rough feel is not as ordinary as its appearance. It is a fusion of some tentacles of small algae, branches of the Black Sea, branches of the inverted tree, the blood of the mermaid royal family, and most importantly, the blood inherited by the descendants of the water god Floco. With the help of several consciousnesses and Floco, Thor successfully fused these rare and advanced materials together in less than half a month. However, simple fusion is definitely not enough. When fusion, what to put in first and what to put in later, what grinding agent to use, and what method to use will affect the final effect of the finished product. The materials in Thor's hand can only be fused once. If it fails, it is basically impossible to remove the materials inside through the reverse reaction. Therefore, after many years, Thor once again used the cheating method he used when he was an apprentice. Ask the diary. Now he is no longer the little apprentice, who had insufficient knowledge reserves and unstable mental body. Even if he successfully transformed the witch body with the diary, He did not know the principle. So Thor does not have to worry about not being able to control the knowledge obtained from the diary experiment. He just used the diary to reduce costs. The diary can not only speculate his death line, but also speculate the death line of the people around him. So Soul used the diary to speculate on the premise that Kate's soul can survive safely in the black branches. After consuming several pages of the book, the final product made Soul and Kate very satisfied. However, Kate did not expect that he would be tortured by Soul frequently before he could be satisfied for long. Soul told Kate that this rotation training was to help Kate better adapt to the plant body and maintain the vitality of his spiritual body, lest you forget what it feels like to be an animal after being a plant for too long. Kate originally just wanted to say, "I don't trust you." But over time, he found that Soul's physical shaking method was indeed useful, and it really allowed his soul to maintain basic activity inside the immobile plant. "Don't worry, you can't spit it out now, you don't have the organ." Although he said so, Soul still put the black branch on the table to let Kate take a break. He continued to read with his head down, maintaining this posture until dusk before getting up. After getting up, Soul put the branch Kate back into his sleeve and walked out the door. He was going out tonight. A few days ago, Roy sent a message to Soul to pick a flower called Moonlight Mani tonight. Moonlight Mani is a rare witchcraft material, a specialty of the Evernight Empire. It can increase the success rate of blood witchcraft and reduce the possibility of plasma coagulation. However, Moonlight Mani cannot be artificially cultivated at present. After the main ingredient flower is picked, it will be inactivated within an hour, so every time this material is used, Roy will go to pick it temporarily. This time, in order to help Sanders' brother Harry to reintegrate his blood, Roy specially invited Thor to go pick Moonlight Mani together. Therefore, when the time came today, Thor stopped the closed-door experiment, took Xiao Zhao and Branch Kate, and left the temporary residence where he had stayed for nearly 10 days. But to Thor's surprise, when he met Roy outside the side door of the palace, Alfonso also appeared here. "Why are you here?" Thor looked at Alfonso and Roy, and felt like he was caught betraying someone. Alfonso looked at the two of them with resentment. "Have you completely given up on treating mermaids?" Soul had calmed down. The research has indeed reached a bottleneck. If the mode of infection cannot be eliminated, no matter how much treatment is done, it will be useless. Roy did not feel embarrassed at all about being caught poaching someone else, and still smiled and said, "Alfonso, you are not here to take Soul back, are you?" As soon as he asked, Alfonso's expression became even more depressed. He said in a muffled voice, "Lord Flem said that the black tide is coming, so let me cooperate with Roy to deal with the problem of the Red Sea tree first." Roy's face was full of pride. "Haha, it seems that the Lord of the Court also approves of my plan." Roy directly pulled Alfonso onto the carriage. "Let's go, we are going to collect Moonlight Mani today, and with you we can collect more." Alfonso made his last struggle. "Although I will go with you, I still think it is a wrong choice to transform the entire mermaid tribe again." Roy had long been accustomed to Alfonso's stubborn and rigid temperament, and did not argue with him after hearing this. He asked Thor to get in the car, and then rushed to the teleportation array. Moonlight Mani grew up in the depths of the desert, where all kinds of terrifying demonic creatures live. Without a third-level wizard leading the team, ordinary people dare not approach it. To go there, you need to take the teleportation array to the outer layer of the desert first, and then fly into the desert. After leaving the Evernight King City, you can fly freely. When Thor and his party went out at night, Stuart, a wizard from Black Flame, finally met the Emperor he was loyal to again after nearly 10 days. Seeing that there was no change in Ayla's body, Stuart's hanging heart finally let go. "Have you reached any agreement with the Lord of the Arbitration Court?" As Ayla's closest minister and friend, Stuart asked without hesitation. Normally, they should have set off to return to Black Flame after attending the Black Tide Council, but since His Majesty Aylo and Lord Flem had a little conflict last time, they have been staying in Eternal Night. Emperor Aylo of Black Flame strode to the main seat of the palace and sat down, sighing. "Alas! Do you know what that guy Flem wants to do again?" Stuart looked calm. The Lord of the Judgment Court is naturally someone who wants to do great things. Aylo glanced at him, and said something. "He wants to kill Gorza." Stuart took a step forward. "Is Nefert going to officially go to war with Iskepper?" Gorza is now the designated 4th-level heir of the Glowing family. Killing Gorza is basically going to go to war with Glowing. And both the Stargate Council and the Judgment Court are openly 2 4th-level wizards. They will never want to fall behind in the number of 4th-level wizards after the death of the Glowing Patriarch. If Lord Flinting wants to kill Gorza, it will be like going to war with the Stargate Council. The Black Flame Emperor rubbed his forehead, just like an ordinary person. Or he is the most ordinary person among all the 4th level wizards in the wizard world. He even has a wife and children. Because he didn't want to go to war with the Stargate, he asked me to cooperate with him and kill Gorza secretly. At first, his tone was not pleasant, so I had a small conflict with him on the day of the council. Stuart was puzzled. Why is Lord Flim so determined to kill Gorza? I remember you said that when Gorza was still at the 2nd level, Lord Flim had signaled his men to find a way to secretly get rid of him, right? Ailua was silent for a moment before saying, because Gorza plans to explore the Eye of the Abyss after he is promoted to the 4th level. Chapter 840. Stuart heard what His Majesty Ailo said, but it took him 2 seconds to realize what he was saying. Go. To the Eye of the Abyss? What's the difference between that and committing suicide? I've heard of Gorza's crazy reputation, but I didn't expect him to be so crazy. But even if he wants to go to the Eye of the Abyss, he will probably die. Why would Lord Flim take the risk to kill him? Ailo did not hide his thoughts. Actually, I sighed because of this. Flim might be afraid that the 4th level Gorza will cause unpredictable changes in the Eye of the Abyss, right? The more he is afraid, the more he values him. It is obvious that Flim also recognizes Gorza's ability and talent. Stuart is usually not a talkative person. As a 3rd level wizard, his presence is also quite weak. But because of this, he often thinks alone. Thinking about the knowledge related to witchcraft, thinking about the future of the Black Flame Empire, and thinking about some human relationships. He suddenly thought of the wizard Thor he met a few days ago, and immediately guessed, it is probably not just Gorza who is valued by Lord Flim. Ailua turned his head to look at him, waiting for Stuart's next words. I met a 3rd level wizard here a few days ago, named Thor. Does your majesty know him? Ailua sneered, of course, the only 3rd level wizard in the Borderlands, who sealed the Eye of the Storm alone. Who doesn't know him now? Oh, it seems that he had a scene with that crazy woman Ophelia a few months ago. Ophelia pretended to be fine afterwards, but I think she still suffered a little loss, ha. Stuart looked at Ailo helplessly. This Black Flame Emperor was actually quite gossipy. He said seriously, Your Majesty, this wizard Thor is now in the Eternal Night. He was invited by Lord Flim Court himself. Is Flim going to learn from Thor how to seal the Eye of the Storm? I guess, could it be that Thor, a 3rd level wizard who is very good at dealing with the Black Tide, was deliberately trapped in the Judgment Court? After being reminded by Stuart, Ailo immediately understood. You mean, Flim wants to use the Black Tide to eat Gorza, but doesn't want Thor to help, so he found a pretext to bring him here to keep him under custody? Stuart nodded. I think it's possible. But besides Wizard Thor, there are other people in the Stargate Council who are good at fighting pollution. Can Lord Flim stop the people in the Stargate Council from dealing with Gorza? Ailua's face sank. The Stargate Council probably doesn't have time to deal with Gorza now. There's something wrong with the Stargate experiment over there. Stuart was even more surprised. There's something wrong with the Stargate experiment? Although he also understood the dangers of the Stargate experiment, it was like an ignorant child going out alone. What kind of people, and what things he would meet depended on luck. But Stuart also knew that the Stargate Council had been preparing for the Stargate project for hundreds of years. How come there were intractable problems at the very beginning, and they couldn't even take care of the danger to their next 4th level leader? Is the problem serious? Stuart asked. Only Stuart dared to ask Ailo this. Ailo didn't mind at all. Flim didn't say that. But our people at the Stargate didn't send back any emergency information, so it shouldn't be serious. When this black tide is over, you go to the Stargate Council in person. Stuart nodded. As you command. Even if there is a problem with the Stargate Council, it is difficult to threaten the Nefer continent, let alone the 4th level wizard Black Flame. After a brief discussion on the matter, the two of them refocused their attention on Gorza. Your Majesty, do you want to cooperate with Lord Flim? Stuart knew that what to do next still depended on the attitude of their emperor. This time, Ailo paused for a moment. I don't want to care about their conflict of interests, but if Gorza's actions cause the Eye of the Abyss to erupt again, it will definitely threaten the entire Nefert. I can't take the risk. Stuart sighed in his heart. In fact, as a wizard, he agreed with Gorza's approach. The Eye of the Abyss has threatened the entire world for hundreds of years, but their wizards still have limited understanding of the Eye of the Abyss. If you want to solve the problem completely, such a conservative defense is definitely not a good idea. But every year, just fighting against the black tide produced by the Eye of the Abyss has consumed most of the energy of the wizarding world. What's more, when the Eye of the Abyss erupted for the first time, it directly swallowed up an entire continent. Who would dare to take the risk and go deep into the Eye of the Abyss? Perhaps only someone like Gorza, who doesn't care about anything and only thinks about witchcraft, has such courage. It's a pity that as a member of Black Flame, all his decisions must be based on the interests of Black Flame. He looked at His Majesty Alo, and knew that he thought the same. The two reached an agreement in silence. Thor fell from the air, and more than a dozen translucent gray tentacles emerged from his sleeves, like sharp arrows, shooting at the giant monster snake on the ground. The scales of the monster snake are so smooth that even the suction cups of its tentacles often slip off, making it difficult to catch it. However, Soul's current mission is not to catch the monster snake. He is leading away the monsters near Moonlight Manny, so that Roy can pick them. Because picking Moonlight Manny requires extreme caution, otherwise the flowers picked will become inactive in a very short time. So Soul and Alfonso are responsible for two directions respectively, driving away the monsters nearby. It is to drive away, not to kill. Because a large amount of monster blood will pollute the nearby sand, thus affecting the Moonlight Manny root system rooted deep in the sand. Just as Thor used his tentacles to drive the giant snake away, the ground suddenly shook, and three identical snakes emerged from the sand. Did I disturb the snake's nest? Thor smiled bitterly. He couldn't kill it, and couldn't make too much noise, which really restricted his actions. Thor quickly glanced at Alfonso on the other side. The other party was dealing with a group of bees, as big as human heads. Those bees gathered together, dark and dense, like the dark clouds before a rainstorm, which was also very headache. In contrast, Thor would rather be here. Sweeping snakes. A black vine thinner than a finger emerged from behind Thor's neck, rapidly expanded in midair, and soon became thicker than the monster snakes on the ground. A shark-like mouth opened at the front of the vine, and grunted. Bit one of the monster snakes. Squeak. However, the scales of the monster snake were too slippery, and Shioza's sharp teeth could only slide off the scales powerlessly, making a harsh friction sound. Seeing the sudden fatness, Shiozao, Thor suddenly had a new idea. Shiozao, can you swallow a whole snake directly from the back or the front? Shiozao had swallowed several cryptocrystalline substances, and he already had a strange spatial force, so not only could his body shrink and expand, but it could also produce spatial effects. Shioza turned around and looked at Thor in confusion, as if he wanted to say, I don't like it. Just when Shioza was confused, the giant snake on the ground suddenly opened its mouth, bit Shioza in turn, and tried to strangle Xiaozao to death with great force. Shioza's body was twisted into a twist in an instant. Soul immediately felt the fear coming from Xiaozao. Xiaozao is afraid? How could it be? Chapter 841. Feeling Xiaozao's fear, Thor hurriedly approached Xiaozao. Before Thor could get close to him, Xiaozao, who seemed to be afraid, suddenly turned his head and opened his mouth wide, biting the snake's tail directly, and swallowed it directly without chewing it. The other monster snakes quickly approached Xiaozao, as if they wanted to rescue their companions, but were stopped by Thor's tentacles in time. Xiaozao swallowed very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he swallowed half of the monster snake that was entangled with him. The monster snake finally felt scared and quickly opened its mouth to escape, but Xiaozao was already angry and increased his swallowing speed again. With Thor's cooperation, Xiaozao quickly swallowed a monster snake into his stomach, then raised his head and aimed at the other monster snakes. For monster snakes were finally solved by Xiaozao within 10 minutes. Soul finally became a supporting and spectating role. At this time, Xiaozao had stretched to 50 to 60 meters, and because of swallowing 4 monster snakes, his body became pieces, especially like sausages connected together. Boo, boo, boo! After killing 4 monster snakes in one breath, Xiaozao was still acting cute to Thor. Thor fell to the ground and looked at the sausage string lying flat on the ground. Xiaozao, what are you afraid of? Xiaozao was so stretched that he could only lift his head and try to convey the message to Thor. When Thor finally understood what Xiaozao meant, he immediately felt amused. You are afraid of being tied up by the monster snake again? Now Xiaozao is in this state, and there is no way for him to shrink back to Thor's neck. Thor looked back and saw that although Alfonso was in trouble, he could still deal with it, so he did not take the initiative to help. Instead, he sat on Shioza's overstuffed belly, silently took out the soul-fixing needle nameplate that was engraved before, and continued to familiarize himself with the matching magic circle on it. At the same time, sitting here can also prevent monsters from breaking through from his side and affecting Roy, who was picking Moonlight Manny. After about an hour, Xiaozao suddenly deflated like a deflated balloon. Huh? Xiaozao opened his mouth and spit out a stream of black smoke. Thor stood up and asked, have you digested it? Xiaozao was dejected, as if he wanted to say that it was not delicious. A spiritual force came from behind him, and Thor asked Xiaozao to return to the back of his neck, then stood up and flew to where Roy was. As soon as he flew into the air, he saw a large cloud of black smoke suddenly erupt from Alfonso's side, which completely enveloped the human-headed bee that had been entangled with him. Then a large amount of bee debris mixed with different colored body fluids fell to the ground, instantly dyeing the sand a dark green. White smoke continued to rise from the sand. After doing all this as if to vent his anger, Alfonso also flew towards Roy. Sure enough, Alfonso was also annoyed by those bees. Thor smiled softly. If it weren't for Xiaozu's sudden strength, swallowing all the monsters, and letting him deal with these monster snakes that couldn't be killed or cut for an hour alone, he would also be annoyed. Thor landed and saw Roy holding a box carefully. How many did you pick? Thor asked. Roy then looked up and smiled widely. Enough for 7 or 8 times. Don't call me for this kind of thing next time, Alfonso said depressedly. Roy didn't care at all, and put one hand on Alfonso's shoulder. Then you have to pray that I can complete the blood fusion experiment before I use up these moonlight manas. Alfonso pursed his lips, and the corners of his mouth turned down more deeply. The two had conflicting ideas. If Roy's experiment was successful, his experiment would probably be terminated. Under the order of the court master, he came to help honestly, but it would be too difficult for him to expect Roy's mermaid transformation experiment to succeed. Okay, let's go back as soon as possible. Didn't you say that the moonlight mani should be used within an hour after it was taken off? Sol helped Alfonso out of trouble. Roy didn't tease Alfonso anymore. Several people quickly packed up their things, returned to the carriage, and then returned to the Eternal Night Palace through the teleportation array. After that, Alfonso returned to the palace alone. Sol followed Roy to the manor where Vanessa and Harry lived. Because they set out at dusk, it was already late at night when they returned. When they arrived at the manor, even the servants who were on night watch were already in a daze. They simply went straight into Harry's bedroom and pulled him out of bed. Who is it? Help! Harry had been on edge these days. Although his mother Vanessa told him over and over again that the experiment would definitely succeed because they were also of royal blood, he was still very afraid that if the experiment failed, he would be sent back to the countryside and could not leave. Because when Roy lifted his arm with his cold fingers, Harry's first reaction was that someone was going to send them back to the countryside. Pa! Roy slapped him on the forehead without any hesitation. Get up and go to the lab. Harry was stunned, and then he realized that it was Wizard Roy who was speaking. He was also the one who saved them. Okay, sir. He quickly got up, and was about to put on his clothes when he heard Roy's urging, so he followed Roy in his soft blue nightgown. Thor crossed his arms, and watched Roy carry the man out, then turned and walked to the laboratory first. He had only been to the laboratory here once or twice, but he was already familiar with the equipment here. When Roy and Harry followed in, he had quickly placed all the equipment and instruments on the table. Let's get started. Roy raised his hand and threw Harry onto the laboratory table, but he used levitation halfway, and the man finally landed gently on the table. Thor, I start dealing with Moonlight Manny, you bleed this kid first. How much? Half, you can handle it according to his physical condition. Royer had seen some of Thor's experiments and trusted his ability, so he only gave Thor a general idea and let him do it. Harry shrank back when he heard that he had to bleed, but he didn't dare to hide, so he could only look at Thor with fear and panic. Sol did not comfort the subject. Blood fusion experiments are not guaranteed to succeed. Even a diary cannot find a way to succeed in a case that will only fail. In order to prevent Harry from moving around, Thor tapped him with one finger and made him faint. Then he began to bleed Harry. 20 minutes later, Roy came with the potion. This time, the potion was different from the previous ones. It was not placed in a test tube, but in a thin hose. Then he clamped the hose next to him, and directly inserted it into Harry's arm, like an infusion. Roy brought a total of 17 such hoses. In the end, the little boy Harry was pierced with thin hoses all over his body, which looked very creepy. The smile on Roy's face disappeared, and he took out a test tube from his arm seriously. Thor had been paying attention to Harry's physical data. After noticing Roy's actions, he immediately turned his head and stared at the test tube in his hand. The blood of the mermaid royal family, pure. Chapter 842. Roy naturally noticed Thor's gaze and said to him with a smile, I go first. If I fail this time, it be your turn. Thor spread his hands directly. Give me a copy to study first. Roy was embarrassed. Don't you want to see how I operate here? Thor patted the iron laboratory table. I used to work in the morgue, and I'm best at human experiments. Okay. Seeing Thor's confidence, Roy could only take out a blood sample and hand it to Thor. Thor took the bloodline and, without paying attention to Roy's progress, went back to the lab table on the other side, and took out various instruments to observe. He now has the mermaid bloodline of the water god, the mermaid bloodline of Pearl, and the original mermaid bloodline. He kept a part of each. He didn't want to study the transformation of mermaids, but mainly wanted to study the inheritance principle of bloodline through the differences and changes of these bloodlines. The so-called bloodline is not just as simple as blood and the cells in it, otherwise Sander, the puppet emperor, would not have sown seeds every month, but got nothing in the end. While observing, he suddenly heard a tisk sound from Roy. Thor looked up and said, "Failed?" Roy looked back, his expression calm. Well, the blood was contaminated, but it was removed in time. Thor stood up and found that Harry's entire right arm had been cut off. The severed arm was lying quietly in a crystal tray, and holes were appearing on the skin at a speed visible to the naked eye, like being pierced by a needle. These holes are still growing bigger, from less than 1 millimeter in diameter to 1 centimeter in diameter. The whole arm is covered with holes, which makes people feel goosebumps. Thor did not rashly use his tentacles to absorb the pollution on it. He has a way to deal with the black tide pollution, but he still has to be careful about the unknown blood pollution. Even if it has reached the 3rd level, you can't just rush into anything. In the end, the left arm turned into an empty frame, like a honeycomb under the observation of 2 3rd-level wizards. The blood and bones inside have disappeared. The blood of the original mermaid royal family is too overbearing, so it directly devoured Harry's body. Fortunately, you acted early, otherwise he would probably be gone. Thor looked at the changes in his arm, and carefully analyzed the reasons for the failure of the experiment. Roy had long known that the experiment of fusion of blood was not that simple, so the first failure was not beyond his expectations. This time, "How about you try it, Thor?" "Okay." Thor did not refuse, and directly took the reagent prepared by Roy and acted on Harry's other arm. Because Harry's arm was annihilated last time because of the mermaid blood's overbearing power, Thor was much more cautious than Roy in this measurement. But even though he was very cautious, Harry's body still couldn't withstand the mermaid blood. The blood was diluted by the grinding agent, and it still immediately lost its vitality after being injected into the vein. Although it didn't turn into a beehive like the weird appearance just now, it was like a dry branch, losing its vitality. Thor was not surprised that he would fail, and his mood did not change at all. He still carefully recorded the experimental reactions and data. Roy had been watching from the side, and for some reason, he felt relieved when he saw Thor also failed. He invited Thor, and naturally recognized his ability. But if he was defeated by Thor once after so many years of research, it would be a bit embarrassing. Thor didn't pay attention to what Roy was thinking. He took his previous experimental data, and began to compare it with Roy's first experimental data. As he watched, his brows gradually frowned. Roy was also analyzing the data. Seeing that Thor had not started, he stepped forward and said, "I do it for the 3rd time first." Thor stepped back and made way. Next, Roy conducted the 3rd and 4th experiments. However, each time he failed. Now, even though Roy was prepared for a few failures, his face became less attractive. Before conducting the experiment, he had made careful calculations, but who would have thought that there would still be no hope of success? Other materials were easy to come by, but there was not much blood of the original Mermaid King family. Having failed 4 times, Roy no longer wanted to conduct the 5th time. He followed Thor's lead and began to analyze the data from the 4 experiments. At this time, Thor put down the information in his hand, and came to Roy to copy a copy without hesitation. "Let's stop here today," Thor said calmly. "If we can't find the specific cause of the failure, it will be a waste to consume blood." Roy exhaled. "You are right. Now it is obvious that there is a problem with the experimental design. If we can't find the root cause, there is no point in continuing the experiment." Thor pointed at Harry, who was no longer in human form on the experimental table, and said, "You want to deal with him?" Roy was helpless. Now the royal bloodline is only him and Alexandra, and we can't let him die now. "Go back, I will cure him." "Okay, but even if you cure him, it will probably take half a month to let him recover and remove the remaining pollution," Thor reminded him. Roy calculated the time. "I know that there is only one test opportunity before the black tide comes. If it still doesn't succeed, I will go back to strengthen the Red Sea Tree." Roy was quite familiar with temporarily strengthening the Red Sea Tree's ability to absorb pollution. Thor nodded and went back directly. After Thor left, Vanessa, who had been awakened long ago, appeared at the door of the laboratory. She saw her son lying on the laboratory table, who was no longer in human form, and her eyes were filled with tears. But she just cried silently, and did not speak to stop Roy from continuing the experiment. Roy naturally noticed Vanessa's appearance, and his mood at this time was not as calm as when Thor was there. The continuous failures, and the fact that he could no longer see any experimental data close to success made him extremely upset. Seeing Vanessa, he spat out a word. "Get lost." Vanessa covered her mouth, not daring to make a sound, and turned and ran away. Just as Roy was about to save Harry, an inconspicuous candlestick in the corner of the laboratory suddenly lit up. The warm yellow light was not very bright, and it did not even illuminate the corner, but Roy immediately put down the tools in his hand and turned to look over. Did he make a move? A deep voice sounded in Roy's spirit body. "No," Roy answered respectfully. The voice from the candlestick did not change at all. Take him to undergo mermaid transformation next time. Roy was stunned and subconsciously wanted to explain his blood fusion experiment, but the words turned into yes. The candlestick went out. From beginning to end, the voice in the light source did not ask a single question about blood fusion. Roy's fist slowly clenched. This feeling of not being expected is really bad. He didn't want to care about Harry for the time being. He wouldn't die if he was left alone overnight. He had to find a way to have fun. It couldn't be Vanessa. She was still useful now, and couldn't die. A few hours later, Roy got off a bed full of broken limbs, and gently sucked his bloody fingers. At this time, his mood had calmed down. Alfonso, I've helped you so much. Don't really go down that road of no return." Chapter 843. Escaper Continent. One of the affiliated stations of the Stargate Council. Corey sorted out the information in his hand, and leaned back on the high-back chair. Today's work has been completed, but the rest of the time can only be used for meditation. There is no time for other slightly complicated experimental research. Although Corey's face was expressionless, she was actually a little depressed. Since she failed to compete with Thor for the qualification to advance to the 3rd level, she can only save resources and contributions by herself. As a result, she now has endless tasks to do every day and does not have enough time to improve herself. If she really had enough resources, could she still complete the promotion? Corey shook her head. She didn't have the energy to think about these things now. A lot of things happened recently in the port where she was on duty, and even some wizards became strange. Especially the wizard Oler. Some of his recent behaviors were so strange that Corey wondered if he had been polluted and alienated. After the last confrontation with Thor, the wizard Oler's temper became more and more strange. He used to focus more on planting demonic creatures, and had an extremely fanatical interest in various plants, so his daily diet was mostly meat, which he was not interested in. But recently he started eating grass. This was hard for Corey to understand. If it was just like this, Corey would just feel strange and would not speculate on alienation. What made her feel uneasy was something else. Corey found that the wizard Ole sometimes seemed to have hallucinations. Once Corey was reporting to the wizard Ole about his recent work. As Ole listened, his expression suddenly changed. He wrote a note, then stood up and wanted to put it into the transmission device next to him. However, after he put the note in, he did not start the device, but sat back in his seat and asked Corey to continue reporting on his work. Although the time was short, Corey also noticed that there was a thick stack of notes in the transmission device. Just a casual glance, there were about 10 pieces. At that time, Corey was wondering, if the notes that don't need to be transmitted, why put them in the device? And normally, the notes that have been transmitted should be destroyed. The stack of notes in the transmission device shows that the wizard Oler has put a lot of notes in it. However, the information on those notes may not have been transmitted at all. Corey didn't know what was written on the note. According to the rules, she shouldn't ask, because the content of the note might be a secret that she shouldn't touch at her level. So although Corey felt strange at the time, she didn't say much. Later, Corey discovered that when the wizard Oler took the coffin out, he would always tidy up the roots in the coffin over and over again. Sometimes he would grab the air outside with his hands and put it into the coffin. It seemed that he really grabbed something. However, Corey saw nothing. Even his mental power did not sense the existence of an object. The most important thing is that when Corey discussed the abnormality of the wizard Oler with other wizards, the others did not feel anything wrong. Hasn't the wizard Oler always been like this? They even said so. This made Corey return to a blank expression after being stunned. Corey sat at the long table in the office and thought carefully. The current abnormal situation is beyond my understanding. Is there something planned in the council? And I am excluded because I am from the glowing family? After thinking about it, Corey could only come to this conclusion. No matter what, the situation here must be reported to the clan leader. Maybe the clan leader will figure out what happened here. Thinking of this, Corey made up his mind, took out a brand new piece of parchment, and wrote down his recent findings and his own guesses. After writing all the content, Corey rolled up the parchment, walked to the corner of the room, and lit a lamp. The patriarch of the glowing family and the lord of the court of arbitration are both wizards, who majored in light attributes. There were also rumors that lord of the court of arbitration Flem and lord of the glowing family Norton were actually two branches of the same ancient wizard. But neither of them admitted it. Corey was going to send the letter through this special lamp. The normal procedure should be that she took the rolled parchment letter and placed it in the wick for 5 seconds, and the content of the letter would be sent to the hands of the tribe members on the glowing world side. In order to prevent others from discovering the contents of the letter, Corey would throw the parchment into the fuel furnace under the burning lamp and completely destroy it. However, today, Corey just raised his hand holding the parchment halfway and suddenly threw the letter in his hand into the fuel furnace below. The fire crackled, and the flames licked the parchment to their heart's content, turning the pale yellow parchment into pieces of fragile black ashes. At this time, if someone carefully scratched the fuel furnace, they might find many of the same black ashes. Corey stood silently in front of the fuel stove until everything disappeared, then sat back at the long table, leaning against the back of the chair in a daze. I've been so busy with work lately. If I keep going like this, I won't even have enough time to meditate. Corey thought with a blank expression, somewhat troubled. Soul, are you writing a letter? After a while of sulking, Alfonso finally came to Soul, only to find that the other party was sitting behind the table, writing something. When he got closer, the first line of the letter read, Dear Teacher Gorza. Alfonso pursed his lips, not knowing what he was thinking. He paused for a moment before asking that nonsense question. Soul had already noticed Alfonso when he entered the room. He did not openly show Alfonso the contents of his letter. The letter was already more than 10 pages long. There was no way. If wizards wanted to talk about something serious, it would be difficult to accurately convey their meaning without clearly writing down the causes and consequences, formulas and calculations. What Soul wrote was mainly related to the transformation of the wizard body. The master of which body transformation, he knew, was his mentor Gorza. Although Soul's current level was equal to Gorza's, he knew that he was working hard to advance to the 4th level, and had long claimed that he would complete the promotion within 1 or 2 years. Now was probably the critical moment for promotion. Therefore, Soul thought for a long time before deciding to write a letter to Gorza to discuss. However, although Soul did not avoid Alfonso, Alfonso did not sneak a peek at the content of Soul's letter. Alfonso almost guessed what Thor would write in the letter just by seeing the beginning of the letter. It is said that Thor and Roy's blood fusion experiment did not go smoothly. 2 consecutive experiments failed to achieve the goal. And the subject of their experiment, Harry, is about to collapse. Thor must be asking his former mentor about blood fusion. However, Thor looked up and gave an answer that was beyond Alfonso's expectation. Yes, write to my mentor, he is very good at making various containers and witchcraft transformation. I think the mermaid was contaminated, and there may be important changes in the body that we have overlooked. I am asking my mentor how to discover this physical abnormality and turn the abnormality into a help. Chapter 844. Alfonso was a little surprised. He originally thought that Thor had given up the plan to treat the mermaids. These days, Thor has also been studying the new mermaid royal blood fusion experiment at Roy's place. Although there has been no news of the success of the experiment, it is better than no progress at all on his side. I thought you had given up treating the mermaids, Alfonso said bluntly. How could it be? Isn't this my mission? No matter what he thought in his heart, Thor was still very responsible. Alfonso glanced at the letter that Thor had already begun to fold and seal. Do you want to send it to Wizard Gorza now? He should be at the Wall of Sighs at this time, preparing to deal with the Black Tide. The Black Tide crisis from the Eye of the Abyss will naturally not only target the Nephrite continent. The crisis on the Red Sea Tree will naturally also affect the Wall of Sighs in the far north. Even if Gorza could receive this letter before the Black Tide, he might not have the energy to study the data provided by Thor, let alone reply. You should have a way to send messages over long distances, right? Can you help me send an expedited express? Soul smiled and handed the letter directly to Alfonso. Alfonso took the letter without even looking at the contents. I can only guarantee that the letter will be delivered to Gorza's location within 3 days. But I can't guarantee when he will see the letter or when he will reply. Thank you very much. Soul moved closer to Alfonso. Do I have the authority to learn about the witchcraft that transmits this information between different continents? Thor thought that if he wanted to communicate with the 5 targets of his Symphony of Destiny in the future, he couldn't just rely on telepathy. It would be best if they could communicate directly with each other. However, Alfonso shook his head. Currently, All large wizard forces basically have a way to communicate over long distances. But the communication method will not be announced to the public. Because once the communication method is discovered, it may lead to the leakage of internal information. Soul was a little disappointed. Is there no public information channel? In fact, we can open the information channel, but we have to encrypt the information. Alfonso thought for a moment, and shook his head. The encryption of low-level wizards is too easy to be cracked by high-level wizards. Soul wanted to say physical encryption when he heard it. But if you think about it carefully, physical encryption requires something like a code book. But this kind of thing is only valuable when it is not discovered. If it is found by someone, it is public information. In the wizard world where souls and memories can be searched, things like code books really cannot be kept secret from high-level wizards. Thor thought about it, and decided to give up on building a physically encrypted information channel. If it wasn't important information, he could use other wizards to help transmit the information. For particularly important information, he would have to find a way to build his own information transmission channel in the future. The most important thing about such a transmission channel is secrecy. Thor thought about it, and decided to go to the colorful world again before the black tide arrived. If the channel could be built in the colorful world, although it would cost more, it would definitely be secretive. These thoughts only went through Soul's mind, and he had no intention of revealing them to the outside world. Seeing that Soul didn't speak, Alfonso thought he had given up the idea of establishing an information channel. Thinking that Soul had not given up on treating the mermaid yet, he finally said, "If you need to transmit information in the future, you can use the shared information channel of the tribunal. I will give you information access." "Thank you very much." After talking about the letter, Alfonso remembered that he had come to Soul because of the black tide that would hit in a month. "Since you haven't given up on curing the mermaids, I plan to conduct the last treatment experiment before the Kuroshio arrives the day after tomorrow. Would you like to participate?" Soul has always believed that Alfonso doesn't really want to cure the mermaids. Although he has proposed and implemented many experimental plans, in Soul's opinion, they are only temporary solutions and not fundamental solutions. Even this so-called treatment was not that important in the first place. The atavistic mermaids have lost their high resistance to the Kuroshio, and the pollution and alienation caused by the Kuroshio will also spread to other mermaids to a large extent. So the fastest treatment plan now is to isolate all the atavistic mermaids first. If there is no treatment, then killing them directly is the simplest. Alfonso focused his attention on how to prevent the atavistic mermaids from being contaminated, or their contaminated diseases from being contagious. The only experiment that Soul could participate in on his side was the treatment of a single mermaid. Whether Soul wanted to study the atavistic mermaids, or the royal bloodline of the mermaids, Alfonso intentionally or unintentionally stopped or delayed him. In short, the other party did not want Thor to conduct a real in-depth study. Most importantly, when Thor observed the source of pollution on the mermaid coral with rose-red hair, he discovered an interesting phenomenon. He found that the parts of the coral body where pollution appeared several times were exactly the same. It was as if the pollution did not spread from the sea to the mermaid, but that the source of pollution appeared in a certain part of the mermaid's body. But for the sake of the coral's life, Thor's experiments were limited in number. Such repetition may be an accidental phenomenon caused by insufficient sample quantity. But Soul is very sensitive to Kuroshio pollution, so he has already taken note of the pollution that appeared in the same part. After discovering this, Soul was not so active in treating mermaids. Since Soul and Roy started to study the blood fusion experiment, Alfonso was also ordered to suspend the research on treating mermaids. But why did he bring it up again today? Is there another reason why he had to do it? Okay. Soul readily agreed. As long as the situation allowed, he would not miss any experiment related to mermaids and Red Sea trees. Time flew by, and it was the third day. Soul followed Alfonso to the clear water pool beside the Red Sea. This time when Alfonso came, he even brought the mermaid princess, Pearl, who had never left the palace. Pearl lay on Alfonso's shoulder, looking a little depressed as it seemed like the first time she had been out of water for such a long time. But her pearly white eyes still looked around curiously, like a child leaving home for the first time. There were already two people standing next to the clear water pond. Roy and Stuart, a third-level wizard from the Black Flame Empire. Alfonso was a little surprised and a little unhappy to see Stuart. After all, he did not invite Stuart to this experiment. "Hi!" Roy was the first to raise his hand and greet the two. However, because the new blood fusion experiment has not been going well, his smile is not as bright and cheerful as before. Alfonso pursed his lips. Considering Stuart's identity, he did not directly ask him to leave. He placed the pearl beside the pond, but used witchcraft to set up a confinement, so that the pearl could go into the water, but could not leave the confinement 3 meters away. Then, Alfonso directly pulled Roy aside, and communicated with him using secret language. Thor came here to watch the fun and steal information, and didn't care that there were other people here. Instead, he took the initiative to greet Stuart. Wizard Stuart, do you want to wait here until the black tide comes and participate in the battle? Chapter 845. When the black tide comes, a large number of polluted and alienated monsters will emerge from the seabed and kill and destroy everything they see. Although the Red Sea trees of eternal night can absorb the pollution of the black tide, they have no resistance to monsters. Therefore, the wizard's front line to resist the black tide is actually set outside the Red Sea trees. They have to kill the monsters before they get close to avoid causing a lot of damage to the Red Sea trees and affecting the absorption of the black tide pollution. If Wizard Stuart wants to stay until the black tide comes, he may also have to participate in the battle. At present, among the third-level wizards of the Eternal Night, Thor is probably the only one who has not been assigned to fight on the battlefield. When Stuart saw Thor, he immediately recalled the secret conversation with His Majesty Alo a few days ago. Seeing Thor again at this time, many complex emotions flashed through his heart. However, he has always been introverted and did not show his emotions. But Thor does not rely entirely on his eyes to judge people. Brother Thor. Penny carefully told Thor in her diary, this person's emotions change a lot when he looks at you. Oh! Sol immediately realized that Stuart might know something or want to do something to him, so his emotions were different from what they had discussed a few days ago. Sol and Stuart didn't have much in common, and they only discussed the issue of the Red Sea tree together. What did the other party know that caused such a big emotional fluctuation when facing him, and Penny even noticed it? In front of so many people, Sol temporarily put aside his desire to verify. Thinking of the mark on his body that he deliberately kept, he decided to secretly follow Stuart to take a look after the experiment was completed. As long as you don't follow the other party to the front of the Black Flame Emperor, you won't be discovered. Seeing that Roy and Alfonso hadn't finished their whispers yet, Thor came forward to chat with Stuart. Last time we discussed the problem that the Red Sea tree would be completely suppressed by the Black Sea tree. Have you thought of any solution? Stuart was just looking for a topic to talk about, and hurriedly followed. The Red Sea tree and the Black Sea tree are closer to animals in nature, so the natural blood suppression between them is difficult to change through artificial taming. My idea is that we can imitate the method of treating mermaids and destroy part of the instinct of the Red Sea tree. Can it make the Red Sea tree lose its instinctive fear of the Black Sea tree? Destroy the instinct of the Red Sea tree? Thor considered Stuart's proposal. Although the other party lives in the Nephrite continent, he has not done much research on the Red Sea tree. Although the characteristics of the Red Sea tree are more like animals, it does not have a conscious soul as a whole. It is too difficult to destroy the instinct of fear against the Black Sea tree. If a mistake destroys the scattered consciousness of the Red Sea trees, it is possible that they will lose their initiative to absorb pollution. Then the tribunal will definitely immediately carry out humane destruction on them to prevent the survival of the Red Sea trees from being affected. However, Stuart's proposal made Thor more confident in his original idea. Thor also wanted to take advantage of the instinct of the Red Sea trees to fear the Black Sea trees. Stuart believed that this instinct could be destroyed, while Thor believed that this instinct could be used. The two discussed some details about instinct, and Alfonso returned with Roy. Alfonso's expression did not change. Roy still had a smile on his face, but it was not as happy as before. Okay, let's start now. Alfonso did not care about Roy's mood and began to explain the operating procedures of this experiment to the three. At present, there is no way to prevent the mermaids from getting sick. No, it can't be said that it has not been found. The three of them were immediately interested. Have you found a way? Thor was the most concerned. Alfonso coughed lightly. Actually, you all know this method, which is to separate the mermaids from the Kuroshio. Puff. Roy laughed exaggeratedly. If the mermaids are separated from the Kuroshio, how can we remove the pollution in the roots of the Red Sea tree? If the mermaids can't do this, what's the point of raising mermaids? Alfonso immediately explained. Currently, only the atavistic mermaids have pollution diseases, and other mermaids will not be affected. So I want to use the power of Pearl to summon all the atavistic mermaids in the Red Sea, and then isolate them. This way, we don't have to worry about a large number of mermaids getting sick in the Kuroshio pollution in the near future. Is this the last experiment? Sol was a little disappointed. This shouldn't be considered an experiment, but a cleanup of the mermaid population. In this case, there is no need for him to participate. It's better to go back and race against time to continue his own experiment. Not only that, I also want to take this opportunity to test the resistance of atavistic mermaids, with different blood concentrations to the black tide pollution. Alfonso looked around at the three people. So I ask you to record the data of multiple individuals together. Sol was about to agree when he suddenly saw a small head appearing from the edge of the deep pool. He turned his head and saw that Pearl, the mermaid who was rarely taken out of the palace by Alfonso, was looking at the four of them with great interest. Can I be responsible for recording Pearl's data? Pearl? Alfonso said immediately. I brought her here to attract the atavistic mermaids in the sea. As the mermaid with the strongest royal blood, Pearl is naturally attractive to other atavistic mermaids. Although she can't do anything else, she can still attract the mermaids. So Pearl doesn't participate. However, before Alfonso finished speaking, Roy suddenly slapped Alfonso on the shoulder and interrupted him directly. Alas, we are not going to kill this white-haired mermaid, but just doing an experiment of Kuroshio pollution. And isn't it just right to let Thor take charge? He is the best at treating the black tide pollution, so it is safest for him to record it. Stuart looked up at the crowd, and with his small eyes, he took in everyone's performance. Alfonso was worried at first, but he couldn't resist Roy's joking and strong suggestion. In the end, he could only look at Pearl worriedly and agreed reluctantly. Pearl was originally staring at the four people, and happened to meet Alfonso's eyes, and immediately showed a sweet smile. Afterwards, everyone followed Alfonso's experimental process and began to perform their respective tasks. Alfonso walked to the edge of the deep pool first, and held the mermaid princess under his arms with his hands to pick her up. The mermaid princess did not resist at all and immediately emerged from the water. She looked at Alfonso, who was so close to her, and approached with a smile on her face. Alfonso also stuck his head out, but he pressed his forehead against Pearl's forehead. Their foreheads touched, and Pearl's approach was stopped. She rolled her eyes hard and looked at Alfonso, who was so close to her, and seemed to want to get closer, but her body was restrained by a force, and could not get closer. Thor stared at the two of them. He felt the spiritual power coming from Alfonso being transmitted through the foreheads of the man and the fish. It seemed that he was conveying information to Pearl in a special way. Pearl's spiritual body was incomplete. According to the analysis of the water god Foresaw, someone must have deliberately destroyed Pearl's spiritual body. This made it difficult for her to understand other people's thoughts and orders. Therefore, it was not easy to make her obedient and lead the atavistic mermaid out of the Red Sea. Alfonso has been taking care of Pearl for many years, and seems to have figured out a way to communicate with Pearl and pass his orders to Pearl's mind more accurately. This should have been a very serious matter. But Sol saw Pearl looking up at Alfonso with excitement, which made him feel something was wrong. The atmosphere between this man and this fish. Why is it a little ambiguous? Suddenly feeling a fierce change of emotions around him, Sol kept his head still and glanced at Roy beside him, and was shocked to find that his face was extremely ferocious for a moment. Chapter 846. The emotions on Roy's face came and went quickly. But Thor could still feel the suppressed anger under his calm expression. Thor knew that Roy looked down on mermaids and regarded this group as garbage. But he didn't expect Roy to be so angry when he saw Alfonso and Pearl approaching. Are there other conflicts between them? After looking at the two people and the fish, Thor turned around and prepared to take off. At this time, Penny's laughter was heard again. Brother Thor, when you were looking at the others just now, the dwarf next to you was also observing you. Penny actually described Stuart like this. Sol did not comment. He, Stuart, and Roy flew to the surface of the Red Sea according to the pre-assigned area. After the three of them made gestures, Alfonso patted Pearl's head. Pearl hesitated for a while, and seemed to remember what she was going to do, and opened her bloodless little mouth. But although the mermaid opened her mouth, no sound came out of her mouth. Thor narrowed his eyes slightly, and felt a not very stable mental power wave spreading from Pearl to the sea. The sea water did not react at first, and after about 10 minutes, it began to fluctuate. About 10 minutes later, a mermaid floated to the surface of the water, and looked at the coast where Pearl was, with a look of curiosity and desire on her face. The location of the mermaid happened to be the area in charge of Roy, and he immediately raised his hand, and the mermaid was picked up from the sea by an invisible big hand. The mermaid left the water, and immediately struggled in panic. Roy was rude and directly grasped the invisible big hand. The mermaid didn't struggle for long and immediately fainted. Thor hurriedly reminded him, Roy, don't kill it. Roy then let go of his hand, and let the mermaid breathe. Next, the second one, the third one. They looked in the direction of the Pearl. All of them were curious and yearning, and then, they were pulled out of the sea one by the 3 third-level wizards guarding the sea. It took almost an hour for several people to catch a total of 11 atavistic mermaids. 136 non-revertant mermaids. Can't Pearl only call revertant mermaids? Why bring so many? Stuart asked in confusion while distinguishing the types of mermaids. Sol was also selecting mermaids, I think. Maybe Pearl is not to blame. These mermaids are generally not very intelligent. They may have seen revertant mermaids swimming towards the sea's surface, so they followed to watch the fun. While speaking, Sol was still looking at Pearl. Pearl completed the task and was put back into the water. There was a coral with red hair beside her. The two mermaids looked at Thor and his men with great joy, watching them select mermaids. If you don't look at their tails, they look like two beauties who just got out of the bath. It's a feast for the eyes. Roy smiled contemptuously. That's why we chose to use modified mermaids to absorb the pollution of the Red Sea tree. It's very easy to control them with the blood of the mermaid royal family. The modified mermaids are not so sensitive to the black current pollution, but they feed on the roots of the Red Sea tree on a daily basis, and there will always be a time when the pollution reaches the upper limit of their tolerance. Stuart looked at the languid mermaids on the ground and suddenly asked, "What did you do with them then?" Of course, Roy hammered his left palm with his right hand, and with a thud, compressed the useless garbage and threw it into the deep sea. There is no such thing as protecting the marine environment in this world. In fact, the ocean here is not something that wizards can protect. After explaining the final fate of the mermaids, Roy deliberately turned back to look at Alfonso, who was adjusting the potion. But the latter ignored him, as if he didn't hear him. Including the original atavistic mermaids in the deep pool, there were 22 atavistic mermaids present. The number is not large among the hundreds of thousands of transformed mermaids, but as long as they have contaminated diseases, they may infect thousands or tens of thousands of mermaids around them. It is still very dangerous. Alfonso's operation of using pearls to gather all the atavistic mermaids before the black tide hit was very wise. It should have also been approved by the arbitration tribunal. Otherwise, Roy and Stuart would not have put down their work and come to help him. At this time, Alfonso came over with a potion. The nearby atavistic mermaids should be here. Later, I will take Pearl to other seas to collect mermaids. Roy crossed his arms. Why, you want us to accompany you to the south coast? No need. Alfonso shook his head expressionlessly. You can go back after finishing the experiment today. Later, the local garrison wizards will cooperate with me. And at present, atavistic mermaids have only been found in this area. It is unlikely that there are any in other places, so you don't have to make a wasted trip. Roy seemed to think of something, and suddenly smiled again, slapping Alfonso on the shoulder. Okay, then take your mermaid princess out for a walk. Don't forget to come back at the end. Sol said nothing at the side, always feeling that Roy had something else to say. Penny also complained in his mind, these two people seem to be friends, but there are so many dramas inside. Without responding to Penny, Sol took the potion prepared by Alfonso and walked towards Pearl and Coral. According to the previous agreement, he would conduct a black tide pollution experiment on Pearl. But because Pearl was a special mermaid princess and had the unique ability to call other atavistic mermaids, Sol also promised Alfonso that he would definitely remove the pollution in her body before the black tide caused great harm to Pearl. When he came to Pearl, Coral was also watching. In addition to the two of them, Sol was also responsible for 3 mermaids. The mermaids assigned to him all had the most obvious atavistic features. At least 1/3 of the scales on their tails were blue. Among the 5 mermaids, Pearl and Coral showed higher intelligence. Their appearance was also the most in line with human aesthetics, without those strange fish features. Without wasting time, Thor fixed the 5 mermaids on the ground with algae, and then injected the Kuroshio pollution source into their bodies. After completing the first step, Thor stepped back 2 steps to observe the reactions of the 5 mermaids. No one reacted. After an hour, Coral was the first to have rotten wounds. Coral, who had not felt anything at first, pouted and began to cry. Pearl seemed to see Coral crying, and she began to cry. The other 3 mermaids did not show any abnormal reaction, but they also started to cry when they saw Pearl and Coral crying, although they looked confused. The mermaids seemed to know that no one would care about their tears, and even if they cried silently, alone and quietly. They did not think of asking anyone for help. Like a cold-blooded killer, Thor stood by and let them cry, and then checked the pollution of each mermaid from time to time. When a piece of green scales fell off Pearl's tail, revealing a wound underneath, Thor immediately stepped forward to remove the pollution in her body. At the same time, he cured Coral. Pearl did not get infected with the strange and terrible pollution disease, like Coral, but her resistance to Kuroshio pollution was the lowest among the atavistic mermaids. The more obvious the atavism, the lower the resistance to Kuroshio. But the one with the lowest resistance was Coral, who was infected with the pollution disease. Coral's blood concentration was obviously lower than Pearl's, but she was infected with the pollution disease first. So what was the reason for her infection? Sol walked in front of Coral and lifted her chin. Coral was forced to look up, and her ruby-like eyes stared at Sol. Her eyes were full of tears, but they no longer overflowed. She looked at Sol, without disgust or fear in her eyes, and there was a hint of curiosity. Sol looked down at Coral, thinking silently in his heart, I have tried many methods, but still can't find the cause of the disease. Is it? There is no cause? Chapter 847. Sol once thought that Alfonso did not seriously study the method of curing pollution diseases. But today, he suddenly had a new idea. The spiritual body in Coral is much stronger than that of other mermaids, and logically speaking, her intelligence should be close to that of normal people. But her external performance is that of a child who knows almost nothing. Recalling the hidden and quickly disappearing spiritual power that Sol felt when he first went deep into the bottom of the Red Sea not long ago, Sol vaguely felt that the intelligence of mermaids might not be as low as Roy believed. But if it is true as Thor guessed, then there is something wrong with the honest behavior of these mermaids now. Thor stared at Coral without any expression, but it was this kind of eye movement that made Coral, who originally looked innocent, gradually stiffen. The tears in her eyes had dried up at some point, and she opened her mouth slightly, looking at Thor, motionless. Is there anything wrong with Coral? Alfonso suddenly came behind Thor. I saw you staring at her for a long time. Thor then let go of his hand. Nothing, I just suddenly thought about Coral's pollution disease. Coral seemed to be afraid of Thor. After Thor let go, and Xiaozao no longer held her, she turned around and jumped into the deep pool behind her and disappeared. Do you have a new idea? Sol thought for a moment and said, I guess so. But it still needs to be verified by experiments. The black tide is coming. We don't have enough time. After the black tide passes, we will discuss your ideas and continue the experiment. Alfonso did not intend to continue to explore further. He glanced at the direction where Coral disappeared and turned to pick up Pearl. That's all for today. I leave for other seas tomorrow. Alfonso left with a depressed Pearl. Roy threw the remaining mermaid into the deep pool and had no intention of staying any longer. Before leaving, Roy said to Thor, Harry is dead. Sol was startled. How did he die? Roy grabbed his hair, a little irritated. The fusion failed too many times. Even if the pollution is removed, the person has undergone irreversible mutations. If Harry died, it would mean that all the potions and energy used on him would be wasted. But at least there is still a summary of experience left, so it is not a waste. Okay, next I have to find a new blood fusion object. Since the original royal family is not good enough, I'd better look for one among the nobles. They have many children in their family, so they won't feel bad if a dozen of them die. Roy waved his hand, took off, and disappeared in the distance. In the end, only Stuart stayed. I heard you can teleport. Thor nodded. This is not a secret. The other party's eyes were shining. Can you take me back with you? Convenience is a small matter. Stuart mainly wants to feel the changes in the power of different people when they teleport. He also left coordinates on Thor so that he could feel it more clearly. Want to learn? Thor saw through the other party's thoughts at once. Stuart was embarrassed and nodded with a smile. Don't worry, I won't ask your secrets. I just want to use space transmission to feel the changes in space power. Can't your Emperor teleport? Yes, but he rarely teleports. Besides, he is the Emperor after all, my immediate superior. Thor thought about it, and didn't refuse. Then I take you outside the palace. It's always difficult to teleport inside the palace. Thor tried not to teleport inside the Eternal Night Palace. It was the political and economic center of the Eternal Night. If he offended someone unintentionally, it would be troublesome. It was even more detrimental to Thor's image of being an honest person who actively cooperated with the tribunal. Okay, I'm going to the Black Flame Embassy outside. Thor stepped forward, put one hand on Stuart's shoulder, and asked casually, Go back and report to your Emperor? Stuart thought about it, and felt that this was not a secret, so he told Thor directly no. His Majesty Alo has been discussing things with the head of the arbitration court recently. Many other tasks can only be decided by me temporarily. The Emperor of Black Flame is not in the embassy. Thor smiled. Sure enough, before the black tide comes, everyone is busy. He was going to teleport to the manor where Sander's stepmother Vanessa was. Because he had done several experiments there before, for convenience, he simply left a temporary coordinate outside the manor. After getting ready, Thor focused his mind on the translucent thin line generated by his temporary coordinate. With a light click, the two figures disappeared at the same time. Then, they appeared at the manor outside the Eternal Night Palace at the same time. Right opposite Thor was the original manor, but after not seeing it for only a few days, the door of the manor was closed and there was a lock on it. Apparently the original residents have moved away. It's amazing. Stuart still closed his eyes, carefully feeling the power of space change. When Thor was still an apprentice, he felt the power of space teleportation of Minter Gorza several times. But he was too weak at that time, so he didn't feel anything. On the contrary, Stuart, who was at the 3rd level, was more sensitive to the power changes and space changes caused by teleportation. After a while, Stuart opened his eyes and thanked Thor. "Thank you for today. If you go to the Black Flame Empire in the future, you can always come to see me." Stuart's words were not polite. But he also knew that Thor didn't know when he would visit the Black Flame Empire. After thinking for a while, he whispered, "During the Black Tide, you'd better stay in the Evernight Palace and don't go to the Red Sea." Sol blinked slowly, his mind was full of thoughts, and finally nodded slowly. "Thank you for your reminder, I will seriously consider it." Sol did not agree directly, and Stuart did not persuade him again. He shouldn't have advised her. "Then I go back first." Stuart's face returned to its original polite smile, nodded slightly, and then turned and flew away. Stuart obviously knows something. He warned me that if I go to the Red Sea when the Black Tide appears, I may be in danger. Sol's mouth curled up, and he was not afraid. Now the Emperor of Black Flame is not in the embassy. It's a good opportunity. Sol turned around, ignored the locked door, and jumped over the wall into the manor. He came to the original laboratory and sat down. At this time, the place was half empty, with only tall and empty shelves and lab tables left. Thor turned over and lay on the lab table, and his soul left his body. "Herman, you stay here. If anyone approaches, call me immediately, and I will teleport back immediately." Herman, who came out of the diary again, immediately drilled into Thor's body, and temporarily controlled this body for him. Thor's body was protected by the modified soul-eating Esther, and his soul was protected by the diary, so he was not afraid of others coming to find that the soul in his body was not his own. Of course, Herman certainly couldn't pretend to be him, but he could just call him back the moment he found someone else. So, Herman held onto Thor's body, opened his eyes, and looked at the ceiling, as if he was thinking about something difficult. And Thor immediately threw the mark that Stuart had put on him into the pages of the diary, then stood up and floated out of the manor. Just as he floated to the gate, he suddenly saw a gray transparent figure standing alone at the gate. It was a woman who was no longer young, but still beautiful. But she was dead, her soul turned into a ghost, standing at the gate of the manor. Vanessa? Although he had not seen her for many times, Thor recognized her identity at a glance. I don't know how this stepmother of Sander died, but it is obvious that after Harry died, she lost her last support. This game of gamble on life and death. She lost. Chapter 848. If you want to challenge fate, you must be prepared to be trampled under the feet of fate. Thor flashed past Vanessa's ghost, and did not absorb the soul of this loser. He let her stand at the door for a long time, waiting for hope that would never appear again. The Black Flame Empire's embassy was in the other direction of the Evernight Palace, but Thor's soul floating was not much slower than flying. Not long after, he arrived outside the Black Flame Embassy. This embassy was usually deserted, but now there were many people coming in and out. The Emperor of Black Flame personally visited Eternal Night, which was enough to keep them busy. Every day, there were messages transmitted from Black Flame, which were interpreted, analyzed, screened, sorted, and finally sent to the Emperor of Black Flame. When Thor came to the outside of the embassy, he saw a team of official wizards guarding outside. These people could not find Thor, who was already at the 3rd level. At this time, a carriage happened to stop at the door. Before the car stopped, the people in the car rushed into the Black Flame Embassy holding a pile of parchment. Thor followed the man and passed through the checkpoints, and then came to the largest and most magnificent building at the back. There were also many people in this building, but few were formal wizards. Most of the work here did not involve witchcraft, so there were also many excellent ordinary people working here. This time, Thor did not follow the man with a pile of parchment. Instead, he sensed it again. The mark that Stuart had left on him before was still tightly sealed by the diary, and no fluctuations were transmitted. Afterwards, Thor took a look at the layout of the room, floated up directly, and passed through the floor. On the highest floor of this building, Thor sensed the spiritual power belonging to Stuart. Apart from him, there was no other spiritual power of the 3rd level wizard. But Thor was still very careful. Others were fine. If the Black Flame Emperor Alo suddenly came back, Thor's soul hiding method might not be able to completely hide it from the other party. Therefore, When Thor approached Stuart, he was carefully sensing whether there were other people's spiritual fluctuations besides Stuart. Fortunately, no accident happened, and there was only Stuart in the room on the top floor. However, when Thor saw Stuart's performance, his eyes widened. Stuart was actually sitting on the throne of the Black Flame Emperor, and even his appearance changed to that of Alo. If the other party's mental power had not clearly shown that it was Stuart, Thor would really think that he was unlucky and encountered the worst situation. After recovering from the surprise, Thor carefully hid in the corner of the room and continued to observe Stuart. Why did he change into Alo's appearance? Don't the people here know that the Black Flame Emperor is not in the embassy but in the Judgment Court? At first, Thor thought that Stuart was hiding it from others. But when he thought about it, the other party easily told him about this matter, and did not ask for confidentiality. Why would he bother to hide it from his own people? Maybe he is not hiding that Wizard Alo is not in the embassy at the moment. Thor's brain was spinning rapidly. Stuart on the opposite side not only changed his appearance into Wizard Alo, but also imitated his manners and expressions very much. If he disguised his mental power, Thor would definitely not recognize him. He deliberately released his own mental power. This means that nearby wizards, who can sense the fluctuations of mental power, will think that Stuart is in the room. But he imitated the appearance and movements of Wizard Alo. Isn't his current movement deceiving others, but practicing deceiving others? Thor felt that he might have discovered part of the truth. But behind this part of the truth is still a fog. Why did Stuart disguise himself as Wizard Alo? When and where should he formally disguise himself as Wizard Alo? While Stuart was disguising himself, where would the real Wizard Alo go? Just when Thor was puzzled, the Arrow, who was sitting upright, suddenly leaned back and half lying on the Emperor's throne, his body twisted and turned back into Stuart's appearance. Your Majesty, and I have completely different personalities. It's hard to keep his aura all the time, Stuart muttered. Stuart stopped mumbling and squinted his eyes. He looked serious and didn't know what he was thinking. After a long while, Thor heard Stuart sigh for the second time. If I can come back, I also want to go to the Eye of the Abyss to take a look. Thor was even more confused. Why did you suddenly mention the Eye of the Abyss? Did Wizard Alo let Stuart disguise himself so that he could secretly go to the Eye of the Abyss? As soon as this thought came to mind, Thor denied it. Impossible. Wizard Alo has a huge empire to maintain, and he has his own blood relatives. If something goes wrong when he goes to the Eye of the Abyss, the Eternal Night Empire, which was originally living in peace, will definitely swallow up Black Flame as soon as possible. Soul chuckled in his heart. If there is anyone in this world who dares to go to the Eye of the Abyss, it is probably only my mentor, Gorza. Through the thought, the smile on Thor's face suddenly disappeared. Wait, it's not really that Mentor Gorza is going to the Eye of the Abyss, and Wizard Alo is going to stop him, right? It still doesn't make sense. If we want to stop him, why let Stuart disguise him? It must be that Wizard Alo is going to do something that only a 4th level wizard can do, but this matter cannot be known to outsiders. Thor still had no idea, and even felt that the mystery in front of him was more complicated. It's a pity that Stuart is a 3rd level wizard. Penny can't observe his past without alarming him. Wait! Thor's eyes lit up, and he thought of a way. Although I can't see the past, I can try to see the future. What will happen in the future is naturally what they are planning now. At this time, someone knocked on the door outside, and Stuart immediately stopped thinking and walked to his seat. Come in! The door was pushed open, and the messenger that Thor had followed before came in. He didn't have so many parchments in his hand, but it seemed that there were still many things to deal with. Lord Stuart, several expedited documents have been sent from the Empire. Bring it here, Stuart said calmly. Then the two of them reported and made decisions, without discussing Alo's topic. Seeing this, Thor knew that there would be little useful information in the future, so he quietly left. He found another person who left the embassy, followed him, and Thor left the embassy smoothly. He teleported, and his soul immediately returned to his body. And Herman, who was originally in his body, was squeezed out instantly. Report to the master. No one appeared during this period. Herman reported the situation during this period in his diary. Yeah. Soul answered and sat up from the cold and hard laboratory table. Soul did not leave the manor, but after confirming that there was no one around, he still sat on the cold laboratory table and silently took out his Death Wizard diary. The diary. Swish. Turned to a brand new white page. This time, Soul did not intend to check his own death crisis, but planned to observe the future of other people's death by manipulating the diary. Has Stuart encountered a death crisis in the past 3 months? On the white pages, lines of neatly written words gradually emerged. Chapter 849. On December 19th, 320 of the new moon calendar, The dwarf wizard did not know that the most terrifying thing about a masquerade ball was not taking off the mask, but being unable to do so. The first half of the ball was exhausting, and the second half was enough to make him lose all his strength. When the guests began to leave, dying in the center of the stage was his last pride. Stuart will die. Originally, Thor used the diary to predict Stuart's death, so he would naturally see his worst ending. But to Thor's surprise, this worst-case scenario does not require special conditions to be achieved. The masquerade ball obviously refers to disguise, and the diary means that as long as Stuart disguises himself one day in the future, he will die on the spot. The masquerade ball should refer to an important occasion. An important occasion. What occasion is more important than the black tide attacking the Evernight coast? Does the diary mean that the black tide is so dangerous that even a powerful third-level wizard like Stuart cannot escape it? Stuart was imitating Wizard Alo, so he should have appeared in the center of the stage with Alo's identity, and wanted to leave but couldn't, so he died in the end. So where did Wizard Alo go? Will he die in this black tide? Sol tried to predict Wizard Alo's death again, but the diary didn't respond. I don't know if it's because Wizard Alo is a powerful 4th-level wizard and won't die in this black tide, or because Thor and Wizard Alo have too few interactions, so the diary has no chance to monitor the other's death line. It is also possible that the 4th-level wizard is too strong, and the ordinary white pages do not have enough power to observe the future of the 4th-level wizard. The golden pages may be able to, but Thor cannot use the golden pages to predict what will happen in a month. The golden pages were already running out of energy when they predicted the 3rd-level wizards and the Eye of the Storm in the Borderlands. After only 3 rehearsals, they could no longer help Thor simulate the future. This time when the black tide comes, there are not only a few 3rd-level wizards, but also 2 4th-level wizards. The warning of the golden pages may be reduced to 1, then it must be used at the most critical moment. If it is used in advance, there will be many accidents before the crisis that will cause the future to change, so the golden page must be used a few hours or even minutes before death to avoid other reasons that change the future to the greatest extent. Since it is impossible to warn the Emperor of Black Flame, I can also try others who may be present. Thoughts and done, Sol immediately gave Alfonso a death warning. December 19th, 320th year of the new moon calendar, the mask is the beginning of deception, but the ball never belongs to him. Carrying a heavy load and moving forward in the darkness is for a bright future, but the heart wrapped in tenderness is addicted to warmth. It was just an idea at first, and later evolved into a belief. However, the moment the mask was removed, death also came. He thought he was a hidden sage, but he didn't expect to be a dancing clown. Are the tears of regret running down his cheeks, or is it the fear of death? The 2 warning contents match. Or the scenes are the same. Stuart and Alfonso will die in the same incident. It is more likely that the black tide has arrived. Alfonso also wears a mask. But this mask should not be consistent with Stuart's situation. The diary means that his disguise will be exposed, and he will die immediately. Sol's eyes fell on the words sage and clown. What Alfonso is going to do has long been discovered. That's why he is called a clown. What he was going to do was not successful, and he was killed after being exposed. Who can kill a 3rd-level wizard immediately? Thor didn't even need to think. Of course, it's the 4th-level wizard Flim. Wizard Alo couldn't kill Alfonso immediately. After all, the latter was an important member of the tribunal. Arrow also had to consider Flim's face. But if Flim wanted to do it, no one would dare to stop him. This is the founder of the tribunal, and the highest executive of the tribunal. Sol sighed lightly. Whatever Alfonso wanted to do, Flim would have discovered it long ago. After sighing, Thor analyzed again. It's another death that can be triggered without special conditions. Then according to the normal development of events, Stuart and Alfonso will both die. Combined with the experience of these days, Sol has already made a guess. It just needs more information to verify. Sol immediately began to warn the 3rd person of death, Roy. Roy's ending appeared again on the white pages of the diary. It is still a death ending. It is still a death ending without specific conditions. Sol looked at the warning about Roy, and the word mask also appeared. Thor held his forehead with his hand. 3 level 3 wizards, all died in the same place, even on the same day. He put away his diary, and jumped off the lab table. This was the first time Thor had predicted the death of so many people around him at the same time. What a big show. Thor walked out. He had been outside for a long time. If he didn't go back, the people of Evernight would come out to find him. Should I get involved? Walked outside the manor, and stood next to Vanessa's ghost. From this angle, he could see the highest roof of the Evernight Palace. Vanessa likes to stand here, perhaps not to welcome Roy, but to see the place she once had but can only be called yearning. It's time to meet Sander. Thor touched the black branch in his sleeve. When the black tide hits, it may be the time for Mitter to appear. Thor returned to the Evernight Palace and met Sander again. After a brief exchange, the two separated and went their separate ways. In the next month, life suddenly became unusually calm. Alfonso did not ask Thor to treat the mermaid, and Roy did not ask Thor to conduct a new blood fusion experiment. Stuart even hid in the Black Flame Embassy, and did not come out. Thor was also very busy. He even stopped his daily observation of the soul-fixing needle magic array. In order to catch up with the masquerade 1 month later, and to make the third Symphony of Destiny target he personally created appear in this event, he was busy almost day and night. In addition to the final fusion of the third target, he also began to implement another plan. Encrypted information channel established. Thor originally did not want to start establishing the information channel now. After all, he was not familiar with the formulas and arrays involved in this witchcraft, so he postponed the establishment of the information channel until he returned to the land of ignorance. But Thor needed to contact Floco now. In order to create the third goal of the Symphony of Destiny, he had dissolved the mermaid body that Floco could possess remotely, so Floco could not drop into the eternal night. Although Floco was Thor's second goal, the two had no direct way to communicate, and there was no other way to transmit information at present. Now, it became difficult for Thor to get Floco to cooperate with his idea. So Thor applied to the court wizard for permission to use the encrypted information channel under the pretext of writing to seniors Kelly and Byron in the Borderlands. When sending the letter, he even asked curiously to operate the information transmission array himself. Because the encrypted information channel Thor used was low-level encryption, the court wizard did not reject Thor's request. Thor took the opportunity to use his powerful mental power that far exceeded that of ordinary third-level wizards to memorize the complete structure of the entire information transmission channel magic array in his mind. Chapter 850. After sending 2 insignificant letters, Thor returned to the temporary residence palace without stopping, dismissed the servants behind him, and immediately copied the information channel magic array in his mind on a thin metal plate. Although copying on parchment is fast, parchment is easy to deform. For unfamiliar and complex magic arrays, it is better to engrave them on metal or stone plates that are not easy to deform. It took Thor 3 days to understand the entire array thoroughly, and then he began to design it himself. After another 3 days, he successfully designed 3 information channels encrypted in different ways. In this way, he has completely mastered this not-so-complicated witchcraft array, and can consider using the special characteristics of the fantasy world to construct an information channel for himself that no one can spy on. However, establishing an information channel across the world wall may encounter difficulties that I can't imagine. Soul gritted his teeth. No matter what, I have to try it. Otherwise, even if I participate in this masquerade, I'm afraid I can't influence the outcome. Thor rearranged the passage connecting the colorful world in the laboratory, and let the residual soul of Pear come out to continue to be his guide. Pear stood in her core magic circle very cooperatively, looking at Thor quietly. Ever since she learned that Pear in the colorful world would not be able to come back for a long, long time, this sharp and venomous Pear became silent. She no longer clamored to separate from Nyrila. The two souls suddenly got along in an unusually harmonious way in the same black page. Thor, who had already had successful experience and mastered the trick, no longer needed the power of the 4th level to break through the limitations of the world wall. He saw that the magic circle had already started to run, and Pear was ready, so he started to start the ceremony to connect to the colorful world. At this moment, Pear suddenly called Thor, Thor. Thor stopped the magic power in his body, and turned to look at Pear. Pear pursed her lips, and said in a deep voice, "Please ask that Pear for me. If she really doesn't come back, then from now on, I will be the real Wind Demon, and she will only be Pear. Pear's residual soul, or Wind Demon, will be officially separated from the original other half of the soul from now on. They are no longer the same individual, and the long river of fate will flow in different directions. This is the decision that the Wind Demon finally made after a long period of consideration. If she cannot be completely separated from the colorful world of Pearl, she will always be just a remnant soul, but she clearly has her own independent consciousness. She is not a part of Pearl, nor a substitute for Pearl. She wants to be an independent individual." "I know." Thor nodded, "Then I start." This time the Wind Demon nodded, and his expression became relaxed. Magic power surged, and spiritual power was like an electric current, following the long-constructed channel, crossing the world wall that blocked everything, penetrating the endless space, and coming to the colorful world in an unknown place. The constantly changing colors filled Thor's vision. Coming here again, Thor had a new understanding of this place. Those colors seemed to be more than just colors. The energy contained in them seemed to be more advanced than spiritual power and magic power. But Thor couldn't touch it or analyze it yet. Maybe when he reaches the 4th level, he can try to study it. Thor. Pearl's voice sounded directly in Thor's consciousness. It seems that she has recuperated well here and has recondensed her consciousness. If Pearl will not be polluted by knowledge in the future, her future will definitely be much better than staying in the no man's land. Of course, the risks here are also much greater. Although he was happy about Pearl's awakening, Thor still had important things to do and did not have much time to reminisce. Pearl, I want to do an experiment here. Soul, who also turned into a ball of twisted thin lines, directly stated his purpose. Do you need me to cooperate with you in anything? I want to build an information channel here and encrypt information through the fantasy world. Please help me see if there are any signs of interruption and loss of information. Okay. By the way, Soul remembered the commission of the Wind Demon and conveyed the Wind Demon's previous words to Pearl. However, after listening to Thor's words, Pearl just said lightly, okay. After finally meeting Pearl again, she seemed to lack some emotions and desires. Even when talking to Thor before, she was in a businesslike tone. No more intimacy as before. After the greetings, it was time to get down to business. Thor turned into a ball of silk thread that slowly stretched and contracted, squeezing out 2 fuzzy threads from the inside like pulling out silk threads from a cocoon. These 2 thin threads connected to each other, and in the middle, they constructed the basic form of the communication array. Then Thor covered it with his mental power, replacing magic power as the energy source of the entire array. Because in the colorful world, many actions can be completed with just a thought, so Thor quickly built the entire encrypted communication array. Next, he needed to stabilize the entire array and try to communicate with Char and Floco, who corresponded to the 2 fate lines. However, as soon as he tried to transmit the information, the array composed of thin lines suddenly scattered. It was as if everything was a moon in the water, and it would break into pieces with a slight touch. It failed so easily. Thor began to review why the error occurred at the beginning of the operation. The most important reason is that the magic array is not strong enough. Because the material of the array is my destiny line, the essence is. I am too weak? Although only one experiment was conducted, Thor also understood the problem. But this problem is something he cannot solve immediately. To build an encrypted information channel in the fantasy world, at least the 4th level of power is required, but he is now building an information encryption channel to lay the foundation for advancing to the 4th level. Oh my god, it's a dead loop. Pearl didn't say anything. If it was her before, she should have asked Soul what trouble he had encountered. Just as Soul was thinking hard about how to solve the deadlock in front of him, another voice appeared in his mind. Do you want to build an information channel? It's the death announcer from the fantasy world. Soul didn't know how many death announcers there were in this world, but the one who spoke to him every time should be the same one. Yes. But my power is too weak now, and I can't build a channel so far away, Thor said with a wry smile. At the same time, he held his breath and looked forward to it in his heart. Thor was not disappointed, or the death-telling demon seemed to have made a decision before he spoke. The world here is too turbulent, and your power cannot guarantee the transmission of the signal. Yes, I have also discovered this. But I don't have any good solution for the time being. It's very simple. The death-telling demon said lightly. I will give you a stable space. As soon as the other party's voice sounded in Thor's consciousness, a huge circular platform suddenly appeared in the colorful world. This circular platform looks gray and does not match the color of the entire colorful world. But its appearance is very familiar, and the original version lies quietly in Thor's consciousness space. The death-telling demon actually divided a safe zone for Thor in the colorful world without saying a word. Chapter 851. The death demon had a disagreement and allocated a safe zone for Thor in the colorful time. When Thor, with his consciousness like a ball of thread, came to the great platform, he suddenly turned back into a human. Apparently, in this safe zone, he could move more freely. Thor moved around and found that the environment here was very similar to the wizard world. Even the concentration of magic particles was similar. It was as if he created a small world with just a wave of his hand. In such an environment, it is easier to construct the transmission array of the information channel. Thor immediately remobilized his mental power and used the fate line to connect the second information transmission array according to the steps that had been designed. After the array was built, he used his mental power again. This time, he was more careful and focused to avoid damaging the fate line again. And this time, it was surprisingly smooth. All the arrays and energies were formed at once, and the most important information interaction also sent back feedback. Who? The mental fluctuations belonging to Floco were translated into clear words in the magic circle. Thor smiled. Floco, can you hear my voice clearly? What Thor transmitted was not a sound, but the mental power would be transferred to Floco's consciousness through the fate line between the two people, and also translated into the common language. Thor? There was undisguised surprise in the information transmitted by Floco. It seems that this kind of information directly transmitted by the fate line cannot conceal the original emotions of the sender. I heard it clearly. Is this the effect of the witchcraft circle from last time? Floco knew that he could escape from the deep sea because he had reached a deal with Thor. After this deal, he and Thor formed a community of interests. Even he could feel that his future seemed to be tied to Thor. Although Thor could not interfere with his will and actions, if something went wrong with Thor, he would suffer a strong backlash. Although the backlash could not take his life, it would also cause him great damage. That's why Floco would spare no effort to possess the mermaid Kate and help Thor study mermaids. It's one of the functions of the Symphony of Destiny. But I just developed it, and it's in the experimental stage. At this time, another message came from a distant place. Oh my god, what is this thing that got into my brain? Am I cursed by someone? Or did someone plant some parasite in my brain without me knowing? Damn, do I have to dissect my brain to see? A familiar smell of persecution delusions rushed towards me. The arc of Thor's mouth corners rose higher. Char, long time no see. Thor, it's you. Well, you scared me. I thought I was parasitized by someone again. Char, who was ready to cut his brain, finally put down the knife in his hand. Perhaps he had been completely tamed by Thor, and he finally stopped being suspicious when facing Thor. Is this the communication method you came up with? It's really good. Char was about to continue to praise Thor, but he didn't expect that the magic circle designed by Thor had not yet carried out information diversion. That is to say, the information he transmitted to the magic circle would also be received by Floco. And Floco had no intention of hiding his existence. Floco, Thor, who is this Char? Char, huh? There are others here? Could it be that Thor, you are parasitized by someone else? Thor held his forehead. No, I'm fine. This is a super encrypted information transmission channel I built. This way, even if the three of us are far apart, we can still communicate through this platform. After explaining the information transmission, Thor introduced the two to each other. This is the current situation. There may be other people joining this platform in the future. Well, let's call it the fantasy channel. In the future, if there is an emergency, we can also help each other. We are now a community of interests to a certain extent, so remember to help each other. Fantasy channel, it's really unpleasant to hear. Hey, this sentence has also been spread? This channel is a bit sensitive. Haha, haha. Ignoring the awkward laughter from Char, Thor curled his lips and temporarily added a small black room to the magic circle, so that Char could only speak but not listen. Then he talked to Floco about business. Sir Floco, Nephrite is about to face a new round of Black Tide invasion. According to reliable information, there is a high possibility of accidents in the defense operation of Evernight against the Black Tide. Floco immediately made an association. Is there something wrong with Evernight's mermaid? Thor was stunned. Shouldn't he think that there was something wrong with Evernight's Red Sea Tree? After all, the Red Sea Tree is the main force against the Black Tide. Mermaids are just there to clean up the battlefield. But Floco is not more concerned about mermaids because he is a member of the Blue Scale clan. He immediately told the reason for his guess. Floco, in fact, the state of the mermaids in Yolnya is a little strange. The mermaids who inherited the most blood of the mermaid throne were kept in captivity. The mermaid whose blood concentration is second only to her has contracted a disease that cannot be exposed to the Black Tide. This disease is not only incurable, but also infects other mermaids. Thor also had this doubt and nodded. Yes, I noticed it too. And a few days ago, I caught some atavistic mermaids for experiments, and found that these atavistic mermaids are not as resistant to the Black Tide as other mermaids. The more they atavistic, the weaker they are. But it is not impossible. After all, there was no Black Tide in the era of atavistic mermaids. But Thor, you forgot one thing. The deep sea is never a safe place. The mermaids who came from the deep sea are people who fought out of the most dangerous darkness. Soul was immediately awakened by Floco. Yes, the physique of the mermaid royal family cannot be lower than that of other mermaids. In the deep sea where the strong prey on the weak, such mermaids cannot become royal family. In that case, Why do the atavistic mermaids appear so weak? Floco. Probably because they have wizards over their heads. Soul remembered Pearl's deliberately destroyed spirit body, and Quarrel's careful probing of him when they first met, and the fleeting special mental fluctuations when he was observing the mermaid group deep in the seabed. Could it be that the incident at the masquerade was caused by the mermaids? It's not that Thor is arrogant, but based on Thor's current understanding of mermaids, even if these guys try their best, it will be difficult for them to stir up any waves in front of the Judgment Court. After all, they are absolutely suppressed in terms of strength. Unless they don't want to rebel. Just want to run away. Take advantage of the coming of the black tide to escape from the Red Sea, and get rid of the control of the Judgment Court? But there are people from the Judgment Court guarding them, so even if they want to run away, it's not that easy. Floco, Thor. What do you think? Floco, if the mermaids want to run away, can you help? If the mermaids are all confused, then they can be controlled by the tribunal. Even if they run away, there may not be a good ending. But if the mermaids themselves have this idea, Floco still hopes to see a more independent and free mermaids. Here we come. Thor's eyes lit up, but he said, I will definitely be watched closely by the tribunal and can't help. Before Floco could say anything, he continued, But Sir Floco, do you want to come and join in the fun? Chapter 852. Char, is anyone there? Is the signal down? Isn't this iridescent channel quite sensitive? Why isn't it stable? Just after discussing business with Floco, Thor heard Char, who was locked in the small dark room, yelling, Okay, I just had something to discuss with Floco. Now let's talk about you. How is your condition? Have you mastered the inverted tree? Char's voice was full of sighs. It's not easy for me either. I was only at the first level when I died. I barely reached the second level with the help of external forces. Now I have to tame the third level. Thor also knew Char's situation. It would be good for him to rest well in the inverted tree now. He was not in a hurry to rise immediately. Of course, you can't be too lazy, otherwise, without the ups and downs of fate, how can you provide Thor with enough power of destiny? Anyway, Thor plans to wait for Char to adapt to the body of the inverted tree, and he must find something for him to do. Char, by the way, although I am recuperating now, I also sent the root outside to investigate the situation and found something. What's wrong? Char, the Principality of Kerma seems to be a bit chaotic recently. Almost all the troops and wizards stationed outside Archaster have left. He looked serious, as if something big had happened. The army was transferred away. Is there another war? Now the Principality of Nath is no longer a force to be recuperated. Is there another force invading? However, the Kame Empire and Sol are not so closely connected after all. Sol will naturally not let Char, who is still recuperating, take risks and go out. Okay, if there is anything happening near Archaster, you help me keep an eye on it, but don't leave Bidon Academy. Don't affect your health. Char was actually a little touched for a moment. After recovering from his shock, he wondered why he was so moved. Could it be that Thor had influenced his mind? Before Char could think about it, Thor had already disconnected the connection to the fantasy channel. Now he had a limited time to stay in the fantasy world. After finishing his business, he should leave. When leaving, Thor said goodbye to Pearl again. Goodbye. Pear's voice was more emotional than when they first met. From now on, I probably won't go back, and next time you come, I may not show up either. Thor knew that it was not easy for Pearl to survive in the fantasy world. After all, it was a place where she had to work hard to survive. But if she could gain a foothold here, the upper limit here would be much higher than the wizarding world. I know, I already have a platform space here, and I won't bother you again when you come here in the future. You can focus on yourself. Although he couldn't see Pearl's appearance, Thor could still remember Pearl's flamboyant and somewhat stupid appearance in the Borderlands. He sighed in his heart and said goodbye. The other party did not respond. Sol disconnected and returned to the wizard world. After Sol left, it was unknown how long it had passed before a faint goodbye was heard. After Sol's consciousness returned to the temporary palace, he no longer thought about Pearl. In fact, he and Pearl were not even lovers, but at that time, they both had crises to deal with, so it was more beneficial for them to be together. Now that Pearl has survived the biggest death crisis and has another opportunity, Sol will naturally not hold on to her. This is also the norm in the wizard world. Is anyone looking for me? Thor stood up and asked the Wind Demon and Narila beside him. The Wind Demon was too lazy to talk, and Narila was more attentive. The servant who often came here during this period came to see you, but he knocked on the door and left when he saw that you didn't answer. Thor knew that it was Sander who came to see him. He stayed indoors these days, and Sander could only find him through the servants if he had anything to do. This also fits Sander's current slightly impatient state. It's time to go see Sander, Thor thought to himself, interrupting his days of seclusion, walked out of the palace, and took a car to meet the puppet emperor of Eternal Night. All the preparations were almost done, and the next step was to help Sander's sister Midder adapt to the new body. If his third goal can take root smoothly after this black tide, then Sander and Midder will no longer be simple puppets. Many parties are preparing intensively, and the wizards in front, who are responsible for monitoring the movements of the black tide, have changed from reporting every 3 days to reporting every day, and finally to reporting every hour. Wizards have been assigned to defend the entire southeast coastline of Nefert. These wizards have to fight against the underwater monsters that come with the black tide. Every time the black tide comes, it is accompanied by severely polluted and alienated monsters, sometimes more, sometimes less, without any regularity. But the Court of Arbitration must defend according to the highest standards every time. If the monster breaks through the defense line, destroys the Red Sea forest, and allows the black tide to land, then the Nefert continent will be pulled towards the eye of the abyss. Even if the defense is broken through once or twice, it doesn't matter, but no one dares to gamble the future of the entire continent on the consequences of negligence. On the day when the black tide officially appeared at the defensive cordon, as expected, no one assigned Thor a task. Thor was originally invited to treat the mermaids. Although the fundamental problem has not been solved so far, the Eternal Night royal family has always provided them with good care, and there is never a shortage of witchcraft materials and magic crystals. Thor does not need to consume his own inventory at all. However, if Thor wants to help at the defensive line, the people of the Eternal Night will only welcome him. After all, he is a third-level wizard, and a third-level wizard who is powerful enough to seal the eye of the storm alone. Even if he could only help in one defense area, it can make people feel more at ease. And Thor had already made up his mind to show up on the battlefield today. Before leaving, he went to see Sander first and handed him the black branch that had been nurtured for a long time. Midger is in there now, but she must adapt well in the next few days. You should accompany her more, and let her not be afraid. Sander took the branch carefully, remembering that before Midger entered the black branch, he often saw Thor turning the branch up and down with one hand. 2 days ago, Midder was moved into the tree branch by Sol. I wonder if she has been dizzy these days. Sander was just worried in his heart, but he didn't show it on the outside. Whether Sol was acting habitually or had other purposes, it was not something he should question. He was not a wizard, so he could only be useful to wizards to be the emperor. Sol handed over the black branch and was not worried. Now Midder looked like a bare branch, but as long as she wanted to move, she would grow into a towering tree in an instant. It's just that it's not needed now. Thor left the Eternal Night Palace and went directly to the seaside. He had asked about the location of the Black Flame Emperor in advance, and chose the corresponding defense zone without any hesitation. When we got to the coast, the sky was different from that inland. Although it was cloudy above the palace, it was still daytime. The closer we got to the seaside, the thicker the clouds became, and the darker the color became. When we reached a high ground by the sea, we looked into the distance, and the sky was gray and black, and the sun was completely blocked. The heavy clouds rolled and surged, as if countless insects and snakes were hiding inside, twisting and climbing, ready to break through the clouds at any time. The sea under the clouds was also reflected as lifeless, without any turbulent waves. Before the big waves came, the sea water was unusually calm, and even receded to the periphery of the Red Sea trees. The Red Sea trees, which were originally as bright as gems in the sun, were now as hideous as if stained with blood. The black tide is coming, Thor said softly, as if he was afraid that his voice would be too loud and would shatter the fragile peace in front of him. Chapter 853. There is no wind at the beach. This is very abnormal. But when Thor looked ahead, he saw a series of witchcraft circles arranged with special powder on the stone ground on the shore. Looking across the entire visible coast, there are hundreds of such circles. A single circle is not complicated, just an ordinary air barrier circle, but hundreds of circles combined are enough to turn the originally breezy coast into a windless sea. Ban the wind at the seaside, such a big deal. The news that Thor was coming to join the defense had been passed to the wizards in the defense area in advance. Not long after he arrived here, he saw Roy flying over and landing beside him. Haha, Thor, I didn't expect you to come. I saw you staying indoors these days, and I thought you were going to do experiments until the black tide receded. Thor knew that the black tide would not come in a day or two. He looked around and saw that all the wizards were on high alert. I think the diary warned him. Masquerade. It won't happen at this time. But he still came here, just in case. I didn't pay attention to the time when I was doing the experiment, and I remembered that it seemed to be the day when the black tide was reported to hit. How about it, I'm not late. Roy looked very happy and patted Thor's shoulder. Of course not, but the first wave of black tide is coming. Anyway, I appreciate your coming. You will follow me in a while. Although he appreciated it, since Thor came to the coast, Roy couldn't let him act alone. It would be best to let Thor follow him, so that he can keep an eye on people and let Thor really help resist the black tide. Thor knew it in his heart, but he didn't need to say it out loud. Okay, but what should we do? Do we need to prepare? I am responsible for several nearby defense areas. Once a third-level monster appears in a defense area, or the defense line is in danger, I will go there. Yes. Thor understood that it was the fire brigade, and he asked casually, where is Alfonso? Is he responsible for another area? That's not the case. Now that the third-level wizards of the tribunal are back, we will divide the entire southeast coastline equally, and he will still be responsible for taking care of the mermaids. Roy raised his hand and pointed to the sea ahead. Look, he's over there. At this time, Alfonso should be under the sea. Sol couldn't see him, but he could vaguely hear familiar mental fluctuations. It's just that it's far away, so he's not sure. Since Roy said Alfonso was over there, the mental power Sol felt should be his. Why is he still watching over the mermaids at this time? Aren't the atavistic mermaids, who may be infected with pollution diseases, basically isolated? Roy shrugged his shoulders, most of them, but although the mermaids are just cleaning up the polluted garbage, it's better not to get into trouble at this time. When he said this, Thor felt that Roy's tone was a little cold. Sol, who had seen Roy's death, vaguely understood why Roy was unhappy. Now was not the time for him to take action. As the two talked, the coast, which originally had no sea breeze, suddenly became even quieter. A darker shadow suddenly emerged from the pitch-black sky and sea in the distance. The shadow was a line at first, and then gradually widened and grew, turning into a black curtain connecting the sky and the earth. Thor couldn't help but hold his breath. The black curtain was quiet, without lightning or thunder, but it gave people a sense of despair and powerlessness. It seemed that the world disappeared without a trace from that black line, and the places swept by the black line seemed to be annihilated into dust. Thor knew that everything that had just happened was just his fantasy, and he was in awe of the terrifying celestial phenomenon that could destroy a continent for the first time. The black tide was different from the eye of the storm in the borderless land. The black tide that appeared in the eye of the storm in the borderless land was like the water that gushed out when a dam broke. Although it was also powerful, it was not like the black tide that crossed the ocean in front of him, like a tsunami that covered the sky and the sun, which made people despair. But Thor was not someone who would be frightened by celestial phenomena. After all, he had faced the death demon in the colorful world. The death demon is not a terrifying astronomical phenomenon, but it is more like a star phenomenon. As Thor quietly watched the black tide coming, Roy was also carefully observing him. He found that although Thor was also shocked when he faced the black tide for the first time, he was not as frightened as many people when they first saw the black tide. This also made Roy recognize Thor more. Now is not the time for us to take action. When the first wave of black tide comes and those monsters appear, it will be our time to take action. Having said that, Roy still flew high in the sky, and Thor followed closely behind. There were thick clouds overhead, and the two were in midair, almost at the highest point. However, they were not the most powerful wizards nearby. In the sea ahead of them, a figure suddenly appeared standing high in the sky. At the same time, a strong mental pressure almost covered the entire Red Sea. Other wizards were wearing similar wizard robes, only he was still wearing a black dress, with faint starlight shining on the hem of his clothes. That was the Emperor of the Black Flame Empire, the 4th-level wizard Ailuo. No one present saluted His Majesty Alo. The black tide was in front of them, so it was not the time to be polite. But even so, the nearby wizards could not help but look at the Black Flame Emperor. The other party was a 4th-level wizard, and being able to stand here gave everyone endless support. Only Thor's eyes moved slightly, remembering that he saw Steward disguised as Emperor Alo a few days ago, and wondered in his heart whether the person in front of him was Emperor Alo himself. Although Emperor Alo had just released a mental pressure that was enough to suppress the entire coast, he might have used some special and powerful witchcraft props. However, today is only the first day of dealing with the black tide, and the ball has not started yet. The person here may be the real Black Flame Emperor. Thor looked around. Is it Lord Flim here? This coast is the most prominent cape in the entire southeast coast, and it is also the place that bears the greatest pressure from the black tide. If the Lord of the Judgment Court is not here, where else can he be? Roy looked forward, but still answered Thor's question. The Lord will not easily appear in the defense zone. He had to control the defensive array of the entire coastline. He couldn't leave the core area of the array for a long time, otherwise the defensive array would stop working. If there is really a problem that no one present can solve, even if the array is temporarily suspended, the court master will take action. This happened once before. Roy smiled bitterly, but many wizards died in other places because of the stagnation of the array. At this time, the first black wave was already in sight, and everyone looked up and looked at the black tide in front of them that seemed to be falling from the sky. Boom! The huge waves came down with a terrifying momentum that could destroy everything in its path. Suddenly, a white barrier covering the entire coast appeared behind everyone, suddenly emitting a brilliant light. It was like the sun rising behind them. The speed of the black tide that was just so powerful suddenly slowed down, and the terrifying pressure also dissipated a little. Is this the defensive formation that the Judgment Court has set up for the entire coastline? Thor was shocked. No wonder a fourth-level person is needed to stay in charge all the time. Chapter 854. A black tide as high as several hundred meters rushed forward. The wizards standing in front of the defensive array all had various colors of light floating on their bodies. Although there was a defensive array behind them, they also had to resist the powerful potential energy of the black tide and the pollution contained in it. Thor was also among them, but he and Roy were in a relatively backward position. This position could also see the surrounding situation. Seeing the wizard in front of him being swallowed by the black tide, Thor frowned slightly, but judging from the performance of everyone, they should have been accustomed to such impacts. Although Thor's reaction was slower than others, he completed the defense array he released first. A circle of arc-shaped light shields covered Thor's body, and the next second, he was swallowed by endless black sea water. The protective array behind him weakened the power of the black tide a lot, but being in it still made Thor feel real pressure. Even he, a third-level wizard, was like this, not to mention the difficulties of other low-level wizards. Fortunately, after this huge wave, the pressure brought by the black tide was actually received, and when it entered the Red Sea behind it, it would no longer cause damage to the Red Sea tree. As the black tide continued to surge toward the coast, it was caught by the Red Sea trees that had been rooted for many years. The dense red leaves were like small mouths waiting to be fed, absorbing the surging pollution sources in the sea water one by one. After being filtered by the filter net formed by the Red Sea trees, the remaining waves hitting the coast were not enough to cause fundamental harm to the entire continent. Seeing the big waves being blocked as expected, Roy was calmer. He glanced at the bottom of the Red Sea trees and introduced to Thor. As for this black tide, the scale is considered medium in history. If nothing unexpected happens, the defense battle can be ended in 3 to 5 days. 3 to 5 days? We are fine, but can the low-level wizards below survive? Roy was not as cold-blooded as he was when facing the mermaids when facing his colleagues in the tribunal, but he did not have any better way. Every time there is an advance warning of the black tide, they will also try their best to prepare. If they still can't survive, then even the tribunal can't do anything. There will definitely be casualties, and Roy's job is to deal with the enemy when a certain defense zone has casualties that exceed its capacity, giving the low-level wizards a chance to breathe and recover. But the black tide will last for several days, and Roy has to calculate his strength before taking action, otherwise, in the later stage, someone can't hold on, but he is unable to help, which will be dangerous. After the first black tide, the second one came soon. After everyone survived the second black tide, the shadow of the monster finally appeared in the third wave. Thor finally saw the appearance of the famous black tide mutant monster. The monsters that emerged in the black tide are mostly fish-shaped. But each fish was surprisingly large. Their bodies were mostly rotten, revealing white bones and blackened and hardened internal organs and flesh. These monsters had no sanity in their eyes, only a ferocious desire to destroy. Obviously, the individual strength of these monsters was not very strong, but they lacked wisdom, and would not retreat even when facing high-level wizards. These strange fish ranged in length from 5 meters to more than 20 meters, and there were many of them. When they were carried forward by the high waves, people felt a chill in their faces. Before everyone got used to the cold air, a foul smell followed. It was like a corpse that had been rotting for many days, and it was accompanied by the smell of the sea, which was disgusting. There was a young wizard apprentice, who seemed to be fighting for the first time. He accidentally inhaled a breath of stench, and the next second he bent over and started vomiting. As he vomited, the vomited things in his mouth turned into sticky blood clots, and then he vomited some strange hard objects. This wizard apprentice was standing on a platform made by the wizard next to him. He bent over and vomited, and he couldn't stand steadily and fell into the sea. During this period, the official wizard and the other wizard apprentices he led were all fighting against the poison gas, and had no time to help him. They could only watch him fall. The apprentice who fell into the sea was without the protection of the official wizard, and could not resist the pollution in the sea water. His body began to swell as soon as it came into contact with the sea water, like bread in an oven. After a few breaths, the whole person could no longer be seen in his original appearance, and his volume was 5 or 6 times larger than before. And this apprentice was the first victim of this defensive battle. Humph, I always tell them the precautions, but there are always idiots who can't remember them. Forget it, a wizard apprentice, he died. Roy was a little angry. Sol stood quietly beside him, and also noticed the wizard apprentice. The other party's body did not float on the sea for long before it was pulled down by an unknown creature, and disappeared completely. After the first person died, new casualties soon appeared. But at least these people were not killed by poison gas. The defensive wizards at the front have already fought with the monsters in the black tide. However, these monsters are not afraid of death, are slippery and ruthless, and have poisonous gas. Even some formal wizards are in a mess when facing them. Not to mention the apprentices, who originally came here to do auxiliary work. But this year's apprentices are luckier than in previous years. That is, there are 2 third-level wizards behind them, so this mission should be easier to complete. Thor was not idle on the first day. After seeing Roy helping the 2 wizards kill the monsters that besieged them, Thor also took action. When he saw that the team was under great pressure, he would go forward and use the soul blade to kill the monsters. Perhaps the monsters that appeared on the first day were not very powerful, and Thor could kill a large number of them with one move, greatly reducing the pressure on the low-level wizards. Seeing this, Roy gave Thor a thumbs up. In fact, Roy and Thor are both very strong players among the third-level wizards. It is a bit of a waste for 2 people to be responsible for one area. But Roy was still worried about letting Thor wander around alone, so he had to make the arrangement. In the afternoon, it was the time of low tide. The tide of the black tide receded, and the monsters and dead bodies retreated back to the deep sea with the sea water. You can rest for a while. Roy did not look tired, and even smiled because few people died in the area he was responsible for today. There will be another high tide in the evening, and the scale will not be as large as during the day. But starting tomorrow, more powerful deep-sea alien monsters will appear. So you have to meditate as soon as you have time to restore your mental strength and magic power. Although the third-level wizards can absorb the magic power from the outside world, this is a coast polluted and invaded by the black tide. It is also very dangerous to rashly absorb the magic power from the outside world. What's more, there are so many third-level wizards here. Together, they can suck the magic power of this area dry. Then the others will be in even greater danger. Sol retreated back to the cliff and sat down to meditate. But Roy was about to take off again. I go to the sea to see how Alfonso is doing. Chapter 855. Go to the bottom of the sea? Sol hurriedly followed. I go take a look too. Roy looked at Sol meaningfully. The pollution level on the bottom of the sea is seriously exceeding the standard now. Are you sure you want to go? Sol insisted, just in case. Get used to being pulled under the sea in advance. That's true, but will the other party really continue to fight in such a dangerous situation? But since Sol said so, it's hard for him to refuse. Originally, the place where Alfonso was not a confidential place. But now, probably no one else can stay in the sea for such a long time except him. The two turned into 2 black shadows, and plunged into the sea with dark blue and almost black waves. The visibility under the sea was lower than before. The tangled roots and branches were like a maze. Sol and Roy did not rely on their eyesight, but swam towards the sea according to the mental power transmitted by Alfonso. After some effort, they finally swam out of the most densely populated area of the seabed. The view in front of them was much wider. Although it was still dark, Thor could already feel the mermaids lying on the seabed, like the last time he went to the sea. These mermaids were in a worse condition than the last time he saw them. They were lazy, as if they were half asleep and half awake. It was no wonder that although they were much more resistant to the black tide than ordinary people and wizard apprentices, they were not completely unaffected. Now that the black tide had hit, the pollution index in the seawater had reached a dangerous threshold, and these mermaids had also been greatly affected. They won't die yet, but they will definitely feel very uncomfortable. But no one cares whether they feel uncomfortable or not. After swimming down for dozens of meters, Sol finally found Alfonso. The other party was standing in a witchcraft circle at this time. Feeling Sol and Roy approaching, he took the initiative to come out of the circle. How did you get here? Alfonso's voice sounded in the minds of the two. Because it was a one-on-one voice transmission, Sol didn't hear what Roy and Alfonso said. Alfonso nodded silently. I take a look at the situation under the sea. Facing Alfonso, Sol didn't give such a high-sounding reason. After Alfonso and Roy finished communicating, he turned to Sol and said, "The magic circle I have here is a hidden magic circle. When the monsters attacked the wizards on the sea just now, there were actually monsters wandering under the sea. It's just that the magic power fluctuations of the wizards on the sea are strong, which attracts their attention more. If in the later stage, the monsters are not cleared in time, and the number is increasing, you may really need to fight under the sea. So we really have to go under the sea, but that should also be the reason why the monsters on the sea's surface were not cleared in time. So, is this the reason for the death of 3 third-level wizards including Roy? Did a powerful monster appear on the seabed, or the number exceeded expectations, causing everyone to be caught off guard? But there are still 2 4th-level wizards, which should not lead to the death of 3 people. And what exactly are the masks of everyone? Thor has not yet fully figured it out, but has some guesses. I'm not afraid of fighting underwater. Sol has also fought in the black tide. Whether it is his octopus tentacle form or the dark skeleton form, he is suitable for fighting in the sea. He looked at the mermaids around him. These mermaids are in such a bad state. Will something go wrong? The mermaids live behind the defense line. As long as the defense line is not broken, the Red Sea tree and them will not be attacked by monsters. But the defense line cannot stop pollution. That's why Alfonso needs to pay attention to the situation of the mermaids on the seabed. If the tribunal managed to withstand the Kuroshio attack, but the mermaids were unable to dispose of the pollution absorbed by the Red Sea forests after the Kuroshio ended, the tribunal would face a new round of pollution crisis. Alfonso's voice was calm. No problem. This is not the first time these mermaids have faced the Kuroshio. Although they look bad now, that's it. They will eat more actively after the Kuroshio passes. His voice was interrupted for a moment, and then he said, "It's just that after each crazy feeding, a large number of mermaids will die, so we also need to carry out artificial breeding afterwards." Artificial breeding is a series of processes from mating of mermaids to ripening of young fish, ensuring that the number of mermaids will return to normal in the shortest possible time. Thor had seen such methods in some settlements in the borderlands. His first apprentice Noah was ripened in this way, resulting in his body being allergic to magic. If he had not been left in the chaos domain by Thor, he would probably have entered the countdown of his life. After roughly understanding the situation on the seabed, Roy prepared to go back. Thor wanted to stay at the bottom of the sea for a while. Last time, he encountered a special spiritual power fluctuation at the bottom of the sea. I wonder if that special spiritual power will appear again when the black tide comes, but neither Roy nor Alfonso recommended Thor to stay at the bottom of the sea for a long time. Alfonso was able to stay mainly because the arbitration court prepared a concealment array for him. As long as he stayed in this array, he could enjoy the protection of the defense array, and did not have to spend his energy to deal with the black tide pollution in the seawater. But this concealment array can only work for one person. There will be a big battle next, and Roy naturally can't let Thor, who has offered himself to him, use his energy on other unnecessary things. Back to the surface of the sea, Thor can already feel Alfonso's mental power under the sea. It seems that the concealment array is designed for sea monsters, and it is not completely hidden from wizards like Thor. From this weak but stable mental power, people can also confirm that Alfonso under the sea is normal. Roy and Thor returned to the shore and took the time to meditate, recovering their magic power and stabilizing their mental strength. At midnight, the second wave of black tide arrived. This time, the number of monsters carried by the black tide was also a little more than the first time. The wizards on the shore were still able to cope with it, but more apprentices were killed and injured. Other wizard apprentices immediately took their place, daring not to say anything, and continued the work of the victims. If anyone dared to escape from the battle when resisting the black tide, he would be waiting for a judgment order, the kind of life and death. There had been no deaths among the official wizards, but if the battle continued to intensify, death was only a matter of time. Every wizard facing the black tide understood this, but they also accepted their fate expressionlessly without any resistance. The first day passed in such an intense and strangely calm atmosphere. By dawn, the aftermath of the second wave of the black tide had faded, and most people returned to the shore to meditate and rest, leaving only a few people to take turns monitoring the situation at the beach. Thor was a non-staff member, so he naturally didn't need to take turns. But when he recovered his magic power, he returned to the sea as soon as possible. Starting from the second day, the scale of the black tide was larger, and there were more alienated monsters attacking. Accidents could happen at any time, and Thor had to stay on the front line to ensure that he would not miss the show. At the same time, he also glanced at the Black Flame Emperor Alo in front of him. He almost didn't make a move yesterday. In the early morning when most people were resting, he left for a short time and just came back. So, is the current Black Flame Emperor still the real Black Flame Emperor? Chapter 856. For the next 3 days, things went strangely smoothly. Perhaps it was because of the Black Flame Emperor and Thor. The casualties were well controlled. Although there were deaths among the official wizards, the death toll did not reach the warning line, and the apprentices did not even use up their substitutes. Therefore, Roy regained some smiles on his face, and was able to joke with Thor. It seems that this black tide is still a baby. I just don't know how long it will take us to prepare for the next black tide. A year, or 5 years? Sol did not answer. Before leaving get off work, he discussed the busy issues seriously. During this period, Alfonso hardly left the seabed, but his mental fluctuations remained stable without any changes. This means that the situation on the seabed is controllable. But even so, Roy would still walk around the seabed every day, as if he was afraid that something might happen to Alfonso. From the 4th day, the new round of black tides tended to weaken. Even the monsters in the sea were not as dense as at the beginning. Thor had also suffered some minor injuries during the battles these days. Mainly because on the 3rd day, there were a lot of alienated monsters attacking the defense zone at the same time. At that time, Roy had been entangled in another defense zone, but at the same time, there was another defense zone that was attacked by 2 3rd-level alienated monsters, and it could hardly last even a minute. Thor rushed to the defense zone at the edge against the tide of monsters, and then took the attack of one of the 3rd-level monsters, first concentrated his firepower to eliminate another 3rd-level monster, and then turned around and used his tentacles to directly suck up the remaining 3rd-level alienated monsters, which saved the official wizards in that defense zone from dying. He was slightly injured on the back, and the wizard robe engraved with the defensive magic circle was also torn in half. However, although Thor rescued him in time, under the attack of 2 alienated monsters equivalent to the 3rd level, there was only one official wizard left in the entire defense zone. In this small defense zone, all the wizard apprentices died as soon as they faced the 3rd-level monsters. The only remaining official wizards automatically merged into the rear defense zone according to the arrangement of the Judgment Court, and completely abandoned the front group defense zone. It seemed that Thor was unable to change the result of the loss of a defense zone, but he saved a 2nd-level wizard, which had a great impact on a defense zone. After resolving a small crisis, Thor returned along the way, and helped to clear many monsters along the way. When he returned to Roy, who had rushed over, even the wound on his back had completely healed. Now, seeing that the battle was about to end, the number of monsters and the height of the black tide were both decreasing, and Thor finally returned to the shore and breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he habitually glanced at the sea, and Alfonso's mental power was still stable. Is this the end? Thor thought silently in his heart. Did I misunderstand the diary? The reason and occasion for the death of the 3 3rd levels were not the black tide defense battle? He looked up and saw the Black Flame Emperor Alo again. There was no major crisis in the past few days, so the Emperor did not officially take action and kept monitoring the overall situation. At this time, Roy suddenly returned to the shore. Thor, you have worked hard these days. The tide has begun to recede. Now the battle is basically over, and only some finishing work is left. You don't have to work hard, you can go back now. Thor's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the unveiling of the mask actually happened at the end of the ball? That's right, only at the end of the masquerade is it the time for the dancer to take off the mask. Thor's spirits lifted, and he couldn't leave now. Since I'm here, I'd better stick to it until the end. Thor shook his head. Roy glanced at Thor, and suddenly changed his words. Well, with you here, these wizards feel more at ease. During the time Thor was here, in addition to killing monsters, he would occasionally save wizards, who were not dead yet. Once the wizards in the defense zone are seriously injured, they will be pulled into the deep sea by the monsters. Their defenses are broken, and they will be polluted immediately when they enter the black tide. Some powerful wizards can still escape, but the pollution on their bodies is enough to make them lose all their fighting power, and become sheep to be slaughtered. Thor mainly treats these people. He is only good at treating black tide pollution, and the people here need to treat black tide pollution the most. Therefore, after 4 days of fighting and treatment experience, Thor's reputation in the entire Judgment Court has reached a height that even their local 3rd-level wizards can hardly reach. Almost on par with Roy and Alfonso. Therefore, Roy's words that other wizards are more assured are not empty words. However, after praising Thor, he said, Then I leave this to you. When the black tide is completely over, the Court of Arbitration will double the materials you consume. Next, I will go to the defense area in charge of other third-level wizards. Anyway, there is Emperor Alo here, and it is impossible for anything to happen here. Roy laughed, and without waiting for Thor to speak, he turned into a beam of fire and flew away along the coast. Thor was confused by the other party's sudden operation. Why didn't I go back, but Roy left? He left here at the last minute. Is he going to reveal his mask? Thor breathed in the stinky air. His heart was still calm. He looked at the Black Flame Emperor in front of him, and then looked at Alfonso's stable mental power coming from the sea, thinking, it doesn't matter, if one runs away, there are still two. If you really can't participate in the masked ball described in the diary, you can also let Mitter come out after the black tide ends. By then, Nefert will be missing 3 heavyweight third-level wizards, and the appearance of Mitter is a timely relief. If Sander operates well in the future, he should be able to gain a firm foothold. Having already prepared a backup plan, Thor was not in a hurry about Roy's sudden departure, and he still supervised the situation of the defense area that Roy was originally responsible for. At this moment, his eyes unconsciously moved to the seawater under the Red Sea forest. Roy didn't seem to go to the seabed to check on Alfonso today. You went there every day before. Why didn't you go today? Sol frowned a little. Is it because you think there's no need to go today? His sight shifted to the Black Flame Emperor again, and his eyes suddenly widened. The Black Flame Emperor in front of you is probably Stuart in disguise. So is the spiritual power coming from the bottom of the sea the real Alfonso? When Roy checked on him before, Alfonso must have been there. But this time Roy didn't check on him. Does that mean Roy knows? Alfonso is not there. Thor's frown gradually relaxed, and he swept across the entire defense zone again, suddenly taking off from the cliff, and then crashing into the sea like a cannonball. Roy had led the way once, and this time Thor found Alfonso's location without any effort. At this time, Thor saw Alfonso still standing in the witchcraft circle, concentrating on observing the mermaids on the ground. Thor quickly approached Alfonso, but just halfway through, he stopped again. There was no other reason. At this distance, with Thor's strong mental power, he could already sense the abnormality of Alfonso in front of him. The Alfonso in front of me is simply a fake image. The real Alfonso is no longer in the magic circle, but his spiritual power is still steadily spreading to the sea, creating the illusion that he is still at the bottom of the sea. Such a fake image is Alfonso's mask. Now, he has taken off the mask. That means his death is approaching. Chapter 857. After confirming that Alfonso on the seabed was a mirror image, Thor immediately noticed the special environment ahead. There were faint magical fluctuations in the sea near Alfonso. It was just that the battle was still going on above, so such magical fluctuations were not noticeable at all. But Thor believed that as long as he got closer to Alfonso, he would be trapped by the means arranged by the other party. It would probably take some time to escape, but he would not be injured or die. After all, Alfonso would not believe that he could kill other third-level wizards with just one of his mirror images. If Alfonso hadn't underestimated Thor's mental power, Thor would have discovered that the person standing in the magic circle was a real person before entering the trap set by Alfonso. I'm afraid Thor would have to waste some time here. Seeing the situation clearly, Thor didn't bother to study Alfonso's arrangement in detail. He turned and flew towards the sea. Now that the 2 third levels have left the coast, he still has one target left. The mask that can't be removed. Does it mean that Stuart will die as the Black Flame Emperor? Alfonso left at some point. Roy said he was patrolling other areas. The 2 men had already gone far away, and Thor had nowhere to chase them. So he might as well keep an eye on the man in front of him. And most importantly, Thor's third target also needs to be born in this place. A deep pool by the sea. There used to be dozens of atavistic mermaids imprisoned here, and there were special wizards watching over them in secret every day. But in the past 2 days, the black tide has come. In order to ensure that the front line of defense is not lost, the wizards here have also been transferred away, and only the imprisonment magic circle is used to prevent the mermaids from escaping. This kind of imprisonment array can not only seal the deep pool, but also give an early warning when outsiders violently destroy the array. But if the array seal is unlocked in the right way, there will be no early warning. In simple terms, it is difficult to guard against thieves in the house. When the black tide was about to end, but still involved the minds of most people, this deep pool was already empty. The mermaid who was supposed to stay in the deep pool was now led by a man in a black robe and wrapped in black mist, walking in a narrow passage carved out of a cliff. Mermaids have no legs. Although they can barely walk on land, they use their tails to crawl like snakes. Fortunately, the mermaid's scales are also very strong, so they will not fall off and get injured due to excessive wear and tear. But mermaids are a group that lives in water for a long time. They still encountered various expected and unexpected difficulties on their escape. Mr. Blackfish. The mermaid Hylon, who originally had long blue hair, has now cut his hair to 2 finger lengths, which looks very funny, but no mermaid in this mermaid team will laugh at him, because other mermaids are like this, including the mermaid Coral, who once amazed Thor. Mr. Blackfish. Hylon called again. Walking in the front, Mr. Blackfish, who was shrouded in black fog, finally turned back. What's wrong? His voice was very low, and he seemed to be in a bad mood, but there was determination in the low voice. Sister's tail started to bleed. We need water. Coral's originally broken tail now had several wounds, and now blood was oozing out. It's too dry here. Another mermaid holding onto the Coral said, our skin has already started to crack, and we bleed if we keep going like this. Mr. Blackfish just shook his head. If you want to leave here, you shouldn't have anything to do with water. There's the sea, undercurrents, and springs nearby, but why don't I take you by water? It's because they think mermaids can't stay out of water for too long. Only by avoiding water can we avoid being caught up. Mr. Blackfish has actually said this twice. The dozens of atavistic mermaids behind him didn't really have only 7 seconds of memory. Rather, they were in panic and needed to confirm again and again that their current escape route was correct and their choice was okay, so that they could persist in this extremely dry place and crawl with their tails. But Hylon looked at the weak Coral and couldn't help but speed up his pace to Mr. Blackfish. He whispered, Sir, my sister's injuries are too serious. I just use a small handful of water to moisten her, okay? Mr. Blackfish tilted his head and said in a very low voice, Hylon, do you remember what I told you? Hylon was stunned and tried to recall. No matter what happens, you must leave according to the plan. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stopped, as if he realized what this sentence meant. But just because he realized it, it didn't mean he could understand it. You want me to give up my sister? In his excitement, he forgot to lower his voice, and didn't even use an honorific for Mr. Blackfish. The strange thing is that Coral, who was not far behind the two of them, clearly heard what Hylon said, but his face was calm, and he said nothing. Hylon had not yet realized the calmness of the person behind him. He just noticed Mr. Blackfish's silence, so he tried to speak up for his sister. Mr. Blackfish, it was my sister who first cooperated with you to take the potion you made and contracted the terrible pollution disease. Only then could the experiment on the atavistic mermaids be suspended, and the atavistic mermaids no longer be strictly guarded. Seeing Hylon so excited, Mr. Blackfish said nothing, but just continued to move forward silently without a moment's delay. During the time Hylon was talking, he was already a few meters behind Mr. Blackfish. He hurriedly caught up again, but saw Mr. Blackfish suddenly turn back and looked at him. There was indifference in his eyes, as if he didn't care what he wanted to say. Because of Hylon's hidden talent, he has always been a very special existence among the atavistic mermaids. Many exploration, observation, and information transmission tasks can only be done by him without being discovered. Therefore, other mermaids usually regard him as their leader and attach the most importance to his safety. Even if they sacrifice other mermaids, they must protect him from being discovered. But today, on the way to escape, Hylon suddenly realized that maybe she was not the most important mermaid in Mr. Blackfish's mind. Or maybe she was just important, but she had no say. But Hylon didn't want to give up. He could throw away anyone, but not her sister Coral. However, before Hylon could catch up with Mr. Blackfish and speak again, Mr. Blackfish in front suddenly stopped. Hylon almost bumped into the other person. The leading Blackfish stared at the front. There was no one there, but there was a pair of footprints on the ground. Hylon followed Mr. Blackfish's gaze, and saw the footprints. He immediately closed his mouth and stopped disturbing Mr. Blackfish. Flames suddenly ignited around the footprints. The flames seemed to have their own life and spread to Mr. Blackfish's feet with independent consciousness. Wizard, Hylon's eyes widened suddenly. The fear that had soaked into his blood made him tremble involuntarily. He could only place all his hopes on Mr. Blackfish in front of him. But the Blackfish did not move at all, until the flame spread to the front of him. Then he suddenly released a puff of black smoke, which directly extinguished the flames. However, after the flames were extinguished, they suddenly made another explosion, as if the heat wave of magma rushed towards the Blackfish, and directly vaporized his black robe, revealing the man hiding in the black robe, and the unconscious Mr. Fish tightly held in the man's arms. Chapter 858. Faced with a fire attack, Hylon dodged subconsciously, but all the attacks were blocked by Hayu alone. When Hylon came back to his senses, The outer robe of Hayu in front of him had disappeared, revealing his face. The lower half of Mr. Hayu's body was no longer a fish tail with black scales, but a pair of normal legs. But what surprised Hylon was not the disappearance of the other party's fishtail, but the other party's appearance. He was exactly the same as the wizard who experimented with mermaids. No, Hylon shook his head, and smiled bitterly in his heart. How could they be exactly the same? The other person was clearly Alfonso. The unconscious mermaid in Alfonso's arms was the mermaid princess with the highest blood concentration among their atavistic mermaids, Pearl. The other mermaids behind him didn't see Alfonso's face because of the distance and angle, but they all recognized Pearl. If it weren't for the enemy that seemed to appear in front of them, they would probably pounce on him. Highland's brain, which was not very smart to begin with, was in a mess. He couldn't figure out how Mr. Blackfish, who had been secretly helping them recover their spiritual bodies and designing escape plans, turned into Alfonso, a third-level wizard of the Judgment Court. But the scene before him did not allow Hylon to think too much. He gritted his teeth and decided to continue to trust Mr. Blackfish. In any case, Mr. Blackfish had been helping them before, and they had nothing to be used. Although Alfonso's face was exposed, he was not panicked. He even tightened the mermaid in his arms to make Pearl lean more comfortably. "You are here." His voice was still low and firm, as if he had not been attacked just now. The footprints on the opposite side suddenly changed from low to high. It was like a transparent person showing his true face. The person who came was Roy, who had just said goodbye to Thor, and said he was going to patrol other areas. Compared with Alfonso's calmness, Roy's face was cold, and his eyes seemed to be able to kill. "You still took this step." Roy's voice suppressed anger. "I don't understand why you wanted to let this bunch of garbage go. From your appearance, you have already guessed that I would follow you. So why did you run away with the atavistic mermaid?" Unlike the excited Roy, Alfonso had a calm face, and even looked a little innocent. "Then why are you staring at these dozens of atavistic mermaids?" "Humph. No matter what kind of mermaids they are assets of the tribunal, not to mention that they must stay to clean up the pollution for the Red Sea tree. The tribunal already has enough mermaids, and these dozens are not a big deal. Whether it makes a difference or not, I have the final say. I am the person in charge of the Red Sea tree." Roy's voice was a little loud, and then he seemed to realize that he was too emotional. He calmed down for a moment and said, "I don't care why you let the mermaids go when you know it's impossible, but since I'm here, you can go back with me. This is not a big deal. The court master will punish you at most." Suddenly, Roy paused and reached out to grab the mermaid Pearl in Alfonso's arms, because he realized that Alfonso was standing here and talking to him so much just to delay time. However, perhaps because Alfonso usually behaved too honestly, Roy was still a step late. Before his fingers could touch the Pearl's hair, a burst of space power suddenly burst out from the person opposite him. Portable teleportation array? Roy quickly pulled his hand back to avoid having a part of his body taken away by the space teleportation array. Watching Alfonso and the mermaids behind him disappear at the same time, leaving only the mermaids at the end of the team standing blankly, Roy snorted coldly. "If this trick you are hiding is for me, then you may win, but—" A warm yellow light suddenly lit up on Roy's body, and it formed a beam of light, shooting towards the place where Alfonso and a dozen mermaids had just disappeared. After entering that area, the light suddenly twisted, as if it was affected by the power of space teleportation. But the warm yellow light, though distorted, did not disappear under the influence of the teleportation power, and even destroyed part of the power. Then, a figure that had disappeared staggered to the ground. It turned out to be Alfonso, who had just teleported away. But the mermaid behind him, and the pearl in his arms did not come back together. Alfonso, who was lying on the ground, raised his head, and his face lost his composure for the first time. "Master, why are you here?" Alfonso's lips trembled. According to the original plan, Flim should now go to the Wall of Sighs in secret and prepare to kill Gorza. But why did the other party appear here? Is it more important to stop a few mermaids from escaping than to kill Gorza? The warm yellow light column merged into a light ball. Flim's voice came from inside. "I haven't completely left Nephrite yet." After Flim finished speaking, Roy raised his chin and said loudly, "Alfonso, the Lord of the Court has temporarily delayed his departure because of your matter." Alfonso smiled bitterly and said, "Are a few mermaids really that important? It's worth it for you, the Lord, to leave a trace of consciousness in Roy, and it's worth it for Roy to pretend not to know and cooperate with my performance." Flim did not answer immediately, but sent a message to Roy, "Those mermaids are. You go and bring back the pearls, and kill the others." Alfonso was shocked, and was about to say something, but he saw Roy smiled at him, and turned and flew away. Alfonso wanted to chase him, but as soon as he took a step, he saw the ball of light in front of him and his reason returned. At this time, the light ball spoke. You asked me why I couldn't let the atavistic mermaid go. I should ask you, what else have you concealed about the atavistic mermaid? If Roy hadn't told me that your attitude towards mermaids was wrong, I'm afraid you would have really caught me in the gap of the black tide and escaped today. Flim lowered his head, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally spoke. Master, I have studied mermaids for nearly 100 years, and found a fact that I don't want to admit, but I have to admit. The light ball listened to Flim quietly. I found that mermaids are actually more adapted to this world than wizards, a world threatened by the black tide that may be completely destroyed at any time. They have a strong natural resistance to the black tide. If their spirit bodies were not deliberately destroyed by us during the reproduction process, they would definitely be able to become an independent country with their numbers and abilities. They can develop into an existence that can fight against the black tide. Why do we only treat them as garbage and consumables? To be honest, the more I study, the more I am sure of one thing. If the world is almost completely destroyed because of the black tide, and only one race is left, it will be the normal mermaids. Flim listened quietly, and did not interrupt Alfonso until he finished speaking and gasped. It doesn't matter whether other races and other forces can adapt to the black tide. They just need to become the materials of the tribunal and make Nephrite the surviving continent. You are fascinated by the mermaid Princess Pearl. I didn't expect that I had destroyed her spiritual body, but she could still rely on instinct to seduce you. Alfonso suddenly looked up, his eyes full of surprise. It turned out to be you. Chapter 859. Alfonso felt cold in his heart. It turned out that the Court of Arbitration had long realized the special superiority of mermaids, and Flim was even more resolute. Regardless of whether Pearl was a real threat or not, he directly destroyed her spirit first. No wonder Pearl's spirit showed no signs of improvement no matter how Alfonso treated her, which made Alfonso think that Pearl accidentally injured her spirit when integrating the blood of the mermaid royal family, which is why she is always naive and ignorant. Now that I think about it, Flim had already cut off the possibility that the mermaid princess could only become an experimental material before giving Pearl to Alfonso for research, and there was no possibility of other development. However, the light ball spoke again. Now, you still have a chance to turn back. Alfonso did not relax. I am afraid I cannot agree to your conditions. If you don't agree, you will die. Flim's voice was extremely cold. Facing the extremely familiar fourth-level wizard, Alfonso did not give up resistance. A black mist floated out from him. You want to resist? Alfonso pursed his lips tightly, and the voice almost came out from the gap between his teeth. I can't die now. You will search for the whereabouts of the mermaid from my soul. Although Roy has already chased after him, Alfonso has other arrangements in the mermaid teleportation area. As long as Hylon can activate the teleportation device again and destroy the device on the opposite side, he can temporarily get rid of Roy. After that, abandon the other weak mermaids, lead the wizard's pursuit away, and only leave the strongest mermaid to go into the water on the west coast. Hylon may not be willing, but Coral is the implementer of the plan. Only in this way can it be possible to enter the sea between Nephrite and State and get a glimmer of hope. This was a special mermaid escape plan that Alfonso had made, considering that Flim should have left Nefertiti by now. But unexpectedly, Flim and Roy delayed their original travel plan in order to call out all the atavistic mermaids. Roy had already discovered Alfonso's plan, but pretended not to know anything and cooperated with Flim. After he gathered the atavistic mermaids, he immediately appeared to block their group. In terms of acting skills, Alfonso is not as good as him. Although he relied on the instant teleportation array on his body to send all the mermaids away, Alfonso had to take the initiative to exit the teleportation and stay in order to prevent Flim from destroying the teleportation. But if he was killed by Flim at this time, the other party would be able to obtain the mermaid's subsequent action plan. Then all Alfonso's previous preparations would be in vain. So even if it was Flim's consciousness in front of him, Alfonso had to rush out from here, even if it could only delay for some time. Sorry, Lord Flim. The black mist spread instantly, covering Alfonso and the light ball together. The warm yellow light ball immediately burst into a more dazzling light, but the black mist still swallowed all the light firmly and slowly. Fortunately, Flim was only a split consciousness here at this time, otherwise Alfonso would have no ability to resist. Faced with Alfonso's stubborn resistance, Flim did not get angry, but the color of the light he emitted became warmer. While the two were fighting and pulling, Roy had already found the landing point of the space transmission according to Flim's guidance. Only a powerful 4th-level wizard like Flem could determine the approximate direction of landing at the moment when the space array was activated. As long as Luo Yi keeps searching in the given direction, he will be able to find the traces of the mermaid. Of course, there is another key point. This space teleportation array is a small array that is activated instantly, and the teleportation distance will not be too far. If it is a large array that is arranged in advance, the teleportation distance is immeasurable, and it is not something that Luo Yi can catch up with in a short time. The strong wind blew Luo Yi's wizard robe, rustling, like a prelude to a battle, and Luo Yi gradually showed an excited smile on his face. Under such excitement, there is an incomparable disappointment and anger. Alfonso, you are one of the elders of the tribunal, but you betrayed our will. I gave you so many chances, but you still value the atavistic mermaids more than the tribunal and our friendship of more than 100 years. I will kill all the mermaids you value, leaving no one alive. I wonder if you still believe that mermaids are the future masters of this world. Roy has even made up his mind not to spare the life of the mermaid Princess Pearl, and then say it was an accidental killing. Even if he would be punished by the court master afterwards, he would not hesitate. He really couldn't accept that his good friend Alfonso was regarded as more important than anything else by the mermaids. Perhaps Alfonso did not regard the interests of the mermaids as higher than anything else. After all, he just wanted to let a few mermaids go. But at this time, Roy's anger had become very extreme. He just wanted to kill those rubbish that led Alfonso astray. After flying for less than 5 minutes, Roy's eyes lit up. He found the mermaids. Roy descended quickly, following the weak and incomplete spiritual power of the mermaids that he was very familiar with, and found the mermaids crawling hard in a dense forest. Among them, the mermaid princess, shining like a pearl, was as eye-catching as the morning star in the dark night. Roy raised the corners of his mouth, and without waiting to land, the sky behind him suddenly dimmed, and the white clouds above his head seemed to be pressed into ink and quickly turned black. Then, huge orange-red fireballs emerged from the black clouds and fell rapidly with a powerful momentum that could destroy everything. The target point was the dozens of mermaids fleeing in the forest. Lava falling from the sky, Luo Yi's specialty. It was powerful, and had a wide range. With this spell, the dense forest below, including all the creatures in it, would be turned into charcoal. The mermaid on the ground was finally awakened by the movement above her head, and raised her head in panic, followed by despair. Shanhu grabbed Helen's arm tightly, and the sharp nails on her fingertips almost pierced her brother's skin. Mr. Blackfish's teleportation array was almost destroyed midway, so their landing point was some distance from the next teleportation location. Coral originally wanted to send her brother and the princess away first, and then she and other weaker atavistic mermaids changed directions and continued to escape to attract the attention of the pursuers. As long as she could delay for an hour, even half an hour, Hylon could take Princess Pearl into the sea, and then even Coral would not know where they would end up. But she never expected that the terrible wizard named Roy would catch up with them in 5 minutes. Looking at the terrifying red fireball that was about to fall, all Coral could think of was, Hylon can't escape either. As the scorching fireball grew bigger and bigger in his vision, almost filling the lives and world of the mermaids, the scene in front of him suddenly stopped. It was as if someone had paused time. No, it's not paused time. Something is preventing nearby objects from moving. Roy was the first to react. He was at high altitude, so he was least affected and felt the fastest what had paused his lava fall. It was water droplets. It was the tiny, inconspicuous, yet ubiquitous water droplets in the air. Chapter 860. Who? The mermaid princess in Helen's arms suddenly exhaled a long breath. Her light eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her pearly eyes were immediately filled with a screen of fiery red, and a little bit of aqua blue. That little bit of aqua blue only occupied a very small part of her vision, but it instantly attracted all of Pearl's attention. Ah! Pearl opened her mouth, and made a meaningless sound. This sound was like a switch that pushed the entire still world again. But when the fiery red lava continued to fall, a blue barrier appeared, scooping up all the lava. A large amount of white steam suddenly came out like boiling water, accompanied by a sizzling sound, and the heat of the gas instantly rushed upwards, rushing towards Roy in midair. Roy immediately retreated to avoid the steam with terrifying heat. But he did not stop attacking. While retreating, a firebird with 3 pairs of wings condensed in front of him, wrapped in cracks, accompanied by a whine, and lowered his head to rush towards the world covered by steam in front of him. The giant firebird flapped its 3 pairs of wider wings, and directly cleared a clear passage through the white fog in front of it. However, when the passage was cleared, The mermaids who Roy had thought had already taken the opportunity to escape were still standing there stupidly, looking up at the sky. Roy's momentum slowed down, and he felt uneasy. Because the place where the mermaids were looking at was empty. Are they misleading me? Or are the people who were originally there moving faster than I can perceive? If it was the former, it would be fine. If it was the latter. Roy was a third-level wizard, but he knew better how terrifying it was to be able to make him completely unaware of the existence of a guy. So after realizing this, Roy retreated immediately. However, just as he retreated 2 meters, his back suddenly hit a soft object. Then 2 blue arms hugged Roy's body from behind like a lover. Roy immediately ignited the red flame with all his strength, and the whole person turned into a fireman. Under normal circumstances, the flames covering his body would then expand into a human shape like him, but the volume would be 100 times that of Roy's body, turning into a huge fireman to fight for him. But this time, the flame tried to expand, but failed to break free from the pair of blue thin arms. His full effort to break free actually failed. Roy was anxious, wondering when such a strong man appeared in Nephrite. The person who imprisoned him behind him was undoubtedly a 4th-level wizard. But where did Nephrite have other 4th-level wizards? And this 4th-level wizard who suddenly appeared was a wizard who specialized in water attributes. Among the 4th-level wizards, the only wizard who specialized in water attributes was the Sky City Lord, Ophelia. A 4th-level rashly appeared in a territory that did not belong to him. Such an action was almost like declaring war on Nefertiti directly. Otherwise, Lord Flim would not have gone to such trouble to sneak to the Wall of Sighs while the black tide was coming. Since the Sky City Lord appeared in Nefertiti, the things here are not something I can handle alone. After Roy failed to break free from the imprisonment, he did not hesitate, and a lantern immediately appeared in his palm. He wanted to call Lord Flim directly. However, before he could use magic to light the lantern, the blue arm holding Roy suddenly turned into water. The strange water attribute magic made Roy's flame unable to ignite anything. After controlling the fire attribute particles, the blue water turned into a soft blue colloidal body, which stretched directly into a protective film, quickly spreading over Roy's body, covering him like a coat. Even when facing the Sky City Lord, Roy would not surrender. He was ready to explode again, but his brain suddenly buzzed. It was as if someone had forced his brain to restart. When Roy tried to mobilize his magic power again, he found that his spiritual body began to vibrate violently and irregularly, and he could not gather magic power at all. Now, Roy couldn't struggle at all. He had just started as a hunter, but now, he was completely reduced to being the prey. His eyes were filled with anger. The next second, Roy's head was clamped by the blue colloid, and it twisted around his neck for more than 20 times. With such a serious injury, even Roy was in a state of near death in an instant. This was not over yet. After completely sealing Roy, the blue colloid began to twist and stir in a crushing manner. Soon, this powerful 3rd-level wizard, who was one of the best in the Judgment Court, was sealed in the blue colloid and completely turned into a pool of mincemeat. His strong body and powerful magic power were like a soft cake in front of the blue colloid, which was crushed into pieces with a slight pinch. A voice came from the blue colloid. The soul is gone. Have you already made a prepositioned escape? Ha! The blue colloid expanded and contracted, turning the wizard's body inside into nutrients and absorbing it directly. Then, the colloid shrank and deformed, turning into a water elf with a fish tail. The mermaid below watched the whole process of Wizard Roy's death, and was almost scared silly at this moment. Coral tightly grasped Helen's arm, her whole body trembling. Hylon almost let go of Pearl's hand. The other mermaids were even worse. Several of them were lying on the ground trembling, not even daring to look at the water elf above. The water elf slowly fell down and faced the only mermaid princess, who was still calm. Pearl also looked up at the water elf in a daze, her mouth open wider, her vocal cords vibrated, and she made some meaningless sounds. He's right, come here at this time. You can really see a good show. Floco chuckled. Then, he turned and looked towards the sea, where the black clouds had retreated to the deep sea, and the invasion of the black tide was coming to an end. Soon, the tribunal will be able to dispatch a large number of personnel to track down the mermaids. If Floco wants to save these mermaids, he will have to speed up. He lowered his head and looked at the ground again. At this time, Hylon and Coral had regained some courage and could look at Floco normally. Pearl still looked at Floco with a bit of confusion and curiosity. You can't be a mermaid princess like this. You can't be a leader if you want to continue the mermaid race. Floco couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that you have such good royal abilities. He looked at Coral and Hylon again. You two are not bad. Although the blood concentration is not very high, you are normal mermaids. If you can leave the shackles of the tribunal, you still have hope to survive in this doomsday. Coral and Hylon didn't respond. They didn't know Floco, although their intuition told them that Floco had some connection with them. Hylon was also very scared, but when he thought of Coral behind him, he mustered up his courage again. Hello, are you here to pick us up? Chapter 861. Floco touched his chin, which was also blue and smooth. I guess so. But I will only send you away and ensure that the wizards of the Court of Arbitration cannot track you for the time being. You still need to make your own way in the future. After all, it is too embarrassing for mermaids, who cannot live independently, so they should just die. The mermaids shrank their necks and tails when they heard this. They looked at the water elf in front of them, who was not big in size, but also had a fish tail, and thought that the other party was one of their own people. But the other party was not so easy to talk to. Coral saw that Hylon had no intention of speaking, so she took the initiative to step forward. Sir, the teleportation array to leave here is just ahead. She pointed in a direction. Floco did not waste time. Although he easily defeated a senior 3rd-level wizard, it did not mean that he could fight against a senior 4th-level wizard now. Lord Water God still had not reached full health. The mermaids set out again, and this time with the help of Floco, they walked on land, but it was like swimming in water. The water in the air condensed into small water droplets, moistening their skin and scales. In just 2 minutes, they arrived at the designated place. When they arrived at a withered old tree, Hylon stepped forward and took out the same guide that Blackfish had given him before the operation. The guide looked like a shuttle on a loom, and a circle of miniature witchcraft array was engraved in the thickest part of the middle. The inside was also wrapped with magic crystals. Hylon activated the guide, and the withered old tree immediately cracked and fell to the sides. After a burst of light, a circular witchcraft array was formed. Hylon walked in with Pearl in her arms, and then inserted the guide into the center of the circular magic circle. 5 people enter at a time. The guide without the wizard's control has limited power, and can only send 5 mermaids away at a time. If an emergency occurs, the mermaids who fail to enter the teleportation must immediately destroy the guide, so that the pursuers cannot catch up with the mermaids who have been teleported along the teleportation array. According to the plan, Coral and other weak mermaids will be the last batch to be teleported. Even if there are no pursuers, Coral will not leave, but will destroy the guide at the end and leave the mermaids to divert the attention of the pursuers. So, when Hylon stood on the witchcraft circle and turned around to call Coral to go in quickly, Coral hesitated. Go in. Floco had seen Coral's plan. I'm here, you don't need to sacrifice. And, I promise that the tribunal will never want to track you down next time. Are you going to kill people in the tribunal's territory? Hylon said excitedly. Floco decided to ignore him, and continued to say to the hesitant Coral, if mermaids want to gain a foothold outside, they can't just rely on some innate abilities. The most important thing is the brain. In my opinion, you have the best brain and the strongest willpower among these mermaids. If anyone should survive, it should be you. It was the first time that Coral heard someone recognize her so much. They even regarded her as more important than Hylon. Her lips trembled a little, and she didn't know whether she was happy or embarrassed. Ever since Mr. Blackfish told her that in order to save the atavistic mermaids from a miserable future, she needed to sacrifice herself, pretend to be infected with a disease, and accept the wizard's experiment. When the wizard determines that the atavistic mermaids are no longer suitable for absorbing the pollution in the rhizomes of the Red Sea tree, they will be abandoned, and will not be so strictly guarded, so that they will have a chance to escape. Coral hesitated for only 1 night, and then told Mr. Blackfish that she was willing. From then on, she was plagued by pain and illness, and her body was dissected again and again. But as long as she saw her brother's hopeful eyes, she could endure all the torture. But today, the powerful water elf said that she was the hope of the mermaids. Is she really that important? Can I? Seeing that Coral was still hesitating, Hylon hurriedly called her. Hylon didn't know before that Coral would stay on purpose, and now she was afraid that she would still be unwilling to leave later. Floco lost her patience. The mermaid named Hylon was capable, but a little reckless, while the mermaid named Coral was smart but lacked confidence. It's better not to separate these 2 mermaids. With a wave of Floco's hand, Coral was wrapped in tiny water droplets and pushed into the magic circle. The other mermaids followed in quickly. Sir, do you know when Mr. Blackfish will come? Hylon did not activate the teleportation array immediately. Mr. Blackfish did not come with him just now, so Hylon had to lead everyone to continue to escape as planned. But now that such a powerful helper has appeared, he still hopes that the other party can bring Mr. Blackfish with him. Mr. Blackfish? Floco thought, Sako did not mention any blackfish. If there is, then the identity of this blackfish is interesting. Take care of yourselves first, and escape as many people as you can. He saw the mermaid princess held by Hylon, and suddenly raised his hand to grab her out of the witchcraft circle. Hylon was stunned for a moment, and instinctively reached out to grab Pearl, but because the latter was too fast, he only grabbed it. "Sir, why did you take Princess Pearl away?" Coral also shouted anxiously. "I've said that to survive independently outside, the brain is very important. And your mermaid princess has long lost this ability. Let her help you escape." The water elf looked at the confused Pearl and sighed. The mermaid princess and the mermaid royal family should not be like this. As soon as the water elf finished speaking, he turned into a blue light and entered the body of the mermaid princess. Pearl was shocked, as if she had an electric shock, then closed her eyes and opened them again, and her pearl-colored eyes were actually stained with a touch of water blue. Then, she slowly turned around, looked at the mermaids who still didn't understand, and raised her hand and said, "You go." "Princess?" Pearl turned around again, facing the Red Sea, no longer looking at the other mermaids. "Today I will let you know that the royal family of mermaids has always been fighting on the front line, and never needs protection from others." Then, Pearl suddenly flew into the sky, as if jumping into the sea. With a flick of the green fish tail, it turned into a shadow and disappeared from the woods. The other mermaids didn't even have time to say anything to stop it. "Sister, what should we do? Mr. Blackfish said that no matter who dies here, we must protect Princess Pearl and leave." Hylon asked Shanhu in panic. "I don't know what to do either." Shanhu was also very anxious, but she knew that in the current situation, their thoughts were irrelevant, because none of them could bring the mermaid princess out again. Finally, Shanhu grabbed Hylon. "Let's go." Hylon was stunned, and the other mermaids also looked at Shanhu. Shanhu made a difficult decision. "We can't do anything. If we continue to stay here, we will definitely be caught up by the pursuers. In that case, both Mr. Blackfish's sacrifice and the efforts of the adult just now will be in vain." Hylon had long been instilled with the respectable status of the mermaid princess by Mr. Blackfish, and at this moment, her mind was still unable to change, and she could not make up her mind. But when his eyes fell on Coral's messy short hair, his heart suddenly tightened, thinking of the suffering his sister had endured these days, and how she almost sacrificed herself for them. He nodded unconsciously. "Okay." When the mermaids left the southeast coast, Pearl had quietly arrived at the Red Sea coast. She looked at the increasingly bright sky and the wizards, who had begun to form a team with an expressionless face, and her heart was slightly cold. "Sorry, Thor, the plan has to change a little. If you want the mermen to escape from Nephrite more smoothly, it's not enough to just kill a few third-level wizards. You still have to create some big trouble for them." Pearl's mouth curled up a sneer. "Blame them for underestimating the ability of mermaids." Pearl's eyes fell below the sea. "Since you have been spoiled by wizards, then sacrifice for your true compatriots." She raised her arms, and slowly raised them to the top of her head, moaning in an ethereal voice. "Be angry, be crazy, is this the sea? Twist, struggle, this world should have been destroyed long ago." Mumbling like crazy, repeating over and over again. At the same time, a very penetrating mental wave penetrated into the sea. A few minutes later, the entire Red Sea boiled. Chapter 862. Sir Thor. A wizard ran over and said to Thor respectfully, "The black tide has retreated 10 nautical miles. The wizard in charge of monitoring has announced the end of the black tide. Do you want to stay here, or go back to the Palace of Eternal Night?" Thor was confused now. He looked at Emperor Alo flying from the sea to the coast, and doubted the warning in the diary. Everything went so smoothly. The wizards of the Nephrite continent once again resisted the attack of the black tide. Now that the crisis has been resolved, the wizards on the sea are returning to the coast one after another, preparing to pack up and go back. Did I completely misunderstand, and this black tide attack was not the masquerade mentioned in the diary? Or was it because I asked Floco to come over that the predicted future changed? Just as Thor was thinking about whether he should call Sander to continue his plan, the sea suddenly boiled. Thor immediately pushed away the wizard standing in front of him, took 2 steps forward, and walked to the edge of the cliff. The wizard who was pushed away by Thor was frightened by the situation of the sea behind him before he could be surprised. I report." He leapt anxiously without saying who he was reporting to. The Black Flame Emperor Alo, who was about to reach the shore, immediately stopped and looked down at his feet. The sea surface had become calm because of the retreat of the black tide, and the control array of the Judgment Court had not been removed, so the sea surface was only slightly fluctuating due to the water flow. But now, tiny bubbles emerged from the water, and after rising to the surface of the sea, pop, The ground exploded. The bubbles became more and more numerous and larger, like a pot of boiling water, with firewood constantly added under the stove. Thor also came to the sea surface, more than 100 meters away from the Black Flame Emperor, and he also looked at the sea surface. The temperature of the seawater has not risen. Is it an earthquake? He used his mental power to scan the situation in the deep sea. The Black Flame Emperor, not far away, had already rushed into the sea. Not only him, there were also several second-level wizards present who rushed in. This sea area is very close to the Red Sea Tree, and there must be no problems. Soon, more people gathered on the sea. However, the first group of people who entered the seabed had not returned yet, including the Emperor of Black Flame, so although the remaining people were anxious, no one dared to move. The bubbles on the sea surface became denser and denser, but Thor's mental scan did not find anything abnormal. There was no abnormal mental power, no chaotic magic power. In addition to the abnormally strong breath of life, Thor hardly found any unusual phenomena worth noting. Go down and take a look. Thor narrowed his eyes. At this moment, a group of black shadows suddenly rose from the seabed. Those black shadows broke through the sea's confinement at a very fast speed and flew into the sky. Thor saw clearly that these black shadows were actually the wizards who had just entered the seabed. But their faces were full of disbelief at this time. What happened? Another wizard asked loudly. Mermaids are alienated, all alienated. The voice of the person who answered was trembling. Bang! Huge waves suddenly exploded on the sea surface, like a heavyweight shell falling into the sea. The waves rushed to the sky, and soon the momentum was approaching, and Wizard Alo appeared from the waves. What the other wizards didn't expect was that this fourth-level Black Flame Emperor actually showed a bit of embarrassment. Thor's eyes focused. Although it was only a moment just now, he still found the flaw in Emperor Alo. The opponent's mental power had a short break. It was as if the mask covering his face had a crack, revealing a little bit of the true face under the mask. The Black Flame Emperor in front of him was indeed Stuart pretending to be him. Thor didn't have the energy to think about where the Black Flame Emperor had gone. It was impossible for a fourth-level wizard to disguise himself just to deal with him. The defensive magic circle behind him was still shining, and Thor found that a bigger black shadow was rising from the bottom of the sea. Thinking of Stuart's death warning, he immediately rushed forward and came to Stuart, who was at the front. The situation on the seabed is unclear. Let's retreat to the back first, Thor whispered to Stuart. Stuart looked at Thor in surprise, and the expression on his face almost couldn't hold back. But he quickly showed a proud and slightly disdainful expression. Since the situation is not right, it is natural for me to stand in front. Thor's heart sank. He knew that what Stuart said and did now was more in line with the identity of the Black Flame Emperor. If there is danger, the fourth-level wizard is the first to run, then the other wizards participating in the defense war will probably follow suit. The more accidents happen, the more people need to calm the situation. Stuart has already put on the mask of the Black Flame Emperor at this time, so he can't do anything that lowers morale when wearing the mask. Thor also understood Stuart's thoughts, and knew that unless he exposed his identity on the spot, he would definitely not leave with him. Could he just watch Stuart die? At this moment, the sea's surface finally stopped bubbling upwards, and the boiling disappeared, but an extremely strong pressure spread from the bottom of the sea. The culprit who had just caused many wizards to explore the sea, and was frightened to escape from the deep sea finally appeared. Sol's eyes widened when he saw the guy emerging from the sea. What is this? What emerged from the sea was not the modified mermaid that Thor had seen many times before. It was a dark giant whose outline was completely indistinguishable. The surface of the giant seemed to be covered with a layer of mud, which was constantly peeled off by the seawater as it emerged from the sea. A giant mud monster? The monster seemed to be made of mud, with no visible limbs, torso, or head, but Thor could feel the extremely strong vitality from it. Just like what he felt when he used his mental power to explore the seabed before. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you wouldn't have thought that the spiritual power was emitted by the mud monster in front of you. The mud monster was moving, but you couldn't see the bones and muscles that supported its movement. And even though the mud on its body was always dripping to the sea surface, its body size kept expanding. That's not mud, it's the rotting flesh of mermaids. Stuart, who was still performing on the side, whispered to Thor. The rotting flesh of mermaids? With such a large volume, are all the mermaids in the sea dead? As if he was afraid that Thor would find out that there was something wrong with his identity, Stuart stopped talking. But Stuart didn't say much, so naturally someone told everyone what happened. Although the wizard Roy, who was in charge of this area, was not there at this time, the Court of Arbitration had already learned a lot of experience in the battle against the Black Tide for many years. Almost immediately, someone temporarily replaced Roy and became the new commander. It was one of the wizards, who had gone deep into the seabed. The surprise on his face was replaced by anger. With the power of witchcraft, he shouted loudly, "This monster is a meat paste formed by a large number of alienated dead mermaid corpses. Their resentful spirits curled up inside the meat paste, and were blocked by the black tide pollution. It cannot be allowed to continue to develop, otherwise the remaining black tide pollution in the sea will become nutrients to help it become stronger. Now we must kill the mermaid mutant with all our strength." Chapter 863. The wizard in charge of temporary command did not tell everyone the reason why all the mermaids suddenly transformed and died, but no one was curious now, and everyone wanted to deal with this giant monster first. Suddenly, the wizards flying around immediately began to attack the giant mermaid mutant, according to the previous rehearsal. Only Thor and Stuart frowned, and did not act rashly. Thor even subconsciously stepped back a few meters. Puff, puff! Various witchcraft effects bloomed on the mermaid mutant. There was a sound of arrows sinking into the flesh. But strangely, the various magic effects that should have been caused did not appear. It was really like a simple physical attack. Mermaids' flesh and blood are extremely insensitive to pollution. Similarly, their reaction to magic is the same. Thor figured out the principle in an instant. Stuart nodded on the side. Mermaids used to have life, but now they don't. The completely alienated creatures are like starting an irreversible chemical reaction, and death cannot interrupt this reaction process. The alienation reaction process does not need to be controlled by the life body in most cases. Just like the black tide monster that Thor had participated in fighting a few days ago. The monster's rush to the land was just an instinctive reaction to being swept by the black tide, and the cells around them only had the consciousness of fighting and destroying. More and more flesh and blood emerged from the sea, as if a giant stood between heaven and earth. But this giant had no eyes, only a bloated, almost human-like outline. The battle between the wizards continued, but because Thor and Stuart had not yet made a move, the attacks of other wizards seemed to have no other effect except adding hundreds of holes to the merman's alien body. Some wizards with more powerful magic elemental attributes did not even have wounds as big as those caused by attacks with more physical attributes. However, no matter how big a wound was, the mermaid mutant seemed to be unaffected, and its size continued to grow rapidly. Someone left the battlefield and came to Thor in black flame. "My lord, this mutant has low energy, but witchcraft of normal strength cannot destroy it." The other party's meaning was very clear, and they came to rescue the external aid. Thor did not speak. Roy was not there, and Flem was maintaining the defense array of the entire southeast coast. At present, the highest command naturally fell to the fourth-level wizard, Stuart. Stuart was not in a hurry to make a decision, and there was no expression on his face that could be seen by others. The alienated flesh of the mermaid is almost immune to attacks with insufficient magic energy. To break its shell, you have to break through the critical point once. Thor noticed that Stuart seemed to glance at his palm. "You all retreat to the shore," he said softly. The wizard who came to ask for help flashed with joy in his eyes. Although he was not surprised, it was still exciting that the Black Flame Emperor would take action so easily. Thor followed the crowd out of the sea and returned to the cliff where he started, quietly watching the Red Sea with only one person left. Unlike others who were waiting to see the fourth-level wizard take action, Thor frowned slightly and thought, Stuart is not a fourth-level wizard, but since he proposed to take action at this time, he must have the ability to use the methods of a fourth-level wizard. This should be the trump card that the Black Flame Emperor left for Stuart before he asked him to disguise himself. But if there is a trump card given by a fourth-level wizard, how could Stuart die? Thor always felt that he seemed to have missed something. The mermaid monster was still rising, approaching Stuart's height. Mud of flesh and blood continued to attach to it in the sea water. Although its body was full of white holes, its appearance was getting thicker, and the top of the flesh and blood gradually had an organ similar to a head. This mermaid monster was still gradually taking shape. No one knew what kind of ability it would have when it was fully formed. The best way was to interrupt it before anything happened. A huge magical power suddenly rose from the sea, followed by a scorching gale. The magic circle that imprisoned the air seemed to have lost its original effect at this time, and Thor's wizard robe was blown by the wind. Under the scorching wind, Thor's skin gradually changed from its normal color to gray. This was his body spontaneously resisting the radiation from the powerful witchcraft on the sea. It's the fourth-level witchcraft. Although Thor's skin was hurt by the wind and his eyes were red, he still managed not to turn his head away, but squinted his eyes, and seized this rare opportunity to observe the changes in the magic power of the fourth-level witchcraft. Emperor Alo should be focusing on the fire attribute, but the fire element will be suppressed by the rich water element on the sea. So it changes its form to a gale that can cause physical damage. 4th level wizards are naturally not bound by the elements they focused on in their lower level period. They can control different magic powers at any time according to the needs of the environment. At this time, several figures are rushing over from a distance. They should be 3rd level wizards in charge of other areas. They should have heard about the mermaid mutant monster, so they rushed over after the black tide receded. If they don't need their support, then come and watch the fun. So, these wizards who just arrived happened to see Stuart chopped down with one hand, and the wind that was originally expanding in all directions retreated in an instant as if time was reversed. The oncoming wind changed direction instantly, and many wizards, who were unable to react, fell to the ground. Thor also had to take a step forward to support his body. He still stared at Stuart's hand. It seemed that there was a layer of blue flame wrapped around his hand, and it seemed that there was nothing, just the heat distorted the air. The ferocious wind that was pulled back followed the direction of the palm, and turned into an unstoppable giant blade, slashing at the monster made of flesh, blood and mud on the sea. But in the blink of an eye, the wind blade pierced into the huge flesh and blood fiercely, and the flesh and blood were torn apart, making a sound like cutting frozen meat, mixed with the sound of leaking air. Stuart slashed with his palm, and actually slashed the huge monster of 100 meters high from the top of the head to the sea surface. Under the powerful magic of the 4th level wizard, the mermaid monster seemed to have no resistance at all, and was about to be cut in half. However, the sound of gas leaking just now kept echoing in Thor's ears. Gas leaking? There is gas in the body of the mermaid mutant? Is it the reaction gas after the alienation? Thor muttered in his heart. He had never seen any alienation reaction that produced gas. But Thor's eyes suddenly widened. He remembered something and shouted to Stuart, who was about to expand the victory, "Be careful, there is." He couldn't finish his words. The body of the split mermaid mutant suddenly burst like a balloon punctured by a needle. Bang. There was an explosion. The explosion engulfed the blood and flesh mud of the mermaid's mutant body, breaking them into tiny fragments and sending them to the sky, and then falling in all directions, like a storm of blood. Even the wizards separated by the coastal defense array could feel the huge impact. The originally glowing coastal defense array suddenly flashed, and the light suddenly dimmed a lot. In the exploded blood and flesh mud, there was a large amount of black tide pollution swallowed by the mermaids. That was the pollution swallowed by the mermaids, who had been oppressed for many years, and it was also the only resistance that the foolish, painful, but weak transformed mermaids could make. Stuart. The blood and flesh rain. After it fell, Thor looked at the sea, but where was Stuart's shadow? Chapter 864. In Thor's eyes, it was the 3rd level wizard Stuart who disappeared, but in the eyes of the wizards of the other judgment court, it was the 4th level wizard Emperor Alo of Black Flame who disappeared. The meanings of the two are completely different, so when the only wizard on the sea surface disappeared after the mermaid mutant exploded, only Thor dared to rush to the sea surface. As soon as he rushed through the defensive magic circle in front of the Red Sea tree, Thor smelled a faint smell of blood, but the stronger smell was a faint stench mixed with the salty smell of sea water. The blood, flesh and mud of the mermaid mutant had not yet completely fallen, and huge waves continued to be smashed on the sea surface. Thor immediately opened the electric light protection and searched for Stuart's mental power. The explosion, just now, was beyond his expectations. The power was so great that it was unimaginable that the mermaids, who had been enslaved by the Judgment Court for decades, could cause such damage. Pop! A piece of debris the size of a human head fell right on Thor's protective shield, making a sound like shattering glass. It also attracted Thor's attention. He looked up and suddenly found that his protective shield had a gap due to the impact just now. Although the gap was quickly filled when Thor's magic was activated, it also made Thor realize something. The pollution did not end with the explosion. There is still some in the blood and flesh debris, and there is a lot of it. Another piece of debris fell on Thor's protective shield. This piece of debris was larger, and almost pierced Thor's protective shield. Before Thor could reach out, the algae suddenly drilled out from the back of Thor's neck and swallowed the debris that was about to fall into the protective shield. Thor hurriedly checked Shiozao. "Don't eat anything." But he found that Shiozao was not only fine, but also excited as if he had replenished his food. Having tasted the sweetness, Shiozao wanted to get out of the protective shield to pick up other pieces of meat, but was caught by Thor. At this time, Agu in the diary spoke. Shiozao has been transformed by the Black Sea tree source, and has also experienced the black tide outbreak in the eye of the storm. The fragments of these mermaid mutants not only cannot pollute it, but also become nutrients for Shiozao because of its rich death energy. Hermon, Then can Foresaw have a big meal? No. Thor disagreed. There are spies from the tribunal here. If they find that the algae can swallow a lot of pollution without alienation, and even become stronger, it will be troublesome. Beth, yes, in that case, both Thor and the algae will become their new experimental subjects. Herman, oh my god, algae, hide quickly. Although the algae is not smart enough, it is obedient. Seeing Thor trying to stop it, it swooped back to the back of Thor's neck. Wind demon, humph, a bunch of cowards. If I had such ability, I would just pull a group of people together, rebel against the tribunal, and become the master of the Nefert continent myself. Others were silent. If it were a world of ordinary people, perhaps powerful resources could become a weapon for domination. But this is a wizard world, where extremely powerful individuals can make all resistance from the weak a joke. Thor has no intention of opposing the tribunal for the time being. Even if he might do so in the future, he would not dare to rush forward with such a small amount of capital. He paid attention to his back. Fortunately, because everyone else was shocked by the disappearance of Emperor Alo, no one had just passed through the defensive magic circle to catch up with Thor, so no one nearby noticed Foresaw's actions. After putting away the algae, Thor continued to use his shield to resist the blood, flesh and mud falling from the sky. Fortunately, there were not many debris in the sky at this time. Thor used his magic power to come to the place where Stuart had just disappeared. He approached the sea and continued to look for Stuart. At this time, other wizards finally realized that the mermaid mutant had been killed by Emperor Alo, and they hurriedly caught up with Thor to search for the missing person. The number of people nearby soon increased. There was no trace of Stuart in the sky, but the situation in the sea was not optimistic either. All the flesh and blood from the explosion of the mermaid's mutant body just now fell into the sea. Some large pieces kept falling, muddying the seawater, and because these flesh and blood mud were mixed with black tide pollution, the wizards did not dare to use their mental power on a large scale, lest the pollution be transmitted into their bodies along with their mental power. This made the efficiency of searching for people even slower. Some small pieces of flesh and blood floated on the water with algae, making the sea water look like a slaughterhouse pool. Mixed with blood and stench, it was disgusting. Although Thor was the first wizard to come here, he never went underwater to search, but just used his mental power to scan the surroundings. He looked at the sea with many floating debris, and he always felt a little uneasy. But the diary did not warn him, and it was obvious that even if there was a hidden crisis, it would not affect him. The impact of the explosion just now was very strong, but it was not enough to tear Stuart apart. The most terrible thing is the pollution. If you face such a strong black tide in an unprepared moment, even a third-level wizard may be contaminated. Thor didn't go into the water because he was afraid that he would find a different Stuart instead of Stuart. At this moment, the softly glowing defensive array on the seashore finally went out. The defensive array stopped functioning, indicating that the person in charge of the array had left the original position. It seems that Flem can't sit still anymore. Thor felt relieved. Flem is a 4th-level wizard, and the disguises of Alo and Stuart should not be hidden from him. But he is willing to come, which means that he still values Stuart, and may go into the seabed to look for him. Just as Thor was relaxing, something strange happened on the seabed. Several second-level wizards emerged from the water in panic, still flying high. The next second, a giant hair-tail fish with a body length of more than 30 meters, which was rotten all over, flew out of the sea and bit the slowest wizard. Ah! The wizard screamed, and a thigh disappeared in the mouth of the hair-tail fish. The hair-tail fish could not fly after all, and after biting a thigh, it fell back into the sea, creating huge waves. Thor quickly flew away from the sea and rose to a height of nearly 100 meters above the sea. Beside him, there were many wizards who were still in fear. Shocked discussions arose. How could there be black tide monsters in the Red Sea? The huge rotten hairtail just now was the black tide monster they killed countless times in the past 4 days. But those monsters should have left with the receding black tide, so how could there still be lurking at the bottom of the Red Sea? Thor quickly came to a wizard who had just escaped. Did you find anyone? What happened under the sea? The wizard still had some residual panic on his face, and he gasped and said, No, but I don't know when dozens of black tide fish swam in from the bottom of the sea. We were blocked from sight at first and didn't notice it. When a first-level wizard was suddenly bitten in half, he ran out in a hurry. At this time, the water in the Red Sea was full of black tide pollution from the remains of the mermaid mutant, and the concentration had exceeded the safety warning line. These wizards could not use witchcraft to fight under the sea at all. Those who could run out quickly were all strong people with relatively stable spiritual bodies and little pollution. Hearing the wizard's words, other wizards in the sky also gathered. What? There are black tide monsters on the seabed? How did they come back? There is a lot of pollution in the seawater, so we can't find their existence, so we can only lure them up and fight them. Not good. A wizard shouted, attracting everyone's attention. The defense array has been removed. Chapter 865. The panicked wizards looked towards the coast and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Lord Flem thought the black tide had completely receded, so he removed the magic circle. But who could have thought that there were black tide monsters that broke away from the black tide and swam from the sea? The next second, in addition to the black tide monster that looked like a hair tail, more monsters emerged. At the same time, the Red Sea forest not far away began to collapse in large areas. Some black tide monsters had broken through the original defensive magic circle, tearing the trunks and roots of the Red Sea trees, destroying Nephrite's last reliance against the black tide. No one cared about the missing Black Flame Emperor anymore. Everyone was so angry that they flew towards the Red Sea tree. Not only here, but also other areas soon received news of the discovery of the black tide monster. Thor also hurriedly joined the battlefield. The lights of various witchcrafts shone on the sea, but they could not slow down the speed of the Red Sea tree being destroyed. Low-level wizards could not cast witchcraft under the sea with excessive pollution, and the number of high-level wizards was limited. Roy was still missing. No one among the second-level wizards present dared to order Thor to go into the water. Even for a third-level wizard, it would be very dangerous to face so many black tide monsters in the sea. Without the concealment of the defensive magic circle, the black tide monsters saw the Red Sea tree as if they had seen a sumptuous feast. They simply did not come up to fight with the wizards. Seeing the Red Sea tree forest like a sunfish being gnawed by the monsters in the sea, leaving a series of tragic wounds, some low-level wizards had to risk being contaminated and enter the sea to fight. Soon someone was contaminated, with black blood all over his body, floating motionlessly on the sea, transformed into new blood and flesh mud. Seeing this scene, Thor finally understood why these black tide monsters left the receding waves and entered the Red Sea again. It was these blood and flesh muds containing a lot of pollution that caused the pollution level of the Red Sea to increase, attracting those black tide monsters that were originally going to leave. How did the mermaid mutant appear? Did the mermaids think of turning themselves into pollution in the sea from the beginning to attract black tide monsters to retaliate against the wizards? Beth, if the mermaids can do this easily, how could they be oppressed by the wizards of the tribunal for so many years? Sol's brain was spinning rapidly. He suddenly remembered that the mermaid Princess Pearl had called the atavistic mermaids to come ashore at the seaside. Could she also make other mermaids detonate the black tide pollution in their bodies, so that they would be completely polluted and turned into mermaid mutants? But Pearl's spiritual body had been destroyed long ago. How could she do this herself? Alfonso? Impossible. Even if Alfonso wanted to let the mermaid go, he would not let Pearl destroy the Red Sea tree. Then, it was only Floco who was called by Thor. This bastard, I asked him to come to pick up the mermaid, but this guy, instead of coming to pick up people, threw a nuclear bomb to distract the wizards of the Court of Arbitration. Finally figuring out the cause and effect, Thor also understood that there was no other way to stop the returning black tide monster at this time, and he could only use force to drive the monster out of the Red Sea forest. The pollution concentration in the seawater is getting higher and higher, and more black tide monsters may be attracted here. The most important thing now is to restart the defense array. Strange, didn't Flynn notice the situation here? Why hasn't it been restarted yet? Thor didn't know the situation of the defense array, so he could only grab a second-level wizard beside him and ask, how long will it take to restart the defense array? The wizard caught by Thor answered blankly, yes, it will take at least 2 hours. 2 hours? Thor looked at the Red Sea tree being destroyed. Send one person to confirm whether the defense array is restarting. In any case, we have to tough it out for these 2 hours. Okay. The captured wizard immediately returned to the shore, where they had a place to communicate. When Thor saw that the other party had gone to make contact, he prepared to rush into the sea. However, as soon as he turned his head, he saw a figure appear on the shore. Thor was startled. It turned out to be the Black Flame Emperor Alo. He then became happy. If the real 4th-level wizard Alo came back, the defense battle on the shore would be much easier. In addition, as long as Flem activated the defense array within 2 hours, the threat of the black tide monster this time would be reduced to a black tide attack of not too large a scale. The rest of the wizards cheered loudly. Since Alo Wizard reappeared, he might have just teleported away from the battlefield. Although it was unclear why he appeared, as long as he appeared, everyone's hearts fell back into their stomachs. Ailuo did not disappoint everyone. He used a big move right away. There was no gorgeous light and shadow effect, but everyone's eyes suddenly became empty. The sea water near the Red Sea Tree disappeared in an instant, while the Red Sea Tree, the nearby wizards, and the black tide monster were still there, and they were not hurt at all. Such a powerful and precise control is simply unimaginable. At the same time, an invisible barrier blocked the backflow of seawater outside. The Red Sea Tree still barely stood by relying on its dense roots. The wizard and the black tide monster fell to the bottom of the sea. The wizard under the sea reacted and took off again immediately, while the black tide fish, which relied on buoyancy to move, could only fall to the bottom of the sea and jump and tumble with the power of muscles. At this time, there was not a single mermaid on the bottom of the sea. It was bare and full of bone fragments. Without the obstruction of the highly polluted sea water, the wizards of the Judgment Court rushed forward and killed or threw away the strange fish that were still destroying the Red Sea trees. It seemed that the barrier blocking the seawater could not hold out for too long. Thor quickly ordered Xiaozhao to pull the strange fish, and quickly dismembered the enemy with the soul blade. However, just as he dealt with a few strange fish, he saw Emperor Alo flying in front of him. Let all wizards go to the bottom of the sea. Before the defense array is restarted, only manpower can be used to prevent the black tide monster from entering the Red Sea Tree. People can die, but the Red Sea Tree cannot fall. Thor was stunned, not understanding why Alo gave him the command. Obviously, he was the most prestigious and powerful person present. However, Alo's next words made Thor's heart sink. I will go back and restart the defense array now. I can only leave this to you. Thor immediately understood. You are the one who has been maintaining the defense array? At this time, Alo was no longer arrogant as usual. He frowned, and was obviously troubled by the current situation. What about Lord Flim? He is not here because of something. Of course, Alo could not tell Thor the inside story. Thor's heart sank again, directly to the bottom of the valley. He wanted to curse. At such an important time, the head of the Judgment Court was not here. Sol really wanted to ask. Where did he die? Seeing that Sol had realized the seriousness of the matter, Alo did not want to stay here any longer. I'm going back. You're the only one left here for the time being. Okay. Sol almost gritted his teeth and said. Flim was not here, and Roy and Alfonso, who had not returned for such a long time after the incident, might have died, as the diary predicted. Now this area can only rely on Thor, an outsider. Ailua was about to teleport away, but paused. If you find Stuart, please bring him back alive, as much as possible. You will be grateful to me, and the Black Flame Empire. Sol was confused at first, then he showed a look of realization. So, the person on the sea before was always him? The real Black Flame Emperor nodded heavily with a gloomy face. This Thor is really smart. Ailua thought to himself. Chapter 866. While Thor cursed inwardly but raised the banner of fighting against the Black Tide monster, with a controversial look on his face, Flim also discovered something strange on the coast. Originally, in order to save energy, he had not taken it seriously, but resisted Alfonso's attack in a playful manner, and imprisoned Alfonso to prevent him from escaping. However, when a huge mermaid mutant appeared on the beach, even though they were some distance away from the beach, Flim immediately discovered something strange. It was just that Alfonso was also desperate to stop Flim, which was why he spent a little time to trap Alfonso. But after dealing with Alfonso, Flim did not kill him immediately, nor did he forcibly search for the other party's consciousness. Instead, he brought the immobile Alfonso to the seaside. Although his main body was about to leave Nephrite, Flim was not really unconcerned about the black tide. It was for this reason that he half-forced the wizard Alo to maintain the defense array of the entire southeast coast on his behalf, and asked Stuart to disguise Alo as a backup. However, when Flim arrived at the high ground where he could see the coast, he saw Stuart using the wind as a knife to split the 100-meter-tall mermaid mutant. Flim frowned immediately. With his eyesight, he could see that something was wrong with the mermaid mutant. The mermaid mutant was special. Even Flim did not notice the abnormality inside it when he was far away. By the time he saw the mermaid mutant, Stuart had already completed the final blow. Although Alfonso was seriously injured and shrouded in a ball of light, he was still conscious and naturally saw the situation at the seaside. What's going on? What happened at the seaside was not in Alfonso's plan. Although he spent 10 years determined to let Pearl regain her freedom and live as a real mermaid princess. But he would not do anything to harm the Nephrite continent. This is his home, the place he has protected and fought for 100 years. If Pearl had not been enslaved and oppressed here, with no hope at all, he would not have created some contaminated disease to isolate the atavistic mermaid. Watching the alienated mermaid turn into a huge polluted body, Alfonso felt a little guilty. But soon, his guilt turned into self-blame and pain. Because what happened next was completely beyond their expectations. When Flem saw the huge mermaid mutant explode violently, he knew that everything was developing in the direction he least wanted to see. Having led the tribunal to fight against the Black Tide for so many years, he has also seen the Black Tide monsters return to the coastline. But the Red Sea trees had not been planted at that time, and it was difficult to clean up the pollution on the shore. Therefore, every time the Black Tide receded, they had to do a long time of post-cleaning work to prevent the Black Tide monsters that were about to retreat from being attracted again by the excessive Black Tide pollution on the seashore. Since the Red Sea trees were planted on a large scale on the southeast coast, there has been basically no backflow of Black Tide monsters. It is estimated that these low-level wizards in the Judgment Court have almost forgotten about it. But Flem, the Lord of the Court, will not forget it. He looked at Alfonso inside the light ball and asked, "Do you want to destroy Nephrite?" Alfonso's face was filled with extreme fear and confusion. He was not afraid of fighting the Black Tide monsters head-on, even if there were 100 times more Black Tide monsters than himself. He was not even afraid of dying on the spot. But he was afraid that all this was caused by him letting Pearl go. He couldn't bear this result. Flem couldn't accept this result either, but he could only calm himself down. The warm yellow light ball kicked Alfonso out, then turned into a human form, stepped on Alfonso's face, and made the latter lie on the ground facing the sea. The mermaid princess can control mermaids through her mental power. Don't you know this? I destroyed her mental body in advance, but you released this monster again. Although I don't know how you repaired her mental body, I know very well that all this was caused by you. Alfonso wanted to tell Flem that he had no way to cure Pearl's mental body. But his whole body was shaking, and every muscle was out of his control. He couldn't speak at all. Flem sighed deeply, then leaned over to look at Alfonso, who was under his feet. Remember, if the Red Sea tree is destroyed, you will be a sinner of the tribunal. If the Black Tide reaches the shore, you will be a sinner of Nephrite. And if my trip ended because of you, and Gorza finally angered the Eye of the Abyss, you will be a sinner of the entire wizard world. Alfonso's eyes widened, and a tear suddenly slipped from the corner of his eye, fell into the ground and disappeared. Flem saw Alfonso crying, but his heart was not touched at all. He was just angry. He had clearly reached the edge of Nephrite, and could immediately go to Stat to deal with Gorza, who was being promoted to the 4th level. Who would have thought that he would fail at the last moment? Am I too arrogant? Do you think Alfonso can never escape my control? Flem's anger also wavered a little. But he quickly suppressed this wavering in his heart, and threw it out of his mind. As the Lord of the Judgment Court, he could not waver a bit. Everything he did was correct, and was verified in the future. Looking at Alo appearing in the distance, and Thor who had provoked the group against the Black Tide monsters, Flem slowly closed his eyes. He had just suppressed Alfonso, and the power of this consciousness clone was already very little. Even if it went to the battlefield at this time, it would not be as useful as a 3rd-level wizard. It is better to concentrate on getting the main consciousness back as quickly as possible. As long as he can return to the coast before the Red Sea tree is seriously damaged, the loss can be borne. After a moment, Flem opened his eyes again, raised his foot and released Alfonso. I originally wanted to extract your soul, and make you a lonely soul in the lost corridor that can never be freed. But considering that you have served the tribunal for hundreds of years, I will give you a chance to die with honor. Thor stepped on the waves, his body rising and falling with the seawater. He was watching the wizards in this area take turns to go to the sea to resist the Black Tide fish that kept approaching the Red Sea tree. Originally, Thor, who took on the responsibility of defense command, was also going to go to the sea, but he soon discovered that most wizards currently had poor combat endurance. In the past, everyone fought on the sea, and although they would be hit in the face by the huge waves raised by the Black Tide, it was not as painful as it is now, fighting in the seawater with excessive pollution. Not only is it difficult to release witchcraft magic, it is also easy to be polluted. Several wizards were fighting with the Black Tide monsters, and almost became alienated, and almost ran to the enemy camp. Thor soon realized that the fundamental reason that made this battle so difficult was the pollution. He made a decision that he would not go to the sea at all, and even the task of commanding was handed over to others. He stood in the center of the battlefield. Once a wizard was replaced due to high pollution concentration, he would immediately rush to Thor and ask him to treat him. Thor did not expect that he was originally invited to treat the Black Tide pollution on the mermaid, but in the end, he returned to his old job and treated the Black Tide pollution for the wizard. Chapter 867. Thor put on his medical license again, stood in the middle of the sea, and selflessly treated every wizard in the tribunal. This greatly reduced the mortality rate of wizards. Soon, the wizards who were also fighting in other defense zones learned about the situation here, and specially sent people to send wizards who were severely contaminated and could not recover on their own. After a long time, even Thor, who could easily remove the black tide pollution in other people's bodies, felt a huge pressure. After all, Thor's treatment was actually to absorb the black tide pollution in other people's bodies into his own body, and then seal it in unimportant limbs such as fingertips. If he absorbs too much black tide pollution in a short period of time, and cannot discharge and seal it in time, he may faint due to overload like he did in the Pure Spirit Wizard Tower before. Even though he is now a third-level wizard and his strength is incomparable to that of the past, he cannot absorb black tide pollution endlessly. But even though Thor feels the pressure now, he has no intention of stopping treatment. First of all, this battle is extremely important. Even if he is not a member of Nefert, he does not want this continent to be in trouble. Secondly, Thor had originally planned to do something after the black tide receded, and it was difficult for him, as an outsider, to accomplish this. But if he had a higher reputation in the court of arbitration, it would be easier to get a chance to try. Thor believed that as long as he got this opportunity, he could achieve his goal. Originally, Thor wanted to make a name for himself and help out at the masquerade of the diary warning, but now he unexpectedly became a crucial doctor in normal battles. If Thor hadn't tried his best to treat every contaminated wizard, the number of people who could still fight here would be reduced by at least half. That's why, no matter whether the wizards had received his treatment or not, they all looked at Thor with respect. Some even showed the excitement they had when facing the Lord of the Judgment Court. Feeling the attention from all sides, Thor knew that no matter what the final result of this battle was, his reputation here had been maxed out. No, it was maxed out, but Thor's body swayed, and he almost sank into the sea, but he gritted his teeth and held on without falling. At this time, 2 more wizards were sent to Thor. These 2 were in very poor condition, and they had already shown the initial reaction of alienation. They looked at Thor, and their faces showed guilt. These 2 had actually been treated by Thor once, and they knew that Thor was also very hard now, so they kept fighting until they were about to give up and had to come over. Seeing someone coming, Thor's slightly frowned brows immediately relaxed, and he waved to the 2 without hesitation. "Come here." His actions were as decisive as his voice. The 2 wizards did not dare to waste time and hurried forward. Thor grabbed the arms of the 2 people with his left and right hands at the same time, and then his fingertips turned into tentacles, extending along their arms to their most polluted parts. At this time, his semi-transparent tentacles, which should have been gray, were close to black and completely opaque. Although Thor was almost at full capacity at this time, he was still very fast in treating the pollution. In less than a minute, the 2 wizards who were about to be alienated basically returned to normal. Thor closed his eyes and retracted his hand. It was not until 2 minutes later that he opened his eyes again. When he opened his eyes, the wizards in front of him had not left. "Is there anything else wrong with you?" Thor asked. "No." One of the low-level wizards took the initiative to answer, and then showed concern. "Master Thor, are you okay?" "I'm fine. If you've rested well, go back quickly. If you don't go back, how can others dare to take turns to treat?" Thor frowned, like a serious commander. But none of the wizards, who were scolded by him, were dissatisfied. Just now, they were just concerned about Thor. Since he was fine, he naturally had to return to the battle as soon as possible. Thor was an outsider, and the arbitration court did not force him to do the treatment work at this time, but he still did it. Although others also knew that Thor was doing this to prevent the black tide from having an immeasurable impact on the world, it could not stop them from having a kind of trust and respect for Thor in their hearts. Thor narrowed his eyes and watched the translucent lines emerge from the bodies of the 2 low-level wizards in front of him, eager to touch him. 2 little wizards, who are easily moved. Thor smiled in his heart. Although he had been treated for a long time and frequently, he had not reached his limit. But there was no need to emphasize this point deliberately. Let the others go back. Thor took advantage of the fact that no one came to treat him, and took the time to recover his mental strength. And the absorbed black tide pollution should be transferred and compressed as soon as possible. This would also extend the time he could persist in the treatment. But it would be difficult to persist for 2 hours. Despite Thor's treatment, some wizards still suffered casualties in the battle. The most important thing is that without the defensive array, many Red Sea trees were still knocked down by the black tide monsters or damaged by the battle. The outermost layer of Red Sea trees has been thinned, and the damage is still continuing. Thor thought about it, and sent a message to a wizard in charge of communication on the shore. "Please call Her Majesty Alexandra over. Ask the Emperor of Eternal Night to come over." The wizard on the other side was stunned, But because Thor had enough prestige at this time, he only hesitated for a moment, and did not refuse. Okay, I will send someone to pick him up immediately. Perhaps the other party thought that Thor asked Alexandra to come over to use her blood to help the Red Sea tree. After all, it was no secret among the official wizards of the Judgment Court that the Emperor of Eternal Night wanted to nourish the Red Sea tree with blood. Seeing that the other party began to act according to his instructions, Thor thought in his heart, wait for Sander to come over and plant Midir immediately. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, the Red Sea forest is doomed to be seriously damaged. Now that the Lord of the Judgment Court is not here, and Roy is not here either, for the sake of the overall situation, Thor naturally has to prevent the black tide from polluting the shore. At this time, no one can stop him, and there is no reason to stop him. However, before Sander appeared, an unexpected person came back. Alfonso, he suddenly emerged from a black mist. When the black mist approached, everyone was nervous for a while, but when they saw Alfonso coming out of it, everyone almost cheered. At this time, every additional third-level wizard can help the team last longer. Although we don't know where Alfonso went before, and how he suddenly came back, as long as he comes back, everything will be fine. Only Thor was happy and surprised. Alfonso didn't die. Did my behavior change his ending? It is actually very difficult to change the dead end of Alfonso and Roy, because the existence that can kill a third-level wizard is difficult to be affected by an ordinary butterfly effect. Moreover, if you use a diary to warn of a dead end for a long time, it is easy to think that you have done something to change the ending, but in fact it has become a contributing factor to the original ending. Just like Stuart's disappearance, it is likely caused by Floco, who was called by Saul. After such a long time, the other party has not appeared, which can only be said to be a bad omen. Chapter 868. Alfonso. Sol wanted to go up to him, but Alfonso just looked at him expressionlessly, then turned into black mist and sank into the sea. He's a little bit off. Sol naturally wouldn't chase him to ask, because he had just seen other wizards staggering towards him. Obviously, it was another patient. Sol quickly changed direction to go up to him, thinking, Alfonso's mental state is very bad, but there is no sign of contamination in his magic. Where did he go just now? And what happened? Where is Roy? Why didn't he come back with him? Didn't they go to the same place? Thor treated the visitor absent-mindedly, and the wizard was still talking to Thor excitedly. Master Thor, Master Alfonso is back, and maybe Master Roy will be back soon. As long as they come back, there is hope to defend this place. Yes. Thor didn't say much. This place could have been defended, but the price was that most of the Red Sea trees might be destroyed. Now Alfonso is back. If Roy can come back alive, most of the remaining Red Sea trees may be saved. In order to end the normal battle, the defense array still needs to be lit up again. Only in this way can the wizards not worry about the Red Sea trees in the sea and lure the black tide fish to the surface to kill them. However, after a long time, Roy did not appear. Everyone's heart sank again with the falling Red Sea trees. Thor let go of another wizard who had finished the treatment. The latter did not leave immediately, but took a breath on the spot for a while. Now everyone's pollution situation has been temporarily contained by Thor, but because they need to do their best to stop the black tide fish, the wizards of the Judgment Court cannot take turns to fight normally, and the magic power consumption is very high. Even if they can use magic crystals to replenish magic power, it is also a heavy burden on the body. And now it will take at least an hour before the defense array is restarted. The only thing worth being happy about is that in addition to their area, there are also black tide fish backflows in other places, but the number is not as large as here. If they hold on for a while, there should be reinforcements coming. At this time, Thor noticed that the speed of the Red Sea trees' collapse seemed to have stopped. Did Alfonso do something? The seawater blocked Thor's spiritual exploration, and he could only vaguely feel an extremely powerful magical fluctuation. A few breaths later, a figure suddenly rushed out from under the sea. It was Alfonso. His state was even stranger. The black mist around him was so thick that it seemed to have become solid. There were also several black tide fish trapped in the mist, pulling them away from the Red Sea tree. He had many wounds on his body, and there were traces of serious pollution from the black tide. But he had no intention of coming to Sol for treatment. In the previous mermaid experiment, he already knew that Sol was good at treating black tide pollution. But he walked further and further away, with no intention of turning back. Sol felt something was wrong. He took 2 steps forward, but at this time someone else came to him for treatment, so Sol had to stop. His arm turned into a tentacle and put on the patient's arm, but his eyes were still looking at the direction where Alfonso left. The other party was heading for the deep sea. When the distance was more than 1,000 meters, Alfonso finally stopped with several black-tide fish. Sol could clearly see that the other party took out a glass test tube from his body, and there was a drop of dark red stuff in the test tube. It looked a bit like the blood of the mermaid royal family. Then Alfonso raised his head, and swallowed the drop of blood into his stomach, and threw the empty bottle into the sea. Then he took several more potions. Sol had never seen those potions before, and didn't know what they were used for. But his heart was beating fast, and a chill ran through his blood vessels. The next second, he saw Alfonso's skin crack like a wall, and then he fell into the sea. The bright red muscles under the skin quickly gushed out a lot of blood, but the blood gradually changed from red to dark red, and finally to black red. Although the blood gushed out, it did not drip into the sea. It just surrounded Alfonso, as if it had lost gravity, gradually changing from a human figure to a human figure with blurred outlines. Now, even the low-level wizards, who didn't have enough experience and knowledge, knew what Alfonso was going to do. Lord Alfonso. Some wizards, who were familiar with Alfonso, couldn't help but rush over, but were stopped by Thor. Don't go over, everyone. Must not get within 1,000 meters of him. Don't go up and mess with him at this time, when he is making such a sacrifice. Thor's voice made everyone stop, with an expression of disbelief on their faces. Then, something magical happened. The black-tide fish that attacked the Red Sea tree actually gave up the attack, and turned to run towards Alfonso, who had turned into a blood clot. The wizards in the sea couldn't even find their opponents for a while, so they could only float to the surface and look into the distance. The black-tide fish with rotten bodies emerged from the sea, so many that they almost turned into fish waves. Thor also looked down at the strange fish that floated to the surface. It turns out that there are so many black-tide monsters hidden in the sea. No wonder even Alfonso gave up and chose this way. Thor didn't know how Alfonso managed to attract the black-tide monster in the sea with his own flesh and blood. This was obviously taboo knowledge. If someone used it on the shore, it might be attacked by the black-tide monster in an unprotected place. Suddenly, a white color mixed with the black color entered Thor's vision. The messy long hair stuck to the white skin, and the green fish tail appeared from time to time. It turned out to be Pearl, the mermaid princess Pearl. Why didn't she leave Nephrite? Thor raised his hand and swung it. His arm turned into a translucent tentacle, and he scooped up the pearl that had just swam under him. As soon as he lowered his head to grab the pearl, he was shocked to find that the other party had actually entered a state of exhaustion. The white skin did not have the luster of pearls, but was as pale and shriveled as a dead person. Even after leaving the water, the skin felt as rough as gravel. The green scales on her tail were also dull, and when Thor pulled her up, several pieces of them automatically fell into the sea, and were swallowed by the waves. However, unlike her physical state, which was about to reach the end of her life, Pearl's spiritual body was unexpectedly restored to a large extent. Maybe it still cannot reach the thinking ability of a normal person, but at least it is not as muddle-headed as before. Pearl seemed to recognize Thor. She pulled Thor's arm and opened her mouth. Ah. So. She actually spoke. Pearl, who never spoke, actually spoke also. Thor knew that Pearl was not calling him. He looked up and looked into the distance. The blood man who stayed on the sea surface had been attacked and bitten by the black-tide monster that caught up later. Gradually, not even a trace of red could be seen. There were only a dense mass of monsters making a crunching sound. So. Pearl looked into the distance and stretched out her arms. There were already hundreds of black-tide monsters surrounding Alfonso, and at the same time, more black-tide monsters were approaching him. So. Pearl called out again, but her voice was very weak and definitely could not reach Alfonso's ears. The next moment, the black monster surging in the distance suddenly exploded. There was no fire, no sound, only a mass of black mist that suddenly expanded and quickly engulfed the monsters within 500 or 600 meters around. For a moment, Thor could not even hear the sound of the waves. So. He only heard a weak voice with a crying tone that could not reach more than 3 meters away. Chapter 869. The explosion happened in a split second. The aftermath lasted for a long time. After the explosion, many black-tide fish still stubbornly swam towards where Alfonso was. But they were immediately engulfed by the exploding black fog, and did not swim out again. Because of Alfonso's sacrifice, the pressure on the defense zone was suddenly reduced by half, and some wizards, who were about to collapse, finally had a chance to breathe. But Thor knew that everything was not over yet. Although Alfonso's self-explosion killed most of the black-tide fish around him, some of them survived on the periphery, and after the black fog gradually dissipated, they were no longer obsessed with Alfonso, but turned around and were attracted by the excessive black tide pollution on the side of the Red Sea tree. It's just that the density and strength of the enemies are weaker than before. The injured wizards finally had a chance to rest. But Thor never left the Red Sea. He stayed in the center of the battlefield and continued to treat the pollution for every wizard who came. Now he was surrounded by countless fate lines of wizards he had treated. They happily surrounded Thor and acted very close. However, Thor knew that the influence of these fate lines could not allow him to lead the corresponding wizards to resist the Judgment Court, but at the right time, they could also become Thor's helpers. But some people have noticed that since Alfonso blew himself up, Sol has only used his left hand to treat everyone. His right hand was always tightly clenched, and he would look down at the palm of his hand from time to time. What Sol saw was a pearl. It looked ordinary, not big enough, and not even round enough. But it was still shining, and did not change its beauty for the eyes of the world. These were the tears shed by the Mermaid Princess Pearl, which turned into a pearl the moment it fell into Sol's palm. The Mermaid Princess, who had been confused all the time, tasted the pain of awakening after regaining consciousness. After Alfonso blew himself up, Pearl cried out, shed a tear, and then, like a candle that had burned to the end, the flame of life was extinguished with a hiss. The little mermaid that Sol had read turned into foam and flew into the sky, while Pearl turned into black ash and fell into the sea. Sol did not retain the powder between his fingers, which should be the ending that Pearl wanted. After holding Pearl, he had already discovered that Pearl's body had been possessed by a high-level being, and used her body to mobilize energy beyond her capacity, resulting in Pearl's consciousness being restored a lot, but her body was completely destroyed. Even the corpse could not be maintained. Only the tear that fell into Sol's palm was probably her last bit of self. But this bit of self was also abandoned by Pearl with the death of Alfonso. The diary opened automatically after a long absence. January 25th, 321, New Moon Calendar, sunny, mermaids are the spirits of the sea, and the tears of mermaids are the sighs of the sea. You can become a friend of the sea by holding the darling of the sea. Perhaps it is the special ability of Pearl, perhaps it is the special bloodline of her, or perhaps it is also the influence of the water god Floco. The pearl in Sol's hand is actually a witchcraft prop recognized by the diary. After reading the diary, Thor had some guesses about the ability of the pearl in the water, but the specific method of use still needed to be tested in the future. His mental power swept over, and put the mermaid's tears into the storage device. There were some difficulties. After all, the storage device was just a space prop made by a second-level wizard. After storing the mermaid's tears, the Space Force was not very stable. It seems that Thor will have to study how to improve the storage device in the future. Those ancient witchcraft props do not have this problem. Their own seals ensure that they will not affect ordinary space props. The battle continued, and Thor's treatment work never stopped. After an unknown amount of time, a beam of light suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Everyone was delighted, thinking that the defensive array had been restarted. But Thor knew that it was less than 2 hours. He looked up and saw a second sun in the sky. The warm yellow sun was bright and warm, dispelling the cold from the deep sea. It's the Lord of the Court. The Lord of the Court is coming. Soon, others also recognized Flim. Although they didn't know why Flim, who was supposed to maintain the magic circle in the back, appeared at the front line. But as the absolute core figure of the Court of Arbitration, his appearance gave everyone boundless confidence. Flim did not show his true form, but shone and gave off heat like a real sun. Then, without any special attacking moves, the black tide monsters that originally attacked the wizards in the deep sea turned over like dead fish and floated on the sea surface. The wizards below also swam up and killed the enemies. The light of the second sun in the sky shone far away. Thor saw a large number of black tide monsters floating on the sea along the southeast coastline. Those monsters were already dying when they floated up, and were then completely killed by other wizards who rushed over. However, despite Flim's actions, the farther battle area was still attacked by black tide monsters, and some black tide monsters on the seabed were not irradiated, and other wizards still needed to go deep into the polluted sea to fight. But no matter what, Flim alone almost completed the battle work of half of the wizards on the entire coastline. He is worthy of being a 4th-level wizard. After Flim appeared, more than 10 minutes later, the defense array behind him finally lit up again. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and then killed the remaining monsters that were still destroying the Red Sea forest as soon as possible, and then went outside the defense array to meet the enemy. Although the battle has not yet ended completely, everyone knows that the crisis is past. The defense array isolates the black tide monsters and the Red Sea tree, and also isolates the super-concentrated pollution near the Red Sea tree. After a while, the monsters that can't sense the black tide pollution will leave and follow the ebb tide back to where they came from. Of course, the seawater pollution inside the defense array still needs to be dealt with. Relying solely on the Red Sea tree is too slow, and all the mermaids under the Red Sea tree have died. If no mermaids take away the tubers of the Red Sea tree that store the black tide pollution, the Red Sea tree will spit out the pollution it has eaten sooner or later. Looking at the Red Sea tree that has lost nearly 30%, Thor retreated to the cliff. His treatment mission has been successfully completed, and his tense spirit relaxed the moment his feet landed. Thor staggered and almost fell to the ground. But an arm reached out to support him. Thor looked back and was surprised to find that it was Roy, but Thor cleverly turned his surprise into anger. "Where did you die?" Roy was not angry at being scolded by an outsider like Thor. His face was not good, with a terrible paleness, and his spirit was very unstable. But overall, his life was not in danger. Roy, who had been laughing and being familiar with others, showed a bitter expression. I really died once. Chapter 870. What do you mean? Soul broke away from Roy's hand and sat on the ground. He was so tired that he just wanted to lie down, but he was concerned about the reputation he had just brushed, so he just sat down and didn't lose his composure. Seeing this, Roy didn't act politely and sat down next to Soul. He looked depressed and in a bad mood. "Alfonso is dead?" he asked back. "Well, he attracted most of the black tide monsters and died without a complete body." Soul paused when he said this. "You are dead too? Were you resurrected?" Soul remembered that the tribunal did not allow wizards below level 2 to conduct resurrection experiments. But level 3 wizards were not within the scope of this ban. "Yeah." Roy was still in a bad mood. "I met an unknown level 4 wizard and died in a confused state. Fortunately, my soul was stored in." "Hey, it's okay to tell you. It's stored in Lord Flem's lost corridor. After the death of the physical body, as long as the soul is not polluted and alienated, there is still a chance of resurrection. Originally, I failed to complete Lord Frem's order this time, so I should be punished. But now that the Red Sea tree has been lost and destroyed, Lord Frem immediately resurrected me and asked me to come back to find a solution." "Will Alfonso be resurrected as well?" Soul asked, but he knew in his heart that it was unlikely. "No." Roy looked at the Red Sea in front of him, like an ordinary person, and threw a stone in frustration. He made a mistake, and it was already a leniency from the Lord that he died in battle. Roy was actually very sad that his friend who had been with him for hundreds of years was stubborn and died in the end. It was just that after he became a third-level wizard, he had already seen life and death, and his emotions were not as open as he showed. However, Roy still felt distressed when he saw that half of the Red Sea tree was gone. This was the tree he had raised for decades. Who would have thought that when they were hunting down the atavistic mermaids, the remaining mermaids in the sea would choose to collectively alienate and die? The reason for the alienation of mermaids has not been found yet, but Lord Flem believes that it is related to the atavistic mermaids. Lord Flem went to track down the 4th-level wizard who killed Roy. After all, no one would feel at ease with such a 4th-level wizard who came and went without a trace in the family. Flem went to track down the strange 4th-level wizard, while Roy was worried about the problem of the Red Sea tree. There is no mermaid in the sea now, but the Red Sea tree is still absorbing the excessive pollution in the seawater. But how to deal with the tubers formed after absorbing the pollution? In Roy's plan, mermaids have never been a crucial link, but they are an indispensable one. So no matter how Roy experimented with mermaids, he never thought that one day Nefert would lose all the mermaids. After thinking for a while, Roy said, half discussing with Thor and half sorting out his own thoughts, "The most important thing now is to deal with the pollution caused by the Red Sea tree as soon as possible. If there are no mermaids, other consumable organisms will also work." Thor heard him and asked him, "What other organisms are highly resistant, numerous, and easy to deal with?" Roy thought for a while. Since the wizard world was closed, and the channel for promotion to level 5 was closed, the species diversity of the entire world has been rapidly decreasing. The culprit is naturally the wizard. Too many experiments, no attention to recycling and ecological balance, finally led to the extinction of a large number of species. The reason why a group of pig-like mermaids were raised was because mermaids originally lived in the deep sea and were not easily caught by wizards. After thinking for a while, there was really no suitable creature in a short time. Finally, Roy said fiercely, "If it really doesn't work, just use humans." Thor's eyelids jumped. It seemed that because Thor had made great efforts in the battle to protect the Red Sea tree, Roy now trusted Thor more, and simply put forward his terrible plan. "In fact, this plan was not something I thought of on the spur of the moment, but something the tribunal has been preparing for. If one day the Red Sea tree is lost, or the pollution is out of control and cannot be absorbed, then the Continental Division plan will be launched. It's just that although the Continental Division can temporarily deal with the pollution this time, we still need to find a more suitable way to deal with the pollution in the future, otherwise we will not be able to persist in the defense war for more than 100 years. We have persisted for 100 years, and I don't know how many more 100 years we can persist. Royer became more and more depressed as he spoke. Sol did not ask in detail. He felt that he might have heard something extraordinary, and immediately began to worry about his situation. They told me so much. Are they trying to hold me and not let me leave? The excuse of treating the mermaids was obviously untenable. After all, there was not even a mermaid here now. Will the tribunal let him go next? It should be. After all, the eye of the storm in the borderlands still needs Sol to solve. The tribunal will only keep him for half a year at most, and then they must let him go. Now, apart from Thor, no other third-level wizard can gain a foothold in the No Man's Land, and no one else can seal the eye of the storm as quickly as Thor with the least cost. Thor stared at the Red Sea tree in the distance. He needed to make himself more valuable. Then, it's time to let Sander come over. In fact, these days, in addition to studying mermaids, I have also been thinking about the problem of the Red Sea tree. Roy's eyes lit up when he heard Thor finally answer. He made an exception and told Thor so much. Wasn't it also for the purpose of Thor giving him some help or some hints? In fact, there is a species that is very suitable for absorbing the polluted tubers of the Red Sea tree source. You should know it too. Sol deliberately said slowly. What? Roy asked anxiously. Many nouns flashed through his mind, but he couldn't find a suitable one. Sol glanced at Roy, hesitant to speak. Sir Thor, Lord Thor, please speak quickly. Roy seemed to have regained his previous activity. Black Sea Tree, you are familiar with it, right? Roy opened his mouth, and suddenly sat back down as if he was deflated. If the lethal effect of Black Sea Tree on Red Sea Tree can be solved, we don't have to clear all the Black Sea trees in Nephrite. Seeing Roy giving up, Thor stood up and said to him unconvincingly, just because you can't find a way doesn't mean I can't find one. Since you know about Black Sea Tree, what about Inverted Tree? Roy raised his head and looked at Thor, who seemed to be provoked. Of course he knew about the Inverted Tree, a very, very rare demonic creature. If the arbitration court had not reached an agreement with Beth, the third-level wizard of Bidong Academy, she would not have been allowed to take the Inverted Tree away so easily. The Inverted Tree is powerful and domineering. It can absorb human souls and control a large number of soul puppets. But what does that have to do with the Red Sea Tree? The Red Sea Tree does not. No, the Red Sea Tree is conscious. Compared to plants, they are actually more like animals. It's just that their consciousness is distributed throughout the body, so they lack the subjective initiative of animals. Roy is worthy of being one of the most important third-level wizards in the court of arbitration. When he heard Thor say two terms, he actually had a faint inspiration. You mean to use the Inverted Tree to control the Red Sea Tree? Then, Thor continued, use the combination of the Inverted Tree and the Black Sea Tree source to let the Black Sea Tree have the consciousness to actively control the Red Sea Tree, and then use the ability of the Inverted Tree to control all the Red Sea trees and absorb the pollution inside them. The biggest difference between the Black Sea Tree and the Red Sea Tree is that the Black Sea Tree has the ability to deal with pollution.